Hello, Ralph.
Hi, how are you?
There's a problem with your audio.
Is it really that bad right now? Is it?
Oh, actually, it's okay. It was really choppy when you said something, but I know you are known for streaming it from your bathroom.
That myth, amongst other myths. No, the Berlin ceilings are very high, and it's like a large side room, so it's quite echoey here, and I can't be asked to plug in my mics and stuff. I think it gives it a bit of divine thunder, like a sonic boom.
I know. It's like some sonorous voice of a priest hypnotizing you into a trance. There's an echo.
It's the seditious kind of like properties, right? The voices come through and people get mesmerized and then they doze off and they don't pay attention. So I can get away with mass murder.
Or they completely miss your message or misunderstand it. But even when you say it clearly, they still want to misunderstand it because they don't like it.
That is a problem, isn't it? People don't want to. Just give me a second. I'm also just trying to put this link in a few places for you, Claire, so you get some new subscribers. So bear with me a second. I'm just going to forward it to a couple of places because you want to build up.
Okay, you're kind of breaking up again. I'll kind of give you the signal.
I'll bring up just a second. I'll bring up a second when I switch to Telegram. Won't be a second. 1 second.
Okay.
Let's just. Okay, so I've done that. I put it in a couple of places, a couple of Mac circles, and a couple of Jewish channels. So if anything comes up about Judaism, we've got some. Hopefully, you'll have some. My Master IC3 is in the chat. Good afternoon, Master IC3. so Claire, what should we talk about? Should we talk about faith? Should we talk about the three religions? Should we talk about what would you like to speak about? Your liberalism? What would you like to speak about, my dear?
I would like to speak about psychiatry. I've been reading a book about by Jung, Dreams, Reflections, and something else. But anyway, one of the things he said that is that if there's anything psychologically wrong with our leaders, there would be a nuclear war, and this is the situation we are in now. Is it not? Or are you not particularly concerned?
I'm not concerned about nuclear war. That won't happen because India and China are not going to permit any such thing near their borders. So that's I think that's a red herring. I think the thing is Putin holds
the Anglo-Saxons and Slavs about Russia and America.
It's already Anglo-Saxon. The problem is the Anglo-Saxons have been betrayed by the globalists. The globalists are now running the majority of Anglo-Saxon nations. The globalists are in charge of Western Europe. They're now in charge. They've effectively colonized the United States and Britain. So good patriots who believe in the European people should realize the enemy is no longer left and right, black and white. The enemy is the globalists versus those that are anti-globalists.
And you can only identify them with their ideas. You can't identify them by sex or race or even religion. You actually have to go through a tick list of, do you believe this, that, and then only then can you identify them.
Well, we've actually done most of the good work and the analysis necessary to identify their ideologies, identify how the ideologies sit with traditional, what I call Newtonian ideology. So if you imagine three columns or three pillars, imagine the traditional left, their teleos is justice. The traditional liberals, their teleos is rights and values. And the traditional conservatives are teleos is tradition, people, and place. The globalists have managed to cannibalize all of those three and suck those three pillars into globalism, which is why they look like all things to all men, whereas in truth there are no things to no man.
They control the media, which is really the first estate. Do you know what I mean when I say the fourth estate is now the first estate? Well, that is a problem. They have complete control about the media, and this means that and the media is what gives us our identity. It tells us how we should behave and how we should think of ourselves, and retells the myths of liberalism and whatever they want to tell us.
But it's not technically. Technically, it's not really the fourth estate. It's understandable why you would think of that. Traditionally, it comes from the three estates of the realms division, and you can think of this in modern terms as political power, social power, and economic power. So that would be the oratores, who would be the priesthood class, those that spoke. They've been replaced by the media. The media is actually the new oratores, and capitalism, hypercapitalism, is the new laboratores, those that work. And those that rule, the kings, are now the political people. But all three of those pillars, Claire, the three states of the realm, have been sucked up into globalism. So the globalists now control social power, think Greta speaking from the word, political power, think of Biden or Bozo Johnson, and economic power, a Fortune 100 company will fly the LGBTQ flag. So the thing we've been working on, and I've been very clear about, is the traditional left-right culture war, or the traditional left-right economic war, is a futile war. Those ideologies cannot beat globalism. Socialism, liberalism, and capitalism have been defeated. Conservatism and nationalism on the right have been defeated. And Marxism and fully automated luxury communism has been defeated. The only real game in town is the big boy who's taking everyone's lunch money, is globalism. And the question is, what is the shape of the resistance? Now, there can be different types of resistance. Populism is where I've been putting all my efforts, and there are other forms of resistance to globalism, like anarchism, for example. So if you speak,
I'm just using theocracy because I see the world in more simple terms, which is basically matriarchy and patriarchy, and this is represented by people who are sexually liberated and want to remain so, and those who are social conservatives who see the point in having legitimate children and the point in remaining married for the sake of properly parenting the next generation, and these would be people who have some kind of religious faith and some respect for their ancestral traditions, and this is being, salami sliced away by the media, by the global media, to the extent that even those who claim to, be Jews, Christians, and Muslims don't really believe in what they're supposed to believe according to their, religious narrative. And that's why they're easy to control. They get scared easily, like the people at EA Dawa. It's like, well, what did I say? I just said Muslims can be into anti-Semites, and they went hysterical, and then showed all the compromising pictures of me with David Irving, etc. And it's so obvious that so many Muslims are anti-Semites, including non-Muslims. But they're so butthurt that I said that they had to remove me and hide all my comments in the chat. And so these people who I'd actually been promoting, because I said, the way they conduct their moderation and their policies on moderators is so principled, and what do? They kicked me off for saying that Muslims can be anti-Semites. So I don't know what that's about. You were there, weren't you?
I was, but I think that's the problem. Islam has the same problem. And I think if you look at people like the Muslim skeptic and other highly intelligent Muslims, they understand the same threat. Is clear to them. The threat is of modernity. So if you first
modernity being feminism, basically, I mean, that's what it is.
No, modernity being liberalism, the age of reason. When you give up God and then you get reason and liberalism, feminism is a consequence. Feminism is not the root cause. Feminism is the consequence of liberalism, which is a consequence of reason over God. Once the Europeans lost God or traded God, those that did, for reason, I'll do what I think is right because I'm rational. Feminism was an inevitable consequence. The matriarchy and patriarchy are downstream from the loss of the family, which is bound by God. So when you give up God, you cannot have a rational, reasonable society that's not going to devolve. It's going to just degenerate.
It's genic not to practice marriage.
It's
so they'll get weaker, stupider, and more corrupt.
The question is, what's the cause of the dysgenic behavior, right? So you can look at it as a source of order versus a source of disorder. So you think of things like the family unit, like you're speaking about correctly, they're actually correct. You're correctly characterizing the symptoms, but not the root cause. So why wouldn't a man and woman be in union under family? Because of liberalism, because you're free
because the
to
laws
choose.
do not support marriage, and the culture of recreational sex to be enjoyed by people not married to each other distracts people from getting married and having children. And then also married couples are not given the respect that they used to get, so they stop doing it. Even the
Absolutely
welfare
agree.
system is geared towards unmarried parents. So,
I
so
absolutely agree.
what's the point of it anyway?
But
If
what is
you're
the
going to
root
be.
cause of it? But I agree with you 100%. What is the root cause of that? The root cause is liberalism.
Yes, and the way feminism sells cheaper sex to men, because the only thing the only reason why men might tolerate feminism is that they get the idea that they can have sex outside marriage and they don't have to marry the woman they're having sex with, and this is what they want because men are primarily motivated by sex. And they'll get all offended. Oh no, we're better than that. But that's the case. That's how most men think. Whatever they do, it's for the purpose of impressing some woman when they get a luxury car, when they acquire empire and wealth. That's what it is. I mean, this is such an old myth that it comes from well, the story of Troy, from yes. I mean, the judgment of Paris is exactly about that. So Paris,
Indeed.
who was, I mean, he chose, he cut to the chase. I don't want empire. I don't want wealth. I don't want wisdom. I only want the love of the most beautiful woman on earth. And that was Helen, who was already married to Menelaus.
Indeed, but the reason why it's actually permitted in the modern age is liberalism. Liberalism is permitting the
Yes,
rights. If you look at what liberalism did, is it codified, it removed the rights, the duty under God for the rights of man. It said that you're born free as opposed to born in sin. You're born free, and as long as you're reasonable and rational, and you follow liberal principles like not no care harm or justice, then you're okay. As long as there's consent, it's okay. As long as it happens behind closed doors, it's okay. Liberalism permits feminism, and it permits ignoble men who just want to lust after women to be allowed to get away with it.
yes,
These are
yes,
only
because
because of
the
liberalism.
narrative of liberalism is that we're going to reach liberal heaven where we have all the liberty we want and need. And the most, I guess, potent expression of this liberation is sexual liberation, because the idea is that it's our body, we can do with it what we want to as long as we don't harm people. But and the harm that it causes is generational and latent. So you don't know the harm it's done until you are suffering the harm, and then you deny that it's harmful at all, which is why nationalists are so helpless about organizing themselves, because they prefer to blame Jews and Muslims rather than to think it's feminism. It's a women of their own race that they are frightened of, and they dare not
But you
admit
see,
how frightened they are of their own women.
feminism is downstream from liberalism. Feminism only occurs because of liberalism, and
Yes.
liberalism only occurs because you lose your belief in God.
Yes, and obviously liberalism is a reaction against Christianity, because
Right.
if we attribute liberalism to the American and French revolutions, it becomes clear, because the American and French revolutions were rejections of Christianity and monarchy. So, and then this was reconfirmed in the Russian Revolution, where another act of regicide took place. And in the Western mind, they haven't yet formed the correct conclusion, which is that Christianity is kaput, because they thought, oh well, if Christianity is kaput, we can use liberalism to get us by. But unfortunately, in our time, at this moment, liberalism is also kaput, and it is rotting into intersectionality. And I just don't see what else is going to replace it other than secular Quranism.
Oh, before we even get there, it's like it's not the French American. It's a common misunderstanding in history. The French, English, and American revolutions were consequential. The real source of the problem starts with Kepler and Galileo. As soon as Kepler and Galileo challenged the church, you get the precepts that become manifest later in the 30-Year War, become manifest in the Glorious Revolution, become manifest in the French American liberation movements. All of them are rejection of God. So the
Well,
solution. The solution can't be a secular solution. You can't replace
Well,
one with another problem.
well, okay. I mean, you can see the problem in historic and theological and political terms. I mean, okay, nationalists, think that what they have now is terrible with all these foreigners taking over. But in previous centuries, they were also complaining about being run by foreign kings because George III was German. He spoke with a German accent. Marie Antoinette was an Austrian. So all these European peoples, had to put up with their monarchs married to foreigners, or their monarchs actually being foreigners. And the problem.
There's a common misconception. So there's a common misconception, Claire, that, and this is what I call the propaganda of liberalism. The propaganda of liberalism does the following trick. It says that if Henry VIII, if these kings and queens that were feudal under God and were autocratic, had preserved blood and soul and spirit, had not been toppled, then we would not have got the progress of the Enlightenment, which is an absolutely outrageous claim to anyone who believes in God. So this idea that we would have gone down a different path and not had all the great products of the Enlightenment if we hadn't given up God, king, and country. If England was still a Christian country, where England was still under subject to the kings, it would have been as great. Liberals try to it's what I call liberal takia. It's when the liberals try to slip in this thing that says, "Oh, we saved you from the kings, we saved you from the Catholic Church, we saved you." You saved nothing. They saved nothing. All they did was give in to the sins of the flesh, the sins of atomization, the sins of individualized existences. And Nietzsche was clear about this, and he wrote very presciently: when you eventually give up God, you're going to end up in nihilism. If you look around the Western society, it's nihilistic. Now, the good news is, Claire, if you look at things like projections, I speak to, I'm in a bunch of Christian servers, Christian-only places. And if you look at conservative Christians, especially in the United States, especially in Africa, their birth rates are fantastic. And they're prepared to let large parts of the Western corruption implode with an understanding that in 2 or 3 generations, the Christians are going to pick up from the ashes. Those liberals who are sexually promiscuous, those who don't have a 2.3 birth replacement rate, let them die, let them fall, let the nations fall. Let Islam invade, because Christians are going to remain triumphant. So the idea is ultimately in the ruins and ashes, there's a Christian conservative right-wing movement, predominantly filled with Africans and Americans, who believe like, okay, let this thing crumble.
They're getting a youth bulge. I mean, Africa will have a youth bulge, and they will come and conquer new countries. When they have a youth bulge, particularly when the post-industrial countries in the Far East and in the West are not have a declining birth rate. It is inevitable.
But the birth rate stabilizes. There's a myth about
take over.
Well, there's a myth about demography, and that's one thing I do know a little bit about, because I spent too much of my life looking at really, really bad demographic data sets. But no, the world population's final numbers are known. We know the final world population from 2050 to 2100. We know what percentage white people have, for example. The question is not what can we do about the birth rates? That's over. The question is, what are you going to do about European nations, particularly the ones I care about, Britain, the United States, Germany? What are you going to do in the situation where demographic replacement occurs, where let's say you have a large force that is pious and non-native, say Islam, is established a beachhead, that's about 25-30%. Well, the liberal Christians, the atomized progressive Christians, are going to have no chance. Look at US cities that are progressive. Look at London. They're going to implode of their own economic weight. They're going to implode of their own cultural weight. What would be the thing that mops up? Well, it wouldn't be another secular force. It would have to be Christianity. Christianity represents the blood and the soil and the spirit of the European people.
It's a spent force. I mean, because Christianity let in liberalism. And liberalism was a reaction against the wars of the Reformation. I'm sure after, the English Reformation, which was pretty bloody, I bet a lot of English people said, well, what was all that about? What the hell was all that about? From then on, they started to deny God, and it kick-started the American Revolution, which in turn, caused the French Revolution because of the two statues of liberty in Paris and New York.
Correct. And now
it's all linked.
now look at those statues and look at what they represent. Give me my poor, tired, huddled, massive migrants. So they don't represent, and you can't use, that's a genetic fallacy. You can't say what happened in the 1520s is going to be repeated in the 2020s. The 2020s is going to not be the 1520s. The new Christians understand the history of the Reformation. I speak to young American Christians, so inspiring. I was on news. You saw that survey. You didn't want to watch the panel. Young Cloudy, one of our lads, American Christian, decimated the atheists. He's very young. These are the next generation of our young Christians.
Which stream is this for the benefit?
This is the one with that big Discord panel you said you couldn't bear listening to. He literally took.
Oh, you mean yesterday on Randolph Richardson's channel?
Randolph Richardson, yeah. And you see these young Christians, and they're American, they're white, they're Christian, they're traditionalists. They have high moral values. They understand the history of the failure, and they're going to have large families, and they're going to do what is necessary. They're going to be morally substantiated by their faith. They're not going to be just extreme right wing or left wing, and they're going to be the ones, my generation, we look at going, we're going to arm you locally in England, particularly in Germany. We're reaching the first critical test points of can we challenge globalism. So my question would be, what do I challenge it with? I mean, what's the point of codifying another set of secularism that isn't of any variant, Quranism law, that hasn't got
it's actually based on
wishes of English people?
Okay, I don't think you know how difficult it was for Constantine to get the bishops to agree on doctrine. I mean, you know the schism between the Arians and the Trinitarians, don't you? I mean, it's still not settled.
Well,
they still can't
when you see, this is the genetic fallacy. You can't look at it, particularly if you look at like Aetius or you look at Eunomius. These are all the main people who were advocating at the time in the 2nd century, Constantine, for the codification of Trinitarianism. These were all mainly political movements, not spiritual ones. Constantine cared about his crumbling. He cared about his crumbling empire, and he was worried about Jewish resistance. Now, God bless the Jewish people for their ability to maintain their blood and soil and spirit unaffected, right?
So if you buy into the whole narrative of the Abrahamic God, then you would think, well, Jews are being protected by God. I mean, look at them. They've outlived all.
It's any Protestant Christian duty to defend. The Jewish people have promised Israel repeatedly in Numbers, repeatedly in Deuteronomy, and most importantly in Genesis. And Genesis 18:1 demands that God has given Israel the land between the two rivers. So
and the Quran confirms this. It says that Jews have a right to live in Israel, but with Gentiles also living there. I mean, that is really what chapter 17, verse 104 of the Quran says. That
would be the Quran. The Jews are not going to be held to either the New Testament, which would be sacrilege for Jewish people, or the Quran. All the Jews have to do is refer to Genesis. And now the question is, what does Christian do? Genesis promises the Jewish people. God has promised Abraham repeatedly that from the rivers Euphrates to the Nile belongs to the nation.
Oh yes, so the borders of Greater Israel, and that's going to upset the Muslims some more. But the point is that it's confirmed in the Quran, and they can't bear to talk about that verse because they can't explain it without their heads exploding. That's why. That's one of the reasons why they removed me, because I cited that verse.
Well, I think that you're going to have to take that up with the Muslims, particularly because I'm not a Muslim. But I can assure you, as a Christian, that who follows the Old Testament, that this is the case. But the point I think that I'm trying to make is that the reason Judaism and the reason the Jewish people have maintained their security and stability and their unbroken chain is, despite tremendous persecution, is because their blood and soil and spirit has remained intact. Now, if I care about England and Germany, let's just focus on England. When the spirit was lost, the ethnos would fall quickly after. Now the question is, what do we do in terms of solutions? It's easy to point to problems. What is the solution? Well, we can't get the liberal secular English people to convert to Christianity quickly now. So what we need is political solutions that will allow a restoration, considered a great reclamation a great restoration of the English people, which will not be these generations. It will be the Zoomers and their children. It will be the young. I speak to lots of young Christian Zoomers who get it. They understand. They will never be feminists. They will never be liberal. They will always believe in God. Their children and their grandchildren will be the things that heal England.
I don't know
have
who,
to politically
who
pave
these
the way
Christians.
to allow my Christian brothers and my young Christian Zoomers, when I'm in my 80s and 90s, we would have done the political work necessary to pave the way for these young Christians and English people to take charge of their country, to reconquer the Church of England.
Well, I think, okay, I would disagree with you there, because if God exists, he would be plenty mad at Christians, and he would want them to repent for their idolatry and then move over to Islam. I mean, that is basically how I imagine God, if he exists, would see things, because it's like, well, I've revealed for you guys the Quran, so follow it. You know, why are you even whinging and hesitating? It's so obvious.
Because
clear guidance.
I've never met a Christian in my life, for example, Claire, and I've been to a lot of countries, probably around 100 in my life. I've prayed in Africa, I've prayed in Asia, I've prayed in South America, I've prayed in the United States. Never met a Christian who is an idolater. This is just an accusation. The accusation is not new. The accusation is as old as time itself. But the accusation.
Well, so as Christianity is itself, and Christians can't explain it away. They can only say that if Jesus is God, then it's not idolatry. But they can't explain how Jesus is God.
Well, I think here's your opportunity to have a Christian who can defend the Trinity in his sleep. So let's have a pop at the Trinity. So which bit of the Trinity don't you understand?
Well, I understand all of it. You know, it says that you have to believe that Jesus is co-equal, co-substantial, and co-eternal with the Holy Spirit and God. That is what you are required to believe as a Christian.
It is what all Christians believe, that Christ is God. We do not worship
Trinitarians anyway. Trinitarians are required to believe in the Trinity, but not all Christians are Trinitarians, because they are Mormons and Arians and Unitarians.
They're very, very few. They're the edge cases in fringe. The majority of Christians. So let me tell you as a Christian.
So the most powerful churches are Trinitarian, i.e., Catholic, the Catholic Church and the Anglican Church.
Yes. So let's forget the fringe cases, because that just takes away from the argument. I have never prayed or worshipped to a man. So why am I an idolater?
Because of the terms of the Trinity, which you have to subscribe to in order to remain a Christian. That's called
begging the question, Claire. You're just repeating the statement. You're not actually.
Okay, but you are a confirmed Christian, aren't you?
I've never.
Have you been confirmed?
I've been baptized. I've never not been a Christian in my life.
You haven't even been confirmed.
I have been baptized.
I know, but
I've been confirmed
baptism.
Claire, you're running away from the argument. Let's stay on the target. So I have never worshipped a man in my life. Why am I an idolater?
Well, because Jesus is a man, and you're supposed to believe that he's divine.
Let me help you with the arguments. So if I tell you Jesus is not a man, he's divine, and that's why I worship him, because he's divine. That means he's the instantiation of God in the universe. So think of God as existing out of space and time. God decides to communicate with his people in the flesh. What would God do? He would have to instantiate himself in the flesh. If God has to give us the perfect exemplar, he would instantiate himself materially. So if we look at John 1:1, John 1:1 says, in the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God. What does that say to us? It says that Jesus, God instantiated, is transcendent to time.
Yes.
It says that Jesus didn't exist as a person. The person is the instantiation that is temporary, but Christ, like God, is eternal, right?
But Ralph, you have to understand that the New Testament is not claimed, even by Christians, to come from God. It's written by men, by Correct. John, by Matthew, Mark, Luke, John, and Correct. Paul.
Correct. And what is that? It's not meant to. We're not. There's not a single Christian alive, unlike or Jew alive, that claims that either Torah, Tanakh, or the Scriptures, the New Testament, are the Word of God, like Muslims. It's the story of God. If you ask
Jews are supposed to literally believe that God handed the Torah to Moses on Mount Sinai with all those Jews below it, seeing what happened. That's their story.
Yes, he did, and I agree with the Jewish people that Moses was given was communicated with God, but was not God. So now the question becomes, well, what are you talking about? Are you talking about if a Christian says no? Because remember, you're running all over the place, and I'm going to make sure we finish this Trinity argument. If you say that, oh, these are books about God, and we don't know who wrote them, you can take MPH theory, you can take the Matthean posteriori hypothesis, which is Matthew's Luke, and Luke, Mark, or you can take the mainstream view on Q. You can say there's a 2DH theory, the two-document theory. You can see there's a simplification versus the complexity in the didact. You can do all these things, but no Christian thinks that this was God speaking in the New Testament. No Christian believes that, and I've never met a Christian.
I know that. I agree with you about Christians not. I mean, the most Christians can say is that it was inspired by God, right? That the New Testament was
not inspired. It's the story. No. I'll tell you the answer. Not inspired by God. The story of God. When I teach, I've taught many young kids in Sunday school, and I've talked to very young children who we ensure are going to be good Christian children. We don't tell them that Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John is the story, is the word of God. We would never say such a thing. It would be heresy.
Yes, but the most important principles of Christianity come from the canonical Gospels, right? That's where the story of Jesus is contained, and the book of Mark, Matthew, Luke, and John is a testimony of Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John saying that they met a guy called Jesus and he was executed and was resurrected. That is the basis of the Christian narrative. You can't just dismiss it. And therefore, it's like,
don't dismiss it. Why would we dismiss it, Claire? We believe, look, when we recite a lot of it, we believe in one God. We believe it's very, very simple. I'm going to pretend I'm teaching young kids in Sunday school. I'm going to say, here's what we tell you. There is God. God created the universe. God is the source of all order and love. Obeying and worshipping and being devoted to God is your starting point. Then we say God entered the universe. He entered the world as Jesus. He then bore witness. We bear witness of the word, and we bear witness that he was crucified. And by rising from his sins, this is the path to get closer to God. Simple English to a child. Now, you might say, oh, did Jesus exist? Jesus didn't exist. Was he really crucified? Did he die? Were there witnesses in the tomb? What about Thomas pressing the flesh? You can do all these things, but first of all, this is the basis of our faith. Now, if you try to attack the faith, the question is, what's the basis of your attack? Because the claim is Jesus.
All you have to do is compare what Christians are required to believe and the source of their belief, which is Scripture, the New Testament, to what Muslims say. It's like, this is God actually talking to us, and that's what Jews say about their Torah. So the word of God must trump the word of mortal and fallible men. It's like, well, who are Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John? There is no. We're relying on the word of these men whose provenance we cannot ascertain.
No, but that's not true. So you're conflating lots of points. So let's start with this. We believe that God exists, first and foremost. Then we believe God decided to enter. And no, we don't believe, even though I'm a Protestant, that means I'm bound by the 5 pillars, right? The 5 pillars of Protestantism, right, Claire?
I'm a bit vague about. I mean, I know the 5 pillars of Islam.
So basically, for the glory of God alone, sola Deo gloria, and through Scripture alone, sola Scriptura. Then what? By solus Christus, through Christ alone, and faith alone, and the grace of Christ saves us. Now, what that means is God, his divinity, as he enters the world, enters to lay down that exemplar of the saving of the human soul. And that is the belief of it. Do we do this on Scripture alone? No, we don't. Scripture alone is embedded within the other planks of both grace, faith, and the glory of God. Scripture by itself is just a plank. Now, is that Scripture? Can you use the 2-document hypothesis theory? Can we find some other scroll that says, who is Q? We don't care. because what we don't care about is not the scripture in so much as the words. We care them as bearing witness to the word. So you have to understand about Christians, we bear witness. And we are
I know you're saying you prefer to believe what you want to believe in order to remain Christian, but you're not going to be able to persuade non-Christians to accept your logic and your authority. And the only reason why so many Europeans were Christian was because they had no choice. They had to accept that whatever was a religion of their monarch, their absolute monarch, had to be their religion. They had no freedom of belief at all.
But if that argument were true, then in the last 30, 40 years, we wouldn't have converted 700 million Africans to Christianity, would we?
Well, people convert to Christianity because they think,
700 million of my African brothers and sisters in Christ were converted in the last 3 decades without any force.
Yes, and the reason why I can say lots of Chinese convert to Christianity because they can do anything, and there are hardly any restrictions on what they can do as long as they pay up.
We'll take China, Claire. We will topple this materialist filth that runs the Chinese, and hopefully the Chinese people will hear the word and they will come to Christ. Just like 700 million Africans, think of them as our reserve army. A reserve army of Christians, happy to see other parts of the world fall to repair and recover and restore the Corpus Christi, which will always be triumphant. Since Christ arrived, we have been number one. We have never lost number one spot, ever. Maybe if we lose number one spot in Bradford, suppose we lost number one spot in Islington, where they're all English, liberal, degenerate progressives. Maybe we lose it in Bradford, it's been replaced by Muslims. Because the Corpus Christi will remain triumphant. We've always been number one. We will never be anything but number one.
Well,
I don't
think you understand that Christianity was spread through European imperialism. Because if not for the Europeans acquiring their global empires, Christianity would not have achieved its global influence.
Then why did that hold in Africa?
Well, we already know that the Europeans colonized Africa. And it's always been a tradition that, if your people and my people had a tribal war and you won, then it would be assumed that your gods had won over my gods, if we're talking about pre-Christian history, and it would be fair enough for me to worship your God if I lost to you, or it would be fair enough for you to worship my gods if I, my people won. That was how things worked.
If that argument held true, then when was the Berlin Slavery Conference? 1870, 71? So there's nothing to do about imperialism. By the way, God bless the spread of the word by either the book or the sword. God bless the empire spreading the word across the world. I am a fan of the empire. But that
why are you talking about 1871? Can you clarify?
The Berlin Conference on slavery and African colonization, right? So even 1871 is not when we got all the Africans to be Christians. We got them on the last 30 to 40 years. Mainly because of
because the power of the Western Empire just made anybody think, white man's religion, white man, most powerful group in the whole wide world. We will
white man. You're not white man. White man is just serving the best. White man is just the best, has been the best at promoting Christianity, but white man's not alone now.
The white man can be promoting a better religion, i.e. Islam, and make it their own. Why not?
Because if Islam was a better religion, they would have picked it. If you look at the data,
it was their pride would not have allowed them to do such a thing. Look, Britain is the birthplace of Anglicanism. They're not going to just sort of without being shaken up about it.
But God bless all the Muslims. Islam is a fantastic faith. It's a beautiful faith, and I think Muslims should be free to practice their faith outside Europe. Europe does not belong to Islam and the Muslims. Europe belongs to the European people under Christ. Well, America belongs to the European. America was founded by white Anglo-Saxon Protestants.
Yes, and they have chosen to. There's nothing that doesn't stop them from allowing in immigrants, and it seems that they want to allow lots and lots of immigrants to do their labour because they don't even have a working class.
That's okay.
anymore.
We let that working class. That working class has been betrayed by the globalists, betrayed by the atheist secular liberals. Those people who are traitors to the English working class, they will get their comeuppance. So let's separate the political from the theological. But nevertheless, England and the English people and the glorious history of England is a Christian history of English people. It's not a Muslim history. It's not a Hindu history. It's not a Chinese history. It's a
Do you
glorious
know?
people.
Do you know, Ralph, that Henry II threatened to convert to Islam when he was having
I
people
hear all these
problems?
things. I hear all this stuff about Islam, but this is like a fetish for Islam, isn't it? I have no problem with Muslims. They should just move to and live in Islam or live under.
They're not moving anywhere unless you can remove them, and you can't get it together to remove them because you keep importing them to do your dirty work, which you're no longer capable of doing.
But history, Claire, all the way from the gates again, because I know you do like history, has been the history of Islam coming into Europe and then being removed. Islam coming into Europe and then being removed.
Yeah. So if you have no sea defences, the sea will come in and take over your land, and liberalism is no form of defence against internal and external enemies.
Oh, I hate liberalism. Liberalism is irrelevant. Liberalism is just a blip in history.
Well, but this is what we're supposed to be operating under now, whether we like it or not. The official political orthodoxy of the West is liberalism.
It's already been defeated. Liberalism has been defeated by globalism.
Yes, it's now being taken over by intersectionality. That's why we're now supposed to be transgender and use our pronouns in properly.
No, I think you're getting your political theory a bit mixed up. I think you're picking left and liberal, and both of them, you're swapping between them. Let me make the stronger, clearer case in a simple picture. Globalism has defeated conservatism, defeated liberalism, and defeated socialism.
No, the globalism operates under neoconservatism and neoliberalism. That is what American imperialism operates under. Neoliberalism is transnational progressivism, where they move people around, and neoconservatism is bombing the shit out of Muslim countries to get Muslims to come to the West as cheap labor. That is their that is their modus operandi.
Not quite clear. So globalism, what it has done is it's actually leveraged and used and usurped and subsumed those things, but it isn't those things. It has replaced those things, it has taken them over, but it isn't those things. Globalism is not progressivism, and globalism is not capitalism. Globalism is not even liberalism or neoliberalism. Globalism is a new beast. And therefore, liberalism, socialism, and capitalism are useless against the new beast.
Globalism is a logical inevitability of a global empire. I mean, there was globalism even before the American Empire, because the British and the Spanish had an empire on which the sun never set.
No, not at all. Globalism.
And they were moving people around. They were moving goods and services and people around, which is what the slave trade was about. They were helping themselves to resources from different continents of the earth and moving them around to suit their economic interests. That was what global empires do.
You're conflating your equivocation.
And we don't like it. And even Americans reject it, and even Europeans reject it. They're saying, no, we just want to be able to hold our heads up high. We will accept a lower standard of living as long as we can have our self-respect. And that is what I hear.
Now, you're misunderstanding political terms. They're partially right. What you say is partially right. No, first of all, you have to differentiate two things in your head. The difference between globalism and globalization. Globalization is technologically driven. And it only comes up in the late 1990s, circa 96, 97, and the last 20 years, it has been the driving force. It is not political, it is technological. And globalism is an ideology that rides over globalization, which believes that people, information, and goods should be able to move across any borders anywhere. So globalism is not globalization, and what you're referring to is globalization never started before 1996. There was no technological ability.
Well, the internet is globalization. The internet is the human brain in electronic form.
Correct. So that would be one example of a product that is part of globalization. It's not the only one. For example, the harmonization of financial protocols, the harmonization of communication networks.
It's a feature of imperialism. Standardization is a feature of imperialism.
No, it isn't.
China started doing that after the first emperor united China, when it had its first war of Chinese unification.
Claire, you're misunderstanding words and misusing them. Globalization means the whole globe, not part of a globe. An empire is not globalization. It's only a part of a globe.
Yeah, but if the empire is global, then you would have globalization.
No, there's never been a global empire. The largest empire in the history of man is the British Empire, and it just came under 72% of the world. And it was not global. It was just imperial. Globalization is a single connected infrastructure, and it never existed before 1996. So once you park any ideologies that prior to that, any label, and you can't do a like-by-like comparison, then you ask yourself, well, what is globalism? Globalism is an ideology as opposed to globalization, which is a technological driver, and it's not just the internet. I can give you all the components of it. Globalism has beaten all the other ideologies. So if you're conservative like myself, if you're illiberal like myself, if you believe that England belongs to the English under God like I do, just like I believe Germany belongs to Germans, you can't use the old ideologies to defeat globalism.
Why not? It's not exactly unknown for the English to change their religion when they realize it's no good. But to change their religion at least twice.
Why would they swap? Why, as a liberal, why do you want them to swap religions? Why do you think?
You should treat a religion like a working boiler.
Claire, you don't, because you're not conservative or right wing. Let me explain right wing thinking to you from the right wing canon. The right wing canon binds identity by the principle of blood and soil and spirit. My blood is my people, my ethnicity, right? My place, my land is England, and I have my faith. So, for example, the Jewish people are a family of ethnicities. Their chosen land is Israel, and they are adherent, observant to the Sabbath and Hashim. The English people's blood and soil and spirit, like the Germans, their brothers, are under Christ. You cannot walk in as a secular liberal and say, hey, do I give you a secular product switch? It is not in their blood. It is not in their soil. Every English word, every building, every town, every song, every tune, every harmony.
Well, if they acknowledge the existence of God, then they might wish to see it now.
It doesn't matter if they don't. We will let them die, and our young Christians will take them over. I don't care if we lost.
I don't think there are enough young Christians to repopulate.
That's exactly what we're intending to do. It's exactly what we want to do. Can you see the Christian birth rates in the United States? It's 5.6 children per family.
Well, they seem helpless to
this is a temporary
intersectionality.
No, but
of the American political establishment.
You're jumping all the shop. Now you're jumping back to some left-wing idea of intersectionality. Just stay on one thing at a time. No. So if you think there's a time window and we see this erosion and this temporary collapse, we will see it being replaced and substituted by something else theologically. But more importantly, the game is now different. It doesn't matter if you're progressivism, liberalism, secularism. None of them can be globalism. The only things that can be globalism, there are a few techniques, populism.
Yeah, you can break up the American empire.
Let the American empire fall. Let it fall. If it's going to be replaced.
Because the American empire has not been good for white people, has it?
But let it fall. Let them be a 30% Muslim population. Let them be sexual degenerates. And let them be a potent Christian European force. And then let's have the conflict. Because we will win that conflict because we won every 104 caliph conflicts. We won't lose that conflict. Christians are not going to lose militarily. We have God on our side. The European people
the Christians are practically extinct.
What are you talking about? The Christians are the largest group in the world.
They are weak in spirit and weak of intellect.
Well, you're talking to someone who's not weak in spirit. If I had my way, I would behead you for speaking such blasphemy.
Well, and if you did, then you would be
more
repentant to reason. Because Christians have traditionally used violence to win their theological arguments.
What's wrong with violence?
What's wrong with violence? Well, I'll let you condemn yourself. We're talking about.
But why would I condemn myself? I say it's under the grace of God.
Because you just want to go back to the time when Christians waged crusades.
You can't go back, Claire. You can never go back in time. One of the beauties of time
that's what you're doing. You're saying you're referring to the past the whole time.
Oh, come on, Claire. That's a myth that we want to go back to the 1500s. That's ridiculous. We can see a glorious
Well,
future.
that was when, Christians slaughtered Jews and Muslims at will, and this is what you wish to return to.
No, I don't wish to return to that.
Well, you just talked about beheading me.
No, but that's because you see the good. But that's because you're saying
Christians it would be more appropriate for you to say burn me.
But you see, Claire, let's take turns. You're saying as a Claire, you're saying as a liberal, you want to blaspheme and insult Christians.
I'm not a liberal. If I were liberal, I would be part of the liberal establishment.
But you're
not even using your words correctly to accuse and insult me.
No, Claire, that's why I try to explain the right-wing ontology. For you to be a conservative, you must have components of blood and soil and spirit. You're a Chinese woman, so you don't have the blood of the English.
Are you saying that there are lots of non-white people in the Conservative Party?
May I finish my point? What I'm saying is, to be a true conservative, you must adhere to the conservative ontologies of blood and soil and spirit. You're a Chinese woman. I'm not English. You're not English. We're both occupying as guests the land of the English, and you're there with no faith. At least for me, I'm as part of Christendom, and I've got English genetics in me.
I see myself.
So you are, as someone who is not a conservative, you could be a conservative in China, Malaysia. You are actually a liberal because you don't believe in God. So therefore, you're rationalist and materialist.
I'm agnostic.
But agnostics are transsexuals who haven't come out. You either believe in God or you don't. Agnosticism is just people are transitioning, right? Right, Claire?
No, I'm not transitioning. I'm just accepting that it is
transition one way or the other, right? You're
impossible for people for the existence or non-existence of God.
Claire, my dear, in the Holy Scriptures, Claire, let me reach out. I can tell you that you're transitioning because you've rejected this for some material.
What's this book you're holding up?
Right? So some material.
What's this book you're holding up? What's the book you're holding up?
No, so my point is, if you look at when I call you a liberal, why are you a liberal philosophically?
Well, nobody thinks of me as a liberal. They think of me as a radical, a fair.
No, Claire, all conservatives I speak to think you're liberal.
Which ones? I don't believe what you say.
Otherwise I'm talking about you, Claire. Do you know what makes a liberal? What is liberalism, Claire?
Well, liberal intellectuals won't be able to tell you that. Liberalism is whatever anyone claiming to be liberal claims it is, who is in a position of political power.
I want an educated opinion. What is liberalism? If you went to Oxford to study political theology or the history of politics, what would liberalism be defined as?
I will be given a lot of crap about,
it would be defined let me help you, Claire, because you can't answer the question simply. Liberalism is the product of the Enlightenment. Liberalism, remember you keep talking about these revolutions.
Liberalism is a product of the French Revolution.
May I please finish? But what is the product intellectually? What does it say? It is given of God in exchange for reason.
Yes.
You put your reason of your brain and your mind ahead of God.
No, I refer to God's revelation in the Quran.
You can refer to it all you like, just like I can identify. That's why I say you're transitioning. I could identify as a woman all I like, but I'm not a woman. It doesn't matter if I identify as a woman or I refer to
I identify as an agnostic and a secular Quranist.
So you're basically a liberalism.
No, it's not liberalism because I'm basing my political ideology on a book revealed by God or believed to be revealed by God by Muslims. I'm not saying these are all my ideas.
Claire, my dear, that's like me saying I identify as a woman. If I say identify as a woman, let's say Claire, I said to you, I identify as a Chinese woman. Does that make me a Chinese woman? It doesn't, does it?
You or me? I mean, obviously, I.
No, you say you identify with conservatism doesn't make you one. What makes you conservative, first and foremost, is do you reject the right?
Then we have to define conservatism, and conservatism is only a defensive ideology.
I'm trying to, because I can do it in my sleep, and you seem to be not permitting me to help you understand. So modernism, which is the birth, the Enlightenment, modernity is the birthplace of liberalism. What it does first and foremost is it introduces experience and reason, objectivism in exchange for God.
Yes,
Now,
I don't
you do
deny
the
that.
same thing. You do the same thing, don't you? You've rejected God, and you
No,
want
I
logic.
don't. I actually think that.
You want truth and logic, not God, right?
No, no. I want truth, logic, and morality.
Yeah, so not God,
And
right?
morality comes from
Correct.
religion. Religion
No, it
comes
comes
from
from
God. Yeah.
it doesn't. No, you are claiming, and you're saying in your own words. I'm not putting words in your mouth. You are claiming truth and logic and morality before God.
Yeah, but the morality in the form
Therefore,
of the
you are a
seven
liberal.
Noahide laws.
That you're liberal.
I'm not liberal. Nobody believes what you say that I'm a liberal.
Would you
I
like
mean,
me
the
to
Liberal
bring? Would you
Party
like to
would.
be bring out? Would you like me to bring out professors and PhDs and diagrams to show you what you don't understand? I can do that at the drop of a hat.
All right, all right. I mean, if you're going to sort of show me to be a liberal, but I mean, you won't find any public intellectual who's a liberal to say, "Oh, Claire, you are a liberal."
Absolutely.
They
Let
would
me.
they
I've
consider
actually
me
reached out.
a
I've reached out to
heretic to liberalism.
No, let me show you exactly why. And I'm trying to help you out here, Claire. So we'll help you in your struggles, right? So this is a fantastic one of my favorite philosophers living today, Stephen Hicks. Go watch his videos. I'll put some links in your comment section for others. Let's do this, shall we? Am I sharing my screen? Is it coming through?
Here we are. Let's add to the stream.
Brilliant.
Okay.
So let's just show you this picture. Let's copy what I want, the image in the new tab. Let's open the image and let's swap the image. And let's put it back over here so it's easy to see. Here's where you sit. You see modernism in the middle column. It says that how I know things is by experience and reason. This is the birthplace of the Enlightenment. This is the philosophical underpinnings of the revolutions you speak about. But what are the people who don't agree with this? They believe in God first. They believe faith, mysticism, the supernatural determines what I do. You don't. You believe in experience, reason, truth, logic, morality, which is why, if you see the third column over here, this is why you've allowed the left to beat you. Because once the liberals in the middle gave up God on the left just walked over them. So are you a conservative liberal? Well, you don't put God first.
I promote a theocracy. What does that sounds like social conservatism, doesn't it?
No, it isn't. You don't promote a theocracy. A theocracy is not the same as, no, but secularism is non-theocratic. A theocracy would not be secular, would it? Secular
Yes,
means
I call it
separation.
secular Quranism because I am aware that most Westerners are not Muslims,
Okay, so then
but
you're
secular
lying.
Quranism was
But then
created
you're lying, though,
for
aren't you?
these non-Muslim Westerners.
But then you're lying, aren't you? So which is it?
I'm not lying.
Okay, but then
I've
you know
explained the
hang
situation
on,
to
Claire.
them.
Hang on, Claire. You should be able to defend this. Secularism, would you agree the word secular means non-theocratic?
Yes, I know that. I know
Okay,
that.
brilliant. So which words are you promoting? Theocratic Quranism or secular
It's a
Quranism?
synthesis of reason and morality.
Which makes you a liberal. Look.
Well, I don't think you'll be able to find a single liberal who'll say, "Oh, Claire, you're one of us liberals."
Oh, absolutely. Look, you don't. You just don't. Let me help you out. You don't understand the Enlightenment. Let's put this in over here, and you'll see why you are. I'm just trying to help you out here. So let's just zoom this up. You see the Enlightenment there. Reason, Bacon, Descartes, Locke. Reason in the 1620s, in the back of Galileo and Kepler. Reason, giving up God, gave me individualism. That gives me liberalism. Look at your favorite revolutions. They came from individualism. Notice the brilliance and the genius of the English and the Scots there, right? Liberalism coming on the back of individualism. How are you allowed to be individualistic? How are you allowed to just speak your mind freely without any punishment? Because you put reason before God.
No. The First Amendment is based on the verse in the Quran.
Look, liberalism. Because why? Liberalism, because why? Claire the individualistic. Why? Because Claire who wants truth and logic detached from God.
No,
intellectual measure, you're a liberal.
My moral system on the Quran.
But that doesn't matter. That doesn't mean to identify as a Chinese woman. It doesn't mean anything. It's meaningless to Muslims.
Well, they know exactly what I meant, and they got scared. That's why they kicked me.
But you see,
I was a CIA operative or something.
Look, the entire traffic's a liberal, my dear. So the question is, if you look at the glory,
it just won't stick. I won't even bother to deny it. I'm not a liberal, and no liberal would claim me as one of them.
Oh, they would not want you because of certain of your views, but I don't care what other people think. And what I'm going to do is hold you up under the scrutiny of the intellectual tradition of the European canon, not Ralph's tradition, the tradition of the great European canon. And I'm going to hold myself to it. I'm going to hold you to it. I'm going to hold any other person to it. And by any measure, you are liberal because you've given up God. Your blood and soul and spirit is not English. You're not English in England. You might be a conservative in Malaysia, for example. I'm only past that because I believe in God and because I have both English genetics. I'm a guest in England. And of course, because I'm fighting on the side of blood and soul and spirit, makes me an ally to the conservatives. But you're none of those things. You want to introduce a foreign faith. You want to introduce a foreign faith to England. You want to introduce people who are foreign to England. And you want to introduce them
to... I've always supported anti-immigration parties like you.
So will you deport all the Muslims?
I can only deport illegal immigrants. So I have
no Prime Minister tomorrow, Claire.
Muslim British citizens.
Let me give you some quick tests. Claire. Tomorrow I wave my magic wand and I make you a Prime Minister. Would you deport all non-European, non-Christians?
No, I can only deport illegal immigrants.
So you're liberal, right?
The proper right to be.
So you won't deport foreigners, you won't deport foreign faiths. You can't claim to be on the side of the English blood and soul and spirit, can you?
Well, I am on the side of due process. I'm not just going to take people's passports or legal rights just because I come to power.
Precisely what a liberal would say, Claire, and that's good on you. And I think good liberals would stand with you and say,
I think a Muslim would say that. Well, or anyone who cares about due process, or any lawyer who understands the nature and purpose of due process.
Liberal ideas, right?
No, it does
due
not.
Process. Where does due process come from? You've got some legal training in you, haven't you? You did some legal college stuff. Where does due process and the rights of man come from?
It comes from jurisprudence, and the whole idea of legal process
where does particularly this jurisprudence come from? It comes from what and who?
Okay, it comes from the Noahide law of establishing a legal and court system. Nonsense. Otherwise, you're just subject to arbitrary justice.
Nonsense, Claire.
And that's not justice.
Nonsense, Claire, comes from modern liberalism, which comes particularly from writers like Hobbes and everyone else, and the rights of man, doesn't it? It comes from Rousseau, doesn't it? It comes
no. Due process comes from jurisprudence. Jurisprudence comes from, I would say, the no positive requirement to establish a court and legal system in your society.
Claire, you should understand that these principles are Enlightenment liberal principles. Let's go get to test.
Some of them are universal.
Would you deport legal people who are legal in here who are not?
No, of course I'm not going to say that. Nor would I do it.
You're liberal, right? You believe in their liberal rights.
No, that's not even liberal. It's like you have to follow the rules. I go on about the rules, and if I we're just seem to be breaking my own rules or anybody else's rules, without properly.
Right. So, but these are liberal rules, right? So you believe in human rights.
No, I have to respect.
Do you believe in the human rights? Do you believe in respect? No, forget respect. I made you an autocratic. You talk of theocracy. I made you the autocratic ruler of England.
Do you know that even Hitler suspended the constitution? That's all he did. He suspended the Weimar constitution.
Claire, my dear, you are running around the place. Let's just come back to Papa here. I waved a magic wand, and you are now the autocratic, theocratic ruler of England. Would you, for example, remove non-English people?
No, I'm not going to do that. I would, if I were going to do any of that, there would be due process, like, they would be given notice or whatever, but that's not what I'm proposing to do.
So basically, if I use the right...
I would be using secular Quranism as...
So can you see, therefore, you cannot be considered right-wing? Everything, all your answers are liberal, Claire.
Whatever. I do identify as a secular Quranist, though.
I can identify as a Chinese woman, doesn't make me one. I don't care what you self-identify. I don't care what you present as. I care what comes out of the content of your speech. The content of your speech was, let me give them human rights, let me give them due process, let me give them a fair way. None of these ontologies are conservative. None of them care about the tradition of the English people in England to be English.
You're saying
ontologies of liberalism.
you're saying so in the same position. If you became absolute monarch of England, you'd be kicking yourself out, right? Would you?
Myself, oh good Lord, I would refuse that the absolute monarch of England. The first condition for me would he be English and Christian. The idea of a non-Englishman ruling England is just horrid. And a non-Christian ruling England who's English is also horrid. An English king who's Christian sounds glorious. It sounds right.
The English are not what they
English person? Why
are
would
not
you want
what they were.
Rishi Sunak is not English and he's not even a Christian.
Yes, I mean, it is a terrible humiliation for the.
He's a great human being. He's a wonderful human being.
With a choice of a prime minister between a rock and a hard place. I do feel deeply sorry.
But they're both liberals. You see, they're globalists. They're both they're globalist liberals. Because notice again, can you see the scorecard I'm holding you up against? I'm holding Rishi Sunak up. I'm holding myself against. There is no English blood and soil and spirit, and therefore it fails the smell test, whether it's just a bog standard conservative. I'm not even talking about right-wing ideologies. I'm just talking what makes you an English conservative. Well, you would have to be English. You'd want to conserve the English traditions of the people in the place. And
they have to be Anglican, I suppose, if you're going to go by their traditions. That they would have to be Anglican as well to
I'm happy to make peace with the Orthodox. I'm happy to make peace with my Orthodox and Catholic brothers. But yeah, English is you look at the greatness of the United States, Claire. You know what? I mean, I've lived in 20 years. I did my research in the United States. You know what made the United States great? 4 letters: white, Anglo-Saxon, Protestants.
Yeah, they've lost their supremacy. What supremacy has been lost? They have lost their Protestant work ethic after half a century of feminism. They have destroyed themselves genetically.
But why do you wish them so hard? Well, a lot of people ask me this about you, Claire. It's like, why are you so anti-English and anti-Christian?
No, I'm not anti-English. I think there's a lot of good about Westerners, except that they're just, suffering from some degenerative moral disease, and they can't help themselves. They can't think straight. They are basket cases.
But one of my many talents, Claire, is the ability to pick up things like vibration in tones of language and vibration in shapes of words. You seem to always revel in it. You don't. I don't detect remorse, sadness. I don't detect
remorse about what. I have to get things done. I'm not, going to be wearing my heart on my sleeve. I have to point out what the problem is, and in order for them to move over to secular Quranism, they have to realize that Christianity and liberalism are kaput, and it can't be repaired. So you and I are disagreed about the vehicle for the English to restore themselves, and I'm saying it can't be Christianity. I know exactly what Anglicanism, and therefore it has to be secular Quranism.
But Claire, let me just before we address the second one, because you did jump all over the place. But let's just hold for a second on that first point. I'm asking a deeper question, a question of spirit, which I think is difficult for liberals and atheists to answer. I don't detect any, as a Christian, I don't detect any emotion. I don't detect any care. I don't detect any empathy for the plight of the English. What I do detect is a kind of, the German would be the Schadenfreude. Yeah? You almost take a little pleasure in their pain. You almost are happy.
I'm only obeying chapter 18, verse 4 of the Quran, which says, admonish those who claim that God has begotten his son. I am following it to the letter, and I know Muslims aren't able to do it themselves because
they're Alhamdulillah, mashallah, Allah can guide the Muslims. Alhamdulillah, mashallah, Allah will guide the Muslims. But let's focus on the English and England, which is not Muslim and will never be Muslim. Right? So why is it that you constantly detect Schadenfreude in you? Why do you get pleasure out of the suffering of white people, the English Christians?
No, maybe they need to suffer in order to realize that it is hopeless with Christianity and it cannot be revived. And if they want to revive it, they would have to return to the Christian practice of burning heretics at the stake. Is this what you want?
We don't. No, we don't.
You actually relish the idea of whatever.
Look, I spent a good year and a half. I'll be back in London if you'd like to meet up at Hyde Park in a few weeks. I'll be briefly making a flying visit back to Blighty. But
Sure.
no, not at all. When you look at repairing the German people, my experience over here, and all the German churches, Calvinist churches, no, the solution is slow, stoic, steady reinstilling of Christian values into Christian children. These 3 generations and 2 generations were lost, but my Zoomer mates, they're not lost, and their children and grandchildren will not be lost. They will never be feminists. They will not be degenerate. They will restore Christians. Our job, Claire, our generation, you and me, is to pave the way, at least I speak for myself and not for you, I'm not a liberal, is to pave the way for the restoration of the English people, for the restoration of the folk of
restoration of the patriarchy. And that
absolutely.
Be done with
patriarchy means nothing without God. You can't use the word and just identify.
I can call God the hypothetical supreme authority whose existence cannot be denied.
Well, I could identify as an African woman. It doesn't mean anything. There's no meaning.
Well, I mean, nobody can deny the existence of the hypothetical supreme authority, including atheists, because atheists have to acknowledge the concept of the Abrahamic God in order to deny his actual existence. So,
patriarchy without God. It's just me
identifying. It supports marriage and family values, which means
under what? Under what? Why should I support marriage? Under God.
I'm sorry, I don't understand your question.
Well, there is no patriarchy without God.
Well, there is no patriarchy without the widespread practice of marriage and the privileging of married couples over unmarried parents who should be treated as sex offenders, according to chapter 24, verse 2 of the Quran.
But laws don't keep man and woman together. God does.
I think people obey the law in order to avoid punishment.
Let me give you some example. Abortion, I don't care if abortion is legal or illegal. I love the fact that we defeated Ho v. Wade, but I don't care if it's legal or not legal in states. I care that it is a sin. Now you say, it's just a hypothetical surrogate father. It's a hypothetical surrogate daddy that is going to be the root of the patriarchy. It's the problem of liberalism. You're responsible for the same problem that allowed it to occur in the first place. You're selling me the same disease and telling me it's the cure. You're selling me the same.
How? Because if you shame sluts and slut fuckers with chapter 24, verse 2 of the Quran, they'll stop doing it because nobody wants to be lashed 100 times in public for their bastards.
Subhanallah, let the glory of the Quran be practiced by the Muslims in Islamistan.
I think it's an inevitability that the West will, Westerners, when they regain their senses, will see that there is no other option but secular Quranism in order to assist their transition from matriarchy into theocracy.
Claire, you don't understand the history of Islam and Christianity. 104 caliphs have been defeated since the history of Islam. The last one was defeated Hear me out, Claire. The last one was defeated by a Schäferhund in the special forces by the Americans. You think
what are you talking about? I'm sorry, I don't get
a German Shepherd was part of the last team that beat the last attempt to form a caliph. Do you think the Muslims are going to be allowed to take Europe? Do you have any example of history that the Muslims have not been removed from Europe?
No, I'm not proposing that to hire these brown Muslims to tell me how to do something.
I'm not a racist, Claire. I don't care if they're black, yellow, brown, or white. I care that they're not Christian.
I'm saying that the white man can, with a little bit of help, interpret Quranic principles.
Why would the white man?
In a way that is not
ever take up a foreign
humanity and reason?
But why would a white man take up a religion that is against his blood and soul and spirit?
Because it is necessary to restore the patriarchy if they're not to suffer
from
progressive degeneracy.
But why wouldn't they just take the natural patriarchy, God the Father, God the Son, under their look around you? Let me tell you a little story. Recently, you know that homosexual, one of your types, the homosexual Muslim Paul from Blogging Theology.
Paul Williams.
Yeah, he's in Berlin right now. Judging by his thing, and he took a photograph by the Schloss of Charlottenburg, which is just down the road from my house. It's one of the most beautiful palaces. I live like a quarter of a mile, half a mile from one of the most beautiful palaces in the world. It was built by European Germans for the glory of their kings and queens under Christianity. It doesn't look like a mosque. It doesn't look, it's aesthetics, it's axiology, it's beauty. Everything about it is.
What about St. Basil's in Moscow? Isn't it a bit mosque-y?
But why do you want to infect them, the European people, with a foreign disease?
It's not foreign, because if God created
Jesus Christ, you know what chat? Most of the chat will be European, I suspect. Give me a one in the chat.
But I'm saying, okay, if they believe in God,
the chat, and you think Islam is not aesthetically European, I'll start with the one. You think Islam is just aesthetically European?
It's not nothing to do. I'm talking about theology and morality and politics and what our laws should be. I don't care about the architecture. You know, a lot of Christian architects did build beautiful buildings. I'm not going to deny that.
I've been to probably more Muslim countries than you, and I love looking at geometric patterns and tiles of Islamic, and I think it's beautiful, and it should remain as part of Islamic culture over there. But it isn't European. When I walk down,
the most important thing to concentrate on is the genetics of future generations, and they shouldn't be from unmarried parents.
Not genetics by itself. Genetics by itself is a dead end. It just leads to ethnicity and race. Ethnicity and race without God is a dead end, right? If I walk out to my house, I take a left, I turn down, I'm on Kurfürstendamm. On the other side, I'm on Kaiserdamm and Kranstrasse. These roads are imperial. They're arguably one of the most beautiful roads in the world, is where I live off.
I'm certainly not going to say that there's anything wrong with European architecture.
It was built by the Prussians in a glorious statement of God, Germania, and the German people under Christianity. If I replace it with the crescent moon, it will not look German.
I'm not proposing that there be some kind of architecture to replace their cathedrals. I'm not proposing to knock their churches and demolish their cathedrals. I'm not proposing anything of the sort.
But Claire, as a non-Christian and a non-English woman, you constantly mock the religion and the people, white people, don't you?
It is necessary to mock their religion, to point out to them that they cannot defend against my accusations of idolatry. They cannot defend themselves.
But I gave you plenty of opportunities. You can do it again, but you ran all over the place, and you couldn't even scratch.
You can't prove that Jesus is God. You can repeat your catechism, of course, but it wouldn't make sense.
Can you prove Muhammad received the revelation from God?
I don't need to. All I need to do is prove that the Quran is the best available guide to humanity. That's all I need to prove. You can't find a better guide to humanity than
this is a very non-European thing. It's a non-European way of doing taqiyya. You're sliding and slipping away. Let me ask you two questions. Can you prove Moses received the word of God on Mount Sinai? Can you prove Muhammad received revelation?
No, of course I can't. I can just refer to authority, but I can prove that the Quran is the best available guide to humanity.
Everyone tries to make this point to you. Because you're an atheist liberal, notice you're using reason again to disprove all three Abrahamic faiths. So all three Abrahamic faiths are going to shun you.
Look, if God exists, he would be truth, logic, and morality. Wouldn't you agree?
He wouldn't.
If God exists.
That would be liberal. If God does exist, and God means truth, logic, and morality are subservient to the belief in God. You make them primacy because you have the age of reason because you have no choice. I will invoke Luke 23 and forgive you, Claire, for you know not what you do. Right? So I can invoke scripture in the top of my head to forgive you for what you know not what you do, because you can't help it. See, when all I have is a hammer, everything looks like a nail. When all I have is liberal, secular, truth, logic, and morality, everything looks like argumentation.
Well, of course, you have to make your point so that at least what your arguments are logical and based on sound reasoning. And I am based on sound reasoning. I am saying
it's daunting, Claire. I have a formidable grasp of logic. I mean, most people can't even argue with me on logic. I don't use logic to put my grasp of reasoning as primacy. My reasoning is a gift from God. It is subservient to my reasoning. It is a slave to my belief. And my belief in God tells me England belongs to the English under Christendom. A reason is downstream from that. I can beat you with reason and logic only because I know that it's a divine right of the Englishman to live in England.
But most Englishmen are not Christians. They're not Christians, and neither are you, Ralph. How come you didn't get yourself confirmed? What
This
made
is
you
all nothing.
skip
This
this
is
step?
all you duck. Look, you keep ducking, swerving. But for the history of England, for the majority of its history, it has been Christian. This modern temporary disease,
So what?
this malaise, Claire, this malaise is temporary. It's like a cancer. It will be cured. It will be cured
Yes,
by
Christianity is a malaise. It
God
is a
bless the Zoomer
cancer. I'm
generation.
saying cut it out and replace it with something better.
No, but you can't. What you're trying to do is infect it with something foreign. Which again,
It's not.
you duck the question: Why do you want to look? If I came up to you, why would I want to inject you with a poison? Why would I want to give you something that's toxicity is fundamentally anti your body?
You are being Islamophobic if you're going to
Why?
equate Islam
No,
with
I'm not.
poison.
God bless every Muslim on this world.
But
Alhamdulillah,
you call their
the
religion
Muslims be allowed
poison.
to practice their faith in Islamistan. I would defend the right. I will
Yes, so
argue
you're
against.
going to expel all these Muslims. I mean, well done, Ralph, for being
Why would I
talking
expel?
like a member of the NF.
I'm like you, Claire. I'm just an elderly Asian migrant. We both share something common, right? We're both elderly Asian migrants, right? The question is, who do you serve? I serve God and the host nations of the people that which I.
Okay. Look, I know you are
Elderly
wary
Asian migrant.
of offending your Christian overlords, being a Christian yourself. Well,
Why would I
I
offend?
actually dispute that you are properly Christian since you're not confirmed. But I
You,
have.
but you think I care about what I have been to church more times than you've had rational thoughts. I pray to God
I've
more than you
visited
pray to
quite
God
a
that I
few
communicate.
churches too in
My
my time.
relationship, my
I'm a
relationship
cultural
with God.
Christian.
But my
I'm a
relationship
cultural
with God,
Christian.
listen, Claire, my relationship with God is immune to anyone, including my priests. Right? I'm a Protestant. I don't care about even my closest
Okay,
family.
well, when you meet your maker, I mean, you have to understand that God won't be agreeing to disagree with you, that Jesus is also him. I mean, this is something I have to
Okay,
point
let's
out.
do the Trinity again,
If he
Claire. I know
exists, if you
but Claire,
believe
let's
in
do the
him.
Trinity once more. Let's do the Trinity. Let me ask you some questions. Suppose I made
Yes,
you God.
the time
Suppose I made you
war.
God, Claire. But Claire, calm down, sweetheart. Look, suppose I made you God for a day, right? I said you were God, and you looked at the world, and you thought the world was not working right, and you thought the world had gone awry, and you wanted to do something with God. And what you wanted to do was create the best exemplar for man. Here comes my wonderful lunch. And you wanted to create the best exemplar for man, and you wanted to enter your own creation, simultaneously, concurrently maintaining absolute divinity. How would you do it, Claire?
No, I would be communicating with my creation through scripture. It's like,
No, no,
look,
no, no,
Jews,
but suppose
follow what I said in the Torah.
I'm
Look,
sorry, Claire,
Gentiles, follow what I said in the
not
Quran.
answering the
That's
question.
what I do, and that's
Not
what he's
answering the
done.
question. Not answering the question. Let me try once more. Don't hide from
No,
it. This
no,
is
no.
Claire. This
Look,
is Claire. You brag a lot about being able to take on Christians. Here I am. Don't let's speak calmly.
yeah,
Let's
because you're talking over me.
This is the Christian
I'm
Inquisition.
answering I'm trying to answer your question, and you're cutting me off because you
Okay,
don't
you
like
answer.
my
I'm
answer.
so sorry, Claire. Okay,
Okay, so you're saying the best way for God to communicate with His creation is to enter the world as somebody, as another man, and then get himself crucified and create all the confusion, like, well, is he or isn't he, and whatever, and well, I'm saying that's not very effective. So because really, if you enter the world as just another man, you're not going to be listened to. Your
Okay, so Claire, can we
authority
stop
will
again by putting
always
three
be
points, Claire?
doubted.
One point at a time, so we don't go too fast. So you made two claims over there. One that he couldn't enter, he shouldn't enter the man, and he wouldn't be a perfect communication. You prefer scripture, but that's easily refuted by the most recognizable person and the most read book in the history of humanity is Jesus Christ and the Bible. Clearly been super effective.
Well, no,
But
if
he
you
didn't
wanted
answer
to
my
ask me an
question, Claire.
awkward question, may I suggest the awkward question that you should ask me is like, well, if Christianity is wrong, why did God allow it? That would be the better question to
I don't have
answer.
to answer that question at all because my faith is inviolate. The question I have asked you, but notice you didn't answer my question. When I said if he had to enter as a human to communicate, you said I would have chosen scripture. So you ducked the question. So, question once more: if God had to enter his creation to communicate with us, why wouldn't he use the most powerful form, which is the exemplar of a perfect divine being? Notice
Well,
Jesus Christ
okay,
did not defend
you,
himself in the Sanhedrin, right? Did he? He went to his death because he was only born to die. Christ was instantiated.
So God would appear to have contradicted himself, because the story of Abraham and Isaac was that God said, "Don't practice human sacrifice, don't do it anymore," and that was a message, and now God said, "I'm going to sacrifice my only son to save you from your sins." That's an obvious contradiction which Christians haven't spotted after 2,000 years. So
but the combined beauty and the strength and the wisdom and the genius of the European Christian canon remains unscathed by it. I talk to atheists, I talk to modern people, I talk to Muslims. One of my favorite channels is Jews for Judaism, and this is the entire combined intellect of the Jewish people attacking Christianity. And I look at them and
these Jews are afraid of their Christian overlords. That's why they won't do what I ask of them.
I would not underrate the Jewish scholarship on the Torah. I mean, if there's anyone who can mount an attack on Christianity theologically, it would be Jewish rabbis. Some like shared Jews for Judaism, for example.
Well, they're already doing it.
None of these things scratch our faith. I haven't heard a single argument.
But because you're immune to reason. You're basically just ignoring all the arguments. And anyway, these Jews are too afraid of their Christian overlords to call them idolaters. That's why I have to do it. And so do these Muslims who believe in God. They're too afraid to do it either.
When you lose God.
So I have to do it for these apparently believing Jews and believing Muslims.
Watch the rabbi. He is fantastic. He's a formidable articulator. He spent his entire life trying to demolish Christianity.
Who's this?
You wouldn't even scratch the toenail on his feet in terms of his theological knowledge.
Tovia Singer? Are you talking about Tovia Singer?
No.
Who are you talking about? Which rabbi are you talking about then?
You don't know about Jews for Judaism?
Well, I've heard of them, but I didn't know there was a particular...
Oh my God, Claire, you're going to love this. You're going to love this, because you need some allies in your fight against Christ. You can't win. We need some good allies, and I'm going to bring up this channel.
So you think Jews for Judaism are going to support me?
Allow me to share my screen, and you will love this. So let me share my window, Chrome tab, Jews for Judaism. This could be right up your street, my dear. But I don't think the Muslims are going to buy this. Here's Jews for Judaism. He's a Canadian rabbi. I'm a huge fan. He's fantastic. He is really intelligent. He's got formidable knowledge. I think he reads Aramaic as well. And he just constantly, relentlessly breaks down verse by verse what Judaism is, why Judaism and Christianity are not the same thing at all, how anyone claiming Judaism and Christianity are the same thing is stupid. It's a formidable voice, but he can't scratch our faith.
Well, because you've just decided you're not going to be moved by reason. That's why you're immune to these arguments. You just said whatever your arguments were not moving from Christianity.
Correct.
And Christianity is based on absurdity.
But I mean, to see my point. So therefore, if you imagine the glory of the European people, particularly the ones I care about, the Anglospheres, Germans, they are going to have to look at around their society, understand the collective sin, look at the fact that they're going to be demographically.
A collective sin is 2,000 years of idolatry and blasphemy. That's a collective sin.
Not a single Christian has ever done idolatry. The fact that you call it that just means you call it that.
Well, Jews and Muslims call it that. So Christians are outnumbered.
I don't care who calls anything. All I know is I've never worshipped.
You're not going to be moved by any argument. You're just able to say something to deny reason. Because that's your objective.
But Claire, I showed you the diagram. Look, your liberal credentials keep coming out. You keep putting reason as the forefront. You keep giving reasons.
Yeah, the Quran exhorts Muslims.
You keep bringing Muslims. Can we just talk about Europeans and Christians? We don't care about Muslims. Muslims are not from here. Right? So, let's just think about Europeans and Christianity. Just focus just on England identity Christians. The English are going to look at the glorious history of the English people. They look at everything that transformed the world under God. They've lost 2 to 3 or 4 generations, and they're going to look around at their collective sin, their collective punishment, and God bless the I was going to
and
swear, God bless
repent.
my dreamers. They're going to restore the glory of God.
They have to first repent, and their repentance would take the form of moving away from Anglicanism and Christianity towards Islam. That is the only repentance that will be acceptable to God if he exists.
Why? Why would they take on something that is foreign?
I didn't see why you can't accept that Christianity
It's
a
foreign.
spent force. That was why it was replaced by liberalism.
It's not a spent
It is
force.
now a spent force.
It's not a spent force. We have 65% of just about 60% of the
Numbers
world's
count for nothing.
we have 60% of the world's money, most of the smartest people in the world, the most influential religion in the world ever, most of the power. What do you mean we're spent force? We're number one. We dominate you. What do you mean it's spent
All
force?
empires fall, Ralph. I think you
dominate
also know that
everything.
all
We
empires
dominate
fall.
the world. There's no president in the United States who's ever going to be president without being a Christian. Even a fake Biden is a fake Christian. We're not dare say he's not Christian. There's no power in the world that operates without Christian power, including now, God bless my African brothers and sisters, 700 million African Christians. So if the fallen Europeans cannot control their borders, and there's going to be mass migration, I want it to be African Christians. They won't be charged.
African Muslims.
Why would I want Muslims?
Half the Africans are Muslims.
Okay,
right?
Claire, would you let a lot of young Muslim men in your house with your young daughter?
Well, if they're female, if
what about males?
they're decent Muslims, obviously.
What's the question, Claire? Would you let Muslim men into your house with your daughter? Why would you want the same upon England that you don't want upon yourself?
Well, I think your question assumes that they're going to rape.
I didn't say any such thing. I said, would you allow them? And there was a long, pregnant pause.
It's not frightened. I'm just trying to think through the implication.
The truth is, you would never do it, would you, Claire? Now, why do you want to wish this upon the English people?
I don't have.
What has England done to hurt you, Claire? Tell me. You can tell me. I will forgive you anything. What have the English in England done to you that makes you want to hurt them so badly?
I don't want to hurt them.
Why do you want to eat foreign?
I actually want to help them, but it seems that they are beyond help because they can't think straight. Because
why don't you follow people who know how to help them?
Who?
Why do you want to wish them things that are not good for them?
Well, I don't think it's bad for them to restore the patriarchy.
But it wasn't good enough for you, was it? You didn't want the young Muslim went into house with your young daughter. Why do you want the same thing?
I didn't say I wouldn't allow a Muslim to enter my home. I didn't say that, did I?
Look, if I talk to good Muslims,
I'm answering your question.
If I talk to good Muslims, Claire, they would never let kafir into their house near their daughter.
Well, I'm sure plenty of Muslims' households have admitted non-Muslim guests.
But you see, Claire, you instinctively had the right answer. Now your reason kicks in, and the reason. Hear me out, Claire. Hear me out. The age of reason, as one of our friends in chat says, the age of reason is the age of treason against God. Your instincts that are better than reason, your intuition was to not let them into your house, but you wish the same thing on your.
I never even said that.
I know you didn't. You did your words. Your instincts are right, Claire, weren't you? Your instincts are right, aren't they? You can prove me wrong. You can prove me wrong by live streaming all the Muslims coming to your house. But you won't do that, and we both know you won't do that.
Well, I don't know that many of them. I don't know that many.
My question to you, Claire, therefore, is why do you wish this Schadenfreude on the European people?
They're already suffering from their thing of uncontrolled.
But you're not European, you're not Christian, you're not European, you're not Christian, you're not conservative. Why do you want to harm the people of God?
I don't accept that I'm harming these people. I think they are far astray. Nobody who is white and
astray from what? Astray from your personal opinion. That's all.
No, from truth, logic, and morality. They can't even discuss these ideas without having a shit fit. They can't even discuss these ideas with each other, let alone with me.
But when when they all shun you and they reject you and say they don't want your solutions, you don't listen to them. Why do you want something for themselves? There's a Catholic proverb. It's actually a Catholic saying.
Just think of me as a nurse.
A Catholic saying that says, "Nothing for myself that is not also for others."
Well,
why do you wish this upon the English people, upon the European people,
because they won't take their bitter medicine, and I'm a kindly psychiatric nurse.
Out it comes, the Schadenfreude. You want them to take the bitter pill.
In order to get better.
So this is what I mean. So there's a punitive strain in the
Well, of
Schadenfreude.
course, sin is, sin attracts
I wish
punishment.
I wish you could open this chat up
Yeah.
to, Claire, I wish you could open the stream to any one English person, because I feel, as much as I can love them, I feel at some point you also need to hear from, not from, this white Arab Muslim, some rabid, screaming Jewish kind of guy who couldn't defend his wife. You need to hear from good English people or European American
There are
people.
good English people in the chat, I'm afraid.
I'm sure there are tons of good English people in the chat. I can think, because I feel like really my voice can only go that far towards trying to understand that you're not connected.
Are you making no excuses and leaving me now, are you?
But you see, Claire, I think if you really do care, if you really do want to help, the first thing you want to do is
I do care, and I want to help them. There's a lot that is good about this country, and I genuinely feel sorry for them. White people are being written out of their own history. I went to see
a link in the chat. I think you might find a couple of English people might be able to be in a good position to help. Would you do that, Claire? Would you like to broaden the conversation? And see if a couple of English people would like to pop on and sort of defend England.
Well, I don't see anybody, but I kind of, okay, I am streaming with Vincent, who seems to be keen on supporting secular Quranism, which is delightful to me, and it will be at 5. So I'm kind of keeping my powder dry, and I want to do a few things about the house and.
Well, that's okay. I understand, a women in housework are never done, right?
And there's nobody. Are you saying, okay? Oh, J.A. Kingston, I can entertain him for a bit. You can you pause?
Well, I would suggest someone like J.A. Kingston. Or I think I saw someone like George. Anyone who is actually English and.
No, not George again. He's just going to say, the Wesses.
We
will always be kings, and I'd rather talk to J.A. Kingston.
Well, as you wish, because I feel I can only try my hardest to be a proxy. But from my position, my stance, remember, I'm like you. We're both elderly Asian migrants. None of us are English, right? Neither of us are English. And I just see that you seem so out of touch with the people who are giving you everything.
No, I'm not. They actually agree with me. I talk to them. They tell me their problems. They hate their government, even the middle classes, even the upper middle classes. They know something's gone wrong. And they don't know what to do. And in fact, I just sort of hinted about secular Quranism, and to my surprise, this retired banker agreed with me.
Where the English is most actually.
I expected huge resistance, but he said, yeah. I mean, obviously, you don't understand that a lot of English people don't believe in Anglicanism. I attended this book launch of Peter O'Bourne.
Do you know there was recent polls that came out, for example, this is the English people, the least liked group in England, obviously. Did you know that?
The what? The least liked good?
Group, the least popular group of all the different cultures, race, ethnicity, religion.
Yes, because...
So why would you
there are people who blame Anglo-Saxon for all the evils of the world?
Let me ask you this, Claire. What gives you the authority as an alien visitor like myself, as a guest of the English? What gives you a moral and political authority to tell the English what's good for them, when especially the English tell you what they don't want?
Because what gives me the authority is that I believe what I say is based on truth, logic, and morality, and they can't argue against me. All I've had in my years of campaigning is, we don't like it, we don't wanna, you can't make us. That's all they can say. And also, what I'm doing is not exactly unprecedented. I regard myself as a kind of latter-day Jonah.
I think you're more like a
he spread his message to the Ninevites who repented and were saved. Let us hope that the Anglo-Saxons will go the way of the Ninevites.
You sound like an SJW. You sound like a social justice. You're screaming to affirm your identity, and you keep using biblical references. That's like me saying, "Hey, I'm gay," or "I'm what." Jamie said, "Great, I need to go to the restroom. I'll be right back." Hey, Jamie. God bless the English for writing. You tell him, Jamie.
Yeah, no, it's a very interesting conversation, and I both agree and disagree with both of you. So, I think I understand Claire's point that we need to establish the patriarchy, though I fail to understand why does it have to be in the form of the Quranism.
Because the sluts need to be shamed, and so do slut fuckers. And you have to criminalize unmarried parents to send the message that this is not acceptable. But right now the statistics are that there are more unmarried parents than there are married parents. So the rot of degeneracy is over half the.
Yeah, what's the root cause of that? Why did the nuclear
Feminism.
family?
The idea that it doesn't matter that women suffer from unwanted pregnancy as long as they can behave like men, which is screw around without getting pregnant. I mean, this is the fundamental fallacy of feminism, is this assumption of equality even when the consequences are not at all equal. So women, if they screw around, they get knocked up, but men can never suffer unwanted pregnancy. But the feminist totalitarianism requires government to treat this consequence of unwanted pregnancy suffered by unmarried mothers as non-existent, which is crazy and stupid, and men can't even say that because they're so hooked on the idea of cheaper sex, because basically married sex is the most expensive form of sex. And I guess, in our straitened times, men can't bear the idea of paying more for sex when they think they're paying enough already for it.
Yeah, no, I agree. Like, we live in a very gynocentric society where
society will always be gynocentric, because men, in order to acquire status, they need to acquire a female mate with whom to procreate, and after they have their offspring, they want somebody to look after their offspring. So whether it's patriarchy or matriarchy, men will see having a female partner as necessary to the propagation of their genes.
Yeah, of course.
So it's inescapable.
Yeah, no, it's built into our biology. I agree with that, but I'm just saying, like, you can have patriarchy without having to derive it from the Quran. Like, the Muslims don't have like the the ultimate say of how a patriarchy should be about. There's patriarchy before Christianity. With Hindus are patriarchal, even secular Chinese people who are either Confucius or Buddhists, they have patriarchy. So what is it about the secular Quranism that you think is the ultimate solution for us?
Well, I agree with you that other religions also forbid extramarital sex. It is Islam, through its legal and precise definition of what behavior is acceptable and not acceptable, that allows government to legislate to make unmarried parenthood a sexual offense. And once you do that, the perception will change. Then everybody will know that the government supports marriage and will privilege married parents over non-parents, and unmarried parents will be treated as sex offenders. This would be a very clear message to everyone in the country as well as the rest of the West. And this is just, this needs to be reinforced, doesn't it?
It depends, because I'm for common law, and common law is from the bottom up rather from the top down. So you could have the perfect.
I don't understand what you mean by common. I mean, the law has to be is above us all, isn't it? I don't see how you can say the common law is bottom up.
It is bottom up because the people have the final say. So it's how do I say it? All right. If you look at Roman law, the people at the very top, they will come up with all these rules that they hope the people will follow. Like they could say, we want to ban prostitution. All right. It doesn't mean that the society ultimately completely vanquishes prostitution. It's just it's a state edict that people hope will follow. But with common law, you don't need to propose new laws because the people already know the laws. The husband, the wife, the neighbor next door, they will report if they see anything that is breaking both the physical law as well as the spirit of the law.
Could you please define what you mean by common law? Because it's certainly not as I understand it as somebody who passed my law exams.
Yeah, no, common law is basically the laws that the English or the Germanic, the Americans, they all come from the same source of the Proto-Indo-Europeans, which evolved on the steppes of Ukraine, and it's basically, you know, the whole community comes together to vote on certain things. So if they wanted to raid a certain place, or if they wanted to, you know, wait, let me find, because a lot of people don't understand common law. Wait, just.
I mean, I understand it as you know, English law.
Yeah, and English law is based on getting rid of people violating reciprocity. So
I think you're just talking about social mores and, well, you know, universal ideas of justice or something like that, aren't you?
Well, it's based on objective reality and not some ideal. Like, the reason why the English or the Anglosphere are the most prosperous people in the world is because of our laws. It's because of our institutions. That's why everyone wants to come here, because it's safer. Well, it's getting less safe because of people, different cultures, and, you know, different people, you know, violating reciprocity, and there's parasitism. That's why the welfare state is, you know, is creating this authoritarian regime, which the Economic Forum and the Cathedral are taking full control of. But yeah, no, basically we just need to go back to our traditional law, which is just to you know, forbid parasitism, punish elites for lying and violating reciprocity. So you need to have a lot of people to get familiar with going to court. You know, we need to improve the quality of the juries, because juries tend to be right a lot, and, you know, they, for the most part, if they're especially are asked to you know, pass their judgment on certain people, they're often right a lot, because it's very hard to say, you know, to bribe the jury, because there's so many of them, you know, and that's why I'm very against of having to, you know, implement some Muslim or Middle Eastern sort of theocracy or law system, because it would just come into complete conflict, because their way of doing things is just very command, and it's not based on like resolving differences or having people to vote. They just say, hey, you did this, you know, chop your hand off, or, you know, you apparently did this, you are just stoned to death. You know, that's not really much leeway.
I don't think that's quite fair. I mean, I will acknowledge that secular Quranism would be mildly authoritarian, but it would incorporate what is good about the traditions and mores of this country, and it can, you know, accommodate a jury system. And in fact, a jury is actually necessary to you know, in order to give justice. And I agree with you about, you know, it being harder to nobble a jury than it is to nobble the single judge.
I have a question, Claire. Are you familiar with philosophy, or the branch of philosophy known as axiology?
No.
No, axiology is the study of aesthetics and values. And we know from philosophy that most different people and nations and cultures have different aesthetics. For example, the sounds of songs and music, or different palettes and color in art, or different tastes in food. Why would you want to axiologically rape the European people by infecting them with something that is not pleasing?
No, okay, you think I'm going to change the culture for the worse and introduce Arab culture, which is not at all what I'm going to do, because I'm saying the culture will always be wrong, the laws are wrong.
No, Claire. Islam doesn't come just like some idea of morals. It comes with an entire axiological baggage. The likeness of the prophet. The likeness of the prophet is, you can spot a Muslim down the street. Why? Not just because of his ethnicity. Muslims come in all races. What can you spot straight away? You can spot the fact that his ideals, his aesthetics, the music he hears, the beard, is fundamentally of a different culture. So to bring in Islam, you would be bringing in it would be an axiological cultural act.
I'll tell you why. Now, supposing secular Quranism were adopted, then there would be a secular Quranist culture, and most Westerners or most Britons are still white, and whatever culture that comes as a result of this change in the moral system of Britain would be attributed to the dominant race, which is still
that would
white
be axiological rape, because if you look at it, the predominance of Islam is you have to act in certain sanctity, purity measures, right? You have to behave a certain way. Assuming, as a thought experiment, you manage to run this fantasy of detaching, doing exactly what liberalism did to Christianity, and detaching the Quran and without the Sunnah, you're still going to be left with the remnants of an axiologically invasive force. Let me give you a simple example.
I don't know what you mean. What is it you fear? What will happen?
I'll give you a simple example, Claire. So I go down to Kupurstandam. I live in a very, very conservative white area for the most part. And there's a few Muslims coming in here from the east, like a few of the dregs of the lefties. And they instantly can be detected, not by the fact that they just look, even if their car, you'd hear the sounds that are not German, or you smell something that is not German. So axiology covers things like the smell or the taste or the sound. You cannot produce a liberal version of Islam that will not bring axiological baggage tantamount to a rape of the European culture. Can't you see that?
What you're complaining about is there are Muslims in your neighborhood and it's annoying. You don't like the look of them, and the way you don't like their language, and it makes you uneasy. And I kind of understand.
It doesn't make you uneasy. But my question is, what? So let me phrase the question differently. Do you think the European people should be allowed to have their axiology, their aesthetics, their values, their sense of beauty? Do you think they should be allowed to protect it against such foreign things?
Of course, I don't know what you are actually afraid of.
I'm not afraid of
what do you think would happen?
I'm not afraid of the Lord. Nothing else fears. It's not the word fear is wrong. Right? What I don't want is an axiological perturbation in my sense of what I believe is right. So why should the average German or the average Englishman have to deal with, for example, a combination of fusion of jogger and Asian music? Why should they even hear these sounds? If you want these sounds, you can go to Karachi, or you can go to Cairo. Why should you go to Cheltenham? I want to hear the sounds of the people who founded and developed Essex.
Do you hear Anglo music in Cheltenham? Do you hear Anglo music in Cheltenham?
They're creeping through the east. Absolutely, they're getting into Essex now. So, right. So the point here again is, if you look at the principle again here, the principle is it's not just politics and morality. It's something much more deeper philosophically.
Yes. Okay. Thank you for mentioning, East Asian culture, because actually this reminds me of Zach Goldsmith when he was running for London mayor. And so the Tory strategy was, Labour running Sadiq Khan, and we can't win in London unless we kowtow to the Muslims. So already there is this problem of being mayor of London. If you don't get the Muslims on side, you're not going to become mayor. But and Zach had the additional problem of being Jewish. And then he thought, the Tory strategists thought, well, okay, we won't get the Muslim vote, but perhaps we will get the Hindu and the Sikh vote, and they couldn't even do it because Zach wouldn't even do his homework on
Claire, why don't you bat for the English?
I am batting for the English.
Why is it your icon? Look, let me give you a simple example of aesthetics. Your icon would be repulsive to most things. Why don't you have Queen Elizabeth I?
Are you talking about Avatar?
Yeah, why isn't it Queen Elizabeth first?
Well, because I'm not a monarchist.
No, but why don't you have something symbol that represents the beauty and the grace and the glory of England?
Because it's actually quite a powerful avatar. Because people say, "Oh, it's scary," and also
it's not scary. It's quite repulsive, right? Most Muslims.
I know. I use this history to arouse these.
So it's just basically trolling, isn't it? You're basically just trolling, right?
Well, it's right that I should use a Muslim avatar to convey my Islamic message, really, because it's based on the Quran. So there's no point me pretending I'm nothing.
So would you consider yourself as basically would you consider yourself as a foreign agitator?
I consider myself in the role of Jonah. who.
You're not a foreign agitator, though, right? Because you're agitating.
Okay, I am a product, as you are, of the British Empire. And I think that also has a kind of power because, all these sort of white people sitting around complaining were only just born here, but I am a product of the British Empire.
Yeah, and the British Empire ruled over more Muslims than any other caliphate in history.
And therefore, I like to think I represent what was good and successful of the British Empire, which the degenerate British have forgotten about because they don't even learn their own history properly, and therefore they don't understand what is happening to them.
Would you support the British ruling over Muslims in the future?
Well, obviously, this is an inevitability. I mean, Britain is full of Muslims because basically Britain, colonized all those places, and then when they ran out of labor after suffering all these war casualties,
that's not my question. My question is,
wars, they just sort of got all these people from their colonies.
The past is behind us, Glenn. I didn't ask you a question about the past. I asked you a question about the future. Would you support the British ruling over the Muslims in the future?
Well, I don't see how I would be able to prevent it, since I would be dead. But it's not within my control. And if the British manage to do it again, good luck to them.
But you would support Muslims. Sorry.
I mean, but I think they would already be Muslims ruling over other Muslims. I guess in my proposed narrative.
Don't you think?
Because eventually they will become Muslim because they have no choice. What else? They can't return to Christianity. It is impossible to revive Christianity because of the brutality of how Christian monarchs enforce Christianity. And that's why there was this rejection of it.
You should study the Christian Inquisition. The monarchs were nothing. The monarchs were babies compared to what our good Christian inquisitors did.
Wait, how is that any different to the Muslim caliphate? Was it called what was the leader of the Muslims called?
The Ottoman Empire.
Yeah, the emperor or the caliph, whatever,
No, he was called the caliph, but I mean, the Ottoman Empire was declining for a long time. I forget exactly what was. No, I think it was okay. So it was a land empire, and it controlled all the trade routes until the British started their empire, which bypassed.
Not necessarily.
The territorial control of the Ottomans, and it declined.
Well, there's actually the Portuguese who found alternative trade routes going around the Ottoman Empire, so they don't have to, because the Ottoman empires, well, anyone who controlled the Middle East and that part of the Mediterranean basically had access to the Silk Road, and they could impose huge tariffs on Europeans for these luxury goods like silks and whatever. But when
before I step up a quick secret, Claire, can I ask you a quick lightning fast question? Just answer instinctively. What are the three things you love the most about the English people?
Well, my friends, the architecture, and some parts of the culture, some parts of it, that they are open, they are friendly, and most of them are reasonable people, and I think what is good about England should be preserved, and I see it being trashed by trashy developments.
Not England, Claire. Not England. The English people. Three things about the English people.
Their friendliness. They're the ones who are reasonable. I mean, it's like most of my friends are English. So, but over the years, people's opinions change. So I guess it's a kind of residual affection for people I've spent so much time with, that I've grown up with, school friends and the like. And there is an innate decency in many English people, but they're not being best served by their political classes, and many of them are neurotic because they can't face the fact that their Christianity and their liberalism is crashing and burning, and that is why they keep denying it. They deny it, and at their own peril, because if they don't right the ship of state, it will hit the rocks. And
But you're asking us to back ideology, which, as far as I'm concerned, has failed. I mean, they said that the caliphate will rule the world, and now there's no caliphate. And
Okay, this is the analogy I would give to you. Islam has rules, but Muslims don't always follow their own rules. I know that I myself make rules for myself and then fail to follow them. So it's like a recipe. You have a recipe and you follow it and you produce perfect results, or you don't follow them properly, it's still okay, or you just, skip some crucial step in the cooking process and it comes out terrible. So we just have to follow the recipe better and more carefully. Or maybe the recipe was wrong anyway. Or maybe the recipe would only work if you had somebody standing over you and shouting at you. And well, I don't know, but the thing is, it's all about the rules. It's all about the rules and applying principles. And the New Testament does not contain these principles that you can base any moral principle on. And it's always been, the priesthood making it up as they go along until they got to liberalism. And you get historians like Tom Pollan saying that Christianity is liberal. I mean, he actually said that. I can find you a YouTube video in which he said that, which is a terrible conflation and of two ideologies that are antithetical to each other.
I don't think you can corner Christianity into a single ideology. There are a lot of different types of Christian ideologies. Some are very brutal, like the Muslims. Others have become more liberal. Others that are quite friendly, that prefer the simple life, like the Amish. So there's lots of different varieties, and they're not all the same and create the same
we
results.
can only chart the political history of Christianity, which is that it was adopted by the Roman Empire. And then when the Roman Empire fell, it was adopted by the European monarchs in their Christian kingdoms, and then they had a problem with the Pope telling them what to do, which started the wars of the Reformation and also the English Reformation. And then after the wars of the Reformation, they got a bit sick and tired of it, and that was the reason why Enlightenment principles came into fashion, because a lot of the shell-shocked Christians were thinking, what the hell was all that about? What the hell were the centuries of Catholic and Protestant fighting all about? And they couldn't work it out. And I guess then they rejected Christianity slowly through the American and French and Russian revolutions. And you guys are still not getting it, that it has failed and it can't be made to work again. But it's, the good news is that you have Islam that you can, get back to.
I don't see how Islam's works. Like, sure, they're growing in number, but that's only because having lots of kids. But they don't exactly produce a lot of geniuses. I mean, hardly any Nobel Award, Nobel Prize or award winners, they don't innovate anything. And the whole golden age of Islam, that was mostly due to recycling the Greek ideas, and a lot of those inventors were like Zoroastrian, Iranic type people. So I don't see why Islam is something we should aspire to, other than we just want to go back to a primitive lifestyle where we reject all these technologies that we've got and just do.
I just don't see how you can say that Islam would mean the complete destruction of science in the West, because a lot of the principles in the Quran, if you actually read it, are quite scientific. It describes the Big Bang. It talks about biology and
the Bible can also be seen in the same way. Like, let there be light. That could be interpreted as
I don't think you read the Quran, or you just wouldn't be saying things like that.
The Quran literally is a rip-off from the Old Testament and parts of the New Testament.
That's a question, Clash. I was meaning to ask you this for a while, because you bring up theology a lot, and you seem to be trying to play Jews against Muslims, Muslims against Christians. So let me ask a couple of questions just for my own benefit. What do you think God's purpose is for the Jewish people?
He made God sorry, God made Jews his chosen people to teach Gentiles the Noahide laws. And I'm saying it was to get Jews to rank the four Gentile religions and to rank Islam the most Noahide and
Where does it
Christianity
say that
the
in
least
Scripture?
Noahide, and they won't do it because they're scared.
No, that's what I asked you. Where does it say that in the Tanakh? Or in
It does, but you may know that Rabbi Menachem Schneerson, the late Rabbi Schneerson, said that it is the religious obligation of Jews to teach Gentiles the Noahide laws, and they haven't done it in any part of their history. They just
so you don't understand Judaism then, right? But that's all. Do you know what Isaiah 49 has in the Tanakh?
remind me.
Do you know the Jews are meant to be a light unto the nations? What does that mean, to the light unto the nations?
The Jews are to guide Gentiles away from the idolatry of Christianity and other forms of idolatry, and they can only light the way of Gentiles to Islam. That is their purpose, and they won't do it.
No, that's what you want. That's what you wanted to see happen. But I'm asking, do you know what Jews will tell you? Not
Of
what
course,
you. What do you think the
Jews will deny that I have the authority.
Let's go to the Noahide laws. Where do the Noahide laws come from? Do you know?
The Talmud, the Babylonian Talmud, in fact.
Okay. And when was that?
A long time ago.
Okay. And do you believe that the Jews' purpose is to actually, do you think the Jews are meant to be a light unto the nation so that they just practice and get the Gentiles to know Noahide laws? Do you really believe that's what rabbis believe?
I don't know what the.
Let me ask you a different question. Let's make it easier. What would you say the biggest differences between Judaism on one side and Islam and Christianity on the other? What do you think the biggest difference is?
Well, the difference between Jews and Gentiles.
No. Specifically, on one side of the fence, Jews, and I mean proper Jews, observant Jews, and on the other side, Christians and Muslims. What is the biggest difference? What do you think separates those?
The Sabbath.
No, something deeper than that. What is it?
It's very simple.
What's that?
Well, Muslims and Christians promote the religion and get people to convert, whilst Jews, they kind of keep it to themselves.
Well, that's a better answer, but it's actually deeper than that. And this is what I was curious how much Claire actually understands the faiths she claims to want to fight, get to a war against each other. Now, the Jews, Judaism is taught, predominantly Jews are taught what to do in this life, not what to think about in the afterlife. Christians and Muslims.
What's going on about the afterlife?
Well, Christians and Muslims are preparing for the afterlife. Jews are taught how to do in this life.
They talk about the Olam Haba, which is
very
the
little of Jewish teaching.
Okay, maybe only talk to liberal Jews, but Orthodox Jews do consider their afterlife quite a lot.
Yeah, but so probably the difference is the things to do in this life versus the afterlife. So theologically, if the things to do, you can see that your orientation is predominantly has a cognitive bias, where really your target is Christianity, isn't it? It's not like you really care about Judaism, because I asked you a basic question about Judaism that an 8-year-old Jewish kid would be able to tell you, an 8-year-old Christian would be able to tell you, who understands the faith. So given that your primary focus is Christianity, right? You don't care about that. Do you believe, and here's the other question, because I speak to some Muslims about you and definitely some of my Jewish friends about you. And the other thing that's quite interesting is, do you understand that theologically, no Christian or Muslim is going to accept rabbinical exegesis? You understand that? Do you understand why? So when you say you want them to rank the Noahide laws, like create a top trumps, no Christian or Muslim will accept rabbinical exegesis.
They won't accept it from the Muslims either, which is why I'm trying to get Jews and Muslims to jointly demand from Christians an explanation as to how and why Christianity is not idolatry and blasphemy. And if they come and if they predictably answer that it isn't idolatry and blasphemy to worship Jesus if he is indeed God, then how and why is Jesus God?
But it's been 2,000 years. You're not the first to do this. This has happened since Christ. It's been 2,000 years of efforts to call Christians idolaters and blasphemers, and it doesn't do anything. But you know,
but that's because they always win the debate using violence.
This, haven't they, Claire? And let me repeat the message from my Jewish brothers and sisters. The Jews have told you very much that closer to God is better to know God, right? Rank like top trumps. You'd be ranked right at the bottom as an atheist, right?
Possibly.
You'd be ranked underneath Hindus, right?
Well, I think atheist. Okay, but Buddhism I would
Hindus and
rank
pagans would
below
rank
Islam.
right? No, but forget Islam at the top. Let's go to the bottom of the table. You'd rank underneath Hindus, pagans, Jains, Dharmic faiths, wouldn't you? You'd be ranked right at the bottom. Would you agree? So when the Jews rank you, they're going to rank you right at the bottom. You're the furthest from God. Closest to God is the measure, right?
Well, I don't think that there's any agreed, ranking. If you want to, rank.
But you want to ranking, so we're going to play the ranking game for a second. So in the
okay,
ranking,
so I would say Buddhism, which is an atheist philosophy, would come below Islam because at least it's not, open idolatry. But Hinduism is open idolatry, and Christianity is at the bottom because it's idolatry and blasphemy, because Christians worship a man convicted.
But you're right to the bottom, aren't you?
Well, I wouldn't know exactly. I mean, I would come under Buddhism, I suppose, roughly in that group.
I asked a rabbi about this, actually. Atheists would be ranked, because you had me intrigued about what rabbis would think about this. I asked a rabbi, and he said,
Two Jews, three opinions.
I asked a well-read rabbi. He was a rabbi, right? I asked him, what did
an Orthodox or Reform rabbi?
Orthodox. I don't rank Reformed Jews as real Jews.
Who are heretics, right? Who are considered to be heretics by the Orthodox.
You're running away from the point. So my point I'm trying to make, my meta point, is that if I then did a theological top trumps and I ranked all 8 billion people on the planet, you are right at the bottom. The Hindus have a word for you. It's close to untouchable, right? That should not be touched. You're untouchable. Because you're saying, as someone who is so far from God, that the untouchable is actually looking up at people like Orthodox Jews who are very close to God, right? 612 conditions to be observed, right? You're telling them from a bottom, right to the bottom of the mud, you're telling them what to do with billions of people of faith. Have you ever considered and reflected that maybe the fact that you're right at the bottom of the pile?
I don't accept that I would be at the bottom of the pile, because I think Christians are at the bottom. If I were to rank myself, I would be somewhere.
The rabbis confirm it.
Muslims and
Claire, Jewish people in your chat have confirmed this as well. That you would be much further away because you don't believe in God, right?
No, I'm an agnostic, so I consider the possibility that God might exist.
Agnostics are just trannies who haven't come out.
Well, this is interesting, Claire. Like, why do you believe in the patriarchy? Is it because it works, that it's part of nature, or it's human nature?
Well, it's necessary to avoid degeneracy, because if you allow unmarried parents to keep pumping out bastards, you'll get stupider and weaker and more corrupt, which is what has happened over the last half century of feminism. Isn't it obvious what's happened to you?
So how would you rank a married family that don't believe in God? And just
no, I can only rank religious groups.
You have another question. Think of a married family.
I can only rank religious groups, all right?
I want to do a moral experiment with you. Here's a married couple. They are just completely degenerate. They got married. They're married. They've always been married. Their children are bastards. And they're completely degenerate. They don't do anything. They don't follow God's laws. They don't follow moral laws. Compared to an unmarried couple who are completely, say, Christian or Jewish or Muslim. Who's more important to you?
Well, that's up to God to judge, but I'm saying, a rough rule of thumb is that all rational governments who care about governing the national interest would have to support marriage, and the only way of supporting marriage is to
But you haven't answered the question.
Which is to discriminate against people who are not married parents.
So you would discriminate against an unmarried mother and father who are looking up their children.
Yes. I'm afraid that would be the rule.
But against a morally degenerate married family.
Hard cases make bad law. I would only.
But which would you pick?
Affirm my support of a government policy of privileging married parents over non-parents and unmarried parents, with unmarried parents treated as sex offenders, and that is my position. And I don't know why you would wish to quarrel with this, because as I understand it, you are also a married father. Are you?
It's not. What I'm trying to do is tease out your moral compasses. That's the reason.
Yes, and I'm saying marriage has to be supported, and the only way to support marriage is to privilege married parents.
That's liberalism.
Well, there's people who have harems, so one man and has multiple wives. Is that
Who has harems? Sultans?
yeah, or wealthy
The
Muslims? Like in Saudi Arabia. So I'm just like obviously the
they don't
families.
have four. The maximum number of wives allowed for Muslim men is four. Is four a harem? I don't think so.
Oh, you could be married to them, but you also have like other concubines. So,
I don't think.
we're getting
I'm not
off.
allowed concubines.
We're getting off topic. The point is that yes, marriage is important, but I think you're miscuing marriage with families. Like animals, they don't get married, but they do have families. So I thinking that it's important to support healthy families rather than to keep propping up a social construct or a contract. Really, like marriage is just a contract, all right?
I'm getting some interesting DMs as well, Claire, on the stream, and people are not joining the stream. Interesting DMs. So here's another question for you from a DM from the nationalist movement. Would you rather see England, England demographically replaced and have the English as a minority with secular Quranism completely enforced? Or would you rather have the English people maintain their majority without secular?
I'm saying the only way that the white English people can maintain their majority is if they started practicing marriage again. And I know at the moment
that's not the question, Claire. You keep saying you win all your debates. It's a simple question. It's an A or B choice. Would you rather see secular Quranism in England with the English people demographically replaced, or would you rather have the English people demographically secured with no secular Quranism?
Well, I just don't see how the English are going to maintain their dominance if they don't mend their ways. And that is why I conceived of secular Quranism.
It's not the question, really, Claire. The question is,
I'm afraid I can't answer your question, and you can infer from that whatever you want. But I'm saying the way I see it, I don't see how white people in the West can restore themselves to their former position if they persist in desecrating the institution of marriage and still think like J.A. Kingston appears to be thinking that can get away without
even if we need to think about marriage, but you know what that question was? It's a very interesting question, actually, because it's a well-known person in the DR who just DM'd that. Because what it means is that you care about your ideology. You're an ideologue before you are for the people. You're for your ideology.
I mean, obviously, I have to believe in the efficacy of my idea.
Correct. So, but you're putting your ideas. But you're putting your ideas. But your ideas matter more than the English people.
No, because I'm saying my idea would help the English people get better from their moral and social disease.
But it doesn't. It doesn't stop the demographic replacement, does it?
No, it would help them avoid demographic replacement because it would make them marry and stay in their marriages in order to properly parent their offspring. And if they do, they will have enough people to enter the labor force, so the government won't keep trying to get the labor force from other parts of the non-Western world.
But look at Eastern Europe. They're still pretty religious, very nationalist. Yet their birth rates are abysmal. Like they're not nearly having enough children.
Because they've been infected with the same moral disease that the EU is forcing on them.
So would you rather have 80% of the British population non-native but fully moral under secular Quranism? Or would you rather have 80% of the English people secured with no secular Quranism? You're an ideologue.
It's up to them. It's up to the English. Are they capable of adopting secular Quranism? It appears not. I think it appears that they would rather die and become extinct than adopt or consider rationally my solution, because they can't even talk about it. There is this unspoken conspiracy amongst the dissident right never to talk about secular Quranism. I know many of these people personally, and they can't bring themselves to talk about it. And this suggests to me that they are corrupt.
Because, you said that's not Claire, but you said that.
I think that's your biases speaking.
Yeah, but it's not a bias, Jamie. You've been given a platform with every single one of these people. When you said they never talk about it, they've all spoken about it and rejected it. So why do you say they don't?
Which ones? I'm talking about, I'm talking about Black Pigeon Speaks. I'm talking about Millennial Woes. I'm talking about the distributors.
Oh God, they're not
I'm
going to. Well, they're very
about-
fiercely patriotic. They're great people, but they're fiercely patriotic. Why the hell would they? It would be axiologically, now that you understand the meaning of the word, it would be aesthetically repulsive to even entertain the idea.
I was going to mention Joel Davis. Well, okay, I understand why white men will keep going back to the religion of their ancestors, because they don't understand why Christianity failed, because it's not any kind of history that they ever learned. They just know that, when we were kings, we did all those things as Christian Knight Templars, going around killing large numbers of Jews and Muslims, and why they return to it.
No, that's not true. That's not true. Like when I grew up as a Catholic, we were taught about Jesus's Sermon on the Mount, and you have to be good to your neighbors and all that stuff. So I don't know why you think that the only good Christians are the Knights Templars types.
No, I'm talking about Christian nationalists. I mean, the reason why they want to go back to that is because
Christian nationalism is one of the biggest. It's the biggest threat right now. All the universities, Yale, Harvard, all worry about Christian. But let's put that aside.
So it's more in America than Europe. But yeah, go on.
Yeah, well, Dr. Mengele. Well, look at what Orban just said. Dr. Mengele also reminds us that you've been doing this for 10 or 12 years. So my question still remains is, you keep making claims, and I remember you said you're all about truth, Claire, and the truth means not to lie. You keep saying that no one wants to talk about your ideas, but everyone has been exhausted by it. So why do you keep claiming?
I have been given for the rejection of secular Quranism is, we don't like it, we don't wanna, you can't make us. That is...
Claire, I've got a great
example. Their answer. It doesn't work in theory, or it's not viable, or it's
Claire,
not.
let me give you a great example. Claire, let's say you're thirsty, right? And we're all thirsty here, and I'm going to offer you a San Pellegrino. I'm going to offer you a nice glass of sparkling water, or I'm going to offer you a salty mud water. Is it wrong for you to reject it because you don't like salty mud water? Is that a legitimate reason?
Well, I don't accept your analogy that Islam is salty mud water.
Not Islam, secular Quranism. Islam is worse.
Well, secular Quranism is an intermediate step towards Islam. I don't deny that.
It's like partial poison, right?
No, I don't see it as poison because, why would I be prescribing poison to
because again, I mean, I don't know how many analogies to give you, because I don't know if you understand basic economics, but economics works on principles like supply and demand, right? If there's no demand for product, you can't say the product is a solution.
Well, I can understand why a patient whose leg has gone black from gangrene would not be relishing the prospect of an amputation. I understand that.
But why do you want to amputate the European people?
Because if the amputation does not take place, the patient will die of septicemia.
Okay, let me ask you this question. So what other solutions have you considered, given that this solution is never going anywhere? Have you considered other solutions?
Well, I can't think of anything that would work.
So you don't have any.
It's up to you. I mean, I don't even understand your solution, and I'm paying attention to work out what you're trying to do.
You're saying the patriarchy is the way forward, right?
It has always been the way. It's the only way of producing the next generation in optimum conditions.
Right. So why not just promote patriarchy? Why do you need to put in the secular Quranism in there?
Because the patriarchy is not okay. If I said, everybody just marry before you have children, I mean, everybody's just going to ignore me. It's like, well, you can say what you like. We're not going to do what you say, and therefore I have to derive my authority from the Quran, which at least people have heard of.
But don't try that. You don't, of course, isn't it? That's like me saying identify as a Chinese woman. You don't identify. You cannot take moral authority from the Quran without believing in God.
Well, I do not deny the existence of a hypothetical supreme authority because no, I don't. I respect the views of atheists and other agnostics who I know won't immediately believe in the existence of God.
But that's removing God's moral authority.
No, I'm relying on the Abrahamic God.
That's literally clear. I can't believe you can't see this. So many people try to tell you this, and you seem cognitively intransigent. You cannot have the moral authority of God without God.
I am referring to his book and
Right,
his
so
laws in the Quran. So
but
I am
you-
referring the matter upwards.
But you're saying I refer to a book that was not written by anyone.
I don't want
only-
to, I don't wish to argue about who wrote it. I'm saying it is enough, whether we believe in God or not, and whoever wrote it, that the Quran is the best available guide to
But you
humanity.
notice it isn't enough for Muslims and Christians and Jews. They reject you out of hand
because they've got a hole in their head. They can't even argue rationally because
the
they're
smartest Christians.
full of hatred and fear.
No, that's
And
you're
all we
just
can say is we don't like it, we don't
making that
want
up.
to, and you can't make us.
But you're not making that up because I have no fear or hate in my heart. I have neither, and I'm rejecting it out of hand because it's logically silly.
No, I don't think it's
You cannot say this book
because
has authority.
you have to
Hey,
submit.
here's it in logical. Do you know what a logical? Do you know what a syllogism is in logic? A syllogism is when you create a bunch of premises and they lead to a conclusion.
Yeah.
You said you're all about truth and logic, right?
Yes.
You're illogical. You're violating the rules of logic when you
How?
say you make the following proposition claims. This book is moral authority. Proposition 2, the moral authority comes from God. Proposition premise 3, there is no God. Or I don't believe in
No,
God.
I don't say that. You keep assuming.
I don't
This is
believe
what
in God.
I'm agnostic, so I can't.
Okay, let's say so let me restate the syllogism. Premise 1, this book has moral authority. Premise 2, the moral authority stems from God. Premise 3, that breaks it, is I don't know if God exists or not. You're illogical.
But this book that I'm referring to is the best available guide to humanity. And
That's
and
another.
if
No,
you
you
disagree,
ran away from the argument. You said you want to be
cite
logical.
another book, cite a better book,
No, you're
cite a
running away
better
from
guide to humanity.
We can get to that, but you're running away from the logical flaw in your argumentation first, aren't you? I gave it
No,
to you.
no, okay. This is okay. These are my propositions. The Abrahamic God is the most powerful being conceivable. He is believed to have revealed the Quran to Gentiles. There is no better guide to humanity than the Quran. Try and undermine those propositions then.
Easy, because say to them again, I'll just break them. All three were wrong, but just do it again. We'll just do one premise at a time and let me just blow them apart. Carry on. Repeat them in order.
I said the Abrahamic God is the most powerful being conceivable.
Oh,
You're going
not
to deny
conceivable.
that? I don't think so.
No, I would deny that.
What?
Because to conceive is to deny the existence of God.
Well,
To
you can conceive and
To
accept.
conceive is to conceive is to put rationality and liberalism as primacy.
Nonsense. Nobody has met God, so they can only conceive of him and then decide if they want to believe in him or not.
Moses did, and everyone who met Christ did. So that's not true.
What was this about Moses?
Moses did, and everyone who met Christ did.
Yeah, but in the time of Moses, God manifested himself, burning bush and manna from heaven and all kinds of things. So they didn't even have to wonder if God exists.
If you reject the Old Testament, you reject Christianity. So no, most Christians and Jews would immediately disagree with you. There's no Christianity in Judaism without Moses' the divine intervention to Moses, right? Do you reject the fact that Moses was spoken to by God?
I certainly acknowledge that this is the narrative that those who believe in God would have to believe in. The story of Moses.
But you see what I mean? Why the answer sounds very much like a politician wiggling away from the question.
Well, because I'm agnostic. So I can't say I literally believe in the existence of Moses and whatever he did. I'm just
do you believe Moses existed?
Abrahamic narrative.
Hang on, do you believe Moses existed?
I have no reason to deny his existence.
Okay, brilliant. So that's first time. You believe Moses existed. Do you believe Moses spoke to the God that you don't believe in?
I just don't see how it's relevant. I mean, that's a story. I take no position on it. I see no reason to deny it.
Because the majority of the world's religious people, in combination in union, plus the entire world history has been shaped by people who take the side that, yes, he did. And you're telling them, all of them, what to do when you don't believe in their core fundamental.
No, I believe in
every Muslim, Christian, and Jew will agree that Moses was spoken to by God.
I believe in the Noahide laws. I believe that they are eternal and universal laws, that it would benefit us, whether we be Jew or Gentile, to obey. And Western governments are doing the opposite.
Then why don't you follow the Noahide laws yourself and convert to
No, I can't follow them if the laws of the country in which I reside are against them.
But Claire, that's what makes you a secular liberal. I don't care if abortion is legal in Germany or not. I don't care if it's legal or not. That's why I'm not a liberal. I care that it's a sin.
I'm not a liberal either.
You have to be.
You're using this as a smear term in the hope of discrediting. Nobody is going to call me a liberal.
But Claire, you are a liberal. You just said the most liberal thing ever. I asked you, why won't you follow God's laws? And you said, because it's not secularly coded in my country. That's a liberal.
No, I'm saying
you don't know what
if God's laws make sense, and they make sense to me as they are laid out in the Quran, then why not?
A liberal will follow man-made laws over God's law. I asked
okay.
I follow God's law, and you said no, I won't because it's not codified. That's a liberal.
I have said that it doesn't matter who wrote the Quran and whether or not we believe
you're running away from the question.
We have a moral imperative to obey the laws in the Quran if it is indeed the best available guide. And if you disagree, find me a better guide.
Confucius.
Every time you're forced on a point, you jump away from another point. Then you tell everyone on the internet you win every debate. Every time I ask a question, you jump from point to point. No, return to the point. I asked you, why don't you follow the Noahide laws you prescribe?
I do follow them.
No, you said no, because they're not enshrined by law. That's the definition of a liberal. I say you're a liberal.
I'm not guilty of murder. I'm not guilty of theft. I'm not guilty of sexual immorality. I don't eat an animal while it's still alive. I'm very keen on due process. I am against idolatry. So there you are.
Are you sure about that, Claire? We all know that's not true. Come on.
Are you suggesting that I'm having extramarital sex with someone not my husband? Can you prove
that's
it?
A sin. But you consider that violating the Noahide laws? Do you believe
that's what sexual immorality means? It means adultery, fornication, sodomy, incest, and bestiality. I'm not guilty of any of these sins. Sexual offenses.
So you're saying people should be allowed to have extramarital sex under secular Quranism?
Well, I am saying that the penalty will only kick in if you have legitimate offspring. So there's a lot of room for maneuver. So as long as you don't get knocked up, if you're a woman, as long as you don't end up siring illegitimate offspring like our prime minister, then
so you're wriggling out of God's laws and you're trying to codify them using liberal ontologies, right? You're trying to say,
well, obviously, I'm going to give Westerners some wiggle room, or they'll, reject secular Quranism. I'm too strict, and I prescribe stoning.
Claire, you're a textbook liberal, my dear.
Claire, I think you'd be better to promote the ideas of Confucius than this secular Quranism, because that way.
I don't think even the Chinese follow Confucius.
So it's not okay for you to promote Confucianism because it's for the Chinese, but it's okay to promote
because it's not universal. It will. I just can't see Western man saying, we're going to be Confucians now." Anyway,
universal. Why is Quranism universal?
Because it's from the God that created the universe. That's why it's universal. Well, Confucius would be lower in status, and a lot of Westerners will say, well, he's just a dead Chinaman. Whose laws are not even being followed by the Chinese now.
Jews and Christians reject Islam. So only for Muslims, right?
No,
if you were looking for universalism, if anything, you would pick Judaism first, right?
No, because
Judaism
even Jews can't even bear to live as Jews.
Your understanding of theology is very weak, because Judaism is universal.
Because Jews have to be a small group because
correct, because they're light unto the nations. No, Judaism is universal because it allows the maximum number of people and Gentiles to participate in being a Gentile. Jews have the tiny amount of people.
Jews have a purpose. Okay, I mean, I have called Jews the aristocracy of humanity, and they are supposed to be the people chosen by God to set and maintain moral standards. You know, sadly for them, that they're not up to the job, and I'm saying they should retire and give the job to Muslims. That's you, and then become Muslims themselves. Since, you know, if they're going to follow their own laws properly, they'll all end up in hell anyway, or not a very pleasant afterlife.
Even though you don't believe in the afterlife or heaven or hell.
Yeah, but if I did believe in the afterlife, then I would have to accept, you know, supposing I were a Jew, and I know that there are 36 capital offenses in the Torah, and
you chicken out and choose a weak one, wouldn't you, Claire? You wouldn't be a Jew. You wouldn't convert to Judaism, right?
I considered it. I considered becoming converting to. I mean,
you understand that you'd have to follow 612 odd rules.
613. I mean,
613, right?
No, they can't follow all 613 of them.
So is that why you just said it'd be much easier? It'd be much more comfortable life, really, just walking away from what God is.
No, because there's no point becoming. Converting to Judaism because a lot of people have had their conversions cancelled. You know, if any question comes up about the reputation of the rabbi who converted them, you know, their entire conversion could be annulled. So it is a long drawn out process.
Don't you have to be circumcised to join Judaism?
Well, women don't have to be circumcised.
Yeah, I know that, but for men, you know, that's a bit of
I think a drop of blood is enough. They don't actually have to go through the whole process. If that
would you rather be a Muslim if you could? What's stopping you being a Muslim instead?
Well, because I need to maintain my identity in order to better sell secular Quranism. Because if I were a Muslim, I would just be another Muslim.
But why would you sell secular?
Promoting Sharia for non-Muslims.
But why wouldn't you just promote Islam?
Because there are lots of Dawah doers already doing that, and my message remains directed to non-Muslims.
Some people said this about you. So really deep down inside, this has nothing to do with God or religion or faith. It's all to do with.
It's political. It's a political manifesto.
Can Claire become famous somehow? Is that possibly a legitimate hypothesis, that really what you want to do is, in a crowded market of voices, somehow you feel like, if I could just get my moment in the sun, if I could just become my vanity, could somehow serve me and people would see how brilliant and beautiful I am? And it's really not about the English people or the European people or about God or about faith. It's really about secular clerism. Do you think that's a fair accusation to be thrown at you? I mean, I don't mind either way.
It's a common accusation thrown at me. I mean, but I don't accept it, because the only way I can sell secular Quranism is to maintain my identity as a secular Quranist, as a moral and political philosopher, as well as a social and political scientist. I'm saying the only way to transition from matriarchy into patriarchy would be to do as I recommend.
Claire, sweetheart, listen, no one believes any of those things. You know that, don't you? No one thinks you're a political philosopher or moral philosopher, anything like that, right? No one believes that. Okay, what's moral?
People who appreciate
what's moral anti-realism?
What?
What is moral anti-realism?
Well, I think it's realpolitik, isn't it? Realpolitik. That's what you're talking. No, okay, what is it?
It doesn't matter. My point is that you might be legally trained, but you're not philosophically trained.
I'm happy to admit that I don't have a degree in philosophy, but I can read it up, and then we can have a proper discussion about it. But you know, it doesn't mean that I'm not a moral philosopher just because I haven't heard about the latest thing.
It's not the latest. It's not the latest. So the reason I brought that up is that because I believe the thesis that you're trying to do this of vanity holds, because when you claim you're a moral, political, religious philosopher, I only claim I'm an elderly Asian migrant because I can back that claim up. I'm elderly, Asian, and a migrant, right? So I can hack my claims up. I would never say I'm a moral political philosopher. And that really speaks to a deeper liberal malaise, and that's the malaise of vanity. Vanity is a sin. Coveting is a sin. Wanting something that isn't yours is a deep Christian sin. I should not covet my neighbor's wife. I should not covet. I should only want for you.
I'm not coveting anything that belongs to anyone because
you're coveting the affection and attention of others.
Well, I need people's attention to listen to what I say.
Correct, but that's a form of coveting, which is a really deep Christian sin, because you're wanting for yourself something that is not unrequited in law. So deeply down, that would be a very deep Christian sin. It's like envy or vanity. You want something. You want people to look at you. You want to be famous. So let me give you some litmus test. Suppose someone else could take secular Quranism and was never associated with you, and you were told to be silent for the rest of your life and say it had nothing to do with you. Would you accept that?
I have considered the possibility.
So you would never. You'd actually say.
If somebody I thought more competent than me said,
and that not just said that with you, and you would say you had nothing to do with it. He would take all credit, and you would say, actually, you were just acting.
I'd have to think about it. And he would have to give me proper reasons. Yeah.
See, a Christian.
I would say I would to dismiss it out of hand.
You see, my dear, this is the thing.
I think this is what happens. This is what happens when women are too over-educated for their own good.
Oh, Jamie.
Oh, thank you for calling me over-educated.
At some point, it'd be nice. What? I think it'd be nice for you to have a conversation. You know who you should invite on something, Claire? You should invite Emily in the chat on, because Emily is English. She's Christian. She's English. She's Christian. Right?
I've never heard of her.
Emily is English and Christian, and she's a woman, obviously. And I think it'd be really interesting to see what an English Christian woman tells you about what English women and English people want, as opposed to some little elderly Asian migrant or another elderly Asian migrant.
Well, what are her qualifications?
She's her most important qualifications is she's English, and she's a Christian, and this is her land, right? That's pretty much strong.
Right. Is she known for being an intellectual?
She's terribly gifted in music, if that helps. I'm not sure, but Emily in the chat says.
Okay. So because she sings better than me,
I don't know how well you sing, Claire, but I know she composes terribly well, and I know she's English, and I know she's a wonderful conservative, and she's a Christian, and it would be nice to hear.
Has she got a website? Has she got a YouTube channel?
I think you should just speak to her. She's in the chat directly. I'm checking.
Okay, I mean, if she wants to come
I think it'd be nice to hear what an English, especially because she's a woman, you might not feel like you have to be so aggressive or hostile, like you're a woman in a male world.
Nice to women.
Yeah, I'll trade my place for her. Take care, guys.
Okay, thanks for coming, J.A.
And I should have one more 5 minutes.
No, she's not coming.
She's actually working right now. And the other question I have for you, Claire, is have you ever spoken, for example, because the Jewish thing always alarms me, because I'm sort of learning a lot about Judaism and stuff. Part of my many hobbies, and I've always noticed I think it'd be nice for you to have a one-on-one conversation with someone like Mossad or Silver, or someone who's not one of these crazy.
He doesn't want to talk to me.
They don't want to.
He doesn't want to talk to me.
Okay, right. Because I think you might find
it was like, I won't even talk to you, Vincent, if she's even in the stream, because Mossad was talking to Vincent. I mean, he seems terrified.
I think something like Silver, for example, might give you a real eye-opening view on what Muslims and how Jews really look at Islam, as opposed to maybe what we do in foreign lands. I think, particularly someone like Silver. But anyway, Claire, it's been fantastic.
There's a lot of ancestral pride involved.
Huh?
There's a lot of ancestral pride and chauvinism involved. That's why they can't.
There you go. That would make you conservative if you join that side, because then you would be valuing blood and soul and spirit that puts tradition ahead of liberalism, that puts tradition before secularism, that puts tradition before reason. Then you would start sounding like a conservative. Right now, you never sound conservative, Claire. You sound very liberal. Because in traditional English.
Okay, let me give to you my position on conservatism. I'm saying that conservatism has always been the junior partner to liberalism, and therefore it's also kaput.
Judaism is kaput.
No, conservatism is kaput because
I told you that way.
Conservatism
has been defeated by liberalism. I've told you, conservatism has been beaten, liberalism has been beaten, socialism has been beaten. They've all been beaten by globalism. We've already done all this analysis. You're behind the curve.
So it's got to be secular Quranism. Because you can't think of anything.
But do you think, I have a different, let me help you with some branding. Do you think if you actually said, forget this, the Muslims aren't buying it, the Jews won't even touch it, Christians think you're like basically an enemy combatant, maybe if you rebranded yourself as secular Clarism, and instead you decided you could actually be famous, which I think is really one of your core drivers. And if you wanted to be famous, I can help you. I know quite a few famous people. If you want to be able to be famous, then maybe you can say, look, this whole thing of 10 years has been like a big comedy act, like a big sort of Ali G kind of thing. And now I'm really going to come out and I want prime time, but I don't want question time. I want my own comedy show. Have you ever considered you could do a comedy show? You could totally do you could wear the hijab and all of that stuff, and you could.
I've done all that. I've done.
You don't think you could hit
I used to gig as a comedian.
See, even Master IC3 is getting very upset because the talk is not focused on race and ethnicity. See, even IC3, God bless him, right? IC3 wants this to be about race and ethnicity, and it's all about like these books. Hey, Emily says the Ali C show. Look, Emily is very, very witty and quick, by the way. I'll warn you, Claire. Yeah. The Ali C show. It could be the Ali Claire show, not Ali Claire. Ali Claire.
Okay, I don't mind the Claria Law show. I don't mind that.
The Ali Claire show. I think you could probably get a comedy spot. Yeah.
You know that they won't even have me. I mean, when I did my comedy course, they said, "Oh, it's truly meritocratic," and then you saw people like what was his name, Count Dankula, and all the others kind of being ostracized for saying the wrong thing. You know, they keep shifting the goalposts.
I know quite a few girls in my life have been to public school and stuff, and there's another problem we also face, and that's this whole gender world and feminism, and it's such a mess out there. And because you have very, very many male characteristics, right? And because you're operating with a very male fashion, I think there's a market opportunity for a woman acting very masculine, particularly dressed in a hijab, which could tick all sorts of market sweet spots, right? You could go over there, you could be very aggressive and masculine, but you could be demure behind the purdah, behind the curtain. I think there could be something. I could connect you to people if you were interested in possibly. Could you write the scripts or something? Claire Law is very good.
Well, I probably would need a collaborator to write these comedy sketches, and then they wouldn't even allow me on. But yeah, I'd be trying to find a collaborator. But they're too terrified of it.
I respect Emily too much. She says I'm giggling and giving the game away. My sobriety has been shattered. So apparently Mohammed Al-Fayed will be on it. He needs another. He's looking at expanding his harem or something. But Claire, at some point, do you think you throw the towel in and go, look, you can start the channels again. The rejection has been enduring and it hasn't really worked. And you've got a brain on you, and it's not being put to productive use in any sense, right? I know it passes the time. It's better than sort of like listening to Radio 4 and stuff, right? You get to speak to people, so you're not lonely. But do you think at some point your brain has been kind of wasted on this? Do you feel any need to do something that could be maybe a little more productive? Or, does that cross your mind?
Like what?
Well, I mean, first thing is to be actually willing to want to do something constructive and productive. If you don't want to, it doesn't really matter. Suggestions are downstream.
I think this is crucial to the saving of Western civilization. You may think me mad.
Oh no, Claire, we would. If you didn't too cold, we would execute
by myself, all on my lonesome own.
That's okay. That's fine. Loneliness is a symptom of atomization, liberalization. But if this was to ever even slightly take hold, we'd have to come and execute all of you. Understand that, right? We represent the Christian Inquisition. There's no way we're going to let you ever take over Christian lands and surrender it and stuff. That's never going to happen, right? When things get really bad.
Actually, I do know somebody who gets my idea, and she's Muslim and she's American.
It's a one white Muslim,
and she's middle class, and I'm sending the link to her now, and maybe she will come on and show you all.
Is this the traitor? Is this the American traitor? That one? What's that American traitor?
I wouldn't call her a traitor unless you call anyone who changes who rejects their parental religion as traitors. So hopefully Carol will be joining us soon.
The United States was founded by white Anglo-Saxon Protestants. It's a Christian nation. Black people have story, and that was an unfortunate story. Black people have a legitimacy to be in the United States, but only in a secondary role to white Anglo-Saxon Protestants. Non-Protestants are latecomers to the American story. So of course, if you betray the Anglo-Saxon Protestant roots of the United States, you're nothing other than seditious. Right? America belongs to Christ, right? You understand that?
No, well, there is a White House Quran, Ralph. I know Islamophobes want to keep denying that Jefferson owed the Quran.
Claire, I have the collected works of Das Kapital. It doesn't make me a communist.
Yes, we can, we all buy all kinds of books that we may never read, but we know that Jefferson took the Quran seriously.
So what were the before the founding fathers? What was the movement that created the United States? Do you know? What movement created?
You're talking about the American Revolution? Is that what
you're... before the American Revolution, before the founding fathers, before Jefferson. What was the founding stock and group, and why did they arrive in the United States? Who were they?
Oh, you mean white people?
Not white. They were white. It wasn't the fact that they're white. They're white people all over Europe.
Anglo-Saxons?
They were puritanical Protestants. They were white European puritanical Protestants.
Yes, so they were Anglo-Saxon Protestants.
Correct. The affectionate term we use is was.
And they wanted, yes, indeed, and they wanted to be, they wanted to follow the rules of social conservatism. That's why they were cancelling Christmas and abolishing the theatre.
No, that's not true. They wanted to follow sola scriptura. They wanted to write
because they knew the Catholic and the Anglican Church were playing fast and loose with the rules.
No, that's a misunderstanding of Christian faith. They wanted to follow sola scriptura. They wanted to follow God's law by reading scripture alone. They were the most purest form of Christians, Puritan Protestant Christians.
Yeah, because they didn't trust their priesthood to transmit.
They trusted Protestant priests, but the theological principle that comes to the back of the printing press is my relationship with God needs no mediation. It's not because my priest is bad. It's because I confess to the Lord myself.
Yes, that's a Muslim position.
It has nothing to do with Muslims are just cut base with this.
Well, the Muslims would agree with this wholeheartedly. But there have been sort of, movements by people from a Christian background to move towards Islam.
But everyone in the chat is Puritan.
In point.
But see, everyone in the chat is Puritan, so therefore, a white American, in quotes, American Muslim, in quotes, Muslim, of course she's a traitor.
No, the American Republic was founded on Islamic principles.
Like hell it was.
What is the First Amendment? But
where did the First Amendment come from?
From chapter 2, verse 256, that says there is no compulsion in belief to stand clear from error.
Give me a parent speech. Where did the founding fathers come from?
From England.
And what did they come on behalf of?
Well,
puritanical Protestantism.
Well, Washington considered himself was born into an Anglican background.
I am a stone's throw, Claire, from everything that's Martin Luther. It's a stone's throw from me. Well, not a stone's throw.
Yeah, it was only a matter of time before the European monarchs were saying, why are we following what
the point is, therefore, it's not the Quran, it's not the founding fathers, it's not Jefferson. It is white Anglo-Saxon Protestants that are the basis of the United States.
Yeah.
Well, before slavery.
Somebody had to do it.
Anything that goes away from white Anglo-Saxon Protestantism is a traitor.
No, because white Anglo-Saxon Protestants are not infallible. They are not infallible, are they? And even the Pope, who had himself declared infallible, is not in fact infallible, and nobody believes this nonsense. And they own everybody. What?
God is not infallible, is he?
Well, God is meant to be infallible.
He's not, is he? Therefore, if I take the five
I wouldn't care to say, but if you believe in the Abrahamic God, you would have to believe that he is all wise and all knowing.
Correct. And therefore, the same people who landed, the same people, for example, gave birth to Zionism, the same people who gave birth to your liberal secular rights that allow you to speak without a guardian right now on a live stream, are founded on the 5 planks of my faith. And those 5 planks of my faith are what the white Anglo-Saxon Protestants used to form the United States. The founding fathers in America moved way downstream from that. By grace and faith in Christ and Scripture alone, for the glory of God alone, sola Deo Gloria, is a white Anglo-Saxon Protestant message that built the United States. The United States
Have you heard of the Jefferson Bible, Ralph? Have you heard of it?
I do. I know there's a copy in the White House. I know there's a copy
You
in
know.
the White House.
Okay. What do you know about the Jefferson Bible, Ralph?
I think he had a copy or two, and I think he used to brandish it around and stuff like that, because he was, after all, fundamentally a bit of a wussy, wasn't he, Mr. Jefferson?
No, he wasn't. Oh,
he was a wussy. He wasn't a puritanical Christian, was he?
He was certainly not a Trinitarian. He rejected the Trinity.
Yeah, exactly.
That we know from his writing.
Him, Benjamin Franklin, all of them were just really like almost the first diseased versions of the American disease. Whereas if you look at the real Americana, the German ethnic stock, the European stock, the true Christians that landed, they were really good. Hang on a second, I got a call. 2 seconds. Oops. Oh, hello, she's come on. Just 2 seconds, I'll be right back. Okay.
Hi, Carol.
Hey, hi, what's going on?
Thanks for coming. Well, we've been having a long theological discussion. Gosh, it's nearly up to the 3rd hour now.
Oh, my goodness.
I guess Ralph has got the afternoon off. He's got time to stream with us. And we were talking about the founding fathers, and it all comes back to Anglo-Saxons and founding fathers, and the purpose of the American Revolution, which was to establish the American Republic, which I believe to have been established on Islamic principles. And the evidence of this is the First Amendment, which is based on chapter 2, verse 256 of the Quran, because no other scripture gives humans this right to freedom of belief.
Okay, just a second. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Well, you guys are probably more scholarly types than me. I'm not sure. Okay.
But you're American and Muslim and female and middle class and all American in all religion. So you are special indeed.
All right. Okay.
And you have racial consciousness.
Oh, well, yes, I do.
That is also important.
I have cultural consciousness is what it is. Cultural consciousness, I guess I would say it's more. But I like my culture, and it's too bad it's in decay. I mean, I hope that everyone gets it together. But
I think they could only get it together after repenting of their idolatry. Because, the case can easily be made that if God exists, he would be punishing Christians for their idolatry. And he would be saying, oh, well, it's just a sign of my mercy that I didn't zap you for nearly 2,000 years. But everything is coming to an end as far as, Christianity and liberalism are concerned.
Well, I think, I think the little experiment in America, the U.S., was pretty good when people had an internal locus of control that was based on Christianity. But when they abandoned that, they ended up with this liberal mess. In other words, I believe in like the total freedoms as everyone stated, but when they gave up religion as their own personal choice, or Christianity as their own personal choice is what caused democracy to turn into this bizarre thing we're seeing right now. I'm not anti-democracy. I just think people need an internal locus of control that they're subservient to by choice. And that's not going on anymore. Instead of having an internal, instead of picking something by choice, they're picking nothing except hedonism.
Yes, but because I think, the situation now is testament to the power of marriage. Because as far as I'm concerned, you may disagree, but Christians, even though they believed in nonsense for 2,000 years, managed to, well, do all the things that they managed to do, conquer the world and, whatever. And it's only in the last 50 years, during the rise of feminism and the culture, sex and drugs and rock and roll, that they stopped practicing marriage, and that was what has reduced them to their current body state.
Well, people that are married, that have families and have a commitment to their family, are going to gravitate towards being somewhat conservative in trying to protect that family, which has a more. But this. Oh, hi. There's somebody. Oh, somebody else came on.
Oh, that's Ralph.
Hello. White Muslim woman sounds like an intersectional identity. Are you an intersectionist?
I don't know. I don't know what half these things are. I'm a housewife. What's an intersectionalist?
Someone who creates identity by intersecting different things.
No, I didn't create an identity. I became Muslim before this social justice warrior stuff. I just became Muslim because I didn't believe Jesus was God, but I like Jesus.
And why didn't you convert? Why didn't you immediately convert to Judaism then?
Well, I almost did. I might would have. If I wasn't Muslim, if I didn't see the Islamic choice, yes, I would have became a conservative Jew. I wouldn't have become Orthodox, but I probably would have joined the conservative Judaism.
That would make sense.
Yeah.
Because a lot of Christians.
Because I like their I don't know if you've ever been to their synagogues. I kind of like their style of the synagogue and everything, and the way they discuss things. And the Reform Judaism is too loose, but they have a very large social structure. So I'd probably be conservative Judaism who would also go to a Reform synagogue sometimes if I was a Jew. I wouldn't become Orthodox.
Oh yeah, I don't know what Reform Judaism. I mean, Orthodox Judaism, right? Following God's laws, right?
Yeah, well, yeah, but I there's an atmosphere too. There's the atmosphere of community and stuff that's involved here when you get into this. Judaism has a pretty good community.
God.
From that,
Of course they do, because they've had to survive persecution for a long time, as it's written in the Bible. They had to be persecuted.
they just reconstructed a big community after the fall of the temple, and they revamped it and everything, and it's been going on for a long time. And
I can't wait for the third temple to be built. Right? Once the United States has helped assist Israel and clear out all those that are a threat to Israel, then we would assume the third temple reconstruction plans en route. So with any luck, us good Protestant Christians will fund the state of Israel until the third temple is built and all the Jews are safe again.
Well, yeah. You Darbyites are into that. I don't have any opinion on the third temple coming up or not, whether it's going to cause the return of Jesus. I just know he's coming back. I'm not as stuck on end time stuff. I mean, I'm not a big philosopher or scholar or anything, and I don't focus so much on that. I just see religion is how I live my life.
I'm just your bog standard conservative Protestant. I just want the United States to be safe again, as a safe Christian homeland, as it should be. So that's my main goal for the United States. I lived in the US for a long time, almost 20 years. So I'm familiar with the United States culture, so I did my research.
Well, I don't see the U.S. as a Christian homeland so much, but I do think that Christianity was. I do think the founding fathers did assume that people would be some sort of Christian. I mean, it was pretty odd back then that if you were a European or something, that you were picking a different religion. So I think they really left the whole box open. and and they were.
Well, I think everything was going quite well until certain liberal events occurred in the '60s that allowed too many people to come in who were not Christian, particularly Hart-Celler Act, etc. backwards. Until then, the majority, and really that's even traceable to all of this is traceable to liberalism, really, because once you had the famous no-fault divorce cases in California in the '50s and '60s, you obviously had the whole Goldwater period, and before you knew it, the corrosion had begun. If you look at Detroit, you look at Baltimore. I was in California recently. I spent 8 years of my life in California. I did my research and stuff there, and San Francisco is what happens when liberalism, the subclub practices, is allowed to take foot. You just have people defecating on Market Street and stuff. It's just, it's just a complete mess.
I don't think it was from immigrants in the '60s that caused this. I think it was just an extension of rejecting authority. That started with the Protestant Reformation and all that stuff. But it's hard to say where something will go when people start doing it. And it's just an extension of rejecting authority, which Americans were kind of started off with, and it just kept going. I think back in the '50s and the very early '60s, the United States was pretty homogenous in the sense of culture. It's a little bit later.
It was actually, that sort of white picket fence Americana, if you like, was the last moment you could probably culturally trace the United States as being a good Christian country. At that point, everything started going wrong. No-fault divorce, equal rights, progressive legislation.
Well, I believe in no-fault divorce. I mean, myself.
No-fault divorce was, Claire frequently brings up feminism. No-fault divorce allowed a female sexual hypergamy to begin, right? Once women would not bear the cost of childbirth, of being pregnant, they had the pill.
You're talking
the rest was humble, right?
Wait, let me fix my earphones here. What did you say?
See, once you had the pill, for example, a no-fault divorce, they followed each other.
Oh, the pill, yeah, the pill's what
the pill had no-fault divorce, right? Once a woman could be allowed to practice sexual hypergamy, i.e., she could choose her own sexual partners with no consequence, the society was going to crumble. And that's where you see the consequence of permitting sexual hypergamy by women. Women should not be free to sexually.
Well, it was the pill and the fact they wanted their own money. They did want their own money. That was a part of it. And the men were a little bit bossy. I mean, that kind of a lifestyle, the men get bossy. So, they decided what people decided is that they had a right to be happy instead of suffering. I mean, there's nothing that says you're going to be happy all the time. You know what I mean?
But this is a fundamentally anti-Christian, anti-puritanical position as well, right? Mm. Your happiness is irrelevant. Your piety.
Well, they're seeing happiness as more important than anything.
Correct, and that's where they're going to have to suffer. So we expect a kind of material collapse in the United States, right? You see this in all sorts of things. You're heading towards a serious showdown, right? You can see, obviously, now that they've revoked Roe v. Wade, you can see that the battle lines have been drawn, right? So, but you converted to Islam.
How does Roe versus Wade factor into this?
Abortion is a sin.
Well, I don't know. I don't think it is necessarily, and that's why I think the government should have stayed out of it. I think if people were more moral, there'd be less abortion. I don't think it should have been.
But don't you think one of the most precious things about a woman is the ability, unlike men, to give birth?
Well, I'm not against that. What I'm saying is I don't think the government should have been involved because I think they're not. I don't think government has any. I don't know how to explain. The government's trying to replace the church in some way with this kind of stuff, and they want to make it government controlled. I don't think they should have, because I think doctors have had their hands tied. And when I go to a doctor now, they're saying a set of protocols and refusing to even diagnose what somebody has or even guess because they're so afraid they're going to lose their licenses. And I think people need to be treated. And sometimes a doctor has to make a decision. There has to be some trust that people kind of know what they're doing. The problem is that people are using birth control as not birth control, using abortion as a after the fact birth control. I mean, that's a problem with that. But I'm totally against going, rejecting Roe versus Wade. Not that I'm happy people are running around doing abortions, but I don't see how some congressman can decide what is or is not going to cause me a health problem. Plus, in Islam, I don't believe conception starts. I mean, I don't believe it's a human at conception, I guess is what I'm saying. I don't personally believe that, but that doesn't mean I think people should run in and go get
But
abortions.
abortion, if I'm not mistaken, abortion is absolutely haram, right?
No, it's
Yes, it
not.
is.
No, it's not. And no, absolutely haram in itself. No. Sometimes people may need one, but not
But
for
it's,
these frivolous reasons a lot of people are getting them.
but I thought isn't the ruling by Ibn Taymiyyah pretty much a
I don't
consensus
know.
in Muslim
I don't
faith?
care anything about Ibn Taymiyyah. The ruling is that if it's a threat to the mother's life, they can have it. The mother's life takes precedent over the baby. Okay, so we don't have this idea. What I object to is the idea that a doctor or somebody else can have authority over a person's medical decision, in the sense that maybe me as an individual understands something about my medical problem more than the doctor does. I
But
don't believe.
suppose you don't have a medical problem and you had casual unprotected sex. Do you think a woman should be allowed
Well,
to
I
abort?
don't. I don't. I don't. I think it's unfortunate the government got involved, and I think that they shouldn't
That's
have
not my
unprotected
question.
sex.
Not my question. My question
What
is
was it?
no government, nothing with the government. Do you think if a woman has casual sex and has a child, should she be allowed to abort it?
I don't think it's a question of allowance, is what I'm saying. I don't think it's a question of allowing the woman to do it.
What does that mean? Should
I
she or
I,
shouldn't be allowed?
I didn't hear that last part.
Sorry, should she or shouldn't be allowed to do it? Should be
I
permitted or
think the
not?
government shouldn't be involved in it. I think the doctors should have higher moral standards.
So, so you're saying should a doctor be able to tell her no?
Yeah, a doctor can refuse to do one way. What's the problem with that? Why does he have to do
But
something he
you
thinks?
mean all doctors, right?
Yeah, I think if a doctor's doing the procedure, I think a doctor has a right to say he's not going to do that because he thinks it's a sin or something. But you have a country now that doesn't believe in sin.
So
That's the problem.
would you support a doctor allowing a doctor letting her do it?
I'm supporting not having the government involved,
With
and
the
that
government, let's take the government off the table, just the doctors first. So you said a doctor can say no, but can a doctor say yes? Is my next question.
I'm saying it's out of public view. I'm saying it's such a private thing. I'm not advocating for people to run around and get abortions. That's not the problem. I'm seeing a bigger problem with this authority of forced medical care on people.
But that's
And
really kind of it. With all due respect, you're ducking and avoiding and sliding away from my question.
I'm not
I'm
sliding
taking.
away. I'm saying I'm not involved in it. I'm saying I'm not going to go in and tell anyone what they can or can't do about this, other than I'm saying I'm voicing my opinion. It shouldn't be used as birth control.
Okay, so you would permit it then, basically, is what you're saying in a roundabout
I
way.
wouldn't put a law against it.
Okay,
But
would be
I
the same
think,
thing as permitting it, really.
but I think if it was permitted, when it was permitted before, you had a country where people were more concerned about morality, and so it wasn't having abuses. I think there's a lot of abuses with it now and all that, but I don't believe in this kind of government control, and I don't believe in doctors having the final say in medicine. That's the other issue I'm against.
So basically, if you leave it, ultimately, you remove the government, then you remove the doctors, you leave it to the woman, you're effectively just allowing her to take her own freedom with no responsibility. Right? There'd be no
Well, I
consequence.
didn't say anything about that. No, I didn't say that.
I'm just saying what's
I
logically
don't
entailed.
believe in the authority of the state going that
I
far
hear I got that
into
bit.
medical care. I don't want the state involved in my choice or
I've no
anyone
problem with
else's
it.
on medical care. And I do not believe, myself, I do not believe that it's a life at conception. Religiously, I don't believe that either.
You don't. Oh wow! So you don't believe God? So that again is not Muslim. That violates Islam again, right?
How's that violate Islam?
Yeah, because Islam believes God creates life at conception.
No, this is a new thing that the church took on, the idea that life starts at conception. They used to argue it started later than that. Islam believes the life starts when the soul enters the womb, and there's a debate over when that happens. Okay, so what you're seeing are these Muslims that are saying they're agreeing that abortion is haram, all across the board. They're not looking at that. They're actually adopting the
But I thought
non
Islam, if I misunderstand, I'm not an Islamic scholar, but I believe Islam is only conditions as the life of the woman is threatened, in which case Allah says, because
yeah, Islam says the doctor would be
not the doctor,
no,
the
I'm
life of the
talking
mother.
about whether it's a problem with the life of the mother or not.
Correct. But
They're
that's what
saying
Islam says, right?
that,
Islam says the life of the
let me
mother.
finish what I'm saying.
Go ahead.
I'm saying is the life. Okay, now I'm getting confused because I got interrupted. But what I'm trying to say is, Islam says the doctor is the expert of healthcare. If the woman's going to die, right? She's going to die from the pregnancy. She can have an abortion. Like there's different kinds of pregnancy and all that kind of stuff, right? So yeah, she could have an abortion in that case. What I object to is the entire stance that the doctor is the authority. I'm saying the woman is the authority in this
Okay,
case.
so yeah, I mean, you're saying quite a lot here, but let's unpack. Let's take the government off the table, so you don't have to keep repeating yourself about the government. Then let's move down.
That's my whole.
May I finish? May I finish what I'm trying to say as well? So if I take the government off the table.
Wait a minute. You have to talk a little bit slower for me. I'm not quite used to your accent.
No worries. So if we take the government off the table, we agree, as a government is having no authority, especially not a religious government. Then the next question becomes, what is the source of moral authority? If it's a doctor, that's a secular source. If I was a Muslim, I would go to the 2 or 3 canonical Muslim positions, which I believe is the life is conceived of the embryo, and the only case you would abort would be the case of the mother's life at risk because of the hadiths. Or the other Muslim position, of course, is I think it's a 40 or 38-day conception of life becomes a conception, which is also an Islamic position, and there's no other position, and the woman shouldn't have the choice. Islam should be the arbiter of the decision, not the woman. Giving the woman the choice is un-Islamic.
I'm not against the Islamic stance. I'm not inserting my religion over somebody else. Okay, so whether or not a Christian can have an abortion or not, that's between them and their priest, I guess. I'm not asserting my religion over somebody else.
So if it's a liberal Muslim,
right? And I'm not a secular liberal Muslim. I'm just on this point. This is where I stand on this. If somebody has that problem, they can go talk to their rabbi. Okay, I'm not asserting that in this, and I'm not asserting some idea that a secular doctor has authority over me. Okay.
So really, I'm kind of a bit confused. So basically, you're not taking the Islamic position; you're taking an individualistic position, right? Which is
no, I'm taking the position that people have freedom of religion, and when this, at what point this becomes a human, is basically a religious issue. Okay, so I believe that. That's what I believe, and I believe I don't have to. Why should a doctor? I go in, I see a doctor, and he's going to tell me. He's going to be the authority over my medical care like that. I don't believe that. And it's not just about that. It's about cancer treatment and everything else. Okay. So people have religious issues. Religious people have their religions and they have their way that they deal with their issues. I don't think the government should be involved in it.
We've understood that. So basically, you sound a lot like a liberal Muslim, like an individual Muslim.
I don't know what you mean by a liberal individual Muslim. I'm pretty conservative, so I don't know what to tell you. But that's my view on that. So if you want to insist that this isn't what Muslims believe, okay. But yeah, I don't advocate people running around using abortion as birth control. I don't believe people should do that. I don't, for example, if a Catholic makes some kind of decision or something, it's not my business. I don't know what to say. I mean, technically people don't see God right here. So it's their ideas on God and their religion and their faith about abortion. And now the government's involved.
Yeah, I can appreciate the government thing. I get
Yeah.
that. It's interesting. So you're going to be one of those
The
converts types.
doctors, I go see a doctor. I don't know. I haven't even, I think I've been to a Muslim doctor once or twice in this country. I mean, they're not even, they don't even have the same set of morals I have. I mean, how can someone like that decide? They can't decide for me. I'm going to
Yeah,
have
so
to
this is
decide.
typical. I see lots of it. You're very similar to other white Muslims I see who have converted. They kind of have a balance between what Islam teaches them and what their individual liberalism is taught
No,
them.
I believe this. I believe I'm not forcing my religion on anybody, and I believe it's a religious issue. Now
Yeah,
you got a problem in America where you got a bunch of people who have no religion at all. I don't know what you're supposed to do about them. Okay, but most people
that's a
do.
separate.
Okay, yeah, that's a
Let
separate
them
thing.
die out.
I'm not saying that anybody, here has to live under Catholic rule, for example, right? I mean,
Yeah,
do you
so
want to live under Islam? Do you want me to tell you how to live your life? No. Okay, so most people in America don't want to be told how to live their life, and I'm on that page. I don't want to be told how to live my life, but I have a very conservative locus of control about life, and what I see is a lot of people who don't. And yeah, it's turned into a problem in this country. I don't think it much mattered really in the scheme of behavior if people was Jewish or if they actually practiced Christianity or if they were Muslim on their behavior with all this having kids when they're not married and being this irresponsible, you know? So I
so you're
mean,
like a libertarian. You're like a libertarian Muslim, really.
I could be considered that. Yeah, if I'm voting on anything in the United States, the first thing I'm looking at is if it's infringing on my civil rights, and I'll vote against it if I think it does in any way. Because I want my freedom of choice to practice my religion, and I also want my freedom of choice to practice my religion as far as I can go with it.
You're very, the many women like you in Europe who are also these white Muslim women, and they're very similar as well. They kind of can't really shake off the libertarianism, but they adopt
I
Islam
don't have a problem
for
with
various
people.
reasons.
I don't have a problem with libertarianism
And I can
if
see
people
that.
have a moral internal locus of control. I see the entire problem as there's no internal locus of control anymore. And when I was young, people had that. People thought it was wrong to steal, even if they weren't
So would
particularly
you would you
Christian.
put a liberal would you put your liberalism and libertarianism ahead of the external locus of control? Would you rather live? Let me ask you a question. Would you rather live in a country where there were external forces, be it the government, the law, social structures, that enforce the morality, or would you rather say some people will be liberal and some people won't, and live and let live? Which one would you rather
Well,
say?
it's a balance. It's if when it gets to the point that it's I don't know can I put it? Because I have a conservative view, right? Obviously, I would like to see conservatism. Now, if they can't get it, if the society itself gets so bad that you can't even hardly live as a conservative in it, then yeah, I'd like to see some government intervention. I guess. I don't know. I hadn't thought all that out. But generally, people move, right? If it gets too bad, people are going to move.
Yeah, that's. I mean, you just sound basically fairly. Everything you're saying to me sounds very libertarian.
Oh, well,
It doesn't sound very
okay.
conservative, really. Because
Well,
conservatives, I'll tell you the difference. Conservatives put the group before the individual. Liberals
well,
put the individual before the group.
Muslims have a view that society has rights, and so do people,
Yeah,
individuals.
all conservatives, not
So I
just
believe
Muslims.
society has rights. So what's going on right now is society's rights are being
But
undermined.
now you're contradicting yourself a bit, right? You
No,
said
I'm
you
not. I'm
care.
not contradicting myself.
No,
I'm
but yeah,
looking at it
because
and I'm
what you
making
said is,
because
but
I'm Muslim and I'm
if
looking
I
at.
try to speak, you kind of say, don't overtalk you, but as soon as I speak, you interrupt me. I don't mind. You
I
can do
can't.
both.
I think there's this happened before when I was on with Claire. I think there's a delay.
There is a delay, so you have to bear with me a little bit because I'm in
Yeah.
Berlin, so it's probably about a second behind from the US,
Yeah.
but about 1.5 seconds usually.
Yeah.
So what I'm saying is, no, those two things are at odds with each other, whether you realize it or not. You can't say, I only want to do what's right for me and what I think is right or wrong for me, and I put myself as a libertarian at the center and also claim I'm a conservative. Because conservatives don't do that. Conservatives put the group before the individual. So you can't both be of a position that make the claim I'm a conservative, but then keep imitating a libertarian statements.
Well, I'm a minority in a country. So I'm going to pick the libertarian view here, right?
Mm-hmm. Oh, I
because
understand that.
that's where I can be what I want to be the easiest.
Yeah,
Okay.
which is fine. There's nothing wrong with that. You're just not conservative.
Well, I don't care what you want to call me, how you label me.
I like
That
labeling
doesn't matter.
people. I love
Well,
labeling people.
Well,
I find it
I mean,
really efficient.
that's not relevant to me, and I believe that generally society has to be way more. They do have to go back to marriage and stuff like Claire's talking about. I'm seeing very needy young people who just are emotionally messed up from all this. It's kind of crazy. I mean, when I see a lot of European descent people, young people trying to turn themselves into a oppressed minority, I just find it ridiculous. Okay, I think
Yeah,
people
but
should be like how my father was. The kind of man like my father was, that's what this country needs. They don't
yeah,
need
but
to.
I guess the funny thing is, if you are libertarian like you shouldn't really necessarily care. They should be free to pursue what they want, right?
I didn't say I was a libertarian. You're calling me that.
You are libertarian. You're not
Well,
conservative.
I mean, okay, you want to say I'm a libertarian, and then you say they shouldn't, that I shouldn't be thinking something. I think what I think.
Oh no, you can think what you think. Just like I like labels.
Well,
It
you
makes
can
my
like
life.
your label, but don't try to make me conform to your label if it doesn't fit. I mean, at least have enough, thought that maybe I
Oh,
haven't
I'm very
thought.
generous. I'm very generous, my dear. I will adjust my labels depending every time people make statements. But what I've heard so far is you're a libertarian who's adopted Islam for religious reasons, or more importantly, spiritual reasons. But your positions are not conservative.
Well, I don't know what you're talking about as conservative. I
Because
don't know what you.
conservatives put the group first.
I do think there needs to be some thought on the group, the country, society at large, what's going on in public. I do think some thought has to go into that in this country. Okay, so does that make me a libertarian? I don't want to go down the street and some people are having sex at the park, which has happened. I've seen. So yeah, I do think that there should be some of these things need to be out of society. What people do as an individual in their homes is a different story. And that is Islamic
Do you think
view.
Islam has? Do you think Islam has any place in the United States, so it should be removed and made illegal?
It's here. Islam is
That's it.
here.
Do you think it should
So
remain?
well, why not? I mean, I don't
Cool.
see why I have to leave. I became Muslim. I'm not happy about this idea of the mess that's going on with all these immigrants and stuff. I'm not happy about that because they've adopted this social justice warrior stuff and they seem to be acting crazy. Okay, that's a big part of it. And they don't seem compatible in that they seem to have too much animosity towards the people in the country. If I move to a country, I shouldn't hate the people there when I move there. I shouldn't have this idea that I hate them. And that's what I see a lot of. Okay. So no, I think they're so in some they're incompatible for different reasons. This massive amount of immigrants that are coming in, but they're bringing in too many at once. They're not letting them to.
How many would be too? How many would be? So let me ask you a different question. Would you be able to have a problem if white Americans ended up with 49% of the United States? Would that bother you?
I don't care about the color of the skin part, but I care about the deterioration of culture. That was what was my father was like. I care about that, and that's been going on for years and years. That started, when I was pretty young. But I do care about the deterioration of culture, and I don't think you can bring in so many people at once that have animosity towards the country.
So what if they didn't have animosity, but they were just replaced? Let's say I ended up with 40% of the United States being the original stock and 60% being lots of Asians and Africans who had no hostility. Would that be okay with you?
If they were the same culture as my father. Same culture. Culture is
I don't know
very
your father.
pervasive.
I assume your father was a Christian, right?
Yeah, well, some kind of a Christian, yeah, Protestant.
Okay, but what if they were Christians? Would that bother you?
If it was a Christian.
Yeah, so what I'm saying is it wouldn't matter to you if the white people were replaced the United States, is what I mean. On that note, Jamie, do you meet Jamie, who is not a Christian, but definitely white?
Hello.
I guess I'm not
I don't know
understanding
what to
the
say about this
question.
one, mate.
I think I'm not understanding the question. Everybody's muted.
I'm here.
Oh, everybody's muted. I don't know why.
Yeah, I don't know what's happening either.
Oh,
Sorry,
I didn't understand the question.
I was just coming inside. So yeah, Claire, I really do think you should consider looking into Confucianism and see if it aligns more with your ideology.
I have considered Confucianism. I mean, the Chinese in China can't follow Confucianism, so what hope is there for Western man to follow that?
Well, the Chinese are.
Hello?
Yeah, I can't hear him either.
But I'm just saying, like, Confucianism doesn't require to believe in God. So I think that, you know, that just because it's Chinese doesn't mean it's not as universal as, say, your secular Quranism, because the Quran is like the embodiment or the manifesting the Middle Eastern people, as does Confucius manifests the Han Chinese people.
Well, I'm not really interested in China. I don't live there. I live in the UK. I see that Britons are in trouble, and I'm proposing a solution. And all I've got so far is that we hate Islam. You can't make us follow it, but we have no better solution, and we will rot away because we hate Islam so much, even though we haven't got a solution.
Well, I'm just saying, if you were pushing Confucianism, you could say, like, well, because a lot of East Asians or Chinese live in the Anglosphere and therefore get along, it could create a kind of like a new sort of renaissance, really, of like the Chinese ideas, circulating along the English people. So the English people don't lose their own identity, but they just like adopt these like family values or patriarchy from Confucianism, and it's you understand the Tao and all that stuff. You can like create a very interesting hybrid culture if you were to do that.
Well, I think it would be rejected saying, "Oh, but it's not European, it's not British. We don't want it. Get away with you." So I think I would face the same problem.
But it's a better alternative, I think, than say the Muslim or Middle Eastern mindset, because there's a lot of bad blood now. I don't need to get into obvious reasons, but there's no bad blood with Chinese people, and they do make up, I think, more of a demographic in the Anglosphere overall than Muslims.
Well, I think most people probably see it as some kind of prelude to communism. It's pretty attached to China, right?
The Chinese
I don't want to live like I don't want to live like a communist. I don't want to live like a socialist. I like being able to do whatever the hell it is I want to do, but I don't want to do anything that's damaging to society. And
right,
I would like to see some of this.
You believe in reciprocity, right? The golden rule.
I believe that a degenerate society leads to degenerate people and destroys culture. Okay, so how do you turn that around? For me,
well, I don't know. I think you need to think one person's opinion on degeneracy could be one person's most important culture. So I think obviously you need to make sure we get our definition.
I don't think so.
Right.
I don't have some odd idea. I don't want to go down the street and see any more gay men doing their thing at the park. This shouldn't be out in public.
Yeah, that's what I mean. So it's not that they're gay; it's if they're violating reciprocity.
I don't go into people's home. I am a Muslim. Okay, so yeah, Muslims are not supposed to be jumping the fence and peeking into people's homes. Okay, so if somebody can, basically, a lot of this stuff just needs to go in the closet and not infect society, because you have a very confused youth. Okay,
I agree.
Okay, so this is the problem. So you have a youth that hate themselves so much that they've decided they can't function in society unless they can identify with an oppressed minority of some sort. This is ridiculous thinking, right? This is totally ridiculous. And this is what I want to see changed. All right. Now, if somebody lives next door and they don't believe in God, they're not bothering anybody with it. I don't care. I got some white power people living behind me. I kind of like them in the neighborhood because I think if somebody breaks into my house, they're probably packing and might do something about it. It doesn't bother me that they're up there. I don't care if I'm living around a bunch of Christians. I was brought up in the country. My family was Christian. Why would I don't have a problem being around
it's
them.
because of the laws you live under. The laws don't give any certain religion or ethnicity any inherent advantage. They just say, look, these are the rules.
When you have people and they have a religion that has morality in it, these are great people to be in a democracy, is what I think.
Yeah.
Okay, so I don't care if it's a Christian. I don't care as long as they have morality. I don't know anything about Confucianism, so I can't really speak to that. But some religions don't have any moral code at all. I mean, that's useless. That would be useless as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah.
Because that doesn't do anything to build society or make it better. We have a decaying society right now in the United States. We have a education system that has dummied down so bad they can't even make teachers anymore that are educated very well. I mean, this is pretty pathetic.
The educational system is based on the effeminate mind because
it's based on. Look, I'm in California. This is a circus down here. I don't even see how a responsible parent can even send their kid to school. I don't care what their religion is. This is so bad that's going on in this state. It's unbelievable.
Yeah, because it's a welfare state, and just.
Well, it didn't used to be.
Well, but it did. I mean, California used to be awesome. It was like the Golden State because it was of the good quality people that lived there. But when more and more people who are parasitic in nature move there, then the whole state's going to.
The whole thing, it's gone corrupt. Obviously, it's obviously corrupt. I mean,
yeah,
something's wrong here.
We've seen like the Constitution got rewritten, like with was it Woodrow Wilson, where you can interpret, and the judges were allowed all these new laws that obviously violate reciprocity and trust.
When you have moral people and they come together to make democratic decisions, they're going to make better because they believe in God's authority. Now, whether you believe that authority goes through the church or something else is kind of a different debate. But if you believe that there is an authoritative God, that he created you and that he had morals and that you are supposed to defend your family, you're having people who are making different decisions in this mess that's going on right now. Okay, so I'm all for, libertarian democracy if the people have an internal locus of control of morality with the idea that they believe God is the authority in their life by choice, not because somebody forced it on them. Okay, right, so I don't think it matters. I don't think I don't think anybody would think I was particularly odd if I wasn't wearing a scarf, if I'm out in public, how I behave. I'm not doing anything.
But then don't you see, as soon as you put on the scarf and stuff, you're immediately odd, right?
Well, yeah, people think I'm odd.
A white Muslim in California covered up looks completely in the wrong place.
Well, not so much anymore, but I went into I think I told Claire this the other day. I went into a yogurt store, with my husband recently, and this other white lady in there. She comes over. She's apologizing to me for being white. I'm like, you gotta be kidding me? Is she out of her mind? This what's going on?
That's our sin. That we've gone from the sin from the Christian perspective to the sin of we are responsible for this, therefore we must self-flagellate ourselves because
I don't know what it is. Okay, but anybody looking at me cannot possibly think I'm not a white person. I don't care what I'm wearing.
No, but they're not
Okay.
going to, as soon as you put on your Muslim garb, they're not going to see you as white in the same way anymore.
They don't see me as white because they decided I'm some kind of a either that I'm a traitor or I'm an oppressed person. I don't feel like I'm either one.
I think most people would think you're a traitor before you're oppressed. I think oppression would be downstream.
Well,
from
yeah, some people. I've been called that before. I'm not a traitor, though.
Well, you wouldn't be out of place if you lived with the Amish. You know, they keep their heads covered, don't they?
Well, people that wear scarves and stuff, they can recognize different scarves. It's a woman's thing, but we can tell the difference. Anyway, but yeah.
If you don't mind me, I suppose it's a personal question, but by your voice modulation, I suspect you're in your late 50s, early 60s, maybe. Am I right?
65.
Okay, so pretty good at voice modulation, right? Okay, so and how long have you been a Muslim? If you don't mind me asking.
40 years.
Oh wow, so you're one of the early ones. Okay, wow. So you've had to live with the hostility for quite a while, right?
Oh yeah, sure. But I was not part of this crowd of okay, when I became Muslim, people were drawn to it and they just liked it. Okay. But I'm seeing now is some people becoming Muslim because they're trying to adopt an oppressed identity. I just think it's bizarre.
It's the same reason why people are transitioning into being transsexuals.
Something like that. Yeah, there's this little undercurrent of that going on, and it also over the years, the Muslim community became more anti-white people.
And again, just because I like this white Muslim woman, I have to call you that because I don't know your name, but
Carol, you can call me Carol.
Carol, hello, Carol. Pleasure to meet you. I also suspect, am I right or wrong, that you probably had a strong issue with either one of your parents being religious, mother or father. Am I right?
No, I was just brought up Catholic, and I just didn't believe Jesus was God. I just didn't believe
both
that.
your parents? I bet were both your parents in complete harmony about their Catholicism?
Well, my dad was Protestant.
There you go. Boom.
He'd sign those papers. He didn't go to church. My dad's heritage going back was Mennonites. So they actually came to this country for religious freedom because they were being killed off in Germany. Okay. So his family came here going back, but he himself, I think, was
he Jewish?
What?
Was he Jewish?
No, they were killing Mennonites in Germany.
They were killing Mennonites. Right.
Yeah, so they came back then with those farming collectives and stuff. So he was actually quite conservative, but his
so did your
grandparents left the Mennonites because they didn't want to be part of the farming communes. They actually.
So did your father reject Catholicism? Or?
No, he didn't reject Catholicism. He just never became a Catholic. My mom was Catholic.
So your mom was Catholic, but he wouldn't, because if he's any type of Anabaptist, then I assume you would not allow.
No, he wasn't an Anabaptist. Well, he came here, and even though his heritage was Mennonite, he wasn't brought up Mennonite. His parents weren't Mennonite. His grandparents left the Mennonites because they wanted to own their own farm. Mennonites were mostly a bunch of farmers. Okay. So my mom was Catholic. My dad did tell me after I became Muslim that he thought Catholicism was the best religion there was. He didn't think it was a great idea I become Muslim. But there wasn't.
Is your husband by any chance a Muslim?
My husband, yeah, of course.
Okay. But is he a Muslim? Is he a white Muslim?
You would say he's kind of a brown one. There were no white Muslims for me to get married to. Okay. I didn't want to live I didn't want to be a monk or something. I don't want to live a celibate life or something. It was really unusual for a white person to be a Muslim when I converted. So some people would say he's white and some wouldn't. Look, I mean, that's what it is with him.
You were the only wife, right?
What?
You were the only wife?
Well, yeah, I'm the only wife. Why?
I
was Muslim before I met him. I became Muslim back when it was really weird to do so. Okay. So I don't have some of these ideas some of the other people have. I would have married a white brother if I had seen one that was my age that I liked. I did talk to one, and he that was asking about marriage, but he'd already been married 3 times to American black women. I just kind of thought, well, he probably likes black women. I don't think he really likes me. You know what I'm saying? But it's more when Muslims get married, because there's no dating and stuff, it's a little bit more I don't know what's the word I'm trying to think. A little bit more practical in thinking when you're looking at somebody.
Well, a lot of it's arranged,
Yeah, well, I didn't have a family arranging my marriage, so I was very practical. I'm looking at what I could live with, what I could possibly get around with, and a white guy that wasn't paying his taxes wasn't going to cut the deal. Okay, this guy, he had some idea that he didn't need to pay his taxes here. That was the other thing. I was like, okay, I'm not going to do that. And
so basically, when Californians look at you because your husband's not white, so he's not really American, they're going to see
some people see him as being white, and some people don't. I mean,
maybe he's Arab or something. They look white or something. North African,
maybe Turkish or Greek.
Turkish.
I'm not.
White people can tell. White people can tell people are not European, right? Just visually. And
some,
if you look at that, you're
in
go,
California, some white people.
Sure, but the point I'm trying to make is. The point I'm trying to make is obviously your case is different because of your age, my dear, because I'm just doing some maths in my head. But for modern people, most young white Americans are going to look at you and go, wow, so she's actually a traitor to her stock, her group, her history.
Well, I don't know about young people. I say most people my age say that. I don't know about what real young people.
Have you ever considered leaving the US and going to his country of origin?
Yeah, we might do that.
Yeah, that would be a good idea.
I don't know why you care where I live, though, because I'm not having any more children. So I don't see how it would be polluting the landscape here for you.
It's usually aesthetics, visually and stuff like that.
Oh, the visual aesthetic. Well, California's already gone, so you probably wouldn't want to come here.
I have to go to California probably very soon again for work stuff, but nevertheless, no, I think visually, for example, because I admire Islam. I think Islam has beautiful things about it. If I go to Islamic nations, I want to see Islamic things. And when I go to the United States, I want to see Christian white choice and things. That's just the way it is. I don't want to see, if I wanted to see a lot of English people, I don't want to see them in Karachi or Islamabad. I don't want to see a lot of Muslims in California. Right? That's interesting.
Well, I don't think people should want to see a lot of them here because they're too liberal right now. If that makes sense.
But they're connected concepts, aren't they?
The what?
They're connected concepts. So if you speak to conservative Muslims, like I do in a few of them in Germany, but obviously in England, and they're alarmed as they see young Muslim youths being corrupted by liberalism and suddenly becoming you don't want to call them Western because there's some weird Islamic version of Western.
Look, right? I don't know. I don't know what to tell you about this big immigrant influx. They're having problems. They have problems here. They don't understand the society. They don't understand people. They don't seem to know how to get along here. Okay, that's what's going on. Okay, I'm not disagreeing about all that. It's not me. That's not even. I mean, I don't know what that's supposed to be. I do remember when I was a kid, everyone accused Catholics of being Italians when they weren't.
Well, they were Irish, mainly Irish.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, mainly Irish.
But that's because the Irish and Italian arrived quite late to the United States after most of the hard work was done by the Anglo-Saxon Protestants, right? If you look at the history of Catholic migration to the U.S., it's late.
I don't know. The Irish built the railroad. I mean, I'm not buying into that stuff. It's whoever got stuck doing the work did the work. It seems like most people don't want to work at all, from what I see now. They want these kind of jobs where they're actually not producing anything. But I mean, that's a whole different subject. If you don't want to see Muslims in the landscape, you don't want to see them in public. Okay, I don't know what to tell you. They're here now. So if you want them here, I don't have a problem. I do not have a problem with the idea that maybe some of them need to leave.
I actually got a question for Ralph. Do you think Black Americans have more of a claim to America than, say, white Catholics?
Black Americans have a very special claim to the United States, I believe, because they were brought against their will.
But would you say
because they've been there during most of the period of U.S. history, I think they have a claim that's a legitimate claim.
I'm saying if they converted to Protestant Christianity, do they technically have more of a claim to America than, say, a white Catholic?
Wow, black Protestant versus, I don't have denominational. I don't have denominational issues. If they're black Christians, and I've been to many black Christian churches, they're just my Christian brothers. But I think whether they have a claim or not is independent, because they were there before, they were brought against their will, and they participated in the construction of the United States, so they've got a different claim. The Irish, the Italians, the Catholics, they only arrived in the 1700s late. Most of the hard work's already been done by the Anglo-Saxon nations. So basically, the white genetic stock is predominantly English stock. What stock? You know exactly. You look at American, you know which one's a real American. All you have to do is look at it, right? You go, that one looks like a proper American, and you can tell which ones aren't. Black people are very different. It's not like the black population, say in Britain, that's very recent, right? There's no big black population here, for example. Post the pre-Windrush in Britain, there's very little black people in Europe. Yeah, the United States is a very different case. So I don't know what the solution to that is. IC3 should wait in here, a black state or something, or right to return.
They tried that. They tried that with, what was it, Liberia, in West Africa. Yeah.
It's very complicated, because I think it depends on black people to assert black power to get that thing. But to pretend that the United States is not white Anglo-Saxon Protestant is to deny history of the United States, right?
But would you say there's a percentage, like, is the whiteness more important than the Protestant, or is it the other way around?
I think the Protestant, I'm only trying to make the Protestant point because it's the history of the United States, because it was a history of things. But then the United States comes codified by this revolution and secularizes itself. And that begins the beginning of the fall, right? The beginning of the fall.
I mean, I think the Constitution was definitely headed
after the fall, right?
I don't know. I think you could have a romanticized vision of, if only America stuck to its gun as being a fundamentalist Christian nation, then the outcome could have been different. But I think that the Anglo people were trying to be true to themselves by constructing a government that had enough checks and balances for everyone to have
the
maximum amount of freedom without it degenerating.
There's many adages, right? If the founding fathers had seen what would happen in the 1960s, they would have immediately declared a Christian ethno-state, right?
No, I think they would have amended the Constitution to actually make it more robust, to prevent that sort of ingrain of what happened.
But the good news is, on the other hand, is we know what the decline looks like, and we know what the American Empire fall has looked like. Look, the American Empire got its ass handed by the Taliban. So we know at some point the decline will happen. So you've got to look past the decline and go, what's going to be the source of the renewal and the reconstruction? And all eyes are on Zuma, white Christian Baptist. That's what's going to make the claim. Right? That's the generation that will save it. Or the United States and white people are destined for demographic and cultural replacement. I'm not
denying there could be like a Christian revival. I'm just saying that it might not look the same as you imagine it.
It won't look like the past, Jamie. Yeah, you're right. It won't look like the past. And this is a fiction that says, you want to go back to the schism or to 1527. No. It'll be defined by people, hopefully even after my death, that will make a new version of what it is. But if you look at the young, like I say, and Claire was on a panel, she was in the chat, watching a young Christian warrior just decimating atheist after atheist after atheist. I know he is. And it was just brutally, and look at them, we're like, these are the young American Christians who are going to reclaim the church. These are the ones who are going to take down interfaith tolerance and LGBTQ and all this nonsense. And it's going to take a period of decades. It only took a few decades to lose it. It will take enough decades to reclaim it. Or it will be lost, in which case America will be Brazil.
Well, don't you think the government should have some input on that?
The government's corrupted and corroded. Right?
Yeah, it's corrupt. I mean, that's the problem, isn't it? I mean, why is it being taught to hate your own people and to hate your own government in the public school system?
Because it's being colonized by.
So how you going? I understand that it was just a rhetorical question. So how do you possibly think this is going to be corrected in a few generations with a bunch of people using this school system? I'll tell
you the answer. We talked to lots of conservative Christians. I'm in very many conservative Discord, closed for Christians only servers, American ones. And their plan is quite simple: large families and homeschooling. large amount of Christians slowly pulling out. Colorado, Utah, all these places. All the girls have taken chastity vows. All of the girls are preparing to be married. All of them are going to have large families.
So they're all
And they're
going to
going
be doing
to
quiver
they're going to
full.
return. They're going to return and reclaim their state by
So
state.
they're going to do this quiver fully. They're all going to do the quiver full thing.
Well, something has to be done.
Okay, so they're all going to do that. They're going to make these kids. They're going to go to homeschooling.
Yeah.
While
And if
these
you look at
other
the birth rate,
people are having kid after kid after kid going on.
yeah, liberals
the
don't
goal.
have any kids. Liberals aren't having replacement rate children at all, and none of them.
I'm not talking about liberals. Well, I'm talking about. I can't say it here on. I can't say it on the internet. I'm talking about you have people that are either working, trying to make a life out for themselves, or you have people trying to live off the government. That's what you got going on.
Yeah, we see that. But if you look at it by if you do it by Christians, what happened is predominantly is there was a large movement about 10 or 12 years ago that saw this, particularly in very. I'm a member of any evangelical, what you would consider extremely Christian fundamentalist types of groups, and about 10 to 15 years ago, a lot was seen at the end of the neocon movement, and the benefits of that work is now showing up. The U.S. Christian Protestant evangelical people are having the most number of children. If you go look up at the Pew Research for data, you'll see it's soaring. They're overtaking Muslims. So the idea there is we're basically going to repopulate our Christian stock. And then the repopulation of the Christian stock will follow a consequential Christian power, especially those Christian children are immunized from public school education, immunized from liberalism, particularly the Christian girls and the Christian boys are taught the sanctity of marriage and family, the sanctity of reclaiming the church and reclaiming politics. And we just need to let the liberals collapse, let the immigrants come in. And then
wait a minute, what did you say? Let the liberals collapse and let the immigrants what?
Come in and then deal with it on the other side.
They shouldn't be coming in like this. They shouldn't be this many immigrants.
You can't stop them right now. The US is different from Europe. The US is too late to stop them because of their political structure. The resistance is coming from Europe first. America will follow behind. And then the question is going to be, well, what does the other side look like? It can't be liberalism. It can't be liberal white guys trying to defend the ethno state. That's never going to happen. It's got to be conservative. Now, Jamie, I understand he's not Christian, he's a pagan. Pagans have a part to play, but pagans are a tiny percentage. The majority of people will be Christians. They will be white Anglo-Saxon type, or not just Anglo-Saxon now, white European Christians who believe in fundamentally large families, fundamentally Christian values of school.
Well, they should be taught this heritage in school.
It's too late for that.
No,
so the question is, you can't change that now.
I'm saying it's a deplorable situation. What's going on?
It's terrible. I first went to the United States in the early '80s, and I can remember the decline across the Midwest. I've seen it in my own lifetime. So I'm more interested in solutions than problems. So the solutions, if you look at it, is going to be from closed, very conservative Christian families. They won't be racialists. They will be. They collaborate with black families who are Christians.
But what are they doing? What are they doing to get more of these families?
Removing their kids and teaching them early.
Okay, so it's like you're going to have a.
What's a noise? It's like someone's got a lot of banging in the background.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm putting my dishes away. I'm sorry. Okay. I forgot. That's bad. I'm sorry. When I'm on the computer, sometimes I start doing stuff in the kitchen. Okay, I'll go back.
A woman's housework is never complete, I understand. But if you look at that, the Christian birth rates, particularly in the United States and particularly in particular states, the idea is within 2 generations, there'd be enough to reclaim a local power. And then in 2 to 3 generations, there's going to be a good chance to form something much stronger than Trump, or much stronger than the Republican Party, that is inviolate because its members are Christian first.
Well, I don't know. I can't see this happening in California.
California could fall first. Let California fall. Let Delaware fall. Let Baltimore fall. Let Oakland fall. Let San Jose fall. Because it's going to fall and collapse, move away, and then start the reclamation. But the reclamation must start from a Christian, ethnic and Christian. Think of it as ethno-religious. It means protecting what was built by. So, but I mean ethno-religious, conservative. There are conservative black families, conservative black, and some to a lesser degree conservative Hispanic families. But the idea is to return to the model of a founding United States nation that was built on Christian values by by wasps. Yeah.
But most of the Protestant churches I see now, they'll have baby showers for all these moms who aren't married having kids. It doesn't
Those are
look.
liberal Protestant churches. I'm not talking about those. I'm talking about proper evangelical, proper Protestant Christians. Not liberal Protestants. Liberal Protestants are part of the problem.
They mostly live in the countryside, like the rural areas.
Utah, Colorado, North Dakota, Montana. These are the states where most of the groups I speak to are. That's where the base of
you have a lot of. I was just in Yellowstone. It looked like a lot of Mennonites out there.
Yeah, but fundamentally the principle, if you speak to people in these groups like I do, they are fundamentally foundationally going back to our core Protestant principle that we don't need a society, a structure, a government that is secondary to God, and therefore the children will create healthy, large Christian families, predominantly white, because race matters, ethnicity matters, and it doesn't matter they're non-whites there as long as they are of the same high Christian values, because there are black families in these groups as well, not as many, and there are Hispanic ones. But the principle is the same, the restoration of the United States.
So how does this go with the United States? Your view of the United States, it should become a Christian theocracy?
It should have Christian values that purge the legislation and purge social structures that are not. So from the public school system, from the churches, from government, particularly at the local level, to the state government, should be refilled by Christians, particularly the churches. And to do that, the first thing you want to do is enough European Christian families, with their allies, because there are lots of black people agree with. A lot of black true Protestant Christians agree with white Protestant Christians.
But what about why not trying to get some of them in office now?
Because numbers.
You can't win the elections.
No, because the way the United States works is a three-tier system, and what the liberals are doing is they're shipping Mexicans and everyone everywhere demographically. So the way to outwin them is to first and foremost fill the base, and that base must be large families. You're not going to get large, stable families without the moral system of Christianity.
But what about taking over school boards and local politics?
They already are in these areas. You should see some of the Utah school boards. You should see some of the Montana and North Dakota school boards. But the question is to get that at federal representation and states' rights representation. There's going to be more numbers needed. So the first thing you're going to have to do is refill the stock with Christian stock.
So you believe the elections here are.
The system has a problem. It's not a bias or stallings. The system has a problem. Is that as long as you keep filling non-Americans in, eventually the original American stock cannot win the game. And in your case, you're going to lose by 2040 something. In Europe, it's about 2060, but we're on the mission in Europe. We're ahead of the United States in the resistance. So the Anglosphere is at the bottom. Britain, Australia, New Zealand, America is right at the bottom of the pile of the recovery. But the same recovery pattern is happening. And because there's a large union of German evangelical Christians, obviously Lutherans and Calvinists are Germans, and that German stock is in the United States. There's a strong bond between the German Christian movement, the Reconquista, the defense, and the Christian Protestant movement that knows that we need a lot more good Christian children. And those good Christian children will never take drugs. They won't be degenerates. They won't be sitting on Telegram all day. They're preparing. They're being groomed to replace, to restore things. It's essential. Otherwise, we won't win that war. Right? We'll lose. Christendom will lose its lands.
Well, I don't understand why you're delaying being more active now instead of.
It takes time to have children and grow.
No, I'm not talking about. Okay, that takes time. I understand. Obviously, you have to wait for the generations to pop up. Right. But why be so passive until then?
We'll not be passive. We just overturn Roe v. Wade. Look at the noises coming out of the right wing of the Republican Party. We just don't have the numbers yet because the left keep adding foreigners.
Wasn't the repeal of Roe v. Wade more due to it wasn't in the Constitution rather than religious bias?
No, it was because Trump and Pence, when Trump went for the initial nomination, he gave the Republican rank and file 3 promises, which is how Trump, who was an outsider, was allowed the Republican nomination. Those 3 promises were give conservatives the Supreme Court, build the wall, and scrap all international agreements. He failed on the other 2, but he's given us the Supreme Court for 30, 35 years. We will now use the Supreme Court as our final veto, but that won't solve, the Supreme Court won't work. That's not good enough. It's just a stopgap. The true salvation is, of course, by creating young, healthy, good Christian children.
So what's the plan for all these degenerates that you see? Are you guys trying to
A lot of them will
evangelize
die out.
them?
A lot of them will die out, and the rest of them will be dealt with Christian law. We're dealt with conservative laws.
No,
right?
no.
So
I mean now.
There's nothing you can do now. Now we must suffer the little children. I remember, you're Californian, right? I lived in California for a long time. I remember when 3 strikes came in. I remember the change of the Rodney King in LA in the late 80s, early 90s. Suddenly it was dangerous in LA. And in no time, it suddenly became really good again because we kept throwing them, all the gangbangers, into jail. All those degenerates, they need to be dealt with by incarceration.
Well, there's a huge problem in this state, sure.
Yeah, lock them all up, man. Lock them all up, right? That's not.
But I
That's
mean,
not Christian behavior.
what are you doing to get more white people to become Protestant?
Because by making more Protestant babies and by spreading the word of the Lord, right? And taking
Okay,
over
so what do
towns.
you guys do to spread the word of the Lord? I guess that's what I'm asking. What do you guys
Well,
do?
ever since the late 90s, if you look at, for example, just the Kufi movement, I know people who don't like Jews here will get upset, but look at the spread and the rate of first mass broadcasting in the US into the homes, the evangelizing movement via television, now via the internet, means the American evangelical movement's 100 million of us in the US armed to the teeth.
I thought you didn't like the Catholics.
I have no problems with my Catholic Orthodox brothers at all.
Oh, okay. I misunderstood you. Okay, so for you, you're seeing that as a win that the mass is being televised and
I
everything.
want the United States to be a home of the European Christian people and people who are compatible with them. I don't care.
Oh, okay. So you're including pretty much all Christians, even though when you say Protestant.
Correct. We belong to the Corpus Christi. Any Christian brother is my brother in Christ.
Okay.
What I do care is the United States is becoming replaced, that the ethnic stock are being demographically replaced by definition by non-Christians, and that the American culture built by white Anglo-Saxon Protestants is being squandered and betrayed. And that has to be corrected. And the only way to correct that is an inviolate moral position, which comes from, I believe, Christianity, more particularly evangelical Protestantism.
So you're saying it should be people's individual locus of control?
I don't care about individuals. I'm a liberal. I care about the group.
No, I'm saying is you're as a group. Yeah, okay, as a group. But you're seeing government as being repaired, if you want to use that
re-entered,
groovy term.
Yeah, retaken, including the church.
Okay, retaken.
Yeah, we take the church back.
By people who have a belief in the authority, that God is an authority and a moral code, right? I don't have a problem with that.
We're doing this for the glory of God. We are Protestant Christians. We're not doing this for
talking. Okay, you're doing it for the glory of God. That's fine. But I'm just saying is I don't see how that view is that different from mine. Really.
Oh, I have no problem.
Except I would use a public school system if it was an okay system. It's not.
The public school system is fine, but it's been corrupted and needs to be reclaimed.
The only way to reclaim
it is to reinstate good Christian European Christians in that.
But I would assume there's still some schools in some state that's a bunch of, most of them, everybody's kind of Christian. And
I'd rather see balkanization. I'd rather see them all fall like Detroit or Oakland, California. I let them fall like Oakland or Fresno, right? If you go to Fresno, if you go to Oakland, it's a shithole. Let them die and let the conservative Christians, predominantly European, but not entirely European, let them build the safe zones. And then the Reconquista will be natural later. Christians know how to conquer. Don't worry about that.
So you're talking about autonomous. I don't think the. I'm not one of these people who think
America's disease, rotten to the core. There's no saving it. We gotta put it out by the roots. Wipe the slate clean.
We will save it by the glory of God alone and by the glory of Scripture directly. And we will do it by not being individualistic and not being selfish, but by putting the Christian community, the Corpus Christi, ahead of everything. And then we reclaim them town by town by town. The ones we don't reclaim, we let them burn. Genesis 19, that whole place. Fucking fireball.
So you're saying
from the ashes a new America will be born.
I made it the meme, Jamie. I've come up with the meme of Genesis 19, that shit, which means basically just burn that shit. It's fire.
Okay, well, let me get it here. Let me get the idea. So you got your, I guess, sort of a autonomous Christian society, whatever, going on. and then you're going to get into office, get them all into office, and then withhold services to the non-Christian areas?
If you look at how it's working in the United States, so in the Christian service and stuff I participate in, the plan is very calm. First and foremost, it starts with your belief in God, belief in the family, belief in what's right and wrong. And then you take that belief in your love of God out to your community. You do it by proof of practice. You behave impeccably like a Christian, and then you reconquist her. Now that means you get onto the school boards, then you get onto the parole boards, then you get onto these places. Now the rest of it is mathematics. How long? Right. Now, if you look at the latest Pew Research data, those types of Christians are having more children than Muslims. I encourage every young Christian, white American I meet, and I talk to lots of them individually by DM, I'm like, just find the first best girl and be noble and true to her and have as many babies now. Form a family.
What's going on now, though, is that they're not taking care of those babies. Right.
The liberals, I don't care. Let the liberals create dysgenic children, and if they do so, we will deal with that if we can by charity. You shit in your bed, you get to sleep in it.
Charity.
Right? Yes.
Okay, so we're back to what's going on right now then.
Well, the good news is I don't think they're going to be able, like a lot of people say, Roe v. Wade is going to make things worse because it means more dysgenics and more bad quality women having children. But maybe in the end, the government just can't afford to expand the welfare state. They got no money. They're having to, it's just with the recession and everything, and might be heading for a Great Depression. Who knows?
Well, you can't have this many people living off of government stuff at everybody else's expense. I mean, we can end up losing our house because we're overtaxed, and then a bunch of people come in and they're getting free housing, free medical, and everything else. It's pretty ridiculous.
I'd like there to be a law that if you live on government handouts, then you can only have one child.
Well, I don't. Well, yeah, but you just had Roe versus Wade just got fired. Went down. So you're advocating what, forced sterilization to do that?
Oh no, just persuasion. And if they do get the second child, then they would have to do some
monetary gain. No. Well, I think they already have that now. I think they have it after you're on it, you have to go work it off. I really don't know because I don't get welfare. So, but
I know, but the problem is, you need to teach people responsibility, and a lot of it is kind of tough love. So, and I think that in order to make sure that we can transition away from welfare is by using the resources from the Northwest Passage in Canada and new trade routes to get goods from the Pacific to the Atlantic and vice versa. And we could use the tax from that revenue to kind of help out with, the people who are on benefits, and then we can free up the income tax for more people to come in and
okay, I'm not following this. Do you want to use Canada for what? Yeah, where are you at? You're in the United States?
Yeah, the Northwest Passage that goes along Alaska and Canada.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and it'll be just the new trade hub of the world. Like Russia's trying to also develop their own Northeast Passage with Chinese assistance, so it's going to be a new geopolitical sort of thing going on up there.
So there's going to be a lot of idiots doing this too, this Christian thing, because they seem to me like they're turning into a nightmare country, Canada.
Yeah, but it does have the potential to imagine a huge population of Americans moving to Canada because of the economic benefits and all that stuff, like oil and gas reserves.
Well, hello?
It seems so quiet. Hello, Raymond.
Yeah, everybody seemed instantly muted all at the same time. I thought that was very odd, so I was just sitting there like, oh, okay.
Oh shit! The rapture happened. They left my ass here.
Yeah, I was just chilling. I was like, oh, okay. Well, that was odd. How's it going, folks? How's everybody doing?
Yeah, it's going well. I'm a little in a dilemma about what I should be doing, but anyway, I'm supposedly streaming at 5, which is in under an hour's time, and I was wondering if I should just let these two people join us, or close this down and have another stream. But
my brother Raymond, your brother, a real American.
Yeah. Yep, Protestant Christian America has arrived.
Amen. But you see, I think Raymond is much more in a better position to speak than me, as he's an active Christian in the United States. Christian communities are doing well. They're forming solid groups. They're bonding. They're growing. They're asserting their legitimacy morally, politically. We just need to wait till enough of them are children, right? So in Germany, it's amazing. I've spoken to lots of young Christian girls and boys.
Okay.
What's the evidence of
Let me
this?
ask this question. And maybe I'm misunderstanding it. What I am not quite understanding here is this thing where you keep saying, and we wait. I would think that you guys would want to assert as much as you can at this time and do the other
It's not
thing.
one or the other. It's at the same time.
Okay, that's what I was getting confused at when I was listening to you, because you keep saying and then wait.
It's a short term and a long. It's a short game and a long game, right? So in Germany, I never knew the expression that the young Germans. I met young German boys and girls in their teens, and they don't talk about boys and girls. They speak about der eine, the one. They're looking for their husband and their wives. And it's a beautiful thing to see young teenage German Christian boys and girls not talk about boys and girls, but talk about the one. Right. This is our future. These are the future which will create a large
okay.
factory.
So you're saying put as much effort into it that you can get away with now, and then we're going to do these other things and have patience, is what you're trying to say, right?
We play the long game and the short game.
Okay, that's what I wasn't understanding with you. You kept talking about Roe versus Wade, and then you kept saying, and we're going to wait with like a couple of generations. That to me was the part that wasn't quite connecting here. It didn't make any sense to me. Why you were putting it that way. It makes more sense to me that people would try as much as they can now and then do the other, they do the whole program.
Raymond can speak much more efficiently. I'm going to get a drink about local grassroots activities, right, Raymond? The stuff that's going on right in the US. It's good stuff, right?
Certainly one of the interesting things to understand about, you have to understand it from the Christian theological perspective. This is what usually gets missed, mostly because it's not communicated. The concept of the theological perspective that gives prescription to the concept, to the problems we're dealing with here in the United States. So one of the greatest commands, certainly in Genesis, God commands, be fruitful and multiply. That should be an immediate given. And so long as one is staying true to the commands of the Lord and the commands of Christ, being fruitful and multiply should always be the given in the first place. Now, I myself don't explicitly have the statistical data, but I do know that there is at least some statistical support for Christians themselves, at least here in the US. Anybody that is what would be construed as fundamentalist, which would be technically just Orthodox Protestantism, would at its very core already be having exceedingly high birth rates. For example, my church, I go to a small Baptist church, but every family in this Baptist church that I go to as a member of this Baptist church, every single family is at least 3 kids or more. I think the max right now is we have a family of 7, right? So this is part of God's command. So yes, Christians, good God-fearing Christians, yes, at the end of the day, are currently being fruitful and multiplying. Many of them. Certainly, I'm looking for someone myself. I haven't been successful yet, so I mean, who am I to talk? But at its very core, yes. And then also there is the being subordinate to the government currently as it is, but seeking to make change that is within the message of Scripture, right? Actually, we had this during my Sunday school this past week. We actually had the discussion of one of the commandments, thou shalt not kill. Now, arguably, when you're dealing with thou shalt not kill, arguably the thou shalt not kill actually comes from the King James translation. From the ESV translation, thou shalt not commit murder. Now, murder is a completely separate and distinct. It's usually some form of unjustifiable, right? Whereas you're making the theological case for killing, which would be things like hunting animals. That would be, you would be killing an animal. You wouldn't effectively be in rebellion to God because you aren't presuming, you're just taking advantage of what God has given you. And then you give praise to God for that. Now, interestingly enough, when you're dealing with something like abortion, granted, I'm coming into this conversation a little late, so maybe I'm off topic here. But when you do come into a concept like abortion, abortion arguably is people in a position to presume their status is higher than that which God has commanded, regardless of the logistics of dealing with rape cases. It's irrelevant to that. That's not part of what I'm trying to make here as a case, but I can understand the emotional impact that dealing with something like rape can do. But when you're dealing with something like abortion, for example, you're arguably taking the presumption of God and then laying judgment upon the life of a person that has not been born yet, saying you are not worthy to be born, which is it's theologically just it breaks any sense of moral code that you would even remotely carry. So it's an interesting problem, which is why Christians have been really effective in getting Roe v. Wade overturned, because arguably, if you want to live in a state that allows for abortion, go, by all means, go live in your sin, go enjoy your, like, it's not all we can do is preach the word to you and hope that God softens your heart and brings his message into your heart. But if you're going to live with a hardened heart, you can go live with your sin. Like, we're going to hate your sin, but we aren't going to hate you. If I made my point clear, I'm sorry if it's seems a little.
Very, very clear indeed, Raymond.
So that's at least from the American perspective when we're dealing with something like Roe v. Wade, right? Christians are commanded to be fruitful and multiply. And when you engage in something like abortion, you're actually doing the opposite of God's command. You are, in fact, rejecting God's command to be fruitful and multiply. You are murdering outright without compunction. That's the part that's terrifying about it, is that there are so many that engage with it without compunction, without any sense of
That's a matter of convenience,
conscience.
Raymond. Just a matter of convenience. If you look at the data in the United States of the reasons given for abortion, it's just abysmal. It wasn't convenient. It was fiscally not right for me. These aren't reasons.
Yeah, they're using it as an after the fact condom. Basically, is what they're doing. Yeah.
Yeah. And it is a really just an awful behavior.
I take an even stricter position. I don't believe contraception should even be used by young Christian families. I think they should just conceive naturally as God intended.
Amen. Also, I think the problem I've had with abortion, and I've listened to a lot of abortion debates here in the past couple of weeks, and every single one of them is missing the biggest plot. The biggest plot hole of all is that arguably, sex outside of marriage would arguably be considered a sin because of the long-term ramifications it has on mental health and possible physical health ramifications. And one of the problems is we don't hammer on just the destruction of the sacrality of sex and how important sex is for actual reproduction. And we just talk about how, you know what, it's okay. If you want to go be casual, you go be casual, have fun. You know, you only live once. And it's just awful. That is such an awful position to have, because it reduces the importance of creating life to a mere formality.
It's also ugly, Raymond. It reduces the sanctity and purity and what is special and beautiful about just living a life. Having fun is not the same. Being hedonistic or pleasure seeking is not the same as purity, right?
Well, it's not realistic. You're telling people to go have fun. Then they're going to end up with these children that nobody wants to take care of because they didn't want them in the first place.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? It is actually a crime against society to behaving like this when it gets to this massive amount of people doing it. Now, if you were somewhere and a couple of people there's always used to be somebody. Yes. I remember there was one girl. You can't fully
control people.
Yeah, I remember there was one girl when I was in high school that showed up from somewhere else. You know, she was pregnant. They let her in the school, which was unusual then. They usually didn't let them in. and she was from out of town. They were having the kid, and I think they were giving it up for adoption, or the mom was going to pretend like it was her sister, something like that, right? If you have a couple of people doing this stuff.
Listen, if you look at the political movements on the right, nationalism, ethno-nationalism, soft forms of fascism, all right about demographic replacement, these are downstream issues. In the United Kingdom, since the 1970s, just under 11 million babies were aborted. If you had 11 million English babies, you wouldn't be worried about the demographic replacement. You'd be way ahead of the curve. So
but
what we
I'm
have
worried.
to teach the young children, we have to teach them, and we're doing a fantastic job, teach them from an early age that, like I said in German, der eine, the one, is something precious and special. That woman that will be your wife is much more special than fornication or pleasure, and it's special for a very deeply spiritual reason ahead of it. Those kids, I don't care about the liberals who run around and they're going to just replace themselves genetically. They're going to be, if anything, cull them from the gene pool, right? If there's a deficiency, let's replace them with lots of healthy, young European Christian people. Right? Those ones were defective, right? Let them go. I mean, let them burn, whatever. Let them live their life out in time. They won't replace themselves.
But what are you doing about? What are you going to do about the ones that? I don't know.
Once we have enough political power, once you have enough socio-political power, the reformation must be complete and absolute. The school system, the parole system, the prison system, the traffic system, right? So the scientific systems. I'm a scientist. Ever since liberalism has come in, what's called the ERR, the estimated replication rate for scientific journals, keeps falling. Christian scientists were the best scientists because they followed God and they believed in truth, fidelis, veracity. Once
it used to be
everything, including science, you corrode the whole house of cards is corrupt. So the way to solve that is not a revolution; it's a reconquista. You tend to the garden, right? You replant the garden, you re-sow the seeds again, you rebuild the Garden of Eden on earth as it should be, right? That's what you did.
It used to be that if you wanted to be a doctor, you had to be a doctor of theology first. Then you could study medicine in Europe. But then in the United States, they kind of got rid of that idea because, too many broken arms and people getting diseases and stuff. And they need someone to look at it right away. So they kind of cut that part out.
Yeah.
But moral people should be what is running government. Moral people should be in government because they make better laws. I mean, I'm against this Roe versus Wade thing for a different reason than what everybody else says. I've already talked about that, but it should be people who think there is a moral responsibility to the world at large, and that there is an authority above the state, above the country, above the government, that they personally believe in or they follow, and that this is then reflected in governance itself. Yeah, I agree. I go with that. What's wrong with that idea? Sounds good to me.
And certainly at the core of.
Sorry, go ahead.
I was going to say, certainly at the core of the infection that exists within academia and knowledge in general, is this seemingly desire to what's the word, to validate their sinful nature in their attempts to refute the existence of God by using science as a means of disproving, as opposed to seeking to come closer to God through understanding of the universe he has created for us.
Amen.
And there is a massive disconnect from that. So you get these logical presuppositions that are coming at these, like, creation and existence in general, just from a completely disconnected manner. There's no way to explain something like the Big Bang Theory without something having created that bang in the first place. You can't have a Big Bang if you presume God doesn't exist. You can't. There's nothing really exists without something.
Raymond, I've recently been on arguing with a lot of skeptics, and I've created a new alt ID for Clubhouse where you have some really intelligent, very high IQ atheists. I don't call them atheists, that's too nice. I call them anti-theists, right? And my ID is curing atheism, which has really triggered a whole lot of them, right? And if you look at them, all of their logical argumentation, all of their manipulation, their attempts at truth and logic are really just, I like the expression, the age of reason is the age of treason against God. It is fundamentally the work of the devil. It is basically the Gospel of John. They are liars. What they can't come out and say is, I'm only doing this mental gymnastics because I don't like God. right? This is it. I don't care. And argumentation after argumentation, what is exposed very quickly, that really at the heart of it, it isn't truth. It isn't the Logos. It is a rejection of God that drives them.
Okay, but
once you shine the light on that, they run like cockroaches to the corner, which is where they belong. Light of the Lord.
This debates entire education system, including, you know, academia, has been taken over by liberals. Okay, so you got some atheists, you know, spewing their stuff, and you want to do an argument against it. Well, the truth is, you know, most people can't follow that stuff. They don't know enough about theology or atheism or anything to even be able to follow the arguments. And they don't understand logic, because logic as a subject is no longer taught. And children in public school don't even write sentences out anymore after third grade. They're using a computer and punching keys, and their mind is not developing from a child development view of logic, of, you know, moving your hand left or right. I mean, this stuff all means something, and it meant something.
But you know what, Raymond, Carol Raymond said it even better. Really, ultimately, this is part of the argumentation I'm going to be interviewing shortly with a different ID, one of the most famous Christian presuppositionalist debaters. And we believe in Christians, there are no truth-bearing logical propositions that do not derive from the Logos and God. There is no statement that is true that doesn't presuppose the existence of God. All you have is the liberal delusion of your reason, the vanity of your thoughts. There is no truth-bearing propositions that are not derivable from God. And when you take this against very, very intelligent, high-IQ atheists, you watch how angry they get, how bitter they get, how jaded they get, how all the anti-fruits and spirits come out of them. What's far more interesting is their psychological responses, their emotional responses, which point to the fact that they have no truth on their side. Once you tear down the argumentation, the person I'm speaking to spent about 18 years of his life arguing with them. And he is just the hatred they have towards him, because he refuses to budge, saying that there is no truth-bearing logical proposition not derived from the Christian worldview.
But most of the problem in society is people wanting to run around and have fun. And so somebody has defined fun, and they have a media that's shown them a fun that's very destructive.
Yep.
It's not only to society.
Genesis 19, that place, I say. Genesis 19.
Absolutely.
It's like that.
Yeah, I mean, that's the big problem. But I want to ask you a question. So in this idea of yours, do they have to be Trinitarian Christians?
I don't know what there's no such thing as non.
Yeah, I was going to say, you know,
what does that mean?
Well, no, there are some that don't believe.
They're not Christians, my dear.
Well, that would be heretical. That would be we would consider that heretical. Certainly in my church, it would be heretical behavior.
No, I know that would be heretical in a lot of churches. I'm asking, though, in this wider vision, because he's accepting Protestants and Catholics.
No, Protestant Catholics and Orthodox are all our brothers in Christ. We all agree on three fundamental principles. We worship the Lord God, our Maker, and Christ died for our sins, and the only part of the salvation is through Christ. That makes you a Christian.
Well,
everything else
but believing that the nature of God, that Jesus is
God,
fully divine, partially. I mean, those arguments. Does someone have to be a Trinitarian Christian? Is what I'm asking. Or do you accept the heretical views too as part of the movement?
Christians, Barbara, Unitarian Christians are like Quranists. They're about 1% and 2% of Muslims are Quranists. They reject the Hadith and they reject the Sunnah. And most Muslims don't even consider them taken seriously. No one takes a Unitarian Christian seriously. He's a heretic. He can't be called a Christian, right?
So that's the answer to the question. You're saying you don't accept so basically you're not accepting as Christians what Protestants would view as a heretic, right?
Yes. No. Well, we're different.
Is that right, Raymond? That's how it goes. Like if a Protestant,
as far as I'm understanding, you wouldn't. Yeah. Well, it's interesting too, because you would be addressing the notion of heresy. At the end of the day, yes, if you're dealing with somebody of heresy, the first command God gives us is to essentially correct the truth there. If they are living in a heresy, we must evangelize. We must give them the word and the truth, the logos to them. But if they refuse to accept, this is where I'm getting to that point, right? If they refuse to accept, yes, at the end of the day, you disconnect from them, and you don't really, because they wouldn't be living as true brothers and sisters in Christ. So yes,
this is
there
okay,
is.
but this is a Protestant view, though. So I'm trying to understand his communities and stuff he's talking about. So it would be, it's basically a Protestant view of Christianity, and
I don't know why you
you're
keep mentioning Protestant. It isn't Orthodox. The only difference between Orthodox Catholics and Christians is whether the fallibility of authority is negotiated directly by man to God. That's a Protestant. Through the church, through the Holy See, you're a Catholic, or through multiple heads, in which case you're Orthodox.
There's a difference in what they accept, who they declare as a heretic too. That's what I'm asking. So you're using the broader Protestant idea of heresy to define.
It depends what you mean. That's not heresy strictly. Heresy, in a sense, you mean if you're rejecting the infallibility of the Pope, would make you a heretic to Catholicism or to the patriarchs of Orthodoxy. But all three Christian denominations agree on Christ and Trinitarianism.
No, and I'm not talking about that part of theology. I'm talking about your idea. I'm talking about, okay, for example, Orthodox Christians, the Orthodox Church views Catholics and Protestants as heretics.
How? Explain how, please, because I'm confused where you're going from here. I'm confused where you're going here.
I'm asking how. Okay, I'm asking how he's defining someone's a heretic or not. Not him. Okay, a Orthodox Christian views Protestants and the Roman Church as heretics. That's a fact. Okay, now how they do, or they got mad about the separation they had over the filigree. Okay, like this Jesus, that formula.
I think it's specifically with the Trinity, like
it has to do with Trinity doctrine. Okay, so and that the Catholic Church made this decision without being in synod with the rest of the church, because they're up. So that's their view. Roman Catholics believe they're the one true universal church. They believe in a universal church, and they believe they're the true church, and they believe that other things are heretics, but they have a way softer way of dealing with them these days. So his view is sort of a Protestant view of universality based on the Trinity, right? A belief in the Trinity. Your Christianity has as the basis of a Christianity, and you're accepting Catholics and Orthodox as part of this, but you're not going to accept some Jehovah's Witness, for example, because they're an Arianist, right? Am I understanding this correctly? His idea, House of Comments. I think his name's Ralph. Am I understanding it correctly?
I don't know if he's AFK at the moment.
I don't think he understands the question.
No, I think he might actually just be genuinely AFK at the moment. So I find it interesting that you made that statement, because I think you're talking about minutia details of distinctions between the three separate major branches of Christianity.
I'm not. I understand the differences between the three branches. I'm trying to understand his political idea of, we're going to retake, I forgot the word he used for it, but basically it's, making more of these, yeah, there you go.
You know what the Reconquista is? I'm just curious, as a little bit of a laugh for myself. I was curious if you knew what the Reconquista was.
No, I don't.
Oh, Reconquista was the term utilized by Spanish Christians to push Muslims and Jews out of the Iberian Peninsula. It was the Reconquista.
Yeah, I know what it is.
Yeah, so it's reconquering the lands away from the actual heretics, the actual
okay. But that's what I'm trying to ask him. Is his view what is he including in this? Is his idea of this Christian thing? Is it okay? He's including Orthodox and Catholics. This would be a Protestant view of accepting them as Christians. So he's not using the Orthodox or the Catholic view of what's a heretic. He's using the Protestant view of a heretic. The Protestant view of a heretic would view someone like a Jehovah's Witness as a heretic because they're an Arianist. Yep. He would not include Jehovah's Witnesses in his vision here, right? That's what I'm asking.
They don't even understand your question, Carol. They
I think
don't
he's genuinely AFK. I don't even think he's here right now. That's what I'm trying to tell you guys. I think he's actually AFK. I'm not even 100% sure what you're trying to get at as a question, because again, I showed up late and then Ralph asked me to show up.
okay,
So I'm not 100% sure where the original statements were originally coming from for the whole conversation. I just showed up at a Roe v. Wade moment and I made my position on Roe v. Wade.
Okay,
now,
I get it.
When you're asking the question about the politics and reconquista of the system, if we are attempting to be true to scripture as Christians, which arguably you could argue the case, right? If you have read anything about Christianity, then you would argue the case that even the Eastern Orthodoxy and the Catholic Church aren't even strict to scripture, which is part of the Orthodox position. Arguably, yes, anything that isn't explicitly taking a Protestant position, you could make, by an extreme case, you could make the argument for heresy. But one of the interesting things is Ralph is, I believe, trying to argue the anti-Arianism position, which is to make the statement, because arguably, right, Eastern Orthodox, Catholicism, and Protestantism are all on the same page when it comes to the Trinity.
Yeah, I understand that. Yeah, I was asking his idea because it seemed to me like he was anti-Arianism, so that would seem to me that he would not accept Jehovah's Witnesses as
Mormons,
part of this
Seventh-day Adventists. Like we can get into the whole.
Yeah. Okay. That's a question I was asking, but I don't know if he has to answer it or not. I don't know.
All right. I just think he's like AFK at the moment, so that's why it's like I'm just trying to help with because as far as I can tell, that's where because he and I are actually really on the same page when it comes to these positions. We are actually really on the same page here because I believe he is Protestant as well as I am. So
that sounded like it. It sounded. I've really never talked to him before, but yeah, it sounded like it.
Yeah.
Where's the interesting thing? Like,
sorry, I was on mute. I was doing something else, but I missed that bit. But whatever Raymond said, I can tell you I agree with it.
Well, okay, but let me just ask you again.
I said he was AFK. I even said he was AFK.
Okay, let me just ask. Well, I'm doing my kitchen stuff too. I know. So, I'm muting here and doing noisy things. But I meant okay, in your, how do you say that word? Reconquista. I can't speak Spanish. I can't speak Spanish anyway. What I'm saying is, I pretty much deal in English. And
you don't remember all those names in California? They're all Spanish names.
Well, yeah, I know. Like the whole, I can say those. The GPS machines can't, though, which is pretty funny when you're listening.
Yeah, but I've lived in California for a long time. All those names, they say, oh, they're Mexican. I'm like, actually, they're Spanish Christian conquistadors. That's what they are.
Yeah. Well, anyway, so
make California Christian again.
The group that you have that is trying to move into the future, your idea, the long haul idea, right? It does not include Jehovah's Witnesses and those people, right? You don't view them as being okay as being a part of this, or you do?
I think they're lost lambs and they need a bit of shepherding back, but I'm not going to deny any of my Christian brothers anything. A little bit of shepherding back into the main fold, but they are still Christians. They may be slightly heretic, but I'm not interested in ever bad-mouthing any denomination.
Well, why are they okay? Oh, okay, and then they're okay because they believe in the
God of the Bible.
Yeah. No, I'm not saying the God of the Bible. I'm saying, but they're okay because they believe Jesus died on the cross for your sins.
There's different versions of, you can find particularly unique Christian cults, and then you can take it a bit further and take something that is obviously clearly more heretical, like Mormonism. But they're still lost Christians.
Well, you consider Mormonism? They're just very lost. Consider Mormons as part of this?
I'm sorry,
I was being a little bit more strict, Ralph. I was being far more strict here. I was like,
polite and kind, Raymond.
Christ is divine. Like anybody that's not believing Christ is divine, I'm like, okay, look, I'll try and preach to you, and if you don't want to accept the word,
I said lost lambs, Raymond, lost lambs. But
I'm not talking about from an evangelical viewpoint. I'm talking about from his political idea. That's what we're discussing here.
But political life is easy. We have at my age, I've decided a few years ago to give up my fairly comfortable, lucrative life to fight a political battle that is informed by my Christian beliefs, that I believe Europe needs defending because Europe is part of Christendom. And so does the United States, so does Christendom. So I'm fighting a religious holy war. I spoke to a well-known priest recently who agrees with me that the conditions for Bellum Sacrum, where we are allowed to use preemptive physical force, have been breached. We have breached, Christendom has been breached. We have got a situation where Christendom is under attack internally, externally. We are allowed to use everything under our Christian faith, including preemptive force, to fight this holy war. That is my position. Wake up, I think about that. I go to sleep thinking about my morning prayers. I think about the evening prayers. I think about defending, particularly England, under Christendom.
Okay, you don't. Okay, what I'm just trying to figure out where you guys draw the line at Christianity. But if you accept Arianism and that kind of stuff, I don't understand why you're rejecting Muslims.
Oh, because there's no prophecy after John. Simple as that. John is the last prophet that God spoke to.
Oh, you never thought there was going to be. Okay, so you would reject Mormons on the basis of John Smith.
No, exactly. Mormons are effectively heretics to Christians.
Yeah.
There's no prophecy after John is the final prophet.
Well, what about Arians?
You can find all the little fringes, but remember, 95% of Christians don't tick these boxes. So edge case analysis, while interesting, is marginal. I'm interested in the bulk of the corpus.
No, I'm trying to understand your thinking. I'm not trying to argue. I'm just trying to understand how far you're thinking.
My thinking is formed by one of the primary doctrines of Christ, which is to love, and I want to love them, and they've lost their way. And if I have the energy and the time and inclined to run into a moment, I would try to talk him down. I would try to bring him back to the flock. That's as far as it goes. I would rather expend all my efforts and energy on the Corpus Christi, the defense of Christendom, Europa, because the rest of Christendom is doing fine. 25 years ago, it was neck and neck in Africa. It was pretty much 50-50 Muslim Christians. It's now 75%. We're winning Africa. We're effectively going to take Africa, right? So we've got 700 million African Christians as a reserve army. But Christendom in Europe and the United States has fallen and is falling. So the primary focus for a Christian person who's politically engaged is to defend Christendom in the Anglosphere, in Western Europe and America. That's the only thing that matters. These are Christian holy lands. They're being corrupted from within and being invaded from outside. And thanks to people like Claire Cole being agitated by foreign ideologies.
Eventually you would go into Jerusalem then and get Jerusalem back too.
Jerusalem is Protestants are compelled by Christ in the Bible to support the state of Israel. You're not 10 million members of Kufi, Protestant evangelical Christians. You're not touching Israel. Muslims are not touching Israel.
Kufi?
Forget about it. Yeah, Christians United for Israel. God bless Pastor Hagee. You're not touching Israel.
I don't understand Kufi. What you have?
Kufi is the largest evangelical Christians United for Israel.
Oh,
10 million members. There's no president in the United States who's going to get elected without Kufi fighting.
That sounds interesting. I gotta look that up.
Yeah, anybody that would be declared evangelical is more than likely getting support from Kufi, and if they aren't, then they're not going to be considered an evangelical.
They're not Bible believing. They're not using sola scriptura because Genesis and Numbers and Deuteronomy made the promise that God made to Israel, and it's important for us to let the Jews, all the anti-Semites, don't you worry about it. We support the return of all the Jews to Israel. Don't you worry about that. We want them to all go to Israel where they're safe. And Muslims can live, I have no problem. I admire Islam. We can live in happiness and peace. But the Genesis 19:1 promises the Euphrates to the Nile, to the people of God's Israel, and Christians will defend that.
But don't you believe that the people of God are also Christians?
What do you mean the people of God?
What do you mean by that?
Well, you just said that he offered God gave the Euphrates to the people of God or Israel, but don't you consider Christians as part of that promise?
It depends if you use dual covenant theology or not. Our only obligation, as I understand it and validate it, is we are only meant to offer Jews an invitation to Christ, but they're allowed to fulfill their theology because
I'm talking about over the land of Israel. I mean, over the land that is called the state of Israel now, or in Jerusalem. The
state of Israel violates the Old Testament, and the current state of Israel borders violate the Old Testament, and it violates Torah, and it violates the Christian Bible, because God promises Abraham it from the Euphrates to the Nile. So this idea of West Bank and all that's nonsense. That's just a modern secular nation state. The Jews must all return to Israel and be safe. So all these anti-Semites in the West, we get them, the Nazis. Don't worry, just become a Christian. Don't you worry about it. join the Protestant evangelical faith. Safe passage for all the Jews to Israel, because
I'm
Jews are
not getting
commanded
it.
to.
You want Christian domination in Europe. Okay, are you saying Israel is just for Israelis, or are you saying do you believe that that verse was referring to the people of God? And who do you include?
That's a replacement ideology. So that's what's
A what?
called that's called replacement theology. What you're trying to do is you're trying to rewrite God's promise. A true evangelical.
No, I'm asking you a question. I'm asking you a question. I don't.
That's an answer generally, but if you look at verse after verse,
bubbly.
Genesis 12:7, Genesis 15:18, Genesis 17:8, Genesis 26:4, and all of these things, God is very clear that these Jewish people who are not Christians are to be supported in their return in safety and security to the land of Israel.
I'm not discussing that. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that. I'm saying who is going to be the authority over Jerusalem and Israel? Do you believe it should be the? Okay, you guys don't understand my question.
No, I do, but what I'm getting a little perturbed mostly because you really want to dive into a theological minutia problem with the actual statement of the theological scriptural position within the Bible. And I'm saying I can understand why you want to do it. I get it. I get why you want to poke holes into it, and I can understand your intent to do that. There are multiple arguments you can make for this, but the ultimate argumented position here is God has made a covenant promise to the people of Israel. He did. He also then expanded that covenant promise to everybody, to Jews and Gentiles. So that covenant promise occurs within the New Testament. So there is the Old Testament covenant, which is still being maintained with the intention to maintain Israel and to understand and accept that Israel is Euphrates to the Nile. And then the expansion of that is also to include Gentiles. So the answer to the question I think you really want is both are technically. Although why would Europeans want to go and colonize that whole area or live in that whole area when we already have Europe? That's part of the argument.
Oh, that's what I'm asking you. Okay, this is what I'm trying to ask. Okay. Yeah. You don't
we're not going to take away Israel.
Get Israel. I mean,
we have no interest in taking away Israel politically. We have no interest in taking away Israel militarily. What we're interested in is that the Jews will fulfill their promise in the Torah, and we will support them in the return of Israel, and it will be their holy land. It's our holy land too. But
okay.
It will be
yeah, it's your holy land too. But the reason I'm asking is I was not brought up Protestant. I'm trying to understand some of these ideas here. Well, the Roman Catholic idea was that Israel was, God's chosen people, and then Israel became the universal church. Okay, this is what I was trying to understand. So I'm trying to.
This is called replacement. I'm helping you out here. This is called replacement theology. The idea that this is a particular interpretation that says we are meant to override the meaning of the word Israel.
But I'm not. Yes. Yeah, but I'm trying to understand.
Evangelicals would disagree.
I'm just trying to understand you, and I'm not trying to poke holes in anything. I'm trying to understand it.
I know.
From the standpoint, I did not. I only went to an evangelical church for a few months. My sister used to be in one way back in the day. So I don't know everything about the Protestant ideas. I mean, I knew there was a rebellion against the church and all that kind of stuff, and some of these ideas, but I don't know exactly. I don't know if this is like a Darbyite kind of idea, or if it's not, or what. Like what? I assume.
Well, the real history, if you're interested, the real history starts in the availability of the printing press, and more importantly, the ability of literacy to occur in about the 14th century in Europe, which is really the true heart of Protestantism and Puritanicalism, where individual Christians could read Scripture alone, and they could negotiate their relationship with God. Those very same group of people were the ones that founded the United States. Those very same group of people were the ones that first gave birth to the idea that the Jews require their own land, which leads to Zionism in its modern form.
Yeah.
Those Christians are the school which we come to, that almost no evangelical Christians would disagree, and almost no Protestants would disagree that is. That's not the same as saying we want to conquer the land or change the Jews or convert the Jews. No, the Jews are just going to be provided safe passage to the Holy Land because this is God's promise, and it's a precondition to what is to come afterwards.
But you do believe that Christians are God's people, right?
We believe that all people are God's people.
Yeah,
But we believe
okay.
we worship God the correct way. Yeah.
No, I
God
understand.
made every
Look,
creature. A Muslim is God.
everybody's saying they understand it the correct way. I'm not trying to argue points on that. I'm not arguing that. I'm just trying to understand what it is. Well, okay, do you belong to a church? What church do you belong to? Maybe that would help me better to understand some of your thinking.
Me or Raymond?
Oh, no, you. I'm trying to understand you a little bit. I like talking to Raymond too, but you were
I
first.
grew up in, so my father's side of my family is Indian, my mother's side is English. My father's side comes from one of the oldest churches in the world. The Indian church was founded when St. Thomas lands 17 years after the death of Christ. So it's 2,000 years of Christianity from my Indian side, but I grew up in England, so I'm theoretically, I'd be an Anglican of the Church of England. So I'm a Protestant Anglican on the English side.
Okay, well, you asked me a
Indian
question.
Protestant of the oldest family.
This is totally going off the whack now, since you brought up India and stuff. You consider yourself a white man?
I can't be white. I'm half Indian.
Huh?
How can I be white? I'm half Indian. Look at these sweethearts.
Yeah, I see that. Okay, so my husband is about your color, maybe, or a little bit lighter.
So what's that got to do with Christianity then?
Huh?
But that's nothing to do with Christianity, right?
No, but you asked me the question earlier when we first got on the stream, and I said, well, some people would say he is, and some would say he isn't. Remember
I brought that up because if you were a white Muslim, I was trying to work out if you were married in and out of a white apostate or not. And once you're married into a Muslim, it's not white. Therefore, I asked you the other questions because I was testing your loyalty. Because remember, you came on because I said you'd be a traitor to the American nation because you're not supporting an ethnicity or faith that is of the forming stock of the United States. So therefore, blood and soil and spirit means the United States was formed by white Anglo-Saxon Protestants. Catholics joined in the 1720s and 30s later. And people like Raymond and those people are the people who formed the United States. And they are Christendom, just like my Ethiopian brothers.
I'm from the United States. I don't know why you're asking. I have no idea what you're trying to ask about my husband. I thought you were trying to.
Well, he's not of ethnic American stock. And he's
not. No. He's a foreigner.
Yes, he's a Muslim from the Middle East, and therefore he is not an American.
She said the F word.
I didn't say the F word. Huh? Oh, foreign. Oh, you guys are crazy.
So I'm a little bit of an edgelord. I'll make a bunch of meme jokes every now and again.
Get
more conversation with me. I'll
okay.
Heck W.
So if it helps you, Carol, let me give you an example. So, for example, some of the oldest Jews and oldest Christians, for example, would be from Baghdad, for example, or the Syrian Orthodox Church, and the Ethiopia. So I would support in Ethiopia the right for my Ethiopian Christian brothers to have blood and soil and spirit, where Ethiopians take precedent over non-Ethiopians from Rwanda, because Ethiopia belongs to Christians under blood and soil and spirit for the Ethiopian brothers. I don't want a bunch of Nigerians to conquer Ethiopia. Because I would say
I wasn't talking about. This conversation's gone off on so many tangents, I guess. Sorry, I'm doing the dishes again. I'm clinking. Sorry. It's hard. It's hard.
Domestic duty is domestic bliss.
Clean up the mess. You know what I mean? We see the mess, and we want to clean it up.
Well, yeah. So you see, when I mention your husband and everything else, it makes complete sense. Nothing personal. I have no issues with Islam, Muslims, whatever. I have an issue with defending Christendom, and you can see that the United States is a Christian land of founding Christian stock by people like Raymond.
I don't have a problem with that.
Yeah.
No, I don't have a problem with that. I mean, I think Muslims can live very easily under a Christian nation.
We may have an objective. We may have a conscientious objective.
Vincent doesn't like me very much. Because I don't like bonobos. Hi, Vincent.
Hello.
Vincent, how are you doing with the monkeypox? Have you been infected? Or are you safe?
No, but I blew a guy who was scared.
I was looking at the CDC data, Vincent. It looks like 97% of all the carriers of monkeypox are gay and bisexual men, right?
Right.
So it's very troubling. I hope you're safe. I hope you're practicing safe orgies.
Right? I am.
So be very careful of that.
Is Claire here or is she away?
You know what? I bet Claire fell asleep. If she gets back on real fast, then we'll know whether she fell asleep.
Ralph, is that House of Commons?
No,
oh, she is awake.
I'm here.
I was just teasing
I just
you.
muted myself. I actually asked Vincent if he wanted to have a stream all to himself or join us, because we're meant to be streaming at the turn of the hour. And Vincent has decided to join us.
Yes.
And he was a Jehovah's Witness.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Who else was?
Well, we were talking about, maybe you can let the House of Commons, Ralph, explain it, I guess. We were talking, we were mentioning Arianism, and we brought up Jehovah's Witnesses.
They're not Arians. They've denied that from the beginning. They have a very different understanding. They're not Arians. Claire says that, but they're not Arians.
They're not Trinitarians, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's what I was asking a question about Trinitarians, if they had to be Trinitarian Christians for his I can't speak Spanish. And that's what it was. It wasn't anything horrible about Jehovah's Witnesses or anything.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they believe Jesus was an angel.
Yeah, they're heretics technically. So.
I don't know why. They might. I don't know if they do that because they would think to say Jesus is God is idolatry. I don't know, or if they just came to that conclusion on their own and weren't worried about being idolatrous.
Yeah, I found that pretty strange, considering that Christ makes the declaration, I believe it's 8 or 9 times in the Gospel of John, I am, which is the original statement when Moses was speaking to God prior to the liberation of Israel from Egypt, when God says, I am who I am, and Christ makes 8 or 9 I am statements in just the Gospel of John alone. So it's very fascinating that ever occurred. I always found that really interesting.
I have to research that more. I really want to get Trinitarian arguments, anti-Trinitarian arguments, as you know, or I have not explained. Claire, Judith Bly, and I are teaming up to make sure that everyone knows Christianity is idolatry.
Thank you.
Yes.
I support it utterly.
Okay.
Yes.
I want to interject here.
Vincent, maybe you can do better than Claire, because Claire tried for half an hour, and she couldn't manage to prove that Christianity is idolatry. Can you do better?
Well, I'm not going to venture it right now because I really want to have it all lined up before I speak, but
in your own time. Absolutely. But I'll tell you a couple of quick things. I've never met a Christian in my life who's worshipped a man. Raymond, have you ever worshipped a Christian who's worshipped a man?
Ralph, we've been through this before. This is Vincent's time. This is Vincent's part of the show.
Okay.
Can I just interject
is
here?
Is Judith Bly coming on?
I don't know. He hasn't.
Yeah, I told him to join the stream, and he sees the. Can you send the link to?
I'll send him the link.
Okay, I just want to tell Vincent I actually have to go again. It's not because you showed up. Okay.
Okay.
It's getting a little bit late here. It's around 9 something, and I got a bunch of house stuff I have to do.
It's looking a little sus here.
My plan wasn't to stream. Yeah, but I was not. Huh? Sounds like a little what?
No, I said it sounds a little suspect. I was just making a joke.
Because one time I was on there, I left right away when he was on and stuff, and we argue and stuff. So I didn't want him to think I was leaving, being a snooze.
A bit sketchy, right? A bit sketchy.
Yeah. So, okay, all right. I guess I'll see you guys.
Thanks for coming, Carol.
Bye, everybody.
Bye.
Nice to meet you.
Take care. God bless.
Is everyone leaving?
No.
I was just
I'm
saying
going to be here.
It's my first time being on this one. So.
You have to say something to show your disapproval of homosexuality. I understand, Raymond, because you're a good Christian, and you are obviously you feel you have to take a stand against sodomites.
Do you approve of homosexuality, Claire?
Obviously, I can't approve of it. Obviously, if it's universally indulged in, the human race would die out, and that would obviously be a bad thing.
So are you going to try to cure Vincent of his homosexuality?
No. I have already explained to him that secular Quranism accommodates discrete homosexuals. So unfortunately, I would have to abolish gay marriage, but I can suggest other ways for same-sex couples to enter into a domestic partnership. There are other ways for that, but it won't be called marriage.
Okay, actually, if you wait, hold on. If you give me a second, because Claire, we're not going to do exactly what I wanted to do, because well,
I can kick all those people out. I mean, I
don't want to kick them out, but we can do it with while them here and make it interesting.
I mean, my feelings won't be hurt. Like, here's my thing. Ralph asked me to come on, and you graciously invited me on. I was just here to be an American Protestant.
We can leave, Claire, if you and Vincent want some intimate time together to discuss
homosexuality. You guys could do your thing. I'm not
going to. No, I know, but you're distracting and you're asking irrelevant questions, and it is, Vincent's time, and I want him to say his thing.
Okay. So, as what we were supposed to start talking about today was we need to start actually putting these laws. I mean, you have to give examples of how secular Quranism is going to work and what the law is. So I just want to say you will allow domestic partnerships between homosexuals, right?
Yes.
Okay.
But you can't call it marriage. And it will be possible between people of the same sex. So yes, I would include lesbians. Okay. I mean, China has a similar thing. They just don't call it gay marriage because they still respect the institution of marriage. But because the Chinese have basically messed up their own demographics, but with their one-child policy, they're kind of in a hard place. So
can you send Judas Fly the link?
I have. I've just sent it to him.
Okay. Okay. Well. Okay. I talked to you. Okay. Wait. Hold on. I want to post that up on Facebook because I want to have the Quran reference for it. About lesbianism and lewdness. Give me 1 second.
Okay. But in the meantime, could you confirm that you support secular Quranism, Vincent?
Well, I don't support secular Quranism, but I
thought you said you supported it. Because I'm really not sure about your position.
Spread it. I'm going to help you spread it. I think you're kind of right that these people don't give an excuse as to why they don't like it, and
they just hate it because they're Islamophobes, and they just feel they have to growl at it and throw rocks at it because to prove their, I don't know, identities as nationalists and Islamophobes, and that's basically it. I don't consider that a rational, position.
Well, let's get these laws. So, hold on. Why isn't it showing? You posted on my.
What you want me to tag you on?
Okay. Okay, wait. For lesbianism, you quoted. Okay, lesbianism. Okay, you would allow it, obviously, but if it was public, you go to Quran 4 verse
chapter 4 verse 15.
Yes. Now, but you said she wouldn't be confined to her house forever.
Well, for as long as there are people angrily guarding her. The front of her home to prevent her from coming out, and eventually they'll get tired, and then she can come out to do her shopping or whatever, and so it won't mean home imprisonment, house arrest until death. Okay, it'll just be a period of humiliation, like all these people patrolling,
depending on disapproving crowds.
Yeah.
Okay.
If indeed the people can be, made to patrol outside your home to stop you coming out, but even if they did it for a while, you can still, get your groceries ordered and get friends to, bring you food or whatever it is you need.
Vincent, if I understand you, are you trying to tease out the rules of secular Quranism? Is that what you're
Yes,
saying?
I'm trying. Yes, I am, because I'm trying to make it like Noahide, where you just tease out every single rule and then you have every single rule and you write it down. So I'm trying to do that because I want it all there so that people have to say, like, what's wrong with this? What's wrong with that? Why don't you like this? Why don't you like that?
So you're doing Claire's work. You're actually going to be her stenographer in a way. You're going to pull out the actual stuff and fit it in a while. I think it'd be good to have a document, right? This is the Bible according to secular Quranism, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, good stuff.
And thank you for your collaboration on this, Vincent. I'm very
sure. Okay, so let's look. So this packet that I sent you with all the Quranic laws, oh God, we could go through this. I mean, honestly, I want you to go through this. This might be very tedious. I mean, we'd have to go through it, and I'd have to ask you on each single, it makes a reference as to the law, and I have to each single law.
Yeah.
Religious hierarchy. Let's see. Hold on. Okay, wait. Let's just start from the beginning. Okay.
There's about 157 pages to this document that Vincent has sent me that basically divides Sharia law up into.
So let's see. Sovereignty. The difference between an Islamic state and a secular state is that an Islamic state, is that in an Islamic state, affairs are conducted within limits laid down by the Quran. Nobody has the right to transgress these limits. In other words, the right of rule belongs to Allah alone. It is said in Surah Yusuf 12:40, remember the commandment is for none but Allah. Okay, but your secular Quranism is agnostic. So are you going to include that? Because you're going to be changing some of the rules of the Quran.
I will tell you which bits I will include, and this is only a matter of grammatical construction. So I'm saying the do's and don'ts of the Quran I will be implementing, apart from the stories, which are just stories. You know that they're not orders, they're not commands, they're not prohibitions, and I will also discount the threats and promises of God. So those will be the bits that I will be ignoring, but will be legislating for the commandments, the positive commandments, and the prohibitions of the Quran, and that's basically it.
Okay, you would discount threats and punishments from God. Okay.
Yes, threats and promises from God will be excluded from any application to secular Quranism, and I'm not going to argue with anybody about the stories, about the meaning of whatever, like there's the splitting of the moon, and whether they meant Isaac or the other son of Abraham, who was being sacrificed.
But you're going to be transgressing the Quran because you're going to allow Muslims to marry polytheists.
Yeah. I mean, there's some ruling about yes, I'm not going to forbid them. I mean, obviously, if you're a proper believing Muslim, you would avoid marrying anybody who's not Muslim, because your religion is important to you, and you would want your children to be brought up properly in the Muslim tradition, and so you wouldn't be marrying anyone else who isn't a Muslim. So these things are already obvious to people who are already Muslim.
Okay, and you would also allow them to eat meat consecrated to idols.
Well, it's a matter for them. If you're a believing Muslim, you would know you would know to only eat halal meat, and but anybody who's not Muslim can eat those meats.
Okay, but I mean, a Muslim is allowed to if they want to. They're not going to be punished.
Unless God exists and He will punish them, but there will be no this life legal punishment for this sort of thing.
Okay, so what do you think about this statement? Remember, the command is for none but Allah. Are you concluding that?
Which verse is this? Sorry.
1240.
And what does it say?
Remember the command is for none but Allah.
Remember the command is none.
Is for none but Allah.
Is from none but Allah. Well,
is for none. Remember the command is for none but Allah.
Okay, I don't even know what that means.
It means that the difference between an Islamic state and a secular state is that in an Islamic state, affairs are conducted within limits laid down by the Quran. Nobody has the right to transgress these limits. In other words, the right to rule belongs to Allah alone. It is said in Surah Yusuf 12:40, remember the command is for none but Allah.
Okay, well, I'm already following the Quran, the do's and don'ts. I don't know what more.
Not fully. No, I'm asking you, would you give Allah the supreme reign in this government?
Well, I'm already using his book, so I am kind of.
Well, that's kind of not a straight answer. I mean, is this?
I am basing my moral system on his laws in his book.
Okay, but is he the highest command of the secular Quranist party?
Well, whoever is the leader of the party would be the one, but you know that power would be balanced by the judiciary, which will be the one, the group of people interpreting and applying these principles. So anyway, 1240.
Well, okay, I'm just going to put in a question mark because I don't think you were very clear.
Okay, I'm reading. I'm reading the verse that you're talking about. So it says, "Judgment rests only with God. He has commanded you to worship none but Him. This is a true faith. Yet most men do not know it." So I mean, of course, judgment rests only with God if He exists. So we can, choose to obey His laws or disobey them. But there will be consequences.
Okay, I'm going to put in if He exists.
Yeah. I always say that to remind people of my
remember the command is remember the law if He exists.
Yes.
Okay.
Well, I mean, if He exists, He will punish us if we follow His laws wrongly.
Okay, but if He exists.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. 1826. Nor does He share command with anyone whosoever. If the right to rule is bestowed upon any person or a group of persons, whatever be their name, that shall amount to ascribing partners with Allah. No one, how highly placed he may be, even as high as the messenger of Allah, has the right to make people subservient to himself. Surah Al-Imran. Okay, so that was 1826. So, okay, so are you going to allow someone else to be okay? So if he,
I mean, this is about associating partners with God, which is what Christians do, because they say, Jesus is also God, and Mary is his mum, is mum of God, and all kinds of crazy things like that.
Mm-hmm.
So I obviously I'm not going to allow that. Or I would certainly deny this. I would deny this orthodoxy of Christianity, because that's what Christians are required to believe to be Christians, to associate partners with God, which is shituf.
Okay, so you wouldn't allow. Okay, so the state rule would be the state would never mix partners with Allah.
Well, so Christianity cannot, and it wouldn't be the state religion. And therefore, I guess where I live in the UK, I would have to disestablish the Anglican Church, which I know is a pretty radical proposal, but that's what that's what it would mean logically and necessarily.
So disestablish
the Church of England,
state churches.
Yes.
Okay, state churches. Is there an official religion for secular Quranism?
No. It would be it would be like the American Republic. It has no official religion.
No religious.
No state religion. No official religion.
Or SK. Okay. Okay, so then you wouldn't have a problem. You wouldn't be ascribing partners to Allah anyway. So, but this is talking about people. This is talking about people. Well, this is not talking about polytheism. This is it said no matter how highly placed he may be, no one, no matter even a messenger of Allah. So they're talking about people. But what was I going to say? They're talking about people, and you would be the head of the secular Quranist party, wouldn't you?
Yes, I mean, we'll just have to imagine that I'm the supreme authority of secular Quranism, and
Okay.
because I'm the one who can speak of it.
So in regards to secular Quranism, you are above Allah.
No, well, I mean, obviously, Allah is above me, and if I do it wrong, yeah, I guess He's going to zap me if He exists. But for practical purposes, that the earthly authority of secular Quranism would be me or my successors.
Okay, you're the earthly authority.
Will it be a bloodline succession, or could you nominate them?
No, it would be I guess a kind of caliphate, and a caliph is basically a constitutional dictator, which is better than an absolute dictator. And you can elect him any way you like. I mean, I guess if China were Muslim, Xi Jinping would be caliph, and don't you think you could lose they have of electing the next one?
But wouldn't you lose grip of the party and the theocracy if you don't sort of hold absolute control? Do you think you should?
I don't think I need to establish absolute control. I mean, I would favour more a collegiate approach. And I propose that whoever the leader should be elected on the rules of the papal conclave.
Judas is very quiet, and that makes me nervous.
Well, me and Judas has videos to show on Judaism and stuff like that, and we're gonna get to that. But I guess this is a lot of work, and I'm willing to do it, but I mean, we're gonna have to do just as much as we can. So Judas Fly, just hold on, because we've really just gotten started with this. Okay, so
I think this is very kind of Vincent. I can imagine a lot of hours is going to go into extracting and teasing this out. You're clearly committed to this project.
Yeah,
Vincent is theologically dedicated, and he has the mind for it, because being brought up as a Jehovah's Witness, he's actually forced to read the Bible and understand its principles. So I'm grateful to him.
It is not for any human being unto whom Allah has given the book and wisdom and the divine message that he should afterwards have said unto mankind, obey me instead of Allah. He should rather say, you should be amongst those who are subservient to Allah by following his book, which you study and teach. Well, teach to others. Well, you're breaking that.
Sorry, say that again.
It is not for any human being unto whom Allah has given the book and wisdom and the divine message that he should afterwards have said unto mankind, obey me instead of Allah. He should rather say, you should be amongst those who are subservient to Allah by following his book, which you study and teach to others. So you're not doing that. I'm
following his book.
You're not following his book fully.
Well, I can't follow his book fully, because that's not how secular Quranism is supposed to work, and it's supposed to allow people their freedom of belief, because chapter 2, verse 256 says there is no compulsion in belief. Truth stands clear from error, and that is what I believe that the First Amendment is based on.
Okay, so for this, I'm just going to say. Okay, I'm just going to say subtracts.
Vincent, may I be as bold and rude to make a suggestion?
Yes.
I think when you perform exegesis or through scripture and each line, what you're going to find is you're going to need an interpretive structure, because you're going to find one part of one verse maybe at odds of contesting another one. And then you run through scripture, you're going to find they form a kind of mesh of relationships. So if you think you write them down 1 by 2 or 3 in a list, you're going to run into fundamental exegesis methodological issues. You're going to find, oh shit, I wrote something in row 17, but then in row 23 it challenges the clause of row 17. So what you really want is an exegesis structure in which you're going to put these all in, right? Because you're going to run into contradictory issues that require exegesis.
To make that structure sounds like somebody. It sounds like I would need a little bit of experience and knowledge in eisegesis.
Yeah, I think you're going to run into this because I've performed this experiment a few times with some people on parts of the gospel. And the idea was being to try and find out which parts of the gospel say which bits to challenge other bits. And then what is your theological approach to resolution? Because you're very quickly going to run into one surah says this and another surah says that. So I'm just giving you, I was trying to be bold enough to suggest that this is something that you may run into very shortly.
Hopefully this guy, what's it called? Brings that forward and gives a reason why there's, what I would do is I would just get a book specifically on contradictions in the Quran, and then I would figure that out, contradictions in the Quran. I mean, to do it, I mean, I'm just going through this packet which explains all the laws, and I would just get a book on or read an article on contradictions in the Quran. I think at this point, I don't think I'm knowledgeable enough to set up any kind of system.
You know what, Vincent? I think that's a good idea because even if you take the foundations, if you understand in exegesis in a divinity school, you're going to run into things like you're going to have to disambiguate literal versus allegorical, moral versus anachorical.
Well, I'm not the one that needs to do this. It's Claire that.
I think so as well, but I'm trying to be helpful and suggestive.
Yeah, I know. It's just that's why I'm asking Claire, because she's listening to the verse and she's supposed to interpret it. Okay, so be it clear that it is the messenger of Allah who first receives the book. Then he delivers it to others. That is how the book of Allah reaches the common man. The Quran was initially revealed to the Nabi. Later, it became inherited by Muslim Ummah. It is said in Surah Fatir, when we have given the book for inheritance to such of our servant as we have chosen, it means the Muslim Ummah. The duty of the Ummah is to establish an order according to the book. Thus, an Islamic State is an agency that enforces the divine command on the beings is a secular regime. Wait. The system of government in which the right of lawmaking is exercised by human beings is a secular regime, however its shape may be. This is the line of demarcation between infidelity and Islam, Kufar and Islam, Allah ordains. Okay, so I guess you're saying, is it mandatory to set up an Islamic State? Claire, like, is it okay? Like, do you have the command? Okay, there's a command in Noahidism. You must set up courts. Okay, like you have to set up courts to implement the other 6 laws. So, is that like a command? You must set up Muslim nations. And okay, under some interpretations of the Noahide laws, you're supposed to war with nations that aren't Noahide to bring them under Noahidism. I don't know if that's going to be something in secular Quranism or whatever. Well, she's gone. Is everyone gone?
No, sorry. I muted myself and I was talking to you, but I was obviously I was muted. So my answer to you would be that I've forgotten your question. I'm sorry, I've forgotten your question.
Okay, so it says that the people that receive the book are obligated to set up an Islamic government.
Yeah. I mean, obviously, Muslims would have to, if people become Muslims, and Muslims would be obligated to set up an Islamic State. I mean, that goes without saying.
Okay, but under is the secular is okay. Let's just say that is it okay. Okay, but you're not setting up an Islamic State. You're setting up a secular Quranist state. They're not the same thing.
It's an intermediate step. Obviously, so I acknowledge the fact that most Westerners are not Muslim, and but I'm saying, if you want to restore the patriarchy, if you want to, bring back sanity, you would have to protect the practice of marriage, and we must all go for the whole package, because otherwise the West has no official religion.
Okay, so you wouldn't make it mandatory to set up an Islamic State? Would it be
No, but I am kind of already doing that. That's what I'm doing, and
not fully. You're
not
not
fully.
Okay.
But does it mean that everybody has to be Muslim?
Look what it says here. Those who do not establish a rule according to what Allah has revealed are non-believers. So you are a non-believer.
She says
Yes,
she's a
I am.
non-believer from the beginning, Vincent.
What?
She has said she is a non-believer from the beginning. She's an agnostic.
Okay, so this is those who do not establish a rule according to what Allah has revealed are
Yes.
non-believers. So you are not establishing a rule according to what Allah has revealed. So yours is a state of non-believers.
I have to acknowledge that the UK is not a state of majority Muslim people, and but I'm saying that you don't have to convert. Secular Quranism would work if there were no Muslims, as long as the rules are followed.
Okay, so I'm just going to say that this government is classified as a non-believing government.
Well, okay. It's an agnostic government.
I think it has to be kufar friendly, right? It's just got to be, right? It can't really deal with unbelievers, right?
Everybody always tries to turn Claire either into a Muslim or an atheist. She's agnostic. She has this idea of of Islamic law being used over a secular state to keep it from going amok into degeneracy. Everybody keeps turning it into something else.
Okay.
Her idea is unacceptable to most Muslims because it's actually outside the idea of faith and the Sharia as they defined it, and non-Muslims don't like it. But her idea is pretty ingenious because Islam, if you're just looking at the Quran, doesn't have that many rules in it. You see what I'm saying?
I think it's very smart too, and I want to put Muslims and Westerners in a position where they have to say exactly what they dislike about it.
Well, it's a talking point at this point. I mean, it's something to talk about right now and discuss. I think it's rather ingenious from another standpoint, in that I think that Muslims themselves should be using it as a political platform. Maybe not exactly all the way she interprets it. And of course, if Muslims get involved, they're going to start fighting over what all these ayahs mean. But as a way of getting Muslims to stop sectarian fighting. Because that's what I don't want to see in the United States. I don't want any of this garbage fights from the Mid-East and everybody else polluting the society here. They can keep their arguments in their own countries. Come here and have a new vision. Okay? See what I'm saying? But her idea is rather ingenious. And if everybody would quit turning it into something else, it does have an interesting way of thinking.
Yeah, it does. It does. Yeah. It does have an interesting way of thinking, but I think that, honestly, I don't think I would be able to grasp secular Quranism if I didn't know Noahidism because I want to know the nuts and bolts of it. You know what I mean? There's a lot of philosophy or like the big idea, but that's why I'm asking her, because Noahidism just labels everything out. Like, if there's this really good website called HasidicUniversity.org, and they not only list out all the Noahide laws, but they give all the references as in the scriptures and what the references say and why this is so and stuff like that.
But for her idea, this is overthinking it, Vincent.
No, I don't think so.
It's simple. It's such a simple idea, and everybody wants to complicate it.
Well,
as a Muslim, I don't interpret the ayahs the same way she does. You know what I mean? I don't believe in this banning no-fault divorce and this kind of stuff, but she has a good idea as a conservative structure over the law that's not too complicated. I mean, it's easy from that standpoint, and everybody keeps making it more complicated or trying to shove her into a box.
Well, I just want to flush out the laws. So, I've already discussed this with Claire that we're going to make a secular Quranist website that functions like Hasidic University, where the laws are all written out and the references and as to why they're the way they are.
Oh, interesting. Okay. I'd like to see that when it gets done.
That's going to take a long time.
I basically just want, if there's any reference that says, here are the do's and don'ts of the Quran, excluding the threats and promises of God, excluding the
You know what, Claire? You want the Cliff Notes version, right? The Ladybird guide that says, "Here's my top 10" or something, right? Like here, the top 10.
I mean, whatever there is, that's a do and a don't.
But you know what the Quran
agree.
says? I think the Quran is Surah 30 or something. Is it Surah 30, 31 or 32 that says you're not meant to touch the Quran?
I'm not touching. I'm certainly not, adding or deleting any.
You're subtracting. You're subtracting.
Yeah, if you change the Quran, it's completely haram.
I'm not changing it. They're just certain things that I can't do anything with. I mean, a story, you can't do anything with a story. You can't legislate.
Yeah, but you're not implementing the laws against marrying polytheists or eating meat consecrated to idols. So
unbelievers. If you change any verse of the Quran,
yeah, but this already only applies to Muslims. But secular Quranism is for a majority non-Muslim country. So I can't, legislate for that. I mean, obviously the Muslims are free not to marry non-Muslims.
I think if you did that, Claire, you might find you might be in a position worse than Salman Rushdie, right?
What do you mean?
Because if you come out saying this is based on the Quran, but I'm changing it, I think a lot of Muslims.
I'm not changing it.
But if you change it, subtract from it, dilute it, alter it, that would be changed.
No, I can't, because, there are verses that cannot be applied, such as the verses talking about splitting the moon. You can't apply that, you can't make that into law. And then, the threats of God, the threats and promises of God are not law either. I mean, you're not God, so you can't, you can't use the words of God to make it into law, because you don't have the power to do the stuff God can do.
I'm really concerned because I know the British state, because of information, spends £1.2 million a year protecting Salman Rushdie.
Okay.
Well, they're free to try and assassinate me if they want, but why would they?
Could I interject here?
Please do.
Okay, somebody mentioned the eating the meat of idols and this kind of stuff. There's no punishment in the Quran for doing that. It's just telling people not to do it. There's some things in there that have punishments, and most of the stuff, if you're just taking the Quran by itself, there's no punishment for most of the stuff.
Okay, is that true, Claire?
Yes, there is no punishment for apostasy in this life, or eating non-halal food.
Okay, Quran forbids, but does not punish. Hold on. Eating meat to idols.
The state's not involved in that, Vincent.
Blasphemy, right? You say there's no is there not even a prohibition against blasphemy?
No.
Okay, so there's no punishment for eat to idols or marry polytheists.
No, I mean, if your marriage doesn't work out, it's your own fault for marrying a non-Muslim.
Okay, I know I'm interfering. I know, I'm sorry. Look, the Quran says don't give your daughters to non-Muslims. Okay, somebody goes and does something by themselves under her idea. Okay, so basically the dad can't say, yes, go marry Ed the Buddhist, right? But the state still isn't involved. It's in the Quran itself. It doesn't say what to do with those people. It's in hadiths and stuff. She's already thrown the hadiths out. She's reinterpreted a couple of these rules that she found most offensive to secular society that leaves people alone. But a lot of these things, if you read it in there, there's no punishment listed. So how would you punish it if you're only going to have a government that's setting it on the laws that are specifically in the Quran? It's impossible. There is no punishment for eating meat like that. There's no punishment for the dad if he gives his daughter somebody to marriage or agrees to it who's not a Muslim, there's no punishment involved. State is involved with reward and punishment. Right?
Yeah.
See, so it's, I mean, this is
okay. Let me continue. So, the code of an Islamic constitution is the Book of Allah, the Quran. As stated above, those who do not establish a rule according to the Book of Allah are infidels. Subservience to any other rule is not right. Ooh, any other rule is not right. So, wait. So, okay, subservient. Aren't you, if you're agnostic, aren't you saying it's possible that Allah is not the top authority?
Well, I am saying that if there is a hypothetical supreme authority, right? There is a hypothetical supreme authority.
There's a hypothetical supreme authority.
Yes, which is the
You're
Abrahamic.
overriding him right now, Claire, but you're actually overriding Allah.
I am respecting the views of agnostics and atheists who says there's no proof, but I'm saying if God exists, you know, whatever. Yes, so I'm respecting their right to disbelieve in God, and I have to emphasize this because I know that most Westerners are not Muslims and are atheists. So what was this verse again? I'm sorry, I've forgotten what you were saying.
The code of an Islamic constitution is the Book of Allah, the Quran. As stated above, those who do not establish a rule according to the Book of Allah are infidels. Subservience to any other rule is not right. Okay,
but this is this from the Quran what you just read, or is it is it the
Okay. Oh yes. No. Okay. It's in 7:3. O Jamaatul Mu'min, follow only that which has been revealed to you by your Rabb, and do not follow any friends and protectors other than him. The subservience to the divine law and not of any human being is the real freedom, but very few keep this reality in mind.
Yeah. So it just says, observe that which is brought down to you from your Lord, and follow no other masters beside him, but you seldom take warning. I mean I don't see why that's, okay. So these are what God's warnings to the reader. It's not a law, so this is legislatively irrelevant. Because this is what God is saying to the reader, to us, and it has no legislative effect at all.
No legislative effect at all. Okay, well, they are giving you a higher authority because you are changing the Quran, and so they're listening to you rather than Allah.
Okay, I don't think I'm changing the Quran. I'm interpreting it in my way, but I'm used to say that all my interpretation is wrong, or that all the interpretations.
Okay, so you're saying
the other schools of Sharia are correct.
You're saying because the Quran doesn't prohibit, doesn't make what's it called? You're saying that if the Quran doesn't set up punishments for things, then they can be either forbid. Okay, it's like a no.
Okay. I think I see your problem, Vincent.
It's forbidden, but there is no punishment for breaking it.
No, Vincent. I think that the best way of putting it is that it is a recommendation, right? It's a recommendation and not a prohibition that will incur punishment. So somebody can say, I recommend that you do this rather than that. But if you don't follow my recommendation, there will be no punishment. But if it is an edict or a law, then there will be punishment if you break the law. But nothing happens to you if you ignore a recommendation, apart from the consequences that flow from following that recommendation.
Okay, so you're trying to tell me that you're not breaking the Quran because since there's no punishment for these things, you're following the Quran because there's no punishment.
Yeah, I'm following the Quran, and what more can be expected of me? It's not like I'm saying, but I'm only choosing my favorite verses, and all the ones I don't like I kick out and ignore. I'm saying I have to follow all of it. insofar as I understand its true meaning, and that's all I can do. And you can say, "Oh, I don't like your interpretation of this or that," but I think what you're saying is actually irrelevant to secular Quranism. The verses that you have chosen.
Could I say something?
Please do.
I think Claire's idea is so simple, and nobody seems to get it. If you look,
You've broken up.
list the
Yeah, you dropped it.
Okay, but some of these
Can you say that again, because we didn't.
If there's a law that says you have to wear, okay, you got a red shirt on, let's say, you have to wear red shirts, and there's no punishment for it, it's pretty much nothing. The state is dealing with crime, punishment, reward. Okay, a lot of these things in the Quran, there are no punishments inside the Quran itself for what it's speaking about. If there's no punishment, it's not relevant to the discussion anymore. She's taking Quran without hadith. Okay, so she interprets a couple of ayahs a certain way, and then she's saying, okay, you have punishments for this or that. If it's in the Quran, then it becomes part of the legal system. If it's not, if the punishment isn't there, it's not relevant in that sense. She's not changing the Quran. She's isolating the Quran from hadith and does about sunnah and this stuff. That's what she's doing, and that is not changing the Quran. Okay, she's doing something else. She's almost like a Quran only person, and she's saying we can make a legal structure that's really conservative, that has very few laws. So these very few laws can't be changed. And how you would do it is up to you. There is a punishment for adultery and stuff in Islam and this kind of stuff, but a lot of this stuff is in hadith. Do you understand this? It's very simple what she's come up with.
So in the Quran, there's punishment for adultery. Is that right, Claire? There's punishment for adultery in the Quran?
I'm going to treat.
Wait, no. Wait. Is there in the Quran? Is there a punishment for adultery?
I would say it's 24:2. It's the same for fornication.
Oh, fornication is forbidden.
Yes.
Okay. Punishment for adultery. What surah is it? What is it called?
It doesn't say.
No. What?
24:2. Chapter 24, verse 2.
24:2. Okay. Outlaws fornication. Okay. So under same rubric. And the punishment is 100 lashes in public?
Yes.
I'm just curious. I think there's over 6,000 verses in the Quran, right? Are you going to go through all 6,000 and work out which ones you like?
No, I mean, this thing.
A lot of verses, right?
This is going to be a very long project. I mean, this is getting a little repetitive with the God thing, but I don't want to skip things because, sitting here and talking about it, I keep getting more information. Okay, so in public. Okay. So, a lot of this, hold on. It says the book of Quran is clear and explicit. Light from Allah has come to you in the form of the perspicacious book. It means that the book
perspicacious, probably.
How do you spell it?
Perspicacious, I think.
Perspicacious. I'm not even going to try. It means that the book is clear and revealing. It is very easy to follow. So, okay. It's very easy to follow. So you're saying, wait. Don't they need your interpretation to understand secular Quranism? It's not going to come to them normally.
Yes. I mean, that's, and you're getting my interpretation. You're finding out what my interpretation is.
Okay, so we're going to say SK is not derived without Claire's assistance.
Yes, I mean, I am the creator of secular Quranism, so yeah, I guess, I would be the final authority.
Okay, it's not clear. You cannot clearly find SK in the Quran.
I don't know what you mean by that. I mean, I'm just saying.
If somebody read the Quran without talking to you, they would not come to secular Quranism.
I actually think they would. They would interpret it in a way that is liberal and pleasing and fair enough, and that's why it would be followed.
Then why does nobody do that?
Because they prefer the Old Testament punishments of stoning and stuff.
Look,
they do. I mean, the Hadith is full of harsh punishments.
Here it says the Quran is clear and easy to follow.
Yes,
but nobody who reads the Quran comes to your interpretation.
Yeah, because the Hadith is just, the encrustations of history and culture, and people wanting to interpret Quran to suit themselves.
There are other Quranists. There are other Quranists. I've come across them. And when I wrote to Imam about you, he said, yes, this happens every once in a while where Quranists, pop up and they don't use the Hadiths, and he condemned it and all this other kind of stuff. But those Quranists reading the Quran would not automatically come to secular Quranism.
I think if you're a reasonable person, you would interpret it in a reasonable and fair enough way, and I like to think that people would, because
nobody ever has, Claire. Nobody in the world ever has.
Okay, I'm going to give the example of the Meccan Revolution again. So you know that Muhammad was kicked out of Mecca, then he went to Medina, and then he came back to Mecca, and there was a Meccan Revolution. Do you think that all the Meccans were immediately Muslims? Of course they weren't. They were still pagans, but his interpretation of the rules of the Quran were fair enough that the Meccans didn't rise up and overthrow him, and therefore it was considered to be a success, which was copied after he was dead.
Okay, so I'm just going to say, in your opinion, okay, after reading the Quran, it should be easy and clear to reach secular Quranism.
Yes.
Okay. See, it is good that we're not skipping over these laws all about God, because okay, let's see what's next.
Carol, there's a lot of background noise, and that's why I keep muting you.
Okay, in reality, we have made the Quran very easy for taking guidance. It does not contain any disputative matter, Allah says. Hold on, Allah says, do they not reflect upon the Quran where it from anyone other than Allah, they would surely have found therein plenty of contradictions. To be free of any discrepancy is in itself a proof of its having been revealed by Allah. Not only that it does not contain any controversial matter, it has the capacity to stand as a judge in order to decide on controversial matters. The very aim of revealing books from Allah was to decide all disagreements among human beings. So are you saying there's no contradictions in the Quran?
None that I cannot resolve.
And are there contradictions in the Quran?
Yes, the number of times for prayer and stuff, but that's not important. I mean,
okay,
Muslims
we're going to say yes, there's contradictions in the Quran. So yes, contradictions. Okay, it's contradictions in Quran.
Yeah, and then the other thing is about alcohol.
But can be interpreted away.
Yes.
Okay. This is probably going to be a hard pill for a lot of Muslims to swallow, but and to them, the Rasul, he sent the book in truth to judge between people in matters wherein they differed. Okay. So as a code of guidance, the book is complete as well as immutable. The law of the rabbis do not find their fulfillment in truth and justice. None can change this law, for he is the one who hears and knows everything. So do you think the Quran... So wait, is the Quran immutable?
In the sense that it cannot be changed? Is that what immutable means? Yes. I mean, we have to accept that that must be so, because it's supposed to be the last revelation to mankind.
Okay, Quran is immutable. Okay. Okay, and I understand. Okay. In it there are certain laws, the details of which have been determined, and for others guidance has been provided only in principle. The determined laws shall be enforced as such as far as those laws are concerned, where only the principles are given. An Islamic State shall frame details thereof, staying within the parameters of those principles according to the needs of their time. These principles shall remain immutable, but the rules framed under their guidance shall be liable to change in accordance with the exegesis of advancing times. This is the expedience on the basis of which Allah did not determine by the laws himself. If it had so happened, those laws could not remain consistent with the exegesis of time, and that could render the working of the way of life prescribed by him impractical. The book that principles should be immutable and detailed applicatory by laws changeable within the change of time. Only this blend of permanence and change could keep the system permanently practical through all times. This reality has been by saying, okay, let's just read the Quran verse. O you who believe, what is necessary for the guidance of mankind has been given through revelation and is prescribed in the Quran. Do not probe into that which has not been revealed, able to cope with, because if we fix up their details, they shall become immutable. And when they shall not be able to cope with the needs of the time, you shall be put into difficulty because you shall not be able to accomplish them. The same shall happen if we disclose such matters during the descent of revelation. Thus, you should particularly keep in mind, we forgive all that has happened before. You ought to be careful in the future. If you had forgotten or had fallen into error, there is a scope in the law of Allah for forgiveness of failing in small matters. You are given the warning because before this, a nation, Israelites, had started asking such questions, Surah 2108, as a result that, in a result, they had put so many limitations and restrictions upon themselves that it became difficult for them to accomplish them. And having been fed up with these details, they forsook the real deen itself. Okay, so that was the Quran verse. And then their concluding thing is, it is apparent that the commandments and laws determined in the Quran shall be put into practice gradually according to the conditions of society, and thus the society shall be brought to the requirement standard set by set, but it shall not be allowed that you pick up some injunctions of the Quran according to your own liking and take these up along with other un-Quranic injunctions and name the mixture of these two as Islamic code of law. This is also infidelity kufar. The Jews also used to behave in this way on accordance of which they were warned as follows. Do you then believe in a part of the book and reject the rest? But what shall be the recompense for those among you who believe like this, except disagree in this life, and on the day of judgment they shall be consigned to the most grievous chastisement. Okay, so I think that this goes along. So, okay, I think this is trying to say that there's a lot of leeway. The Quran gives a lot of leeway. It gives you some commands, but how to set up a lot of it it doesn't tell you exactly how to set up.
It's left to your discretion and your common sense.
Okay, so can we say that most governmental decisions are left to discretion and common sense?
Well, it is left to the government, of the time to decide how to apply and interpret these rules, and then it recognizes that different governments at different times and different places will have a different idea of how to interpret it. But as long as how it is interpreted is doesn't do violence to the ordinary meaning of the words, and that's considered okay.
So at this point, wouldn't it be really a bad sort of branding and marketing thing to actually call it Quranism at all, really?
Well, what should I call it?
I don't know, but it seems like if you can vary it and change its interpretation and tailor it. One thing about the Quran is that it's been immutable for 1400 years, right?
Yeah, but I'm just changing the interpretation and not deleting or redacting any of the verses. I'm acknowledging their existence and trying to interpret it. So I'm not doing anything wrong.
You're not removing it.
It's just read out.
Okay, so you're going to keep them all because some of the verses are going to be involve stoning and killing.
I have to keep them out, or I will be accused of, just cherry picking, won't I?
So you're going to go through all 6,000 verses and keep the 6,000 verses that are not allegorical, or?
I'm only going to keep the ones that say that the do's and don'ts I'm going to keep. I'm ignoring the threats and promises of God, and I'm also ignoring the stories.
Okay. So I'm just out of curiosity, Claire. I mean, when you say you think that it's the best guide from humanity, there's no better book, I assume you had already done this exercise. To me, it sounds like you haven't done it and you're going to get Vincent to do it for the first time. Is that right?
Yeah, because I need somebody to actually read the Quran and says, "Oh, well, I don't like your interpretation of this verse or that verse," and Vincent's the first person who actually wants to do it. So I am.
But I appreciate that.
Most people say I will never read that filthy book.
I think Vincent's a brave man to commit that kind of effort. But I was actually asking more like when you tell everyone else it's the best guide to humanity, because I assumed you'd already done this, but it looks like you haven't done it.
No, I do. I keep saying it's the best guide to humanity. And if you disagree, please cite a better guide. And I always get silence or silly answers like Harry Potter or my little sister's coloring book.
So, but when you say it's the best guide, but you haven't actually read it and done this, so how do you know it's the best guide?
I have read the Quran. Are you saying I haven't read it?
Well, I
know no better guide.
I was trying to understand. It looks like you hadn't. I thought you already had gone through all of this and you understood the best guide because of these rules. But it looks like you haven't. Or at least Vincent is going to offer to do it for 6,000 verses, right? I thought this was already done. I thought maybe I was just confused.
Well, I have read the Quran in several translations. But no, I haven't made a list of all the do's and don'ts of the Quran because it's all.
That's Vincent's job.
I've already told people what they would find most objectionable, and that is a prohibition against the punishment and the treatment of unmarried parents as sex offenders. It's like, well, I'm telling you, what you've hated fear most, and I'm not going to compromise on that.
No, I appreciate the sex bit's really important and the marriage and all that's really like the kind of main attraction event. But I just didn't know that Vincent would have to go through 6,000 verses. But yeah, it's fascinating. I'm listening.
Mm-hmm.
Well, do you want to we can go back to this, but do you want to let Judas Fleisch show some of his videos he wants to show?
Go on, Judas.
I sent them to Vincent's Facebook.
Okay, you sent me a lot of stuff.
Well, post it in a private chat, and then we can watch them.
I want to watch the Manus Friedman one first, where he talks about.
Can you send that to Claire? Can you send that to Claire so she can open it up on her?
Post it in the private chat.
But I have to let you guys know I'm gonna in like 1 hour. I have to leave. I'm gonna be on the road. Okay. Send this video.
Okay.
Hold on. I'm sick today. I have to go to the doctor's office, but I can send this video. Hold on, rolling laptop. Oh my gosh.
What's this video about?
It's about non-Jews.
Ah.
Every time I find a rabbi talking about non-Jews,
I've got it. I've got it. You sent it to me before, so I can play it now. So don't bother. I will do it now.
Thank you, Claire.
I do admire Vincent for taking on this Herculean challenge. I think it's very, very brave of him.
Thank you.
You don't have a day job?
Yeah, I mean...
It's only 3 minutes. It's only 3 minutes.
I think it'll spread confusion amongst the enemy. I mean, I think it's going to put people in a position where, I mean, they're going to say things they don't really want to say or believe, or I think it'll disrupt things.
You hope it disrupts the Christians or the Noahide people, or the
I'm trying to disrupt. No, I'm trying to disrupt Islam. I'm trying to disrupt Islam. I'm trying to make them like well, what's wrong with this? Why don't you like this? Because a lot of them are becoming atheists, but they still have this, thing for the Quran or whatever. So,
wait, who's this?
Should everybody in the world become Jewish?
Liberal Muslims.
Is that a utopian dream? No, it's not. God doesn't make mistakes. Back in the olden days, there were 70 nations, and God chose one nation to be Jewish. Obviously, that's enough. It would be really ridiculous to even suggest that the vast majority of human beings are not what they're meant to be. There are Jews and there are non-Jews, and that's how it must be. The world began with non-Jews. The human race, for the first 2,000 years, was purely non-Jews. And they were given commandments. The conclusion we have to come to is that as far as earth is concerned, you don't need Jews. Certainly don't need to be Jewish. Now there's a question of how much of God can we introduce into the world? Judaism is about bringing more of God into the world. The ultimate revelation of God to his creation was the event at Sinai. That's where God said, I am present on earth. Don't come to heaven, I will come to you. That idea is the Jews' responsibility, but in principle, everyone can do that. But over time, instead of bringing God into the world, people started thinking, I got to bring myself to heaven. Because if there's a better place, then why put your effort into this place? Judaism maintained its purpose. We're not here to get to heaven. We're here to bring heaven down to earth, or make earth more heavenly. So when we behave ourselves, when we follow the rules, we're bringing the world closer to God. When we study God's commandments, when we study his Torah, when we think his thoughts, when we get to know him, that's bringing him down to the world. It can, it will, and it's our job to make it happen.
Okay, Vincent, what do you think?
Okay, this is a very important thing that a Noahide said this, and it's something really to take seriously, where the goal of Judaism and the Noahide movement is to, like they said, make heaven on earth. I mean, you're supposed to do it yourself. And it's not, I just read that book. I'm doing a book review, a Noahide book review, The Rainbow Covenant by Michael Dallin. He made it clear that Noahide, this attempt to bring heaven down on earth is not in some far off messianic age. It's now. The Noahides are supposed to be trying to make heaven on earth now, not wait for the messianic age.
I'm confused. Wasn't the rabbi there very, very clear?
Bubbling.
Not meant to make up your laws. But wasn't the rabbi very clear? You're not meant to make up your laws.
Yeah, and the Quran is from God, so it's not, Gentiles making up their own rules. But the New Testament, I'm afraid, is the word of mortal infallible men.
And secular Quranism would be also the same thing the rabbi is saying not to do?
No, because I am following the book of rules that is supposed to be from God. I'm not changing the words of the Quran. I may have my own interpretation of it, but I'm not changing anything from the Quran. There are verses and there are interpretations of verses. So I have not deleted any verse or embellished any verse. I'm interpreting them, and there are already I think, 4 or 6 schools of Sharia, and they don't quite agree with each other on everything. So, what I'm doing is not even unprecedented. And obviously, if my plan is rolled out properly all over the world, then every country will have its own interpretation of the Quran.
That's exactly what the rabbi just said not to do.
No, he didn't say not to do that.
He said that all the people decided to make up their own rules and laws over time.
Yeah, but I'm not making up. I'm basing it on the Quran.
Okay, wait, Claire. I mean, okay, we just listened to him. So you don't care that under Judaism, even if Islam is not idolatry, it is still illegal to practice. So you don't care, right? You don't care that the Noahide laws say it's still illegal to practice. You're saying, what makes you think that? How could the Quran be the revealed word of God to the Gentiles if it contradicts the Noahide laws? How could the Torah and the Quran both be true?
Okay, this is the situation. We've had this discussion quite a few times before about the Noahide laws and whether the Quran conforms to it, and we've argued over whether the Quran fully conforms to the Noahide laws because it doesn't punish blasphemy, and I'm saying it doesn't matter as long as it is the most Noahide Gentile religion in the whole wide world. It will have to do, and the rabbis will have to recommend it, however much they hate it and say, "Oh, it's not good enough for our high standards." The fact is, whether they like it or not, Islam is the closest to it, even if it's not quite good enough for them, and that will have to do.
Okay,
but why would that be superior to Judaism? Surely, by that metric, Judaism is the ultimate standard, right?
Well, no, because it might be good enough for Jews, but there's no guidance for Gentiles. And the story of Islam is that God made a better revelation to humanity, and it's in the Quran, and therefore even Jews ought to follow the Quran and become Muslims. But obviously,
the principle is you can't on one hand logically hold that the Noahide laws matter, because that means you must be following Judaism. Otherwise, without Judaism, the Noahide means nothing. So if you're following Judaism, then you must be rejecting Muhammad.
No,
you can't hold the Quran and Noahide at the same time.
Judaism and Islam are complementary. They're like bookends.
No, they're not.
That is my position anyway. Without the Torah, there will be,
my position was that Jewish rabbis reject Muhammad.
Yes, it doesn't matter if they reject him or not. I mean, are these Jews saying that no Gentile religion is good enough for them? Then okay. So if that's their position, what is their solution? They have no solution.
No, the Jews are very clear and the oldest solution of all the faiths. Their solution is you will either be a Jewish, if you can convert, or you will follow the guidance of the Jewish people as per the Noahide. But Jews will reject Christianity and reject Mohammedanism. So you can't say I want to have the Quran. You can't hold the Quran in one hand and then hold the Noahide in the other.
No, I'm saying that the Noahide laws are only good for rabbis to rank the 4 Gentile religions. That's all they're required to do with it.
No, they're not. The Noahide laws is for all humans.
Okay, that's my position, even if you don't agree with
the Jewish position, not mine. I'm not Jewish.
No, Claire, the Jews are commanded to try to influence the Gentiles to keep all of the Noahide laws.
Correct, right, Vincent?
Yeah, as best they can, but they haven't been doing that at all, have they? They can't even bring themselves to say that Christianity is idolatry, apart from
their job is not to rank religion. Their job is to get people, ordinary people of any faith, the job of, unless I really misunderstand Judaism, and Judas might be able to correct me, the roles of Jewish people are to get other normal people, not faiths, to follow the 7 Noahide laws. Well, it's not to make religions or anything like that.
No, I mean, what they're supposed to do is actually go to rank the 4 Gentile religions. I mean, there's no point talking to ordinary people who don't understand these things. They have to go to the religious leaders and talk to them, and they haven't done it to their Christian overlords because they're terrified of being inquisitioned or pogromed.
No,
So
I think
they haven't done their job at all. They've just been collaborating
people.
with
I
Christians.
wish Judas is someone would chip in, but that's not what I understand Judaism at all. The Judaism is meant to say we are the light unto the nations, and part of being a light unto the nations is either you're going to give the very difficult decision of someone to convert into Judaism, which is not easy, obviously it's the highest standard, or to tell ordinary people of any faith to get closer to God by following Judaic principles. But
Yeah,
Muhammad
by ranking before
the
Gentile
Quran is not
religions.
Judaic, but the Quran is not Judaism. So you can't
But
use the
it's too
mark
hard. It's too hard even for Jews, as we know, don't we? Half the Jews in existence are not observant Jews.
Well, except all
Half
that.
the Jews in Israel don't want to live as Jews. They just
Well,
want to
except for
live as
that, I'm not
Israeli
debating any of that.
citizens. It's too hard. The Torah is too hard for Jews.
I accept. I'm not disputing that. That's not. I don't think you understand what I'm disputing. I don't
So they
dispute
have
any
no
of that.
moral authority to say, oh, be rabbinically guided, because Jews themselves haven't even been able
So
to
when you're
pass on
contradicting
their
yourself
religion
again,
to other Jews.
so you can't. So which is it then? Do the Jews have authority to tell people about the Noahide, or don't they?
All they can do is say that we have
But do they have moral
with Gentile
authority?
religions.
No, that's
What?
just you make up that. But when I say, do they have
Okay,
moral authority?
yeah, I know rabbis won't do what I ask because they don't want to admit that they
But
haven't
that's what
been
you
doing
want. That's
it.
not my question. My question is not, forget you and wanting to rank religion. My question is much simpler. Do Jews have moral authority to tell Gentiles how to live their life according to Torah and Tanakh? Do the Jews have this moral authority, don't they?
No, all they're required to do is rank the four Gentile religions.
No, they're not. Where does it say that? Where does it say that in Judaism?
Because that's the only thing that they can usefully do. Because
No, that's
if
what you
you
think. Where
started
does it say?
telling Gentiles
Where
what to
does it say in
do,
Judaism?
they would be.
Not my
What you
question.
say
Where in
would be
Judaism?
rejected. I can't
Wait,
even answer the question.
Can I wait? Can I?
Answer, where does it, you don't
Can I
answer the question.
interject?
Vincent, can you understand the question? Where does Judaism, Vincent? Where in Judaism does it say that Jews are meant to rank the religions?
No, that doesn't exist. No, but
It doesn't exist.
she's
Brad.
saying that that's in her opinion what they should be doing. But Judas Fly, how long is your next video? Because I want to make sure you're leaving in an hour. I want to make sure you.
The next video that I sent Claire is about 11 minutes long.
Okay, because Claire, do you want to play that? Because he has a few videos to show and he has to go in an hour.
Okay, which one is it?
Gentiles have the best.
Nice, Judas.
It says right.
I think this ranking religions has nothing to do with Judaism at all. The Noahide laws are telling Jews have to, unless I misunderstand what I've heard from my Jewish friends all my life, Jews are meant to tell Gentiles how to behave to get closer to God by following the Noahide laws.
Okay, I don't know which video it is. I can't see it, Judas. So can you send it to me? Because I don't seem to have it.
Yeah, hold on.
Jews, I've never seen a list where they use the Noahide laws for that, but they have ranked religions and critiqued them.
They rank and religion critique them, but in practice, for example, I spoke 10 days ago to a local rabbi. There's some Jewish activities going on in Berlin. And I said, oh, what is your outreach right for the German people? And said, we said, we hold regular Judaism outreach programs where we speak to people who are atheists, speak to Christians, speak to Muslims about what our views are on what they should do. So Jews, I think, are taught that their moral authority, as per Isaiah and everything else, is to tell Gentiles how to live their life. I'm talking about individual people, not ranking the world religions or anything like that.
Well,
right?
okay, to Muslim women's credit, yes, the rabbis have in a way ranked the religions in that so Christianity is either idolatry or shatuf, but Islam is not idolatry, but it's still not legal to practice. In a way they have. I mean, yeah, I think, okay, they've said such and such is better than such and such. This is worse than this. You know what I mean? Like the thing that you can pray in a mosque, but you can't pray in a church if you're a Jew.
For Jews, yes, you can't enter that in. Just like, for example, a Catholic can't enter a Protestant church. But I'm talking about ordinary rules, right? Like the things that Claire's trying to say, the rules to live your life, the moral codes, the do's and don'ts, right? Not speaking about religion, but speaking about what an ordinary person needs to do. The Jews are not going to talk about ranking world religions. They're going to give you the Gentile extraction from all the tractates of the Talmud and take the tractates from the Talmud that apply to Gentiles. And that's what a rabbi is going to tell you to do, right? Am I misunderstanding rabbinical Judaism here?
No, I mean, no, they're never going to sit around and rank the 4 Gentile religions in a way that makes it sound like this is better than this, and if you had to choose something, then choose Islam because it fits better than Christianity. Like,
Yeah, that wouldn't be very religious of them. What if you talk to Judaism outreach programs? What they're going to do is try to share the light of the nations upon the practices extracted from the Talmud backwards, and they try to give people moral advice because that's what they're commanded to do by God to the Gentiles. So my question still remains: is if that's the case, then how does Quranism work with that?
Think about it. Auschwitz, 500 years.
Can we watch Judas Slice's video?
Jews and non-Jews. Non-Jews that are idol worshippers. They also have something waiting for them. Righteous Gentiles, they got lucky. They have it the best. Only 7 laws to keep, going to heaven. They have the life. Think about it. You can be a very nice, wealthy, healthy Gentile. You keep the the 7 laws of Noah. You don't worship any idols. You don't murder. You don't steal. You do not have intimacy crimes with your 7 relatives and no homosexuality or animals or anything like that. You believe in one God and you don't eat any animal unless they are already dead before. And you have to obey the rules of the police and the court in your country, wherever you live, Belgium, France, England, United States, China. All Gentiles are equal when it comes to those 7 laws. Chinese, Arab, American, Italian, Russian, no difference. They can all marry together. They all have the same rules applies to them. And if they are righteous, they go to heaven. One of the things that many Jews don't understand, that many of the Gentiles that they don't respect will be in heaven and they will be in hell. He thinks, oh, I'm a Jew, I'm important, I'm from the chosen people. Like one Jew one time told me, bottom line, Rabbi, we are the chosen people. I said, not everyone. Chosen in one condition, that you listen to your creator, not rebel against him. Everything he told you to do, you do the opposite. You are chosen, you're the worst in the world. Any Arab is better than you. His wife don't dress modest, he prays 5 times a day, doesn't eat pork, doesn't charge interest. He keeps more mitzvot from the Torah than you. What makes you chosen? Some of those Arabs, if you tell them you're willing to jump now from the Empire State for the sake of Allah, something inside me tells me that at least 1% of them will jump. Let's not exaggerate, but 1 out of 100 will jump. I'm thinking to myself, if I ask 100 of my Israeli friends, will you jump from the Empire State Building for the sake of God? If Hashem asks you, jump for me. Show me how much you love me. I mean, of course, it's not going to happen and it doesn't prove anything. But if there was such a, hypothetically speaking, if there was such a test, how many of the hundreds would jump? I'll be honest with you, I'm not so sure I would jump. Anyway, I'm so scared of height to begin with. But even people who are not afraid of height, these people who go to the bungee jumping, wow, give me $1 billion to jump like this with the head down 100 yards and jump up and down. I don't know how they do it. How did I get a heart attack? It's unbelievable. Anyway, you got the point. So the point is much easier to be a righteous Gentile. The problem is most of the Gentiles are not even aware that that's all they have to keep. They keep themselves tortured for 60, 70 years for no reason. They do things that there's no need for it. And some of the things that they torture themselves, they will be punished for. Think about it, what I just said. Think about what I just said. Arabs, every year they fast 40 days, Ramadan. Some of them fly to Saudi Arabia. They go to Mecca, they go to the place, the Dome of the Rock there, whatever they call it, the rock, the black rock. Only Muslims are allowed. You see, by them, no lefties are complaining that they are racist and fascist. Imagine if the Jews would say, over here, only Jews are allowed, no Gentile allowed to step. You cannot filth our place. Go and say it to the world, what they're going to do to the Jews. The Jews would say something like this. You're not allowed to enter over here. This city is only for Jews. No Gentile is allowed to contaminate the place. It's going to be non-stop on the news for years. Generations, they're going to teach about it. They made up a lie that we killed JC, which was all a lie. 2,000 years, they continue with this lie. They made up a lie that the Jews killed the Christian kid and made matzahs with his blood. All kinds of stupid lies. But they keep going. They never come and say enough with this nonsense. Nobody anyway believes it. But they keep going. One Israeli reporter put a baseball hat. He found a moderate Muslim. He didn't tell him he's Israeli reporter. He told him he's American. His English is pretty good. And he wanted him to smuggle him into Mecca now. In the holiday that the Muslim had, Eid al-Fitr or something. So he actually filmed everything inside, but it's only allowed by Muslims to go in. No one else is allowed. So when he comes with a Muslim, they look inside the police, they check you, they let you go. He went in, he filmed the whole thing, millions of them, and they give food to everyone for free. They make thousands of tents. That's tents, people sleep in tents. And they serve food morning, afternoon, and evening for thousands of people for free, similar to the way it used to be in the time of Bet HaMikdash. Everyone who came to Jerusalem had a place to sleep, food to eat, water in the wells. The people used to dig wells for them that they will be able to get water. Similar a little bit. Anyway, Rabotai, these Muslims, they believe in a fake religion. Nobody ever gave Muhammad anything, definitely not Angel Gabriel, like they call Jibril. The book is full of human errors. It's beyond ridiculous. By reading it once, you get the point that this is nothing divine here. Nothing here makes sense. It's complete. I don't want to say too many words because I want to leave another day. But you get the point. So they believe in this nonsense. And based on that, they torture themselves for no reason. I give you an example. 40 days they fast from morning to night. Not all of them. Some of them hide and eat. I spoke to a few Arabs in Israel. Said, you really think I'm fasting in this heat? I go, I drink, and I come back. But I have to put the show here. Otherwise, people here will kill me. So they know I'm eating. Okay, not everyone is so religious, like it looks sometimes. By Jews, you also have fakers. Fakers you have everywhere. It's nothing new under the sun. There are real people, real devoted religious people in all religions, and there are fakers everywhere. So now they're fasting for 40 days. Will they get a reward for it? Nothing. Zero reward. Perhaps they will also get punished for that, for following a fake religion. But if they won't be punished, definitely they don't have any reward for it, because who told you to fast? Jews that fast every day, they'll get a reward for it or no? If they fast on Yom Kippur, will they get a reward for it? Yes. Absolutely. Tisha B'Av, 17 B'Tammuz, 10 B'Tevet, Ta'anit Esther.
Just like in a day, the sacrifice.
All the 5 fasts plus Yom Kippur, absolutely get a reward for it. If you decide to fast every week, some people love to torture themselves. Is this something Hashem wants? The answer is absolutely not. If Hashem wanted us to fast every day or every week, he would write in the Torah, the more you fast, the better it is. But the Torah says one day a year you have to torture yourself. What is that? Yom Kippur. Meaning the rest of the year, eat, enjoy, rest, and get dressed nicely in holidays, eat well in holidays, enjoy time with your family, learn Torah, sing, come together to the synagogue, gather together with friends. The religion is not meant to torture people. אלה המצוות אשר יעשה אותם האדם וחי בהם. A person should follow those commandments that he should live, not that he should suffer and die. Even Shabbat, which is the eternal covenant between the Jewish people and God, when the life of someone is in a risk, you're allowed to break Shabbat to save the life of that individual. Meaning, as important as it is, someone who breaks Shabbat has a death penalty by stoning and an eternal cut for his soul in the afterlife. No joke. There's basically no worse punishment that exists, ever. But to save a life of someone, you must break Shabbat until you save the life. Then you continue. What happens if there's a 1% chance that he'll die? He has high fever. Forever.
Hello?
Hi. Hi.
Well, I almost left. I didn't know what was going on.
I don't know what happened there. I think we've got all.
Well, yeah, my computer's just sort of kind of slowed down. So that was a problem. Sorry about that. So, you can hear me, can't you? Yes, no, I haven't muted myself accidentally.
What was the point of that video again? Judas is calm. What was the point of that video? What was the message?
That there is no need for Gentiles to convert to Judaism. It's enough for them to be righteous Gentiles. And the only way they can be righteous Gentiles is if they follow the laws of a righteous Gentile religion. And the closest thing that comes to it is Islam, or, maybe it's even better than the Noahide laws. Who knows?
He didn't say that.
No, Vincent didn't say that, and neither did Rabbi Misraki, but that's my interpretation.
All right. Have fun with that.
Yeah, I was just thinking the rabbi didn't say anything like that. They don't say anything of those sort. They just say you should follow the Noahide laws and be a righteous person. So I believe, if I understand rabbinical Judaism correctly, if a person is close to God and they should become a Jew, you can't become a Jew, you shouldn't become a Jew. You should just be righteous and follow God and the Noahide laws.
Yes, but the only way to make sense of it is that righteous Gentile nations follow the Noahide laws, and then we can look at our laws in our countries to see how much they conform to the Noahide laws, which I don't think they do at all. The sexual morality is commanded by the matriarchy. There are no punishments for them.
Because of you, Claire, I listened to some rabbis about Christianity and the Noahide laws. And rabbis said the only thing is Christianity is compliant with 6 of the 7 Noahide laws. And the only thing you would contest is whether Christians are idolaters. That's all. So basically, Christianity is as Noahide compliant as Islam would be, except for the idolatry charge, which only comes from non-Christians.
Well, I think it's worse than that, because Hinduism is already idolatry, but Christians are known for worshipping an executed blasphemer, because we know, don't we, Ralph, that Jesus was executed for blasphemy.
Jesus was never killed. He came to die before he was born. This is a misunderstanding of Christianity. John 1:1 says, in the beginning was the Word. Christ existed before the universe.
It doesn't say. It doesn't say that, Ralph. I'm sorry.
You know what John 1:1 says? It's one of the most important verses to Christians.
Like, you didn't even read the Old Testament properly. Like, you failed to, like, there was a massive failure to understand that the reason God chose the Jews in the first place was so that they would be the line in which the Savior would arrive. That's the whole point. So when you miss the plot, it's like you're just disconnecting.
If you're talking about the Old Testament, there's no triune God in the Old Testament. This is just something that out of nowhere shows up.
That is not what I was talking about, but that's fine if you want to make it about the triune God as well. No. Don't even try this. Don't even try that. All right. So you wanted to try and make it about the triune God, right? So if your statement is that it has nothing to do, that the Savior has nothing to do with being part of the triune God, I would like you to point.
That's not. I said that there's no triune God in the Old Testament. God is not triune.
I'm trying to keep calm here because
God is not triune in the Old Testament. I mean, I can't believe that you're pretending to get mad because what proof do you have that God is triune in the Old Testament?
The entire Old Testament and the New Testament Christians believe completely on the story of Christ and God.
I know, but there's no look. This is just this triune God appears out of nowhere.
No, he only appears after Christ. Why would
I
he
know,
not
but yeah. You go from one
no
God.
Christ, but Vincent, no Christ, no Christians. The hint is in the name, Christianity.
Yeah, I know, but you've obviously tainted the Old Testament with paganism.
Okay.
We tainted the Old Testament.
What?
What do you mean by we tinted the Old Testament? Who's we?
You tinted the Old Testament. You took the Old Testament and you added paganism on it.
Paganism?
Yes, this Trinity and all this crap.
What do you mean by that? Paganism is the worship of the non-monotheistic God. No Christians are pagan.
Okay, but bringing in triune gods are very popular in Christianity, and I mean triune gods are very popular in paganism.
You have two Christians here, Vincent, right? We're the only two Christians here at the panel. White Muslim woman is a convert, and you two are atheists. You're trying to tell us what we believe, or you're trying to understand what
No, I'm not telling you what you believe. I'm saying there's no triune God in the Old Testament.
No, there couldn't be a triune God before the arrival of Christ. The idea is meaningless. But Christ existed before creation.
Could I say something?
Yes, of course.
Okay. Christians, when they interpret the Old Testament, the Trinity is implied. I think it's through those different names of God that are in there. I don't really remember exactly how they do it. They imply it from that. The church accepted. The church was founded. This is the idea. The church was founded by Jesus Christ, and then the church canonized what they believed is Scripture. One of the things that people complain about the church was that they added that one verse about the Trinity in the Roman Catholic Bible. That's one of the things they're criticized for. But I say that if the church chose its Scripture in communion with the Holy Spirit, which is what they say, then they choose their Scripture and can change it anytime they want. The Protestant idea is that the Bible itself was the authority. The Catholic, before they had the split, the Catholic view was the church was the authority. Correct. So it is implied in the Old Testament somewhere. They have a logic as to why they think that.
Correct. This is fundamental theology. Then let me be very clear. The question is the authority of the interpretive structure. Right. So Christians, you don't have to care about the difference between the Christians, but you cannot be a Christian and there's no notion of the triune God until Christ arrives. But to think Christ arrives out of nowhere is to misunderstand Christian beliefs. Christ always existed. Christ is divine. In the beginning was the Word.
Because Christ is God.
Christ is God. Christ has always existed.
Christ already makes the claim that he has existed in prior.
Well,
And then,
we didn't know
and then
that.
even in the fall, in Genesis chapter 3, God already makes that promise as well.
Yeah.
So Christ is already, he himself has already made the promise that he would send himself down as the sacrifice, as the ultimate sinless sacrifice for our own sins, for the fall of Adam.
Yeah, I think it's very convenient that we didn't know about this, second part of God until Jesus himself arrived and said he was this.
But how would you?
Convenient.
But how would you? If God decided
That's
when
very
you arrived
convenient.
on Earth,
That's
how
very
would you?
convenient where you didn't know that God was triune until this guy shows up and says God is triune. I mean, you would
But
never.
you could do the same claims on Islam and Judaism, saying it's very convenient that the Jewish people just witnessed this revelation by Moses. It's very convenient that Muhammad was visited in the cave. These claims of convenience don't hold up theologically.
Okay, well, it just it sounds fishy.
You're trying to deny the fact that God's already made the promise of himself in the Old Testament. You're essentially saying that the God's promise in the Old Testament was never true and was never real. You're making that claim right now. Yes, you are.
No,
I'm
saying he never said he was going to come down as a man in the flesh. Nowhere in the Old Testament that's anywhere there.
I just pointed it out. It was in Genesis. But if you want to say I didn't say anything,
Hey, do you
speak
Hebrew?
that's fine.
Raymond, do you speak Hebrew? Do you speak Hebrew? Tell me where that's said in Hebrew, in Genesis and Bereshit, where God is going to come down as a man to crucify himself as a sacrifice and be a part of a triune Godhead. Show me where that's in Genesis, and you're telling me about multiple gods. And Rabbi Tovia Singer addressed that a million times over. You pervert the meaning of our Bible. You take it, you misinterpret it, you translate it into foreign languages, and you paganize it. And it's not your fault. This is your tradition. This is your heritage of 2,000 years of a fraudulent, fake testament written by Greco-Roman fascist manipulators, imperial state manipulations, a total fraud on its face. Proven over and over again.
I know, but what verse is it in the Genesis where it said he would come down as a man?
It's irrelevant if I tell you then. If I'm already wrong prior to me making the statement, then there's no point in me making the statement right now. Now, is there?
That's not
I already.
No, that's kind of a hurt feelings.
I already stated 315, but you wanted to ignore that, which is fine. That's fine.
You know the
I
beauty.
already stated 315, and now you're going to be angry about it.
No.
Oh, okay. All right.
Christians make these statements, and now it couldn't have been. There was not. There was no platform or forum for a counter response when Jews were being assaulted over these dogmas, or over these false perversions and tangling of our language in our Bible. For 2,000 years, we were forced into debates, and then when you lost these debates in forums of the royals and clergy, it ended up butthurting the Christians, and they ended up exiling the Jews because they could not stand their presence among them for having proven their false god to be a false god, an idol invention of the Greco-Roman fascist pagans of the ancient world. That they did that for their personal interests, in order to make the Jews submit to paganism and idolatry in the form of serving the Caesars in the disguise of Jesus. And it's a proven fact. All of those claims, all those arguments are now moot. All right? 2,000 years of that garbage is over.
Only according to you.
No, according to millions of people now. When you have the stage, and when you have the power of the state, and you have the power of force and violence behind it, that is the only time when it was viable and credible. Now you are finished, you're done. You are living in the information age. All the details and all the proofs are there. It's over for you. If there's a million for the personal interest, for the
motivations for the agenda. It's all there. It's being proven time and time again. It is undeniable at this point. Your dogmas are dead. It's a dead, beaten dog. It's a horse-beaten dog. That's what it is. And listen, your nonsense is not going to fly anymore. The church is powerless to stop this. This is the information age, and you will never be able to put the cat back in the bag. Jesus is dead. Jesus is a falsehood. He's a fraud. There's nothing true about him. It's all Old Testament and New Testament is a goddamn insult. It's an insult to the Jewish people. You do not have any authority to our Bible. You have zero authority over our Bible and to our Bible. It was confiscated by the goddamn pagans 2,000 years ago to invent your fake false god.
Are you going to let us talk?
Okay, have you finished ranting and screaming? Let us respond as Christians. First of all, the Jews in Israel depend upon our will.
God, fuck yourselves. We don't depend on shit. Take your money, take your weapons, take all of it. We don't want it. We don't want it. Go fuck yourself with your weapons and your money. Your money's going to be worthless soon. Your money is worthless. It's going to be worthless soon.
Over the whole show.
Your existence depends upon us.
No, our existence does not depend on you motherfuckers. We fought for our land. We bled for our land. We had hundreds of thousands of millions of Jews die for this land. You do not own us, and our existence is not reliant on you. Assholes. Listen again. Your money is about to die. You are about to be over. You understand? And the Jewish Messiah is about to be revealed, and it's not your fucking Jesus.
Can I say something?
Have you finished? If it wasn't for us, you would turn the lights off in Israel tomorrow and you'd be.
Oh, yeah, please do it. Oh, yeah. With your hundreds of trillions in debt and your fiat money and the Chinese and the Russians, they're about to bury you. They already created an alternative to the dollar. You're over. You're done. Your economy's finished.
Let white Muslim women speak, please, because she hasn't, spoken. Go ahead.
Okay. The rabbis have discussed Christianity and Islam. The main objection to Christianity is Jesus broke the Sabbath and what Christians believe about him. That's their main objection. The reason they don't rule on if Jesus, rule like come up with a ruling saying if he's a prophet or not is because the Sahradin was gone. They can't rule on whether someone is a prophet or not.
Jesus is no prophet or anything. Jesus is God.
No, I'm talking about
Jesus is not shit. He's a literary invention.
Let her talk. Let her talk.
He's your God, Sammy.
Guys, let her talk.
All right. They can't rule on that. Now, Jews aren't going to say he's God. Okay. So I'm not arguing against Christians by saying this. I'm saying why they don't. The objection with Islam is Islam has changed the law. They don't follow the whole Torah, and they can't say much about Muhammad, Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him. They can't say much about him because they don't have a Sahradin anymore. So
it's a meaningless.
Let me finish. It is not clear if somebody who has never had any kind of teaching about Judaism or Christianity or Islam to read the Bible translation cold and come up with the idea of the Trinity. That's all Vincent was trying to say. Okay, and that's true.
But you see, from Christians,
let me finish.
Go on, take your time.
Unless somebody can have some other idea already that they're transposing on there. That's it. That's the end of it. I don't know why you guys are arguing, but if I've ever seen a reason to have an Islamic state, it's the way Jews and Christians are fighting.
Oh, there's no fight.
Wouldn't you rather have a secular Quran?
Let me finish. There's no fight. There's never been a fight. No, Carol.
No, I'm talking here. This argument, you guys can't even listen to what anybody's saying.
It's a false argument because we don't fight. The Jews are like our little brothers, like our little sisters to look after. They depend upon us.
No, they don't. No, they don't. Listen good. You depend on us. If you don't support us, you're fucking dead. That's the point of the matter. Literally, you cut us off. Cut us off. I dare you. Tell your government to cut us off. Tell the Europeans to cut us off. Cut us off. Don't send us any more money. Don't send us any more weapons, and go against us at the UN. I please dare you to do it. I want you to do it. I swear, do it now, and stop your and you'll swallow your words. Your pretentious, patronizing, condescending crap that comes from people that assume that they have the truth on God when it's all 2,000 years of crap, of a false religion, of a false testament, a machination of the state, of fascist imperial tyrants. That's all you have. That's the time allotted that you were given as the last beasts in Daniel. You are the last beast in Daniel, and then your end has come. The end of days refers to you and your false god. Cut us off, your little sister, your little playthings. Cut us off! I dare you. Tell your fucking Biden to stop the money and stop the missiles and cut us off. I swear, do it now. We do not need you. You need us. When the minute you cut us off is when you die. Is when you go straight to the pit of hell. The only thing keeping you alive is the fact that you are still supporting Israel in one way or another. Cut us off. Tell the Germans to cut us off. Tell the English to cut us off, and see what happens. I want you to do it.
You decide that, Sammy. You don't understand. You don't have the power. We have the power.
You have no power, buddy. Your power is done. It's over. What are you talking about? You have a senile old pedophile freak Satanist, incestuous sycophant serving the goddamn Satanists in Europe, the bankers, the World Economic Forum, Davos, and the royalty of Europe. They're all Satanists and pedophiles, and you tell them you have power. You're over. God is judging you. The judgment that is about to fall upon you. You will lose all of your power, all of your money, everything. All of it will be done.
Don't you worry about it. We have 65% of the world.
No, I'm not worried about you at all. You go ahead and have your fun. This is the shaming of Edom, the shaming of Etzab. That's the fall of the European and American pretentious condescension of assuming to be the world's leaders. You're done. You're no longer a superpower. You're over. The banks will die. Your money will die. Your economy will die. And everything you have will become worthless. And the Jewish people will return from abroad from all those goddamn desecrated, meaningless, spiritually dead places. That is all that will happen. Your stupid Jesus will be exposed as a goddamn fraud, as a goddamn invented pagan idol statue. That's all that will happen.
You're violating the Torah and Talmud. You're meant to be a light unto the nations.
Can I say something?
Fuck your light unto the nations and suck that fag straight up that fucking fag that's crucified on the cross. Fuck all of you.
Can I say something, please? Can I say something, please?
This guy is really. I'm sorry, I must say, Karen, just a second. I must apologize for all my good Jewish friends and all the good Jewish people I know. This man is an embarrassment to Judaism. He violated the Torah, the Tanakh, and the Talmud. He is not a light unto the nations. I don't even know if he's a proper Jew. Go on, Karen.
Okay, well, the Jews can decide who's an embarrassment to them or not, number one. Number two, Vincent, I came back here today because I actually wanted to see the presentation you were going to give, and I have seen nothing. I can't see any of it. I'm really sorry I missed out on that. You guys are arguing and stuff to the point no one can hear what anybody's saying. Now, I know I interrupt people all the time because I have a flighty brain and this kind of stuff, but I do try to listen to people. Okay?
Yes, exactly. The Jews have the golden rule: do unto others as you would have unto you, and that applies to interruption. But in the case of people like Sammy, I don't know what his rage and anger for is. I think he lost his wife to some Gentile or something. But the point nevertheless remains is that he is violating everything that the Torah, Tanakh, and Talmud teach. He is violating Isaiah 49.
He's the only Jew who dares to talk to Christians in that way. The rest of them just...
Well, it doesn't matter. We can love, we can forgive them because we have the power of forgiveness as taught by Christ.
I don't think you're going to have that power for much longer.
2022 years and we're still number one.
Well, nothing is forever. Jews have outlasted all their imperial.
That's really faith, Claire. We know that in the year 3033, in outer space, there will be a Christian.
Did Vincent leave?
No, I'm here.
We've been outer space.
Okay,
right?
I'm really sorry they ruined your presentation. Okay, I really wanted to hear
No,
it, and
I
if you
mean,
can
we
stream
went-
it again, I would like to see it.
Well, we're going to keep going with this. I mean, next time I'm on, we'll do a little bit every time. I mean, we did the first 2 sections, and I think we learned like a lot, and I think we went over a lot of stuff. And you know, just every time I'm on with Claire, we'll go through it a little bit.
You know, this behavior is exactly why I don't like going to a masjid. Everybody wants to argue. Okay. Nobody wants to be around this. And I tell you who really doesn't want to be around it are white Americans who were not brought up like lowlifers. I'm sick of it. I'm sick of this behavior, and I don't want to be around it anymore.
I think women, it's really a man's game. I think women.
I don't care. I'm not listening. I don't care about that sexist stuff. I'm talking to you like a mommy. I'm talking about it the way I would talk to my own kids.
Yeah, it's very maternal.
Yeah, that's right. And I don't see how this is showing patriarchy behaving like this. When some guy came to do a
Sammy was just dealt with
presentation
by
and
the
I'm
Christian
screaming him.
patriarchy. He came and he screamed like a hysterical little girl.
I'm not talking about Sammy. I'm talking about this rudeness done to Vincent. And I don't even like his bonobo stuff. Okay? It's just incredible. This whole presentation was supposed to be a presentation Vincent and his friend put on, and I've heard them not be able to speak at all. Okay, now I think Claire should have done more about that. She should have just muted people so people could hear what somebody was saying.
But it seems like you're doing most of the talking right now, telling everyone off, right? That's the maternal.
Yeah, that's right. I'm telling you guys off now, so it shouldn't bother you. You've been mouthing off the whole time.
No, I don't. I'm very selective about what I say. But shouldn't you
talk over everybody? You talk over everybody, Ralph.
Everyone talks about everyone on the internet. But the point, nevertheless, is in the case of this screaming and fact, I'm interested to hear what Vincent has to say. Vincent intrigues me. So Vincent's very interesting. And obviously, this exercise of going through 6,000 verses, we think we've just learned that Claire doesn't really know the rules of Quran's secular monism. So I'm intrigued to see if Vincent can use his brain power to extract it. Sammy is just an annoying little distraction, but you know, he's lucky we defend the state of Israel, so you can scream.
Supposed to be Vincent's presentation against Christianity, and that's what I wanted to hear. I don't even agree with presentations against Christianity.
No,
I wanted to hear what he had to say. I just wanted to hear what Vincent had to say for once.
I'm sorry. I think I wasn't doing a presentation against Christianity. It was just going through these Quranic verses with Claire and flushing out secular Quranism is what it was about. And then Judas Fly showed videos.
Right.
They were a bit random, really, but I like Judas. So I like to hear the videos. He's giving me his channel to sub to.
Is Claire, you're still here?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yeah. Well, Raymond Haman has still not given us the verse where God said he would come down as man, and he's just being a little whiny bitch about it because.
Okay, I already said Genesis 3:15, but
okay,
you wanted to yell back at me and tell me I didn't say anything at all. And I realized that when it came to you and Sammy, there was no point in me trying to say anything, so I just sat back and let y'all scream it out.
Okay, Genesis 3:15, and I will put enmity between you and the woman, and between your offspring and hers. He will crush your head, and you will strike his heel. How does that say God will come as a man?
That is the sacrifice of Christ right there. And God is saying that directly to the serpent. He is saying that's the serpent, the devil himself.
Okay, and he's not going to come down as a man. It doesn't say that.
Well, all scripture is interpretation. What do you mean it doesn't say that? It's a foundational verse for us.
Yeah, I mean, you could get anything out of this, but you know, the rest of the world just doesn't agree with you. And what's more important, you know, once these Noahites grow, they have deep hatred for Christianity. Deep hatred.
We don't care about that. We can't lose. We've beaten everything for 2022 years. We're not worried about some Noahide movement. That's not Christian, bro. Are you kidding?
I think that's very arrogant.
Raymond.
I think that's very arrogant.
It's not arrogant. It's actually a humility and grace that knows that we're doing God's work and that we're serving God. It's actually completely a
Well,
humanitarian.
isn't this like false religion supposed to take over the earth, and Christians are supposed to be persecuted and beheaded and all this stuff?
Christians have been persecuted. Christians have been
No,
persecuted.
your final like big time persecution where you're getting beheaded and shit hasn't happened yet.
Oh, the eschatological, no. We need at least things like there's a whole an array of things that must happen prophetically. The third temple must be built, or the Jews must return to Israel. We have all the signs. They haven't started. We know which ones will start first. We're not worried about that. What we're doing is what we're worried about in this time is paving the way towards the end days, so that the Christian nation, if you like, the Corpus Christi, strictly speaking, in Christendom, is secure for the arrival. So we will do what it needs to do so, and we've got Scripture on our side. We have Corpus Christi, we have most of the world's money and power. We look after our little sisters like Sammy to make sure they're nice and safe. I mean, we do what we have to do, and that's it's thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven, right? I mean, the only way to stop us is to actually execute all of us, which we'll never do because we have all the power, right? We have the money and the power, right? We have love in our hearts. We cannot hate anyone. I cannot hate you, Vincent. I might hate your sins, but I cannot hate a sinner. Christ teaches me love. I cannot even hate the screaming little Sammy girl. I will look after him and his nation so he can go to bed safe at night and not be a dimmy, right? That's all good. But you're not going to stop what we have to do without defeating us. For 2022 years, Christians remain undefeated. This is just the case of the world. This is just the case of the world, right? Yeah. And of course, we are persecuted nowadays. You look at Christians being persecuted in Burma, in Indonesia, in Malaysia, in the Middle East. If you look at Christian populations across the world, under Islamic nations, they've been effectively genocided and removed. We can handle all of this stuff. Liberalism and the collapse in the West. We'll handle all of this stuff because we have the power and the glory as per God. Right? We have God on our side, Vincent. It kind of makes it pretty easy for us, right?
Well, I mean, this is different from what a lot of Christians I know talk about, where they're just waiting for these horrible end times to like beset them, and that the end times are near, and that the horrible synagogue of Satan is going to rise up and wipe them all out. Like, they're not all happy-go-lucky. I mean, this is a very unusual interpretation that I've not really come across before.
I'm a very conservative evangelical Christian, which means is I take the right-wing Christian position on violence. I take the right-wing position on bellum sacrum. I believe we are in a holy war, that we are fighting for the fate of Europa, the fate of humanity. And therefore, with that comes a calm, quiet confidence that we are at war. I wake up in the morning, I say my prayers, and I get to work on my mission because we are at war for England, we're in a war for Germany, we're in a war for the United States because we're in a war for Christendom. I'm not interested in the hysterics of the end days. I know from my scripture, and I know from my priests and people advice that we know what the signs are. So I don't have to worry about the rapture. I have to just make sure Israel is safe so that the Muslims don't kick off and do anything to Israel. That's all we care about. The rest is defending Europa, defending Christian lands from degeneracy, from all these things that are not brought up. Nothing personal to you, Vincent. Sex outside marriage, children abandoned, alcoholism, rampant degeneracy, bisexuality, trisexuality, just alcoholism, all these sins. This is what we need to mop up and clear up to defend and bring European nations, by which I mean including the United States, all of Europa, back under Christian control. And we can't lose that war. We cannot lose that war because we have God on our side. Right? It's very calm. It's very calming when you understand that we're on the driving seat here, Vincent. Right? We're in charge, right?
I think you have a lot of enemies that are conspiring against you. Yeah.
And one day I hope and pray, Vincent, that you yourself will realize that the true happiness you seek, that I know hurts you inside your heart, will never go away until you return home to Christ. All that pain you feel at night when you sleep, it'll never go away. The only way is to come back, to come clean, so to speak.
No, I'm not doing that. I'd rather suffer.
What would you rather suffer, Vincent?
I'd rather suffer than go back to Jesus. He said that if I didn't go back to Jesus, my suffering wouldn't end.
I think it would increase. Because, I mean, logically speaking, and I speak as an agnostic, well, I mean, if God exists, he would be, well, not very happy with Christians who let in liberalism, who let in intersectionality, which is destroying global civilization. I mean, the weakest link to patriarchy was Christianity, isn't it?
Yeah.
And it should be obvious to most people by now that, the experiment has been conducted and we know what the results are. Because Christianity was so unbelievable, it could only have been imposed by totalitarian force and horrible punishments for denying the divinity of Jesus. And so the moment the government decided not to enforce it anymore, what they got was sort of widespread disbelief and a crazy trying out of new ideas that led us to where we are now.
Right.
Well, it was the rejection of the authority, basically, is what it was. And it was needed because the church wasn't really, the kings and stuff in Europe weren't taking care of the people. So there's two sides of all this stuff as to why it came about. But the answer is, how do you fix it now? Are there enough Christians in the United States to get it together, run conservative people in all the offices, and do that or not?
Doesn't sound like it, even though Raymond was saying, it's happening in his town or something, but it's got to happen all over America for it to happen.
The majority of Christians, back, I can't remember the year, it's when Moral Majority came out. They believed that Christians were supposed to not be involved in politics until they accepted Jesus. And this thinking changed. Okay, and that's how it ended up in the Republican Party. And this kind of stuff, it changed. They decided to be more vocal, more active. Even the Catholic Church did. The Catholic Church, though, promoted liberation theology in South America, which is communism, because those people were so poor. So what theology can possibly be created now to turn around what is a descending nation? Okay, and that's what I'm interested in. Now, if you got enough Christians that can get it together and do that, get on with it. I don't have a problem with that because I can be a Muslim. I can pretend to be a Christian in public. I can be in my house and do whatever I want. You know what I'm saying? I don't have to wear a scarf that looks like a scarf. I can shave my head, put on a little hat, and then put on a hoodie when I go out. I can do that. I don't have a problem doing that. But if you guys can do this, please get on with it. Because these social justice warrior Muslims, this is going to go nowhere except making more degeneracy because they're selling out on their faith because they think that's the price to entering the political process. Their thinking is wrong. But if you Christians can do this, I'm behind it. Okay? And I'm very behind white culture being held up as the founding culture that turned this country in what was really quite outstanding in the past.
Amen, Carol, my sister. The United States was formed by white Anglo-Saxon Protestants on the basis of this work.
It was formed by white Anglo-Saxon Protestants who decided they weren't going to take authority from any church either. It was interesting. I don't think they ever conceived of the idea that people weren't going to be Christian anymore, but they were very clear in not supporting Christianity itself. So I think that's a little exaggerated, but it was founded on that. And I don't have a problem with it. I don't know why any Muslim would have a problem living under that. I'm having a problem living under this mess here in California. I feel sorry for the young people. I feel sorry for anyone having children. I can't believe you have masses of white men in their 30s having vasectomies when they're not even married. They're deciding not to have any more
It
children.
breaks my heart. Every day I get 3 or 4 type of random DMs from new young Americans, mainly young Americans and Brits.
Yeah.
And they're young boys, and they've mainly been lost because society has abandoned young European men. I mean, European meaning American as well. Abandoned these young European boys. And they need, hang on, Carol, they need a path back. And that path back starts by giving them reintroducing their heritage that made the Europeans and Americans great, which was Christian moral traditions, right?
Let's see it. Let's get on with it then. Get on with it then, if you can do it. Okay. Claire's skeptical of that, and I'm not quite seeing it because so many of the churches are so liberal now. I'm not quite.
I think you should go. In fact, I'd love to. Do you live in Southern Cal or Northern Cal? If you don't mind me asking.
I don't want to get that open on the internet.
Okay,
that's why I have my little.
I can introduce you to some good friends of mine who are Southern Californians, for example, who have very, very good conservative Christian Protestant churches where they will welcome a Muslim to attend such a church service, and you will see the power of the arise.
I've been in churches before. I've been in churches. There's no way of getting around it. I don't think Jesus is God, so I just can't join the party. That's all.
I understand that. That's not a problem for you.
So, I've been around Protestant churches. I've been around Catholic churches. The only one I haven't been in is an Orthodox church. I've been in Jewish synagogues. I was in a Jewish synagogue I attended for over a year or so.
Nice.
I mean, I believe in God, and I like talking to people about God. I don't care what religion they are. I just don't care. But what I do care about is this country falling apart like this.
It is. And the reason it's falling apart is the secular liberalism.
So I'm telling you, Christians, get mobilized, get on with it, figure out something. Okay, you've got the.
But you see, we're already on. You see,
that's not happening. None of that is happening.
Let me give you the funding data. We were outspent 60 to 1, $60 to $1 on the campaign for Roe v. Wade, and we won. Because why did we win? Being outspent 60 to 1, mass Christian mobilization at the grassroots level. We pressured.
You also won because Trump picked 3 Supreme Court justices, so it was 10.
Correct. And why did Trump get in? Trump only got in because of our grassroots Christian evangelical support.
Yes,
and the next American Republican president will get in because we are grooming our next president.
This is relatively new, historically wise, in the United States that Christians got this involved in politics ever since moral majority came out.
Yeah.
Okay. So this is so it is interesting that it's had this.
But if you look at it,
but what's really bad?
Iconic image. You probably remember this as the American. You remember that iconic image with this Native American guy outside the Washington Memorial, where you just Covington Academy, 2 Catholic boys just stood there stoically with the noise and the scream. That stoic, beautiful image of those 2 Catholic boys. There are so many more of them now than there were then in just 3 years. We have creating an army of Christian European men who are going to defend the United States and defend Europe.
Are they joining the military?
European Christian boys. I mean,
Are they joining the military?
It's good news, right?
Are they joining the military?
Oh, we need to retake the military. I mean, you see, they've got these men in dresses, men with penises.
I'm aware what's going on there. My father was in the military. I'm saying are they joining the military? Are they learning how to use weapons for this big war?
It's a war. It's not just a military war. It's a war for the church. It's a war for the schools. It's a war for school boards.
I didn't say it was only a. I didn't say it was only a military war.
Raymond was in the Air Force.
But wouldn't you like to see a lot of Christian officers in the military?
Actually, most of the officers most of the military in my church that I currently go to, they are all officers for multiple branches. So actually, I have found the most devout Christians aren't even enlisted; they're actually officers. The most devout.
That's right.
Christians
You want strong officers in this.
Unfortunately, those officers also have a very hard time getting into any genuine positions of power within the military, mostly because of the way the system has been so subverted. So unfortunately, in the current state, that's not really going to be a possibility until people who,
well,
until we can get God-fearing Christian men and women into positions where they can actually appoint those officers or approve those officer positions. That would be the key. That's part of the key, one of the key stovepipes of power. This is part of the reason why getting the actual political power is probably more important.
People can
Now,
get in. They're not
now,
saying
your original claim that you had earlier, I only had one issue with one of the statements you had earlier, and this isn't meant as any sort of like this isn't meant as a form of conflict. It was just very interesting. You said that only now are Christians actually getting involved within politics, but if Christians aren't utilizing Protestant resistance theory to formulate the presuppositions necessary for the American Revolution to occur, how is that not getting involved in politics? I'm genuinely curious on your statement for that.
They used to, before moral majority and all that, Christians were encouraged to not vote at all. They were encouraged. There was a strong current in the United States. I don't know about England and some of these other people. They were encouraged by their ministers, and you know, I think the priests might have been doing, huh?
Are you talking about theonomy? Like where essentially
I'm not talking about some intellectual thing. I'm telling you, there was a campaign that went out trying to get Christians to change their mind about not participating in politics of this nation.
Because it's a misinterpretation of some of the original scripture that's within the Bible itself.
It doesn't matter why. It doesn't matter why that was going on. That's what was going on here. And so what I'm saying is that that changed when moral majority came in, and now you see that the Christians are not only affecting politics, they are affecting a political party, and they've overturned Roe versus Wade. This is a very fast change in history. What's going on here? That's what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about some intellectual idea about why this happened. I personally, it doesn't matter. That's what was going on here.
Yeah.
And so now the idea is participation in politics. And we have the same thing going on with Muslims. They were told for 20-something years not to participate in politics, and now they're trying to, and they're making a mess out of it over here.
I will state my original position. I think you're misinterpreting what has happened in the past and then presumed because of a specific reason. My only statement to that would be that Christians in and of themselves, when you live as a primary majority within a country, if you're not paying too much attention, now this is actually the folly of human, this is actually part of the fall of man, right? This is that pride, that folly that exists. If there is no presumed threat for a specific particular, I guess you would call it a path of behavior, then when that behavior actually finally hits, there is inevitably a reaction to that. What you're witnessing actually isn't explicitly that Christians were never involved in politics in the first place. What you're witnessing is a more extreme form of reaction to the social extremism that has occurred with postmodern progressive belief and the rejection of God and people that have fundamentally lived in their lives.
Talking about exactly what was going on in the United States. You went to a church, they were told not to participate in politics. A large number of evangelicals would not vote. This is just how it was. Now, I didn't control anything that went on in these churches, but the thinking was to just not get into this because it was worldly and it wasn't a good thing. It's a mess. And then they changed their mind and decided we're going to try to clean up a mess, and they got involved in politics. What I'm saying is, in a short amount of time, they had quite an effect. Okay, that's what I'm saying, that Christians can, if they want to get it together, get it together. I'm saying they can do it because they progress. And I'm alive now. I'm not talking about.
You sound like you keep speaking in a particular tense in the English language, which suggests that we're not.
No, I'm saying is everybody wants to overthink this. I'm looking at it more simply. I'm saying is there was a time in this country where Christianity itself, it was a separation of church and state. The Christians here all believed they were not to be involved in politics, period. As a group, they collectivized after moral majority and stuff. And yes, they did. I was here when all that happened. Okay, I was here. I remember the discussions. I remember all of this. A lot has changed in this country since I was born. A lot. Okay, so yeah, can Christians get it together? Yeah, maybe they went this, they got this far, didn't they? They got this far. That's what I'm saying. I'm not criticizing
I'm
anybody.
really struggling, Carol. Maybe I'm struggling to understand you. There were, correct me if I'm wrong, Raymond, 45 or 46 presidents of the United States, which I believe 42 are Christian.
That's the point I'm trying to get to. That's exactly the point I'm trying to get to, is that your presumption that Christians were told by who, when, and through what documentation and through what historical proof are you making this claim? Because I haven't heard of this before. So this is a new one for me. Yes. So this is a new one for me. So that's why I'm making the statement of, if the country was founded by Christians that were utilizing Protestant resistance theory as a means of revolting against the crown, specifically in this case, the parliament and the excessive taxation of the parliament, and then breaking off and creating their own political system.
Look.
How is that not getting involved in politics? And how is that at any point people coming to tell Christians don't get involved in politics? If America was majority Christian up until, I should say it's still majority Christian, but if it's, if you're dealing with a Protestant majority up until the 60s, and then the ethnicity changes because of Hart-Celler, how are you making the statement that Christians altogether were told never to get involved in politics? Because as far as I'm concerned, if most of the country is Christian, they're still getting involved in politics, whether or not
not as organized, not in the organized political way they became after moral majority. Okay, the churches were not involved. The churches would stay out of it. The white people churches stayed out of it. The black people churches, they got involved in it with civil rights. Okay, but they had their own informal ways of communication, and that's why a lot of those churches were burned down.
But the problem with that, Carol, is mainly a lot of that to do with the technology. Because if you look at when Jerry Falwell and the moral majority movement really started, late 70s, early 80s, we only just see the first advent of cable TV in the US, and we just see the ability of mass cheap communication in the US. So in a sense, there was, because of the size of the US, there was a lot of a disjunct population. People read the newspapers or listened to the radio. Once we had two-way communication in the 80s and 90s, the Christian unification has not looked back. So if you look at the moral majority, it's not just
moral majority set up a political organization of a bunch of Christians that was sort of separate from the church scene. Churches were not allowed to be political. Okay, they couldn't do political stuff. Now they are pretty much openly political.
We're completely
entire church. Yeah, well, it didn't used to be like that. And whether you guys realize that or not, I was living here. I remember when this changed.
But that's because there was not the same threat.
Your original statement was that
Christians
were told not to get
I'm
involved.
not talking about why this happened. I'm talking about it happened because it happened because Christians decided, yes, they can be organized and run organizations that are technically under the church, but are Christian based and they're all political.
You know why that is, Carol? But why that is, Carol, is because go on, Raymond.
Yeah, that's what
I
I'm
understand.
talking about.
And this is where the disconnect is actually occurring. So this is where I've realized where the disconnect you and I are actually communicating, because your original statement was that Christians were told not to get involved in politics, which is patently incorrect statement. You're saying the church as an organization, as a 501c3, is told not to get into politics. That's a completely separate and distinct. That's completely separate and distinct. When you make the statement, Christians are told not to get into politics, you're breaking it down. I'm just trying to tell you, the way you said it is not correct.
I want to defend.
They were encouraged to not even vote.
Yes.
Okay. And the ministers were going along with it.
Yeah, I want to back her up, because my mother would discuss with me about how when she was a girl, there was no like evangelical power. They didn't, they were just some kind of people that were off somewhere. And right around the 70s, or whenever White Woman was saying it came out, or Carol saying it came out, the evangelicals became a power. But back in the 60s, they were, they had.
You're right, Vincent. You're absolutely right, Vincent, because I know a bit about the history of the US churches, also for two main reasons. One, there was no real political threat to Christians in the United States. Churches were full in the 60s and 70s. By the effect of liberalism, Woodstock, etc., by the time a decade or two occurred, Christians woke up in the late 70s going, things aren't looking any good for our Christian communities. And then mass technology and communication allowed the Christians to mobilize, particularly Jerry Falwell, after moral majority. We've never looked back. We have voted in every president. We've never looked back. We're never going to. And now we're hyper-organized.
Is there a disagreement here? Is there some kind of disagreement here? Because I'm not seeing it. You just want to articulate why you think it happened. I'm telling you it happened. It went through the churches, and churches in the United States had their own informal routes of communication that were not on the internet. And I'm telling you, when you went into those churches, there was no congressman coming and trying to get votes. People were told not to vote. And a lot of these evangelical churches were told they were sinners if they voted.
Reason was it, Carol? Because everyone was predominantly Christian.
It doesn't matter why, is what I'm
telling you. So what is the point you're trying to make?
I am saying why they decided to become political and organized. Look how far they went.
What is the point you're trying to make?
Carol, is your point that left to its own devices, Christianity is apolitical?
No, it's not. That is not my point. My point is you had a bunch of Christians in this country that had believed in the separation of church and state to the point they believed in non-participation in government and not voting. This has nothing to do with why you had some Christian presidents. Okay, it was assumed a normal moral person was a Christian and not divorced.
Yeah, because there was no real threat or technical issue. So
whether there was a threat or not.
I think we're flogging a dead horse. You keep repeating.
No, you're not. You're not even understanding me, or you're being obtuse on purpose.
I am, and I think you're misunderstanding what you're even trying to say. That's what I'm trying to get.
No, I'm not. I'm talking about historically what happened here in this country.
Come up with your own. It's disgusting how you come up with your own unreasonable or unviewable or a conclusion that nobody would come to from scripture or whatever, and you're misunderstanding, you're not interpreting it right. Like everything is like interpretation with you people. Nothing is clear.
I'm not talking about Christian interpretation of scripture.
I'm just saying the two of them, I was defending you because they're like, oh, the interpretation. I mean, there's some things are black and white and some things are obvious, and you never take the obvious meaning of anything. And then you tell us that we're misunderstanding because we're not taking your ridiculous interpretation.
That's not true.
That's exactly how you behave. That's exactly how you behave.
That's not the difference. The difference fundamentally is you don't believe in God. So we don't really. I don't want to sound rude, but we
bullshit. Don't ask me.
But no, Vincent,
don't ask me to believe in bullshit.
I tell you what, Vincent, without trying to be rude, it's like let's see, take an analogy you care about. You don't care what heterosexuals say if they're critical about homosexuality, do you? We don't care what non-Christians think about Christianity. We just don't really care.
No, I do care what heterosexuals who don't like homosexuals say about homosexuality.
Yeah, you really shouldn't.
Well, you know what? Why don't you go turn the other cheek? I really agree with the rest of the world that you people are about to get a taste of your own fucking medicine, and you're being very arrogant because everyone else sees what's going on.
What does that mean? People threaten us for 2022 years and we've always won.
Yeah, okay, fine.
You think it's going to be next year or something, Vincent? Next year.
Again, this is like, you're like, just as you said, you're not presenting the obvious logical interpretation, and my reason for wanting that is because I don't believe in God.
What is a logical interpretation of what?
Now Ralph is like, he's believing in God and he's believing something that is illogical and irrational, that there's no threat to Christianity and that you guys are just gonna like rise back up and take over the world. It's just it's irrational. Stop asking people to believe irrational shit.
But we don't, rationalism.
Ralph is in denial, and so is Raymond. They have to be in denial in order to remain Christian.
But rationalism is an infection of the liberal enlightenment. We're not liberals. We reject rationalism as being a tool in our belt. Why would I put rationalism ahead of my faith?
Because if God is omnipotent and omniscient and truth and logic and reason, then you have to use truth, logic, and morality to understand God, and you're just clinging to your idolatry. It's sad to hear
but
you.
I consider myself an above average tradition. But I could recite all 18 forms of inferential logic in my head, and none of you in the panel probably could.
Yeah, but you don't even understand it yourself.
I consider myself a master of logic. What has logic got to do with the fact?
You need to stop acting like you make sense. Christianity makes no sense, and your excuse is that we don't believe in your God.
It's not an excuse; it's an explanation that we don't get.
Oh God!
No, because you can't answer the question about idolatry. You have no.
How many times
answer
have you to answer the question? You don't understand the answer. Doesn't mean I haven't answered the question. You want to try again?
Nobody understands.
Try again. Well, 2 billion Christians seem to understand just fine.
Yeah, that's not. Look, this
numbers are nothing.
Right? We're larger than any country. We're larger than any ethnicity. We're larger than any nation. We're larger than any other group. We are the largest.
But you are weak in spirit and intellect, and you believe in nonsense.
Hang on a second. Listen out. If 65% of the Nobel Prize winners in the world are Christian,
are Jewish, I think.
So a Christian. 65% of the Nobel Prize winners are Christian in things like physics, math. Do you think we have a problem understanding, or do you have a problem understanding ours?
I think a lot of inventions are Chinese these days.
Yeah, I don't care about Chinese these days. I'm talking about the history of Nobel Prize winners. So we're obviously the smartest group. We're the largest group. We don't have a problem with logic. Most of the logicians in the world, most of the contributions of science and maths are Christians. Why are you telling us we don't understand logic? We're saying you don't understand
because it does make no sense. And then when we ask why,
you're
admitting it makes no sense. No, you are admitting it makes no sense, and you're
no, not at all. Let me give you an example, Vincent. Let's say you didn't understand a subject like, I don't know, say quantum mechanics. Would it, if I gave you some things in quantum mechanics, you say that makes no sense to me. Wouldn't the right thing to be to ask someone who understands quantum mechanics?
God.
You're saying I don't understand quantum mechanics. It makes no sense.
You guys don't even agree with each other on the nonsense. So don't act like this is something like quantum mechanics.
We all agree in the resurrection of Christ. What do you mean? None of this. I never met a Christian who
over everything. You fight over everything.
Yeah,
all different interpretations. Oh, there's no fights within Christianity.
Brothers can fight. Brothers can fight with each other, but none of us think we're idolaters.
Vincent, he's saying they're the same family and families fight. That's what
he's saying. No, but I'm saying none of us think we're idolaters. The fact that you say we're idolaters means you don't understand us. So the burden of proof, logically, would be on you to understand, right?
Okay, actually, me, Judith, and Judith Fly are working on that to get all the arguments that Christianity is idolatry.
Vincent, if you ever want to argue this, I can introduce you to the top atheist brains, much cleverer than people on this panel. Who argue non-stop about
Christian. Do they talk about the Trinity?
Yeah, they completely want to violate and destroy the Trinity. Moral realism, anti-realism, the problem of evil, Erythropus trilemma. I can take you to very intellectual arguments against Christianity, and I'll show you how Christians bat them away like I'd bat away a mosquito. If you want to understand every theological argument against the Trinity, if you want to argue every ontological argument against the Trinity, if you want to apply modal logical arguments, I can take you to those places with you, Vincent.
Okay,
and you realize how quickly what Christian intellectual firepower.
I'm doing it primarily from Jewish sources. I mean, I would like to talk to your friends, though.
Do you think the Jews would be biased, Vincent?
I think that Judaism is the original religion and knows.
Not my question. Do you think they'd be biased towards Christianity?
Aren't you biased against Jews and Muslims?
I love all Jews and Muslims. Christ commands me to love you
all. So Christianity is not biased towards Jews and Muslims.
No, we're just the top dog.
No,
both our children.
You don't believe you think there's something wrong if they don't accept Christ. It's not like.
Correct. But the way I think about it is Christian.
You're biased whenever you write about them.
Yeah, but the way it's Christian, the way we look at it is a distance from God and the distance from the Logos.
I know, so Jews look at you as distance. They look at you the same way. You can't go around asking a question like that when you're practicing it yourself.
But you see, Vincent, I can take you to these places if you're really interested in the top atheists.
I said, yes, I would go and I would listen.
Yeah, I could totally, Vincent, DM me on Telegram. Claire has my links. And I will take you to these places where you will hear the sharpest atheist brains. They will attack Judaism, they will attack Christianity, and they run into Christian firepower.
Okay, Claire, can you send that link to me so I can go listen to this? But yeah, I mean, yeah, I do want to use. Jewish arguments. I want to beef up the Noahide movement and sick them on you. You have no idea what insane hatred a Noahide has for a Christian. Insane hatred. And so I want to popularize that movement so that you get a bunch of people that want to destroy you.
The Noahites are going to try, but all they're going to do is try to attack the divinity of Christ. We've defended the divinity of Christ for 2022 years. We've defended it ontologically, modally, epistemically. We've defended it theologically.
Without logical rationalism, and it's all just because God. That's why.
No, we've defended it using many techniques. I don't know how familiar. I don't think you would just rely on the Jews.
Nothing you say is logical or rational. Your arguments are insane. Stop acting like people should even listen to you. You listen to your own shit. No one else believes you.
What do you mean? We are the largest group in the world. What are you talking about?
Muslims are the second largest group in the world. Does that mean they're second best? Under God.
But my point is, when you make the claim that no one listens to us, first of all, we're the largest group in the world.
No one outside of you listens to you.
But let me say, if you want to look at the arguments for Trinitarianism, then you're going to have to understand the Trinitarianism arguments, right? Do you understand the difference between one self theory, three self theories? Do you know what indeterminate self theories are?
I'm not confusing myself on that level of epistemology and stuff.
Okay, well, I can help you out.
That's too much for me to get into. I'm not a philosopher on that level.
So but what I'm trying to tell you,
I will make books for Jews and fucking Noahides with every scripture that talks about idolatry and every analysis about why you're idolatry.
Do you know what I subscribe? You know what you should do? Subscribe to Jews for Judaism. It's a great channel where the smartest rabbis spend all their time attacking Christianity. And if you want to understand three self theory, materialism, negative, positive, misdemeanor, the Trinity is tripersonality.
I'm not getting into all that.
We can do all of this stuff. We can do this stuff.
No. How is this going to save the United States? How is any of this going to save the United States? Can you guys just come down to earth and be more practical?
Okay, but white Muslim women, don't you think I have a point that they're being illogical?
I think they don't address questions and then change the subject. That's what I think is going on. I don't know whether that's logical or not, but it gets back onto what they want to talk about. Okay, that's what I think is going on here. Nobody wants to answer anybody's questions. Or they're dodging the question or whatever. It's kind of this, but how is this going to save the United States? How's this going to save the mess this country is in right now? Talking about the epistemology or whatever of the Trinity. Who cares?
Only because the Christianity is being attacked.
I want my country to go back to be a proud country that's not quivering around, where the people aren't feeling ashamed if they're not pretending like they're some part of an oppressed minority, to the point that some are joining my religion so they can take on an oppressed identity. This has gone too far. What's going on in this country now?
The way to solve that, Carol, is
and all that kind of stuff.
Back some Christianity. The thing that made your country what it was, the thing that made the country to go back where you wanted to be, was Christianity.
It was the Constitution.
It really wasn't.
It really was.
Look, this country was what it was because they had a constitution where they threw away all authority over people's religion. But at the same time, it would never occur to anybody that a bunch of people from Europe would be something other than some sort of Christian. That they even mention Islam and stuff as testimony to this fact is it never occurred to anybody that a bunch of European.
All you have to do is plot church attendance.
I'm talking, mister. That the only reason on top of that a bunch of white people basically that were on top of the world were going to trash their own culture. No one expected this. The idea was they came here, they conquered, they took over, they did whatever it was they did. But nobody thought white people would turn into this.
And the single explanation for that, Carol, is Christianity. Plot church attendance over time, plot the greatness of the USA over time, look at those plots of those curves together, guess what you see? They were great with Christianity. When Christianity went away, you got the Clare Corps, you got the Vincents, you got the Sams running around the United States.
Well, Claire's
so the answer to the problem is the restoration of Christianity. right?
Well, Christy, this is just ridiculous. What you are doing isn't doing anything to help in these discussions. That's what I'm saying here. When you guys want to talk on this higher intellectual level, most people in the street aren't talking like that about religion. Most people aren't reading about it. You want to make people like Christianity again, you have to look like something, be something that people want a part of.
Exactly.
Okay, that's what you have to do. That's what Muslims have to do if they want Islam to go through this country. Being social justice warrior is undermining Islam itself. Okay, but you have to be attractive to people in some way. Okay, so the answer to it wasn't, let's allow every sin into the church and just tell people it's okay. That was the wrong answer. That's what they went with. Okay, that was the problem. But the problem is we have now is that we have degenerate people running government, people who have no sense of morality, people who have no internal locus of what is right or wrong. It's not everybody, but it's enough of them that is making this country a freaking circus.
Yeah, that's because of universal suffrage. You just get too many people who don't have responsibility voting on people, and then it will result in an authoritarian regime. Because
yeah, so what? We're gonna have just landowners doing the vote. It doesn't matter why. This is what is right now, and how is
people
a
with
discussion?
Responsibility need to be the ones making the decisions. That means you have to be either net taxpayer, or you serve in the military, or a veteran. These things. I'm sure most people.
The 18-year-olds work and pay taxes in this country.
I don't care if you're 10 years old. If you're able to pay net taxes, you should have a higher.
If you're what?
I don't care if you're a kid. If you're able to somehow be a net taxpayer, then you deserve a better society than someone who's on welfare. I'm just saying it's very unlikely.
Oh, well, when you have a government that's making sure people can't find jobs now, I don't think so. That's going to be shutting up important votes. We have big problems in this country. People need to be able to vote, even though it's half rigged now. I mean, this is I don't even know. I got a thing in the mail for my mother-in-law to go on jury duty. She's not even a citizen. She wasn't a citizen here and didn't speak English. Where did they get her name from? Because they're getting off of voting rolls. Who the heck put her on the voting roll?
Because of non-Christianity.
Oh, what? What?
Yes,
we're not even talking about
because progressive Americans, progressive. Yeah, because the progressive Democrats want to open the borders because they want to ensure they win blue states by bringing in people who are predominantly not going to be Christians, and then they're going to steal and lie and cheat, because to steal and lie and cheat is not Christian.
The Roman Catholic Church is leading the charge with those open borders.
Yeah.
Okay. It's a Roman Catholic Church.
Yeah, the Pope actually has a statue.
They have promoted this for a long time. They promote liberation theology among poor peoples and this kind of stuff. That is the Roman Catholic Church promoting this.
Yeah. We are going to have to reconquer these churches.
Well, whatever.
I thought you were all powerful. I thought nothing was wrong and you were all powerful.
Of course we are.
He's trying to say that.
Hang on a second. You can't have it both ways. On one hand, you're saying the Roman Catholic Church can open the borders of the United States. That sounds like power to me.
Vincent, he's saying he has confidence.
They're using it for bad, huh?
Vincent, he's saying he has full confidence they will be successful through the power of Christ. That's all he's saying. But what I'm saying is, I want to see something a little bit more substance down here on the ground for the regular morons that are going around, that aren't entering into these academic, intellectual discussions that aren't helping anything. It's helping a certain class of people be interesting and debate with each other and talk about normal people here who have a dummied down education now.
Can I ask you this? Like Claire, I mean, do you feel, number one, do you feel any obligation to push Christianity out of the public square? And if so, how would you do it besides attacking them as idolatry?
No, I don't. I don't have any reason to feel that way. I'm Muslim who believes in Islam, and it's my religion. Claire is a secular Quranist. Okay? My religion, Jews and Christian have protected status, period. Okay, we basically leave them alone. That's the idea. Leave them alone unless they're breaking some laws. That's it. Leave
the
them
Quran
alone.
is clear about that.
Huh?
The Quran is
that's
very
clear. Clear. The Quran is what? Now you're going to tell me what the Quran believes? What?
I'm saying the Quran is very clear about protecting the status of Jews and Christians.
Yes, it does. It does not believe in domination. It does not. Muslims do not believe they should be dominated by these other theories. However, I did not move to this country. I was born here. Okay, so this is my country. All these immigrants that are coming here and coming in that are Muslim, they are freely choosing to come live under states that are not Muslim. Do you understand?
They want to change that, though.
No, they want to enter the political process is what's happened.
I know, but their ultimate agenda is to bring an Islamic state to America.
Oh, no, it's not. Look.
Why? They're called to do that.
Let me tell you. Look, I've been around these people 40 years, okay? The majority came here for money, to get a living, get some money, get their kids an education. That's what most of them came for, regular people. Okay, these clerics and stuff that came here are using America as a cash cow to fund their projects back home. They did not come here to change Americans into Muslims. They hardly ever talk to them. You ever see them doing anything to try to convince anyone to become Muslim? Any of these clerics? No. It's a bunch of teenagers and stuff running around shooting their mouths off. So you got people who decided they're going to leave a country that's has their generally the morals. I mean, a lot of these countries are a mess.
But Vincent, what makes you more nervous, Vincent? Be honest with me. And what makes you more nervous in your worldview, Christianity or Islam?
Well, he doesn't like any of it.
I don't like any of it. I don't like any of it. But Christianity is a more sticky enemy, and I think is harder to defeat. And so I want to go after it first. I'm going to use the fact that Muslims are uniting with Jews on this Noahide thing so that we can just sick everyone on you.
But it's not a question which, I didn't ask you which religious wars. Which one, sorry,
Who's breathing like that?
You need to mute your microphone if you're not speaking. But Vincent, which poses a more threat to your way of life?
Who is that that's making that noise?
It's Carol, it's not muting.
Carol, you're making a noise, Carol.
You say Islam is more nervous? I think most homosexuals are more nervous of Islam than they would of Christianity, right?
No, because Christianity is a more dangerous enemy because it's more intellectual and camouflaged and camouflaged.
It's a more powerful enemy, you're saying, right?
Yeah.
Okay, that would make sense because Muslim would be more like a lower intelligence direct threat, right? They're going to throw you off a rooftop, right?
Islam is still a huge minority in the United States. Why would Vincent at this point in time be afraid of that?
Well, I started
a bunch of immigrants running around doing social
because they'll shoot up a gay club.
I started in anti-Islam. The whole reason I got into all this is because I got into anti-Islam. I'm very anti-Islamic, and I put a lot of time and energy on anti-Islamic campaigns, like serious ones. Like,
and Vincent, you're right? It's Muslims usually would shoot up a gay club, right? Not Christians.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, totally. I think Orlando was the last one?
Yeah.
And then I think Norway recently, right? They're the ones who are going to execute, right? So.
Yeah.
Because Christians are going to, you're right, Vince, the Christians are going to do it by legislation. Right?
Yeah, they're going to do it slowly. But I'm also, counting on the Christian apologists that are going to apologize for Noahide law and those that are going to even ally with it and, kind of make most Christians buddy with the Noahide law so we can just kind of start whittling away at them a little bit through alliance and ecumenical movements and that kind of stuff. That's also a big thing. I'm probably not as good at that kind of diddling around and attacks on you. I'll leave that to someone else. I'm just rounding up the troops and getting ready to sick them on you.
I know what you're doing, Vincent. You want to get the best. You want to use everyone in every way just to get your enemies, right? That's what I like about you. You're pretty open, right? You're like, who's anti-global homo? I'm going to fuck them up, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. It's nice to have enemies that have got the confidence to be open about it.
Vincent, why would any Christians care what the no-hide laws say about anything?
Because they feel obligated to apologize for them. So Christians feel obligated to say, well, there's nothing wrong, and they're good moral teachings. And that eventually, if there's nothing wrong with them and their good moral teachings, that's, gets to you like, well, what do I need Jesus for if I can find salvation through these works? And I feel better doing something through works than through faith, because you should be rewarded for how you act, not how you believe. And I think that it's very enticing, and the rabbis have a lot of wisdom. They know the Bible better, so they can debate with Christians, and Judaism is just more wise than Christianity is.
But why would you think a bunch of Christians are going to accept Jewish authority over them? You're basically acting.
No. There's no Jewish. The Jews are here to influence the Gentiles to set up their own Noahide systems. The Jews do not rule over you. You rule over yourselves by self-implementing the Noahide laws. So Christians, or whatever they would become, would be guiding themselves with Noahide principles. The Jews are just there to provide the information.
Why would they buy into this? I'm not seeing it.
Because it'll get rid of idolatry and blasphemy and global homo.
No, I understand where you're buying into it. I don't understand what you think is going to attract the Christians. I'm not seeing it.
It's harsh. No, that Christians are tired of being surrounded by idolaters, blasphemers, and homosexuals, and they'd rather not live like that. And the Noahide laws put out a promise to get rid of all that.
Well, if they don't want to live like that, why wouldn't they become Messianic Hebrews?
Correct.
Well, they don't want to live like that. They want to influence the government. They want things to change on a big scale, here and now, everywhere.
We already influence the governments everywhere.
What?
We already influence the governments, and you cannot be a Christian
but Christians have not gotten rid of idolatry, blasphemy, or homosexuality.
I'm not mad at you. I'm not mad at you, Vincent, and I'm not saying you're stupid. I'm not saying that. I don't understand why any Christian would get this involved with
Christianity and turn the other cheek and let the idolaters, blasphemers,
that's
run rampant. That's Christianity, and people are tired of it.
No, Vincent, that's only liberal Christianity.
No, please, you have no.
If you went to Poland, if you went to Hungary, if you went to Lithuania, if you went to Nigeria, if you tried your stuff over there, you get the shit kicked out of you by Christians.
Italy? Are you kidding me? Italy?
Not Italy. I didn't say Italy.
You said Italy.
No, Estonia, Latvia, Poland, Hungary, Ethiopia, Nigeria. You get the shit kicked out.
How much power do those people have?
Because they're very conservative Christian nations.
Yeah, I know. Well, we have to influence them too. They would rather the Noahide laws than global homo.
I'm American. Vincent's American.
There are many parts of America.
We're talking about here. The influence of us two as normal people would have any influence on, or some people in America. Okay, so why would Vincent? It doesn't matter how many Christians are in Africa. You know what I'm saying? You guys keep talking about stuff that's like huge red herrings in my mind. We're talking about a country of regular people. Most people work, or they don't work, or they're on the dole. Most people are not a bunch of academics discussing ideas like this. I mean, some are, but most aren't. Most ordinary
people that I've gone around, they don't think about these things, and that's why your nation has fallen.
I don't think it has to do so much with thinking about these things. It's thinking about reality and looking at reality, buying into liberalism, and throwing logic out the door and this sort of stuff. The media, promoting the idea that fun is more important than someone's responsibility.
Promoting homosexuality.
All this,
promoting LGBTQ.
I don't want to. Me and Vincent have already been in it on that, and he already knows I don't like it. But I don't want to.
But you're so
tolerant about it all the time. That's not what I'm interested in. I'm not spending all my time talking about
But that's why the nation has fallen, Carol. It's because you're tolerant. Tolerance is a liberal idea because you're going to tolerate LGBTQ on your Ben & Jerry's ice cream.
I am not. Okay, you don't know me. Okay, you don't know me. I refuse to spend my whole life on this letting other people run the discussion about the things I think is important all the time. I don't want to defend why I'm against the gay lifestyle being out in public. I don't believe we can do anything about what people do in their homes. I believe a lot of this stuff you see outside, these sinful stuff, people need to do it in their home. That's all.
Okay, so would you be against, Carol? Would you be against Ben & Jerry's ice cream when you buy it having an LGBTQ flag on it?
Oh, I won't buy anything that promotes that kind of stuff. No.
Amen, sister.
No, I don't.
Right?
No, I don't. I don't buy them. No.
Amen.
No, I don't. But I would buy something that had a cross on it. I don't care. I mean, I wouldn't buy clothing with a cross on, but I'd buy ice cream and have a cross on it.
But I'm going to have to go for dinner soon. Vincent, I had one question for Vincent on the way out. I've got about 5-10 minutes tops. But Vincent, one thing's interesting is, and this is a question I ask lots of homosexuals, right? Because I'm interested in, obviously, in science and stuff. So we know from the Genome Project and from genetics roughly that homosexuality can be traced to about 23 genes, but not just genetics, and levels of prenatal testosterone. So if, for example, we found a way to make sure that no one harmed any homosexuals, but we made sure, for example, that there were no more future homosexuals, would you have a problem with that?
Yes, I would very much.
So even if you're a genetic dead end, you'd have a problem that
no. Well, I'm trying to get gays into breeding, as you know, so I'm not tolerating this that you're a genetic dead end forever and nothing can change and there's no revolution and no new way of thinking about things. Like, I don't believe that. I think things can change. I think that's what homosexuals are about. I think that a homosexual is the best person to come in and break a cycle. So that's what I'm trying to do.
But if there was, let's say, a technique or pill to cure homosexuality, would
no, I'd be against it.
Okay. So
I mean, if people wanted to do it, I mean, I wouldn't stop people, but
would you be opposed to a law, for example, that, let's say, you wouldn't mandate it on existing homosexuals, but, for example, you'd let families have a choice to take it so that their children who are unborn were never gay?
What? Say that again?
Suppose we have a genetic modifier and we realize of the 23 chromosome pairs that correlate to homosexuality plus prenatal testosterone, a family can choose when they have a child that the child would never be gay. Would you be opposed to that legislation?
Well, I mean, if individual people want the choice to make sure that their child is not gay, look, I believe in designer babies. I believe in people engineering their children. So if that's your choice, then I wouldn't stop you. I don't even know if I would dislike it. I think that we should do the opposite. We should start breeding and making sure they are homosexual. So we'll take over that way.
Yeah. Okay. So that's a very good answer, interesting answer. So obviously self-protection first, but you would still override your choice.
I'm against genetically engineering children. Unless somebody has something they're really trying to correct. Like, I don't know. I can't think of anything. I don't believe in this genetically engineered doing that to children at all, period.
What if it was genes that were from your parents, so they were natural, not like something, not genes that are not part of you, just like your natural gene?
I don't. What would be? Give me an example of why somebody would do that. I mean, what am I trying to cure with that?
Yeah.
Huh?
Breast cancer.
I don't know. I don't like the idea of altering DNA. I don't like it. That's why I don't like the COVID vaccine. I'm not.
So you'd rather the women have breast cancer?
I'd rather not have government tell me what to do medically. That's what I told you before. I don't want the government telling me what to do medically. I don't want a health insurance company telling me what to do medically at all, ever. Can people change the genders of their children? No, I think this is something, if somebody's going to do something like that, they need to do it as an adult. Okay? If they're going to do that. That is, for a lot of these things,
And would you, Carol, would you support, for example, if there was a way, like I asked Vincent as a Muslim, would you support a way to cure homosexuality, or would you permit it?
It's not a question of promoting it or okaying it. I don't okay the lifestyle at all.
Yeah,
but I don't think that means you have to mutate Vincent.
But would you support curing it?
I do not support the government.
Not the government, you, Carol, personally.
Listen to what I'm saying. If there was something like that and an adult wanted to do it, it's up to them.
So you would support individuals doing it, right?
Huh?
You would support
listen. The important aspect here is the government or the medical profession going to be used as an authority over me? And that's what I don't want about medical stuff.
I get that.
I don't want to be forced vaccines. I don't want to be forced any of that. I don't believe in injecting somebody with something if they don't want it. I don't believe in castrating prisoners chemically so that they don't rape again. They just need to be locked up longer. They're going to be doing that. I don't believe in this. I don't believe in this. I think it's really.
But would you support the choice for an individual to do it? No government, don't have to mention the government or the medical profession, just you. As an individual, would you support the liberty of someone to cure homosexuality?
Well, I guess they could, as an adult, sure.
Okay.
An adult can do that. But they're the authority. That's the authority making the medical decision. Do you understand? That's what I'm looking at. But I think children come under parental authority. Medical decisions should be made by parents. But children are too young to decide you're going to change someone chemically or genetically with this kind of injection stuff when they're underage. Because children, as they grow, change their opinion. You understand? They're not little adults. So if someone is an adult, if society recognizes a certain age as being an adult, a full functioning member of society, an adult, and this, they can decide, be the authority of their own medical decisions. And that's what I want to keep.
Yeah, that's a libertarian position, I understand.
I don't care if it's a libertarian one. I am not forcing anyone to have medical procedures done on them. It means that if somebody wants the right to die, they have the right to refuse injections to prolong their life.
Very similar, though. I can see why you and Claire would get along. You're both liberals in a way. It's quite interesting.
I don't know. I'm about this medical stuff. I'm very hard on that. I'm very hard on giving up my civil rights. I was brought up in a country where I could read anything I felt like reading if I could read it. So I was brought up. That's how I came to Islam. I don't want to be told what to do in these two aspects of my life, about my religion and about my medical preferences, ever on any level. Those two things. Now, if you want to pass laws about cleaning up society, we can't have this going on, that. Yeah, you're talking about the rainbow flag. I also wouldn't buy ice cream that had some half-naked lady on it either. Okay, I'm a prude. I believe sexual behavior belongs in the home, in the closet, pretty much, whether you're gay or not. I don't think people need to be rolling around acting like they're about ready to have sex at the park where kids are. You understand? So my thinking isn't just, I'm attacking gay people. Okay, I mean, I have no control over what somebody does in their house. And as long as it's not, bothering society and stuff, I don't care. Because they're not making it public. And I think that way because I'm Muslim. Muslim does not believe going totally into somebody's home and controlling them like that. That's what I believe. Okay. So you want to say as libertarian? I don't think so. It's a conservative Muslim view. You think there's no gay people in Islamic countries? There are. I've seen them. As long as they don't make a spectacle of themselves outside the house, they're okay. But you know what?
Spectacle? No, but look.
No, I'm talking about me. Listen, Vincent. In Muslim countries, there's a nap time, like a siesta in a lot of them, where you're out in the daytime, then you come home, have lunch, and then it's a sleep time for 4 hours, and then you come out again in the evening. Okay, during that 4 hours, I don't think they should be running around people running around having illicit sexual behavior, because that's what people do. They're doing illicit sexual behavior. They come out during that siesta time. Well, sometimes people are stuck on the street and can't get home in time. Then they're stuck. Saying a spectacle, I think straight people are making a spectacle out of themselves in public.
Yeah, but look, there is a thing. Look, if in public, a man and a woman, in a way, are permitted to give off the message that they are married. So if that is true, then two men should also have the right to give off the message.
How they giving off the message?
Well, okay. How does... Okay, well, now we live in the age where gay people have kids. So I guess you would give off the message by pushing a stroller together.
Well, how do you know that's not my brother? The point is, sexual contact is off the street.
Okay,
for a Muslim like me, off the street. Two guys doing a stroller down there. You're not supposed to speculate on it too much. There's a whole philosophy and stuff that goes on in Islam that nobody talks about, because they're too busy ranting on some of these other issues from a legal aspect. But there's also a kind of way Muslims conduct their lives when they're in it. I'm seeing this being destroyed in the Muslim community and these things. So I have two concerns here. I'm concerned about my country. I'm concerned about the destruction of the Muslim community. And I want to return to conservatism, to the point children don't have to have all this stuff at them all the time, so that they can develop interests in other ways. Okay. So it's a whole picture to me. So somebody wants to ask me some nitpicky question. Do you want to buy ice cream that has a rainbow flag on? No, I won't buy it. I won't buy one that has a naked lady on it too, or a half naked lady. I won't buy it. I do look at that and don't buy things. Okay. And I also look at where some things are from and decide whether I'm going to buy it or not. Do you understand? So if you guys want to narrow it down to one little thing, if you're talking to me, it's not quite the same. I don't have a crusade against gay people. I don't want all this sexual behavior in public, period. If somebody wants to be gay in the house, be gay. I mean, my kids were in a Catholic school for a while, and there were two gay ladies that brought their kids. Everybody knew, but they weren't holding hands in public or anything. They weren't doing anything.
You see, Carol, that's why the nation is crumbled, because of your tolerance.
Well, I'm not in control of the Catholic Church, okay? It was just a heck of a lot.
No, it's not just, it's the tolerance.
But this isn't tolerance. I'm saying get it off the street altogether. Okay.
So you think people like Vincent should not be able to promote homosexuality?
I'm saying I don't like Vincent's thing at all. He knows it. I don't like this idea about genetic. His whole thing I don't like. Okay. But what I'm saying is, if it's not public, if it's not in the
so you think people like Vincent should be behind
supposed to legislate? Right? I cannot legislate, or I can't do anything to a gay guy next door.
But would you support legislation that made, for example, homosexuality or displays of homosexuality in public illegal under, say, decency laws?
I would support legislation that took all sexual behavior off the streets as moral decency laws. Do you understand? I don't want to sit and watch two straight people breathing all over himself in the middle of the taco shop. I'm kind of sick of this stuff. California's just getting too wild.
Would you repeal equal rights for men and women?
No.
Okay, so
because I don't want women to be stuck in the military.
So hang on, I'm confused. So you would or you wouldn't?
I wouldn't support equal rights, because that would mean the women could be drafted into the military. And I don't think women should be forced into the military. And that's where it would go if they signed an equal rights amendment. Women would be drafted into the military.
What about the non-military? What about general equal rights?
Well, what equal right? What rights missing right now?
Oh, let's say, for example, the right to vote.
Oh no, women should be able to vote.
Okay, women should. Okay, great. Women should be able to vote. For example, should women be able to, for example, hold professional positions that are the same as men?
Like what? Give me an example.
I don't know, a fireman or policeman.
I don't think they can carry people out of the burning building.
So that's progress. We're making progress, if you like. Right. So do you think women should be policemen?
Well, I think they need women policemen because women get arrested.
Okay, so basically, therefore, you don't really support equal rights for men.
I think.
How about you, Claire? Does Claire support equal rights for men and women?
I don't know if she does or not. She probably went. I don't think she's here. She
might be consulting the hand guide to secular.
I will say that I mean, I would have to repeal the Equality Act 2010 to restore the patriarchy. So no, I don't support equal rights.
Good stuff. So there's hope for you chaps then, right?
But this is the thing, Ralph. You keep saying that the solution is Christianity, but wasn't not the social gospel movement that pushed the whole equality thing?
It was liberal. It was libertarianism and liberalism that hijacked and used Christianity and used Christian liberals to do so against conservative Christian resistance.
I don't know. Wasn't it like a what do you call it, pushback against the capitalist, factory owner people that they sort
You're
of like
roboting really badly, my man.
Sorry. Oh.
Yeah, but I agree. Equality is the ultimate social construct, right?
But can you understand that when people started to lose faith in Christianity, but they maintained the ethics of Christianity, which is very egalitarian?
I think the idea of a cultural Christian or someone who is ethically Christian but doesn't believe in God is just complete poppycock. There's no such thing as a cultural Christian or someone who just thinks Christianity is like a smorgasbord of values. They're just transitioning to liberalism.
I don't think so. I think I know they have a different view. I mean, I know they have a specific meaning in Europe over cultural Christians. And here sometimes what they also talk about when they say that, they're talking about communities like Mennonite. They're cultural Christian, like they have their own unique culture within that. But I do believe that there are people that were influenced by Christianity and they do conduct themselves like that. And when you have a country if most of the people around are like that, yeah, you're going to pick up some of those morals. So they may not be Christian as in members of a church or particularly practicing or not, but they do have the general ideas of that are rigid, at least in their mind. If you say to them, is stealing okay, they would say no. Now they would say it depends, but right? That to me is a cultural Christian. That's someone that has been, and that's what happened in Europe with a lot of stuff, right? The Christians came in and changed a lot of the pagan thinking and stuff, and paganism itself changed. I mean, I don't see anybody doing any druids doing human sacrifice anymore.
I'm sorry to interrupt here, but the patriarchy services demand that I now escort my Frau to dinner. So thanks ever so much for having me on, and I'm going to have to take care of some patriarchy duties. So God bless you all, and come home to Christ, Vincent, and things should be great. Thanks for having me on, Claire. Have a good evening.
Thank you for coming, Ralph.
Take care, Ralph.
Bringing your crowd.
Speak to you later.
I tell Sammy he can sleep safe at night knowing that he's under the stewardship of the Corpus Christi. Peace out, boys.
So who's J.A. Kingston here?
Just your
pagan? Are you a pagan?
Yeah.
Okay.
I call myself a solar pantheist. So
a what?
A solar pantheist.
What's that?
So pantheism is where you're not a deist. You don't believe in the Abrahamic conception of God, but you do believe the universe is God, essentially. And the way I worship God is through the sun. So I believe the sun is the ultimate manifestation of God. In fact, the word God in all its forms does basically mean light or daylight.
Mm-hmm.
And it was
the sun god. Wow.
Well, yeah, the sun
Tutankhamun.
No, he thinks that he believes in pantheism, but the way he worships is through the sun.
Because
sun up in the sky.
Yeah, because the Proto-Indo-European main deity or main god was called Deus Pater, which means Sky Father, and his eye is the sun. sometimes even referred by a completely different goddess. But you know, and I also take a lot of my beliefs from the there's this, it's called the electrical universe theory, but it's also called the plasma cosmology. And it's basically saying that all the suns, all the stars in the universe are all interconnected by some electrical sort of current. So it's does give me it does make sense to me, because as a pantheist, the universe is God, and the only way to worship is through the sun. The suns are all interconnected with each other, just like how brain cells are all interconnected in your brain. So,
and so you're part of this universe too, right?
Yeah, of course, we're all interconnected through consciousness, but the only way to understand God is through observing nature and nature's laws, you know. So that's why I also believe in Darwinism, or being an empiricist. So the works of Aristotle and Hermetism are pretty important.
So are there other people like you, or is this like sort of a reconstructive kind of idea?
This is something I personally reconstructed.
Oh, okay.
There's a big like resurgence of paganism, but there's no consistency. You can't like see paganism as some monolith. You know, a lot of people have different reasons for being pagans, and they might.
Sure.
Yeah,
I got that. Yeah.
But I'm trying to make sure that there's a consistency both in the metaphysics as well as the actual science.
So the sky is what again?
The universe. The Sky Father is the Proto-Indo-European god, and it's changed throughout the years. Like the Greeks called him Zeus Pater, and then the Romans called him Jupiter, and then later Sol Invictus. So that's a key. Like Sol Invictus means the unconquerable sun, because the sun always comes back. And even Constantine kind of like saw Jesus and Sol Invictus as basically one and the same. So that's why Catholicism has a lot of solar motifs surrounding Jesus.
Okay, this is what. Okay, I just want to make sure I'm understanding. I try to understand people, and everyone gets me actually think I'm arguing, but I'm just actually a little bit dense. Okay?
That's all right. You're just digging. That's fine.
Yeah. Okay. So you're pantheist, regular pantheist, and then the sun is the eye to.
It is the portal to God. So
right, the sun's a portal to God. And what is the sky exactly again? I'm not quite understanding the sky part.
Well, interesting thing is like the sky.
The heavens.
Well, there's literal sky, but that's just like light photons, bouncing about. That's why the sky is blue, even though it's an illusion, because the blue light is the heaviest, and therefore it passes about, in completely encapsulating the whole sky. But there's the practical sense of why the sun is God, because it gives you life, warmth, food. In fact, you live on the Mother Earth, Gaia, which provides you your food, whether it's in the form of grains or vegetables, fruit, or animals. And there's even practical things that sunlight can do for you, like just gazing at the sun when it's setting or rising is very good for your pineal gland. Bit new agey, but it does have some real benefits. That's why a lot of people get into red light therapy, because the wavelengths when it's red light, increases collagen and benefits for your skin and eyes.
Okay.
Yeah, and like I mentioned, that the Hermetic text says that as above, so below, and so within, so without. So I've kind of like come to the conclusion that if the sun is the eye of God, then we're basically living inside the pineal gland of God. So if you look at like if you look at the whole universe, and when it's in a certain X-ray sort of lens, then you can see how it's all the stars or the universe are all interconnected. And then when you look at a scan of your brain, your brain cells, they all have the same sort of pattern. So that makes sense to me, that we live in inside the mind of God, and all the stars
In the mind of God. So you.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
so pantheism is in the mind of God. You know, there's a tafsir of Quran where it says that we all live in the name of God.
Yeah, that makes sense.
It's kind of an interesting. Okay, so the whole universe. Okay, but you did kind of objectify God a little bit there. So do you believe God as a separate entity, or it's just the pantheist idea, and that's just for speaking?
I'm still on a journey, to be honest.
Oh, okay.
And I don't believe in divine intervention. You know, I think, God, he's not necessarily benevolent nor malevolent, though he did give us these laws that are painful but true. That
natural law.
Yeah, natural laws. That's why the common law is, to me, objectively the best laws, because they come to embody what is true, what is empirical, not what is just based on theology or wishful thinking. So
what is common law? What are you defining as common law?
Common law is basically the Proto-Indo-European law that is based on judges and juries to rectify and solve conflicts within each other. So
I thought it was like a theological idea, common law, when you said that. Okay.
Yeah.
So okay. Well, I guess
I know there's a lot to take in.
Well, yeah, it's something I would probably have to sit and read to remember. I'm kind of getting where I can't remember everything when things are going on. But yeah, it's interesting. So you're kind of reconstructing this religion this experience for yourself, your outlook for yourself then.
Well, I do hope that it can inspire people, because I personally don't see how Christianity can make a comeback because of the discoveries of Darwinism and all these things. But I still like the aesthetics of especially Catholicism, which is how I was brought up. And I think it's important for people to come together in community and communion, and to go through certain rituals that gets people to come together. And yeah, it's tricky because people need to believe something metaphysically, whilst other people, especially if they're quite autistic, need to believe it in the scientific way. So I'm trying to find a way of how to get all these different grammars to kind of compromise over something that can ensure the survival of the Anglosphere, my people. In the case of, because atheism it's just going to lead you to left. It's just going to lead you to Unitarianism sort of beliefs, and fundamental Christianity. You have to pretty much give up a lot of truths. So that's why they're going to, the Earth is only a few thousand years old, or it's flat, and all that stuff.
Well, it seems to me that if somebody doesn't believe in something beyond themselves, they have a problem building a society that's going to last, or this sort of thing. You know what I mean? I'm probably not expressing it very well.
Oh yeah, that's true. I mean, even if you can say that, rituals, religion, it's all just a psychological coping mechanism to deal with a world that's very confusing and frightening. But at the same time, it's just like, well, there's no other alternative, and sometimes it's emotionally burdensome to not have faith, even if it's based on supernatural claims. But the problem is, I don't mind people believing in things that are superstitious or supernatural, as long as they don't violate reciprocity. So don't cost people money, don't abuse kids or harm people.
That makes it a little vague, though. From from the standpoint of like what we're talking about, what Claire talks about all the time, from how that would affect stability in a society sometimes. But it's a.
Well, I think societies have always been like stripped down in different hierarchies or layers.
Oh, sure.
So the people at the very bottom believe in very literal, supernatural things in order for them to get up in the morning to do their work, to provide for their family and all that stuff, and mostly live a pretty short life. But then there's the people higher up the reins of society that know that these beliefs are designed to just control the masses, but they are the insiders. They know the real story. Like, you know, there's a lot of people hypothesize that Christianity started off as a mystery cult where there were the stories in the Gospels that the outsiders were told were literally true. But then once you gained a little more knowledge and info, then you were let into saying, hey, these stories that we send to the herd, yeah, they're just parables. They're not really true. They're just to teach you things. But these are the real like scoop of the stories. Will tell you if you go through these rights and all that stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, so I think society will. I mean, like we've gone through this before. We've had like the classical period where the paganism was the hegemon, and the main story was the stories of the Iliad or the Odyssey. And then obviously it lost control over itself. People stopped believing in it, and then got seductive by this new Abrahamic belief system, where instead of for the warrior, it was for the meek. That's why Jesus was very popular.
Oh, I think it spread just because it managed to get attached to an empire myself.
Well, if you see how Christianity spread, it was through the women at start, and the slaves, because it spoke to people who were at the bottom, and because there's more people who are weak, they have a monopoly, and through sheer numbers managed to change society.
Well, it sucks to be in a feudal system when you're on the bottom, that's for sure.
Yeah, but you can see that if you had such a hard life, and you were told that, hey, we got this this beautiful world that's waiting for you if you do this and convert and accept Jesus as your Lord and Savior, then you can forsake this evil material world and go into a better world where everything is wonderful. There's no suffering. We're all one big happy family, and you can't be denied. It was very popular. But then, the problem is that when I as a pagan, I see that matter as being divine. I believe that this world is not corrupted. Otherwise, that's to say the God or the gods made a mistake in creating this world. And now we see the transhumanists, the progressives, the new religion created by the left has almost been like harping back to the Christian message, where this physical world is corrupt, it's evil, it's cruel. We need to transcend that, and to be like gods. That's why transhumanists is ruled by the Economic Forum, because they are weak, feeble people who despise this world and want to reimagine it or recreate it, remold it into their own grotesque image.
So you kind of see their idea as a reworking of the church being a healing place, and that you're somehow going to your full meeting with God. You see it like a reinterpretation. That's interesting.
The monks, for example, they forsake the materials, the material life or the metaphysical, so they grow weak. They eat little. They just do a lot of praying, and you can see that it's almost similar to how people want to escape this world by plugging into the metaverse. Almost like a matrix where they don't need to put any resources into the material world. They can just like indulge all their fantasies in the digital world. So
where's having kids and a family fit in this?
I think what the World Economic Forum / Cathedral is to pretty much make kids owned by the state, so communal. So they obviously want to get rid of the nuclear family. They just want all kids to be communally owned and raised in some kind of educational system. And it's almost like a beehive. I think that's the best way to see it, and yeah, and it's just interesting. I mean, we seem to go through cycles. I mean, obviously history doesn't repeat, but it does certainly rhyme.
Okay, I guess other people can talk. I guess that was nice talking to someone without people yelling. Okay. Okay.
Yeah, Sam Samuels just takes over the conversation and he repeats himself, and he's very hard to have a stream with. He dominates the conversation and just and it's very repetitive, and he always goes back to the same thing. And Ralph and that other one with the friggin'
Raymond.
It's Raymond. It's illogical to me because I don't believe in God. So if I believed in God, all this Christian stuff would make sense. But because I don't, so like it all hinges on my belief in God for this to make sense. I mean, these people think this is like the foundations of a religion. That's ridiculous.
Well, it's really hard for me to talk to people when they're not really listening to what somebody's saying, and I'm not real educated, so I don't express myself well enough sometimes when people are talking to me. But I'm not trying to poke holes into what people believe usually. I'm trying to understand what they're saying, unless I get real upset. Like with you, I don't like what you think, but I'm just telling you, I'm being honest here. But I don't. I'm actually trying to understand people's thinking and what they're talking about and what they're saying. And sometimes I think people listen to something, and as soon as they hear a certain word, all of a sudden they go back to some pre-practice talking point that they're going to throw into a debate. And I'm not trying to debate anyone. I like people, and I like to understand what their thinking is. So for me, it's really hard to be in these things where everybody starts yelling and screaming and doing this stuff, and I don't like it, and I don't like being talked over. Well, I talk over people, but I don't like it, and I don't like this kind of condescending stuff, like acting like the little lady doesn't know what she's talking about. I don't care if they think I don't know what I'm talking about, but I think I should be able to speak. I don't think
They bring everything. They never take the plain meaning of a sentence. Everything, it's the epistemology, the eisegesis, the interpretation. That's my problem with them. That nothing they told you don't even know what you're talking about. You were talking in simple, logical, reasonable steps that a common person could easily understand. And there wasn't like a lot of foo-foo there, but yet they have the audacity to say, well, with this definition and that definition, like, you don't know what you're actually talking about. You don't even know the question you're asking. These people who make no sense are telling us that.
Do you think it's a form of sophistry?
Yeah, I think it's a form of gaslighting.
Well, it's not trying to communicate with somebody. It's trying to, I don't know. They're not here. I don't want to be talking about them like that. But it's really hard for me to be in that. I like listening to theological things. I like listening to all of it. But I don't like people all of a sudden saying somebody's saying something they absolutely didn't say off on something really weird. That's I don't like it, and I don't think it's going to help. I don't think it's going to help them do what they're doing if they can't talk to common people. I'm a common person. I'm not an academic. I'm not anything. If they can't talk to someone like me, they're not going to be able to be the leaders of this great idea that they supposedly have. That's true. I mean, people have to be able to speak to the common people in a way they can understand.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. Am I able to speak to the common people, Carol?
You're a little bit academic sometimes, I think, Claire. You know a lot of stuff, but I think you're clear, but I think you're talking to a lot of people that just keep trying to make you say something else. Like they're not listening to what you said clearly to understand.
They want my answer to be a different answer to the one I'm giving.
They want the answer to go with their talking point, or they want to look at it, or people add to what people are saying. They start thinking that they must mean this from whatever their background is or whatever they've been around.
all people straw man to a certain degree,
Well, you know, so
it's
I
all,
think
it's all about asserting their tribe or their values. And
well, it's important when you're talking to someone to actually try to understand what they're actually trying to say, not in a nitpicky, we're going to analyze the language, but try to understand what's trying to be communicated. And I see a lot of that missing when people start all these discussions, and then people want to push their agenda because they're promoting an idea. I'm not promoting.
I mean, the thing is, you at least try to understand what the people are saying, even if you don't agree.
Yeah, I try to.
You're very good at that.
Well, I try to understand what they're saying, but I don't always. And then I start asking, and then people interpret that as me trying to poke holes in their theory and go on the defensive. And I'm not asking questions like that from that standpoint. Usually, I don't do that.
Yeah, or sometimes people are afraid to ask questions, and then they think, oh, somebody's asking such an obvious question, they must be stupid. And it's like, no, it doesn't matter what people think.
He was trying to imply several times that I'm stupid. Don't care.
I'm glad you don't care, because a lot of people care, and they don't ask questions, and then nobody knows, what the hell they're talking about.
Well, I don't care. I talk to people all the time. If they say a word, I don't know what it means. I say, what's that mean? I don't care. And why would and I have to have that kind of personality to be a Muslim walking around in hijab in this country. Everybody thinks a white Muslim is stupid as hell. Okay, I'm stupid. If it makes you feel better, can you answer the stupid person's question?
Yeah.
Yeah. Does that take a lot of intelligence to answer a moron's question? Okay, so if you want to say I'm a moron, let's go for it.
Well,
okay, I'll agree. I'm a moron.
It's a bit like how Socrates would argue. You just keep asking questions. So he technically didn't need to know anything. He just needed to know how to keep answering the question.
And his questions were so powerful that he had to be executed.
Oh, yes. And that's the interesting thing. The difference with the Chinese and the Westerners is that Chinese, or Confucius, as the main philosopher, and Confucius believed in a society that is ordered and, structured, and no one asks questions. You just you're just a one big family, and you do what's right for the family. Whilst in the West, our society, defined by Socrates, should be open and stroppy. Just keep asking questions.
Once upon a time, you weren't like that, and that was when Christianity was sort of was strutting its stuff, and burning heretics at the stake, and the difference between the Chinese way of doing things is basically that in philosophical terms, the Chinese relied on their moral and political philosophers. It's like the Chinese don't have a religion, not really. They have this thing called, or they used to, because the Mao Council was this system of ancestor worship. And if you could deconstruct the whole thing, it's really about having lots of sons, legitimate sons, of course. So, and that's it. It's just to make the Chinese marry and have lots of sons. That's what their religion is all about. It's about frightening them into having sons.
Well, it's also
so that the empire.
The embodiment of God is their land. Like they literally see the land as God. Almost.
Everybody does.
That's why they have
the land is our nation.
They have the mandate of heaven. If all these natural disasters happen under the emperor.
Yes, that supported the divine right of the emperors to rule. Well, which is easy to believe. That is the thing about the mandate of heaven, which I think. The Hadith say that Muhammad actually was quite complimentary about China, saying, seek wisdom even if it means going to China. And I think, the mandate of heaven is really a nod to the Abrahamic God. Because the whole idea of the mandate of heaven is all emperors were deemed to have the mandate of heaven until they lose it. And if they lose it, the evidence of it, they're losing it is if they suffer pestilence, famine, natural disaster, revolution, and invasion, and it's like, yeah, it's a truism. In fact, it's like it's obvious when the emperor has lost the mandate of heaven, and it's also a good way of regulating the morals of the rulers. Because it's saying if you abuse your power and you misgovern your empire, you're going to suffer. Don't think you're going to get away with it, Chinese emperor. So so that was the thing that stopped China from. Well, I mean, it didn't work all the time, obviously, because there were terrible emperors of China who were invaded and were toppled and all that. And then you have to contrast it with what the Europeans used, which was Christianity, because that was what Christianity was used to do, to support the divine right of the Emperor Constantine and his son and all the rest of them later. And it's clear that it has failed. And I think China just begun to get better when it gave up its dynastic system of rule by absolute monarchy. Around this time last century, I think it was 1911 that they gave it up. But the idea of monarchy is still lingers in Europe. Certainly in Britain. And I think that's what's holding it back, this idea of kings and queens. And unfortunately, a lot of people are reluctant to give it up because, it's a stuff of fairy tales.
Well, it's not. The monarchy is the embodiment of the nation. That's why, look at European countries who are still monarchies. They do much better than the ones who are not, like the Republic of France. They just gone through so many different republics because there's no structure. It's all based on might makes right. But at least when you have a monarch, there's, even if you don't believe in the divine right of kings, you do realize that it just works. There's just it keeps you grounded. There's all these ceremonies and rituals that will make sure that people do their duty and, not just for their own selfish desires.
But has it worked for Britain? I mean,
yes.
I don't think. I think it is respected.
I think the monarchy.
And I don't think Britain is necessarily better off than Germany. And Germany is a republic now.
Yeah, but look at Germany. They got worse demographics than we do. Less children. You could say that's because of the propaganda after World War II. But I think monarchies just allow the nation to have a sense of themselves, and there are more people who are prepared to die for a monarchy than a republic. And it's not even an absolute monarchy, it's a constitutional monarchy. And I think Britain would do very well if it, actually had a written constitution where the monarch played a vital role as the judge of last resort.
But they have no power. They can't even express their political views.
Yeah, because of the whole society around them that say that, hey, you can't veto this because we've elected them. But
it's an anointing. They are the anointed from God to reign, and they're letting the parliament and stuff do that because they couldn't control them in the first place. So they are what holds the anointing to make that a God-given government that goes on in England. I mean, there's a whole mythology and stuff with this stuff. Is it needed anymore? I don't know. I'm American. We just think this royalty stuff usually is a joke, except some people like it.
There's a lot of Americans that actually are becoming monarchists. Because
yes. I'm not saying there's not.
They actually kind of wish that George Washington actually did accept that being King of America. And so I think America would have been a lot more stable if that happened, where you had the written constitution and you also had a American monarchy that made sure that those checks and balances managed to continue.
Possibly, but my relatives wouldn't have ended up here. Right? You know what I mean? My relatives wouldn't have ended up in this country, and So it's kind of a.
Oh, so about a third of Americans after the War of Independence left the states and moved into Canada because they thought loyalty to king and country was more important than the pursuit of happiness and whatever. Yeah.
Well, my dad's family, the great grandparents, they came for religious freedom is why they came. They were being oppressed in Europe. So that's actually why they came.
Yeah, no, there's no reason that this hypothetical American monarchy wouldn't continue to having freedom of religion as long as you respected the Constitution.
Yeah, I don't know. I have a problem with the single state stuff. I still have to read that. I haven't read it yet. Single party, all that. I don't know. I just know that for me, I like to live in a generally place that's not turning into a circus outside, where I feel like if someone had children, that they could send them to school without them being indoctrinated in some really bizarre stuff. And I would like to see that. I don't have children anymore, so it's not like a personal issue with me right now. I can spend most of my time in the house. You know what I'm saying? It's not like I'm so offended I saw something. I don't like it though. I don't like what's turned the country into.
I think America needs to move into the original intents of the founding fathers, which is to make sure it's a coalition of states, not a federation or a single state. So I think the cities that are heavily lefty should be converted into city states, and let the rural areas pursue their own destiny, so that way
so California has to be I guess southern. Oh yeah, there was somebody did try to introduce a bill that would separate California into two different states. Someone did try to do that.
Yeah,
I don't know if it was last year, 2 years ago.
Yeah, I mean, I just think that would be the best compromise. That if people knew that the left controlled just city states and the right just controlled the farms or the rural areas, then there'll be like a separation of powers, and there won't be.
I don't want the lefties controlling the cities.
Well, they already do. So you at least having them as city states, they won't be able to keep expanding. That would be encroaching on the rights.
Where would the housing be? Where could I put up housing for myself?
There's plenty of land in America. If you're talking about city states, I think they would have to start expanding downwards.
In Mexico?
No, like literally underground.
No, it's pretty much one huge city right now in California. If you're going, like in Southern California, going from Los Angeles to here, and then you have San Francisco, which is pretty much going to end up being joined all along the coast. It's all the nice stuff by the ocean's gone. The pretty stuff. There's some states I don't want to be in. Too dry. It's like living out in the desert in a. Yeah, it's like watching that movie 3 O'Clock in Yuma. I don't know if you've seen that. That's what some of the states look like.
Yep, I've been to California. It's very hot. I've even been to Death Valley.
Yeah. I don't want to live there. I don't want to live down there. Yeah, it's interesting. That's it. I was interesting, not interested. Yeah.
All right, it's been a good chat. Gotta get going.
Well, it was nice to talk to you.
Nice talking to you, white Muslim woman.
Carol, you can say Carol.
Carol. Nice to meet you, Carol.
Okay.
Thanks for coming, Jamie.
Thank you for having me on. Bye.
Hi. Oh. Streaming for nearly 9 hours.
8 hours, 9 hours you were doing this, Claire?
Yeah, I wasn't even thinking. I wasn't even planning to do it that long. And it's all been on topic. It's all been on topic on theology as well, hasn't it? If you've been listening up from the beginning, I think we managed to stay on topic all this time.
I have to listen to the first part. I came in late the first time.
Well, it basically started with Ralph, saying secular Quranism is rubbish, and then you arrived, I think. or his friends arrived.
Mm-hmm. Well.
Oh, it's been a good stream, full of drama and tantrums and peaceful moments when people actually listen to each other. And I think you've been so helpful just because you're not afraid to ask questions, and I'm so grateful for that.
Well, I like to understand what people are saying.
Yeah, and there are people so afraid to ask questions that they're happy, not to ask for the thing that they need to know in order to continue the discussion in a sensible, productive way.
Trying to think. Yeah, I don't know. Okay, Claire, I don't know. Is it all over? Is Vincent going to talk again?
He seems to have gone away or something, but I'll wait for him to come back.
Let's see what he wants. Okay, what do you want to talk about until Vincent comes back?
Well, we can talk about the others if you want.
Oh God, I don't want to talk about them. I'm always so disappointed when people start yelling at it. I'm not even talking about Samuel. I'm just talking about, hey, you can't even ask something without somebody turning it into. I mean, I can understand somebody misunderstanding me because I'm not very clear, but oh boy, I don't know.
They want to keep stuffing their words into your mouth, but we can always spit them out. If you don't like the taste of them.
There needs to be leaders that can motivate the regular masses, and we have had a dummied down education in the United States since the Vietnam War.
Yeah, which is why the theological explanation is so important. It's like you are all suffering because you have sinned, and the only way to stop suffering is to stop sinning, and the only way to repent of your sins is to, adopt secular Quranism, and there you go, and that's it. It's nice and easy to understand, not all these long words that nobody ever explains properly. All the long words that Ralph likes to use.
Well, I don't know if you can even say that to a bunch of people who don't believe in it. You
see, I've been reading this book about the conversion of Constantine and Europe, and it gave a lot of background about how Christians were persecuted, and then by these emperors, and when these emperors got old and ill, they stopped persecuting the Christians because they got scared, thinking that they might be cursed by the Christian God with their, ailments and illnesses. You see, so
Well, I think also they started ending up with so many Christians. Politics isn't just a monarch or somebody telling everybody else what to do. People do rise up sometimes, and
they only rise up when something makes them rise up. It's an idea. It's the belief that they could win, or something like you have nothing to lose but your chains, and you might as well do the right thing for once in your history. And this I address to Jews.
Or you want your potatoes for yourself. The Irish, you want your food for yourself.
Yes, but yes. So there would be some simple narrative for people to understand that isn't falsifiable, and the Abrahamic God is perfect. It's like, if you got. You can explain history as, it's because those people didn't do it right, because those people didn't follow the rules, because they weren't Muslim, or if they were Muslim, they weren't following their own rules, etc. And even the suffering of the Jews, they already know that if they suffer, it's because they couldn't they didn't follow their own rules. I mean, that's what the Orthodox rabbis say. And they can't deny that, because half the Jews in existence are not observant Jews. So, maybe, this situation of half the Jews not being observant Jews is the triggering of all that punishment, because actually Jews don't have religious freedom. They idolatry and blasphemy attracts a penalty of death for them. And they're being, well, they're not been doing what they were supposed to do. They're not doing what they were chosen by God to do. And they can't deny that. So we've got them by the ghoulies there. And it's like, well, Christians, well, where did you get your big ideas? Do you even know where you got your big ideas? And they can't even tell you. I mean, we've spoken to all these Christians for so long, and it's like, the Trinity. It's from the Old Testament. It's like, well, the Jews don't agree it's from the Old Testament, and it's their book, and they say that you've been mistranslating their book, and you don't read Hebrew, and how come all these different versions of Bibles?
Well, they have their logic as to why they can justify it. That's convincing to themselves, and it's just not convincing to everybody else.
But in historical terms, if you look at the history of Constantine, this book by A.H.M. Jones, I mean, there's actually, the Romans were very good at writing everything down, and they just told you about the problem Constantine had in trying to get the bishops to agree a doctrine, and they just couldn't, because they all had their own big idea, So it is made up, and it is literally made up, and they can't even say it came from God, because Christians are not saying Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John is God, even though they claim Jesus is. And Paul was the one who created Christianity, wasn't he? He was really the one who had this Damascene conversion, thinking, well, I can't sell Christianity to Jews because they're too protected against idolatry, because it's already in the Torah that the penalty for idolatry is death, and Jesus was convicted of blasphemy, but I can sell it to the Goyim. Which is what he did. That was what his Damascene conversion was all about. It was a marketing idea. It's like, well, I can only market this Christianity to Gentiles, because the Jews will never buy it.
Or the ones
that was what he
buy
did.
It became Christian, or the ones that did buy it became Christians. Yeah, it was pretty early that they became Christians.
Yeah, because Gentiles were already practicing that idolatry all over the place, and Romans were pagans with their Roman pantheon, which they got from the Greek pantheon. So
but does it matter, Claire? Does it matter? Does it matter if the religion is real or not? If it's true or not?
It only matters that it works, and I guess Europeans have to. Well, they can't even deny that Christianity stopped working a long time ago. It's not me just sort of saying it. The whole process of the Reformation was all about trying to make Christianity work for these European monarchs. And then, the American Revolution, it's like, we're going to give up on it. We're not going to be subjects of the monarch who's going to make us follow his religion.
Oh, yeah.
Or
take our money.
Yeah. And then the French revolutionaries, same thing. Russian revolutionaries, same thing. It was just, it's as if, Europeans were vomiting from being force-fed their Christianity, and they vomited, in the American Revolution, they vomited again in the French Revolution, and again in the Russian Revolution, and these Christians are saying, no, go back to your vomit and, eat it again.
Well, when the Protestants and stuff rejected the authority of the Catholic Church, they rejected that authority, and then that weakened the authority of the kings and stuff. The common people started thinking, why do we have to believe in their authority like that? Once the Protestants broke away from the church, they opened the door to all that. So
yeah, but it's almost inevitable because Protestantism was a kind of manifestation of national self-consciousness, because we have to know what the European monarchs at the time, when they accepted the bargain of Christianity, they were barbarian kings, and of course they were impressed by Rome, where their conquerors came from, Rome, the eternal city, the religion of Rome. Of course they were going to adopt the religion of the most powerful civilization in the known world.
Right.
Because I think there was a time when the date of Easter was in dispute, because there were these Celtic Christians who had their own idea when Easter occurred, and then and it was different to the one in under Catholicism, but I guess the Celts, the Irish, decided to go for the Roman version because it was more glamorous or more powerful than their own Celtic version, and that was the
Celtic
Christianization.
Church. The Celtic Church was just, it wasn't that they became Christians. They set up their own stuff. They had a bunch of monasteries, and they were the last ones that would change every time they had these changes in Christianity. It wasn't that there was a Celtic Church before the Romans. They weren't Christians before the Romans came.
Well, okay, unless I'm mistaken, I'm under the impression that there was the Celts already accepted Christianity, but
no, maybe in Europe, but not in Ireland. Ireland was the last place under the Roman Catholic Church authority that had priests that were still getting married. St. Patrick's grandfather was a priest. They were the last ones. They were still getting married. They were the last ones
the last ones to be to come under Catholicism. Is that what you're saying?
No, they were the last. Okay, the Celtic Christianity didn't predate the Romans in the area. They converted because St. Patrick went there and he started converting them. And why, I'm not really sure why they even went for it, but it was a lot better than sacrificing people, because that's kind of what was going on. The Druids were kind of cutting thumbs off and doing this kind of weird stuff. So, they did that, but they were mostly monks in Ireland. It was mostly a monk thing. And then these people surrounding it weren't really Christian. It took quite a while for that island to become Christian. So they had this, the structure there of these monasteries and stuff. And when the priests, they ended up with priests and stuff. Back then, priests could be married. In the Roman, the Roman Catholics, the Catholics, you could be married. Even in the Orthodox Church, they can be married. I think if you're a bishop, I think it used to be a bishop couldn't get married again when his wife died, something like that. But this changed with the Roman Catholics because these people have families, and the Lamb was going to them, because in the Roman Empire, you couldn't own a church, an organization or something. They couldn't have a church like that. Somebody had to own it, and the bishop owned the church, owned the building, the early church, when they went on that side of the empire. It wasn't like that on the eastern side, but it was on the Roman side, So, and so they had all this stuff going on, but they were the last ones. Like whenever the church made a change, it would take a while for everyone else to get with the program. And the Irish were always the last to get with the program. So they had married priests when the rest of Europe had already quit doing that. And then they quit doing that.
Right.
But the Celtic thing, the Celtic church, it was just an old-fashioned thing. They had these, beautiful masses in Gaelic. And what happened was the Roman church said, we've had enough of your stuff, because it's not true that all the Roman Catholics were acting just the same either. They want to make it sound like everyone was exactly on board with all the behaviors, and it looked like how it looked when you went to a church today. But that's not it. That's not true. That's not what was real. They used to ride around the priests on horses and go around and do the Eucharist and give people mass. right? The priests used to travel around the island. So then when they the church finally told the priests, you have to put up a church and make the people come to the church. You cannot be riding around on a horse or walking or whatever into these different villages and giving them, communion and Eucharist like this. They wanted them to come to a church to control funds. Right?
Yeah, so that was the beginning of organized religion.
Yeah, but the Celtic Church is just a term for what it was there. They had some, like there's like down here once a year around St. Patrick's Day or whatever, you can go and have a Gaelic mass. There's a big Gaelic mass they do.
Yes, but what I'm trying to say is that Christianity arrived in Britain in the 1st century.
Mm-hmm.
So it was a different form of Christianity. I mean, because the Romans themselves didn't adopt it until the 4th century. In the time
of it was the Roman Catholic Church asserted itself over all this Christianity. So it's not. Yeah, it was in Ireland. It was in Ireland, but it was not true that all the Irish people were Christians. It just was not true.
They were pagan for a while until,
Yeah, but it took quite a while. That's when that first famine happened in Ireland and people were coming here. Quite a few of them were pagans. They weren't all a bunch of Christians. It took a while for them to assert authority over that island.
Well, but in the it was the 1800s that was the Irish potato famine, right?
Oh, there was 2 famines. There's 2 real big ones. I don't remember. 1800s was. Let's see. Let me look it up.
I know it was in the Victorian times.
Yeah. Victorian times. But it wasn't true that
1845.
Okay, 1840s. Let's see. Famine in Ireland. Let's see which
But the point I'm trying to make was that Christianity arrived in Britain as early as the 1st century, and that was before the adoption by Rome of Christianity, because it was only adopted. Christianity was only adopted in Rome in the 4th century. So, it would be a different kind of Christianity, which is why it was given a separate name called Celtic Christianity.
Oh, let me see. Let me look this up. Maybe I misunderstood the whole thing. Let me see. Christianity, Celtic Christianity. Well, Celtic Christianity, it says here, was the kind common across the Celtic-speaking world during the early Middle Ages.
Okay, I mean, what I'm reading from, I guess you're looking at Wikipedia too. It says, according to medieval traditions, Christianity arrived in Britain in the 1st century.
Yeah, but that didn't mean everybody was Christian.
No. Yeah. So it was just, one of the many religions at the time.
Oh, sure. Sure.
It was only when Rome said, well, Rome is going to be Christian from now on, and that was in the 4th century, that it was all rolled out in this organized and
right
compulsory way.
It took a while to get Ireland with that program.
Yeah, well, it took the other European kingdoms a while to get with it too. I mean, it took the Romans 300 years to get with the program.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
But once Rome adopted it, because it was the most powerful civilization around, people just followed. I mean, a lot of people follow religions not because they really believe in it, it's because they see it as politic or socially advantageous to be one religion rather than another religion. I don't think people convert, the non-whites, I don't think they converted to Christianity because they believed in it. It's like they looked at who had the religion and who were supposed to follow the religion, and saw how powerful and wealthy they were, and thought, well, maybe if we followed their religion, some of the wealth and power would rub off on us. There's nothing more than that.
A lot
in
of
my
them,
view.
a lot of them lost their food supply. Like in the United States, when you hear about, all the Indians fighting and all this stuff on the plains, when the white man pushed them out onto the plains like that because they were using their land. What also happened was when they brought cattle into the country, the cattle were eating up all the acorn, and that was a big part of Indian diet. And they got stuck having to come into these things, when Niprosera set up those missions so they could eat. It was really sad. It was a sad thing. It was a sad thing.
Why it was so easy for the white man to take over was because they practiced monogamy. So I'm certainly not saying Christianity did nothing for the white man. I mean, the reasons why European music and European architecture is so impressive is because all these poor subjects of these absolute monarchs had to make people come to church. They had to make it nice. They had to attract them with, beautiful interiors and impressive buildings and music to soothe the soul and all that kind of,
well, they couldn't read. They couldn't read. I mean, the masses of the people couldn't read. So they were not going to get too much. Well, first of all, they weren't allowed to read the Bible anyway, but they couldn't read. So you had to recreate the story in art for them to somehow get some idea that there's it's something more powerful than them. And that's what they showed with these buildings and stuff. You even see this among Muslims. Some of the older generation women from some of these countries can't read at all. I was at one masjid. They didn't have any dual books or Qurans on the women's side. In English, obviously, but they didn't have it in Arabic either because none of the women could read anything. They couldn't read at all. And and coming to this country was the first time they'd ever even been in a masjid. But art serves a purpose for masses of people who can't read.
Yes, but the thing about the Quran is that it would encourage literacy because,
somebody says it's not a debate, it's a shouting match. Am I talking too loud? Maybe my volume's up too much.
No, you're fine. But what I'm saying is that, okay, I've forgotten. Maybe I'm a little tired. Well, what's your point again? About we were talking about the beautiful cathedrals and churches that the monarchs had to sponsor because they wanted people to come to church. They didn't want to round them up and
in Ireland, they wanted them. They didn't want them out anymore. They wanted them to come to the church to do the Eucharist and stuff because it gave the church more authority.
Yeah, and the Jews, it's like, it had to be in the Torah that if you were not an observant Jew, if you broke the Sabbath, you had to be stoned to death. It's like they had to keep it going, or people will just say, no, I fancy, going to a pagan temple when I feel like going. But it has made an enormous difference between the civilizations who had organized religion and those who didn't. And I don't think people understand that. Like Jamie, who is this pantheist, he thinks it's enough to worship a god who gave no rules. But it's not enough.
Well, you have to have rules with the population.
Yeah, exactly. And Jews are the world's most ancient and powerful tribe. Whether we like that idea or not, and whether even they want to be Jews, it's like they're kind of trapped into this Jewish identity because, people think, oh, magic Jews, love them or hate them, but there's some, special status conferred on them, which makes everybody go crazy,
Mm-hmm.
Sam's here talking about magic Jews, and Vincent is I think he's
okay.
Yeah.
I want to apologize for my outburst and my raging. that happened previously. It was just out of a sense of frustration with the fact that proven lies are still being attempted to, they're still trying to propagate proven lies, and it just got under my skin, and it has to end. It's over. We really are at the end stage of this deception of 2,000 years. The church is a racket. It's always been a racket. It was a sort of what was the word I'm looking for? It was established by pagans, by the Caesars, by the Greco-Romans, by the fascists, Romans. The Vatican is the original Christianity. The supposed proto-Christianity that existed prior to the establishment of the Vatican is the same exact Greco-Roman Christianity. It has no organic origins or foundations. It's all a machination of the empire that because they introduced it into the empire as one of the religions that they created illicitly for the dumb masses took it and ran with it. But there were supposed the church fathers, the original engineers, the writers of the Gospels and Paul's epistles and the histories of the Jews and the wars of the Jews, the so-called turncoat Flavius Josephus. These are all ancient forms of very devious war propaganda and perception management. Victors writing the history, victors determining the direction that history would take as far as the religion and the overriding religion, the religion of the empire, the Catholic faith that would be the religion of conquest. If not just for the Roman Empire, but it would go on and want to conquer the rest of the world. Until this very day, the Gospels inspire conquest via the false invented Jesus and the false invented religion of Christianity. It is a religion of conquest. It's a religion of empire. It was never a religion of the people, a populist religion, or it never was intended to be that. Because of the dynamics and the circumstances of what had happened in the first century and the second century, it was pulled in many different directions. It developed sort of like streams that were inspired by a farce. In the imperial court of the Flavians, known as the imperial cult. It's not just the court, it's the imperial cult, it's the bureaucracy. They introduced this into their empire. And the people that adopted it, borrowed it, and created independent streams of it. All right, so this is not like what we have today in the information age, where we can investigate, verify on an individual basis with many resources and with many also, skeptics and sources like Atwell and people like him in his genre. It was impossible. All this information was kept in the dark deliberately by the powers that be at the time. And that's why it managed to perpetuate for 2,000 years. We are at the end of the end. Now, the proof of it is the exposure of these 2,000-year-old lies and all the layers of deception and all that went into controlling people's minds and controlling people's perceptions. And the ones that should feel the most deceived and the most duped are Europeans and people of European heritage, Americans and Canadians of European heritage, no matter where they are, South Americans. All Europeans and all people of European heritage, Caucasians, what have you, whitey, they should feel eminent. Give me a good word for it, Claire. They should feel like, and I think many of them do, that figure out the truth. They should feel profoundly deceived. They should feel in their gut how horrific this thing has been for 2,000 years to have been.
They are angry, which is why they reject all the Abrahamic faiths and blame Jews for Christianity, and reject Judaism, reject Christianity, and reject Islam because they hate Muslims and they hate themselves.
I mean, I can't blame them. They're hurt. It's their heritage has been exposed for an absolute fraud. And it was the thing that they held up so high on the pedestals as their pride and glory for centuries. And it's been, and now, according to prophecy, end times prophecy, the shame of Esav is being displayed for the world. This is the shame of Edom. This is the shame of Esav. This is prophesied in the book of Obadiah.
Just a minute, Claire. Somebody in your chat is demanding a link, and they're kind of going crazy about it.
Okay.
Some kind of a link. I don't know what it is, but I'm sorry. You can go on, Sam.
Basically, I mean, I don't have a desire to just ram it into people's faces and like stick it and turn the knife or turn the sword once I tell them to their faces, you can no longer play this game. You can no longer fool around with your word games and your arguments. It's been blown sky high. I mean, there's no way of taking this back. The evidence is overwhelming. No matter how hard you try, it cannot be undone. The so-called, arrangement of what's called the Old Testament and the New Testament, all of that has been, debunked and proven to be a product of war, ancient warfare, and ancient fascist state propaganda, psychological warfare, perception management, victors writing the history, victors manipulating the spiritual sort of end product of what had happened as a result of the warfare of the Roman Empire against the Jews and their populist nationalist fight rebellion against the Roman Empire. The spiritual end result was more paganism, more idolatry, and less faith in the one God. And we had to go through this, the games that these people played, the games that these rulers played, the manipulations and argumentation that they made, the debates, the condescending tone. We've got the power, we've got the technology, we rule, we control things. That is the last beast that is written about in the book of Daniel, the beast that takes many forms, that constantly morphs. It's this arrogance of man. It's this assumption that man can take God's written word and instructions and taint it, twist it, pervert it, rearrange it in order to suit these insane psychotics, high functioning psychotics, into being in a position of like gods on earth. The Western world it has adopted the Greek ethos of the statue of man as a god. That has never gone away. Jesus is a marble statue or a wooden image in the churches and in the cathedrals is just an extension of Greek paganism, of Greco-Roman paganism, of the statue of David, the statue of Moses, the Pietà, all these supposedly great works of art in sculpting and statue making. It is a direct extension of the Greek world, and the Greek world was idolatrous. And it still is. The Greco-Roman world is idolatrous. Christianity is idolatrous. The churches are idolatrous. And no matter what they say, no matter what they do now, they no longer have the upper hand because they do not have a monopoly on information. They have no longer they no longer control education. Education is free online for anyone that is inquisitive enough to go looking for the right sources of information. And the fact that you have people like Atwell and others like him being brave enough to just speak their mind and speak their truth, and thousands of people are listening to them, and they're having a strong influence, and their argumentation is very solid and very convincing.
Sam, can I ask you a question? Who actually takes Mr. Atwell seriously?
Who takes what?
Can you name me like any sort of academic peer, like anybody?
We don't care about academics. We're beyond their world, and beyond their legitimacy. They are not legitimate. No, this is a populist. This is a populist. Like I told you, this is a populist interest in learning and learning about the truth. It has nothing to do with academia. It has nothing to do with the so-called professionals and the so-called scholars in academia. They carry their weight, and they have zero legitimacy in the eyes of the people that no longer respect. In the eyes of the people that no longer respect the politics. Listen, whatever your name is, listen good to me. I have a question for you. You think that people around the world? Let me question you. Let me question you about. Let me question about legitimate authority. Listen good to me. Legitimate authority. I have a point to make. Listen good to me. Whoever you are. Listen good. Listen. I don't want to. Don't talk over me. I want to ask you a question. You know, the Biden administration is now with Janet Yellen, the Treasury Secretary. They are redefining the definition of what a recession is. And everybody is laughing in their fucking faces. All right? And these are supposed to be the top dogs, the authorities, the Secretary of the Treasury, the Fed, the White House. They're all changing the definition of what a recession is, and nobody's taking them seriously.
Okay, so
why should everyone take academia seriously?
Insight, Sam, do you have any insight in what academia actually is saying about this very proposal now about the changing of the definition? So I mean, you're talking about influence. Well, not even like people like Bob Price, you know, like people are really eccentric. People who believe in a mythical Jesus take Atwell seriously, and that shows you how much he is at the margin of pretty much everything. Yeah,
he's not at the margin. Bob Price is not an eccentric. He's a bit of a senile old man at this point, and he was against the Caesar's Messiah thesis at first, and he's gone on and repeated several times over and over again that he now fully believes that the Caesar's Messiah thesis is 100% on point. He said that many times.
He said actually, like his literal quotation was, he thought he was a nut at first, but then he thought maybe, you know, that there could be something to it. But you know, Bob Price is not being taken seriously by the rest of the academic community about
academic. Do you take Joe Biden seriously?
Nothing to do with academia. Does it?
But I'm just saying, as an example, or as a sort of like a parallel or a comparison, somebody in the position of office of the President of the United States should be taken seriously, shouldn't he? The President of the United States should be taken seriously, shouldn't he? That he has that position. Why should academics be taken seriously?
Well, because we judge academics
wrong time and time again
on the merits of what they do, and I don't think.
What merits?
To be really honest, you might be like equipped enough to actually make a judgment about like ancient Greek. I don't know if you read classical Greek. Do you?
I read Hebrew, ancient Hebrew.
Yeah,
Greek.
But you know, the New Testament was not written in Hebrew; it was written in Greek.
Yeah, because it's a false testament.
Equipped enough to actually make a judgment call about how.
Because it's a fraud. It's a Greco-Roman fraud. And you know who made that? Who made that clear? It was Professor Rodney Blackhurst from La Trobe University in Australia. He's a student of Roman literature, and he actually exposed the truth of what the Romans did by confiscating literature. There's a precedent for it with Aristotle and Plato. And it's
what do you mean by confiscating literature? I mean,
they confiscated the literature of the Greeks. They took Greek intellectuals back to Rome with them, and they wrote false literature in the name of Greek philosophers, as though Aristotle, the one
Holy shit, Sam! Like, why do you have to talk over people? Just chill out.
Why? Because you make no sense. You're trying to obfuscate. You're trying to obfuscate and muddy things by making all these highfalutin statements. When in truth, you know what has been exposed. You know what has been exposed, and you cannot deal with it.
Like, I don't know. Like, do you have any?
Where the fuck are you from? Where the fuck is that accent from? What the fuck is that accent about?
What does it matter? What does it matter?
It matters to me. Where are you from? You know where I'm from. Where are you from?
Why should I tell you? It's not even relevant for this discussion. Why are you bringing it up?
I don't know, because the way you sound and where you're from. I mean, it sounds like you're an arrogant cunt from England somewhere. Are you?
Well,
from England?
You're not very good with accents. If I was from England, I mean,
where are you from?
You could, maybe
South Africa. Where are you from?
Maybe you should guess, Sam. I mean, because
maybe you're Scandinavian. Are you Scandinavian?
I think you do more talking than listening, Sam. I think that's
because there's nothing worth listening to from you.
Well enough,
you have nothing worth saying. I don't even want to hear your arguments.
But that's your problem. You're arguing with
Are you from Scandinavian, schmuck? Are you from Scandinavia? Are you like Swedish or something?
Yeah, I'm Swedish. So see,
that's why you're an arrogant fuck.
You're just talking and not listening, and that's why you can't.
You don't deserve to be heard because you're an arrogant douchebag.
Okay,
you're trying to obfuscate muddy things, and you're not listening to the argumentation as it should be made.
Whining about the social justice warriors, how they also always censor and talk over people and make your life a misery, and then you're just
your arguments are not worth listening to. The arguments are not worth listening to. I'm telling you that the
arguments are strong enough.
The truth about Christianity is now concrete.
Wow!
It is no longer it's no longer covered up. It is concrete. It has been blown sky high.
Okay, so I think I figured you out quite well. You probably don't have any friends because it's always about you. You always want to talk.
Now you're going and trying to hit below the belt. You know what? Take your friends and shove them straight up your ass. You don't need to tell me if I have friends or not. I have plenty of friends. I don't have douchebags like you annoying me when they should not be annoying me. I won't let you annoy me. Fuck you. I don't need you to annoy me.
No, you censor. That's your
deed with each other. Conups. Are you Christian?
No, I'm not.
Okay, what are you?
I'm a secular person.
A what?
A secular person.
Oh, okay. That's all I wanted to know. Okay, you guys can go back to it.
All right, so he says, what are you trying to defend here? You don't believe it. You're not a Christian. So what the fuck is your problem? What's your problem?
Well, I want to have actually some space to actually tell you what my problem is. Right, so if you can't listen, that's very difficult for me to tell you.
Yeah, but if you throw insults in a sly way under the belt, you think I won't respond to you? I'll throw it right back in your face. Stop with the snide comments and the insults that you throw in, because I could whip it back. I could just throw it back in your face. I could just
it's very
I could just as easily sling it back right in your stupid face.
Okay, all right. Sam, this is not the first time you have this spurg out. I just got
just fucking stop with the snide comments, the smart ass comments, you Swedish meatball. Stop with the fucking stupid comments.
This is not the first time you've been spurging out. This is the second time. So maybe it's me, but maybe it's also you that maybe you're a bit sensitive, man.
No, I'm not sensitive. I just don't have any patience for douchebags.
Hey, I hate men when they start trying to express their feelings with each other and being sensitive like that, okay? You know what I'm saying? Can you guys just talk and get it out?
Make your arguments. I mean, he's using
I
these
would love to have some
snide
space to
arguments.
make an argument, white woman or whatever your
Well,
name
the
is.
experts, well, the academics in academia. Well, nobody cares about academia, just like nobody cares about America's politicians. Nobody takes them seriously. Nobody takes a mainstream media corporation.
Yet they rule America. Come on, give me a break. Yet they rule
No,
America.
the establishment in America is totally delegitimized. Nobody cares about them anymore.
As opposed to your rabbi.
My rabbi is not that critical in this argument. The point being, Christianity as part of the establishment of the Western world has lost all legitimacy. Nobody respects it. Nobody with half a brain.
You're talking. Let's go back to the video.
And that's why you're a secularist.
You're talking about a video.
Your religion has been exposed.
Damn, Jesus Christ.
What about him? You should go fuck himself. That fucking, you know what?
I'm not even sure what you're talking about.
Jesus Christ, fuck that guy. Fuck him.
I was talking about this YouTube video that you saw that has how many viewers?
Could we
how
not?
many viewers does it have?
Could we not go do that to Jesus Christ right now?
Jesus Christ is a falsehood. He's an idol. He's fake. He never existed. And he's a false God. And he's an insult to the true one God of the universe. He can go fuck himself.
Oh boy, here we go. Okay.
He's talking about your prophet Isa.
Yeah, I know. I was just trying to suggest that maybe we don't go do that to Jesus here, but I guess
He's not holy. There's nothing good about him. We should profane him, and we should get rid of him. All of human history shall reject that piece of shit psychological operation of ancient fascists.
May I just make a testimony here that I
go ahead.
disagree with this idea of the activity of what you want to do with Jesus Christ right now, and I must do so that I don't get 5,000 emails for people telling me that I didn't.
Jesus Schmeezus, he's a fraud. Get over it. Oh, the most famous Jew in the world, a Greco-Roman pagan god born of a fucking virgin. She pooped him out of her butt. He didn't come out of her vagina. He came out of her butt.
Holy fuck! How did you find this guy, Claire?
Profane, that piece of shit. He's profane.
Sam, I think your mic is a bit loud. I heard the difference between white women's mics, mic and your mic. I don't know. You talk a lot already. Maybe it's good to put your mic on a level a bit.
It's a bit away from my. I'm not yelling
just
into
a
it.
bit further away. It could be okay.
I spit into it. It's got too much spittle on my camera and on my mic now.
All right. So the point I was trying to make before this whole shit show started is. And I don't think it's a great thing to say that something is very influential if a video got like 1.4 million views or something like that. And I think Atwell's Caesar Messiah, is that what it was called?
Yeah, the book is Caesar's Messiah, the Roman Conspiracy to Invent Jesus.
Yeah, I don't think it's terribly influential at the moment. I just disagree.
Oh.
Yeah.
I'd have to disagree with you. You don't realize the cult movement, the populist movement that has grown up around his material, his work. It's especially with the youth, the 20s to 30-year-olds in the West. They are very familiar with this, and they are very sharp and they are very cunning. A lot of them are students of ancient history, of ancient Greek and Latin, and the history, the stories of the pagan world, of the pagan gods. They're very, very erudite, you could say. They're very informed, they're very sharp, and these are people in America and in Europe that have made the connections. They've read enough of the material, source material outside of the Caesar's Messiah, the Bruno Bauer material from over 150 years ago, Christ and the Caesars, and all the rest of the books that Bauer wrote. It's over. The information age has put
all right, but
nail in the coffin. It really ended the.
Okay, but you're making one point. Just try to make one point, and then we can address it, right? So you say that a couple of people are watching it. I don't know. Do you have any
Why are you attempting to minimize it? It's not a couple of people.
Because
you know how many millions of people have read that book? Millions of people have seen the documentary.
But you're asking me a question and you're answering it for me. So maybe
why are you minimizing? You try to minimize the impact of that book.
Sort of common
saying a few
courtesy,
people read it.
So I'm asking you.
Choice of words is manipulative.
No, you're asking me a question, and then I would like to answer. But if you prevent me from answering my own question,
go ahead, but
answer my question for you, then it becomes a bit difficult,
No. We don't have to go back and forth. I'm just telling you that you're lying about the impact of that material and that theory and that thesis that's widely accepted now in many circles.
So I would say a video. How many views does it have, Sam?
The Caesar's Messiah documentary on his channel
on YouTube. Yeah,
it has over like 1.5 million views.
1.5 million. Well, I know there are people with cat videos that have billions and billions of views. I mean, how many views that Taylor Swift has for her I don't know, Shake It Off video?
Yeah. Your comparisons are an attempt to minimize. It doesn't matter if the numbers, as far as that is concerned. It matters who gets reached, who are the thought leaders that read and see those that material.
So
and then you know what? It's in South America. You're getting a lot of former Catholics, and you're a secularist. I don't know why you're defending Jesus and Christianity. There are a lot of
because I think it's an erroneous theory to think that it is most plausible that a guy like Jesus probably did exist. So we have sources, we have Josephus, we have Tacitus.
But they're all Flavians. They're all in the service of the Flavian Caesars.
Yeah, but
I'm telling you that you should read Robert Eisenman's material. He's a professor from a California state, I think it is, or he's basically his buddy over there, the head of the guy who's running the History Valley channel, Jacob Berman. He takes the position, and I spoke personally to Jacob Berman, and he takes the position that the inspiration for the Jesus and the inspiration for James, the brother of Jesus, and the inspiration for John the Baptist and all these characters were real Messianic Jews, rebellious Jews, not pacifistic Jews. The Essenes were a zealot group of rebellious Jews that were not ascetics. They were violent rebels.
All right, but
Pliny the Elder was actually an infiltrator, and he actually studied.
You're posting all these theories, right? You say so.
No, it's written in.
Wait, Sam.
It is in Pliny the Elder's work.
Are you capable of having a normal conversation, or is it always like one big rant and a monologue after the other?
Yeah, Sam, you take over the show. You just talk over people. You just keep talking and talking. You don't let anyone get any words in. It's horrible.
But this guy is a liar. He's a manipulator. He wants to minimize and he wants to poo-poo and sort of like throw shade and cast shade and make these snide, cynical arguments. I'm telling you, what you want to assume and what you want to put out there and project is not working.
Look, Sam. You just
the fact of the matter is, look, I'll tell you something, Mr. Dutchman, Dutch boy, Dutchy, you're a secularist. You're not a Christian. Why are you so passionate about defending a lie? You don't believe in Jesus, all right? Most of Europe is secular. Most of them are agnostic. Most of them do not believe in Christianity anymore. But the point being is that you want to muddy the waters. You want to continue to muddy the waters when there is clarity now. There is clarity about what happened 2,000 years ago. It's no different from the goddamn gaslighting that is being done by the mainstream media today, by the corporate mainstream media, the lies and the deceptions. It's in that tradition. It's a 2,000-year-long tradition, going back to the invention of Jesus by the Romans, by the Greco-Romans, the propaganda that they invented.
Sorry, are you like? at all capable of listening, or is it just really difficult for you?
Stop fucking insulting me. Just get to the point.
So I'm trying to get to the point, but it's really difficult.
Well, fucking get to your point, Dutch boy.
You're interrupting people, you know. I don't know. You just go
And
on.
stop going on and on. Go ahead, make your point.
Okay, so my bigger point was this, and I hope you can sort of resist your ADHD to interrupt me all the time. But anyway, so you're positing this conspiracy, but yet you don't have any evidence of this conspiracy. So can you sort of cite a classical author that talks about this conspiracy that Jesus was invented? Okay,
a classical author?
One author is good enough.
There was censorship because of the divine right of kings, whereby Shakespeare himself, as you can consider him a Renaissance writer, and his history is kind of shady, and his true authorship of those plays is also always in question. And Atwill wrote a book called Shakespeare's Secret Messiah, where he points out very clear proofs that the authors of the Shakespearean plays were crypto-Jews, and they were responding to the Gospels in the same style of the Gospels. They were responding to Flavius Josephus as a false historical character. He's a pseudonym. Same goes for Paul. All right, they figured out the genre. They figured out what was done by the propagandists, the ancient propagandists of the imperial cult, in league with Jewish scribes and scholars that were taken captive, just as the Romans took captive Greek intellectuals 100 years prior to the writing of the Gospels.
So you're saying,
isn't it kind of hard to believe that
to like a response of like 1 or 2 minutes? I mean, you don't have to go on a tangent for an hour. Huh? So you're saying because there was this conspiracy, like I can't have any positive evidence for my theory. That's basically what you're saying.
What are we talking about? I'm giving you.
You said that because of
there's a reference here that is very that you can reference. Listen, can I respond? Listen, stop going on and on. I'm telling you, you know what? Claire is very accurate in her posting that you are just arguing for the sake of arguing. The thesis that Atwill proposes, the thesis that Atwill proposes, is rock solid. All right, the arguments
that nobody's taking it seriously, but that's
the past many years, I'd say over a decade, he's been constantly, reinforcing his claims and building on his thesis
with no positive evidence.
Well, no, there is positive evidence. It's in the Shakespearean plays themselves. The names
of Shakespeare. That's Shakespeare. That's not fucking Roman antiquity. I mean, you get your periods a bit wrong, dude.
Well, why should I give you the right to set the requirements? There's still an understandable agenda and a hidden agenda of these bastards from the ancient world.
Whole different
from the ancient world to conceal the true authorship of the Gospels.
1,500 years difference. You're talking about a 1,500 years.
Well, I'm telling you, the time is worked in their favor as far as ossifying their lies, because they had the divine right of kings as their main interest, their main agenda in maintaining these lies, in promoting these lies, and propagating these lies. This is what Atwill refers to as a sophistry, oligarchical sophistry.
Great that Atwill. I remember
that kept the elites of Europe in power.
Atwill was on Claire's show. I remember Atwill being on Claire's show, and you know how many viewers there were? What was it?
Who cares? I got a maximum of like 400, 500 viewers.
You also have very little influence. Yeah, I agree with you.
No. One of my shows that I did with Claire got at least 500. One of the best ones. I got at least 500 views.
You're gonna change the world, dude. 500 views, man. I mean, like.
Oh, you're such a snide little prick. You're such a snide little sneering Dutch boy. I never figured the Dutch for being such snide, sneering pieces of pricks like yourself.
I think you're actually sort of inviting this kind of response, and I probably am not the first person that ever told you this, but you're very
No, my uncle
difficult to
married a
deal with.
Dutch lady, and I figured the Dutch for nice people, but now listening to you, you're an asshole. You know,
Well,
it's
you
nice.
talked in the last stream and you thought I was nice. So I mean, like
No, you're very. You
you're
have
changing
the
your
Dutch.
perspective
You
all
have
the
this
time.
Dutch,
You're changing,
kind of like
you're changing all the
I'm a nice
perspective.
guy and I'm talking to you, but I'm
No,
insulting you at the same time.
look. No. This is not the first time. This is not the first time you spoke out.
Well, you're kind of
I watched,
you really
no,
are
I watched the
you
stream.
really
I
are
watched the stream.
condescending. You know,
I
you
watched
like to condescend as though you
Sam,
like you're
Sam,
better somehow.
I mean, you're just really arguing again with fingers in your ear.
No, you have no arguments. You just full of hot
No,
air.
because you don't even know what my argument is, because you haven't listened.
You're
What
a
was my argument?
condescending
So tell me,
prick.
why don't you tell me? Why don't you tell me, Sam, what my argument was?
I don't care what your argument was. I just am.
See, there we go. You don't know. See,
I am responding.
That's how you
to
argue.
your
Wow.
prick-like attitude.
Like,
you're a prick.
I mean,
You're a dumb
sorry to
fuck.
say
You're a
it, but I
prick.
think you kept
And all you have is mocking, snide remarks. That's all you have.
mental issues, man. You can't listen. I mean,
You're
like,
the
I
one with
know
the
people
mental
like
issues.
this,
You Dutch
but
people like to shit on
there's
each
no
other's
type of
faces.
sympathy for these
You
things.
Dutch people
They
are the
have
most
sympathy
deviant
for these
degenerates
people.
there are next to the Germans. What is this Scheiße shit? You take shits on each other. What is that shit? The Dutch are sexual perverts. They're degenerates.
Well, I mean, the Dutch like Tel Aviv just like the Israelis.
Oh, well, you know, they like to shit.
Come on, give me a break. I mean, then you got like all sexual perverts, and you have Tel Aviv. Come on.
Tel Aviv, Shmel Aviv. The homos in Tel Aviv have nothing to do with me. But the Dutch are promiscuous, shit eaters and shit smearers of each other.
All right. I mean, you're so eloquent, and I don't know. You're such a gracious individual.
Well, all the Africans have taken over your country, and you just like effeminate. It's sort of like
Israel,
you're just like you let all the third world come in and totally rape you. You know, you have no pride left. You let your children get raped by Africans. You let your children get raped by African barbarians. You have teenage girls. You know what is the age of consent over there in Holland? The age of consent is 15, 16. So you have these big, huge black animals from Africa coming to Holland to rape your women and your girls, and you say nothing. You do nothing.
Racist. You're such a
what racist? What racist?
How dare you say something like that?
You have a Muslim grooming gangs raping your children in Holland and in England, and you lay back and do that. You sit back and let them do it. You know what? I'll even support. You know what? Who I'll support? I'll support the neo-Nazis in England.
Yes, I know you do.
I'll support them. I'll support them. Good for them. They should throw all of this in your face. You are effeminate. You are effeminate, and you have nothing left. You have no pride, no masculinity left. You're letting your children get raped by third world barbarians, and the neo-Nazis that are spouting their coming up and spouting their shit. You know what? I'll support them. I think that they're doing the right thing. They're actually they're actually in the right.
So Claire, can you keep order, or is it just like us gonna be screaming over
Claire,
each other?
can I talk to you for a second, Claire? I mean, look, Sam, I told Claire you're not allowed on my show. Not that I can do it anymore because I'm being blocked everywhere. But like, you just, I mean, it's all you, and it's just, I mean, you just really take over. And Claire, I mean, you can't let the stream go like this because it's not good. It's
exhausting.
Yeah.
So I can ask a question now?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Do you two? Okay, let me just ask it the way Claire puts it. Do you both of you buy into the idea that Christianity is kaput?
No.
On the way out? Do you believe it's on the way out? Disappearing as a
well,
force,
I don't know. I think almost every religion is going to be much more or less present in the Western world.
No, I'm asking you if you think it's on a huge descent or it's ascending.
No, it's not. It's not ascending.
No, it's not ascending. And what about you, Sam? Do you think it's ascending right now?
Absolutely not. It's in its death throes and it's going straight to the pit of hell. It's never coming out.
I think that, if I saw something, if I didn't like it, and I see it on this huge descent, I wouldn't put this much energy into it because I just wouldn't care.
No, it's 2,000 years of resentment that is built up knowing what Christianity is. You know what? It's going down the tubes, and I want to kick it further down. I want to stomp on it and push it down until it's finally forgotten for good.
All right, so I actually think Judaism is the same. So if you look at Jews,
I'm not worried about Judaism. We'll conquer you.
Whoa!
You're worthless. You're worthless. Over.
You're such a fucking spurg.
Jesus Christ sucks dick. He's a homo.
I think you're really a.
Oh, here we go again.
There's something wrong with you. So tell me, how many friends you have?
How many friends do you have? How many friends do you have?
Well, a lot more than you, I would say.
No, I have more friends than you. Who the fuck are you, you presumptuous prick? You fucking Dutch cunt.
I have a very healthy.
Who the fuck are you, you Dutch cunt, with your snide remarks? With your presumptuous remarks, you cunt.
On this stream where you have a collection of very sort of.
How many friends do you have, cunt?
And I think that if you interact in a normal life like this, nobody wants to interact.
You know what? All of Africa should rape you until you fucking die. And that's what they're doing.
With the sort of weird rape.
How you like your Dutch farmers having to kill all their milk cows and destroy your agriculture? That's who implemented that policy? Konaps?
I don't think any
it's the Jews. It's the Rothschilds by way of the World Economic Forum.
I'm not even gonna say
you know what? The Jews are killing you off. We invented the corona. We invented the coronavirus, and we also invented the shots, the vaccines. We're actually genociding you. We're taking your food. We're killing you. We're bringing the third world into Europe in order to rape you and put an end to you. We are getting our revenge for Jesus. We are getting our revenge for 2,000 years of Jesus.
You really believe that you, Sammy, are powerful enough to set the migration?
No, but there are powerful enough Jews.
That's absolutely insane.
There are powerful enough Jews. You know who Brother Nathaniel is?
Okay. Do you know how many Jews live in Sweden and the Netherlands? Do you know how many?
Who cares? I don't care.
Who cares?
No, there are powerful Jews in positions of power.
They're working in law. They're working on all these kinds of areas. They don't have the numbers to.
Conrad, you always it's like if you don't have these vast numbers, you can't have any control. Jews have a disproportionate amount of control for their numbers.
Yeah.
Other groups can do the same thing. And just because a group is small doesn't mean it doesn't have a lot of power. And I'm sorry, the minorities oftentimes wield power over the majority in the society.
How many Jews does Sweden have?
Exactly. The Rothschilds control the World Economic Forum. The Rothschilds, the bankers for the Royals.
To argue with Vince. I don't know.
They run Davos and they run the World Economic Forum. They run the agenda. And don't forget that it's a Sephardic Jew that from Pfizer that forced the whole world to take his genocidal vaccines that actually cause sterility and death.
So actually, you believe the Nazis were right? The Nazis are right about
No. I believe we're getting
that's exactly
revenge.
what you're saying.
No. We're getting revenge. We're getting revenge for what the Nazis did. We're killing all of you off.
Your description of black people was exactly the same.
No, we're killing all of you off.
Why are you using
Yuval
thing?
Yuval Noah Harari has the right idea to basically kill all of you off. We are getting our revenge for the genocide that was enacted against us. We're basically genociding all of you now. No. Well, we have killed your seed. Look, we have killed your seed.
Invented by the Nazis.
No, we have killed your seed. Your seed has died.
Accuse Christianity for being fascist. I mean, how?
No. Screw Christianity. The final nail in the coffin, the true divine justice that we have gotten on you now, is basically these vaccines are multi-generational sterilizers. Your seed has been killed off. And these vaccines do not affect Jews. It's been genetically tested. The Jews do not get sterilized, just the same as the royals do not get sterilized. Basically, the Rothschilds did a big, huge job on the world's population by culling the world's population, and whether deliberately or inadvertently, keeping the Jews alive and keeping the inbred royals alive for future generations. You're on your way out. You're going to die off, Konops. And not only that, you've been totally shamed as far as having any self-respect or a dignity, as far as a white man protecting his white identity or his family or his children. You've let yourself get run over and taken over by the third world, and you're going to be a thing of the past. You're going to just be discarded. And the neo-Nazis that are making their they're putting up this fight. They're making all this effort to try to fight back and speak their minds and against your liberal policies and your progressive so-called goody-goody impressions that you want to make on everyone. They're saying you're self-destructive, and you are. You're self-destructive.
So Sam, I don't know if you realized, but I was sort of out of the call for about 2 or 3 minutes. I think that is sort of indicative of how much you don't notice. I remember that you had this conversation with Claire, and then she fell asleep, and you talked for 30 minutes more. I mean, come on, Sam. At some point,
Is that all you have?
Is that all you have? Wrong with you?
But honestly, is that all you have? The way
is what I have. I actually tried to have a normal conversation, but it's just clear.
There is no normal conversation with a pretentious prick like yourself. You're a patronizing, pretentious prick. All you do is try to hit below the belt and insult and cause some sort of like, he got me there, he got me there. Listen, the fact is, Europe is being sabotaged. And you have no fucking clue how badly Europe is being sabotaged.
All right, you think it's sabotaged by Jews?
I'm saying that. Honestly,
and a racist, and you thought.
Honestly, I'm saying that. I'll tell you honestly.
African beasts.
I'll tell you honestly why I said that.
You're
because
horrible little racist, and
listen, I said that
doesn't go down very well. Either.
Shut up! Will you shut the fuck up, you fucking asshole? Shut the fuck, Claire. Shut him. It was such a fucking douchebag.
Oh, Mommy Claire, please help me. Jesus
no, Mommy Claire. You're just annoying. You're unbearable to listen to. The fact is that you and the white men in Europe are going to be extinct soon. It's not that your line is already sterile. You will be sterilized over a generation or two. You will no longer reproduce. The third world will take over, and Islam will take over, and the Jews will get blamed. The Jews will not a single Jew will remain in Europe. The fact that I'm pointing out is that you have an Israeli like Yuval Noah Harari pushing. He's the priest of the eugenicist agenda, the transhumanist agenda, the calling, the depopulation. And he's very overt and outspoken about it. And you seem to not care about that. So you're also self-destructive and suicidal. You think that you don't care about your progeny. You don't care about your future. It's going to get taken from you. It's your end. You have arrived at your end. And the Jews had a great part to play in bringing that about, and
there you go.
And why am I saying that? Because I want to create resentment for the Jews living abroad, because it's over. It's over. They will not live amongst you anymore.
All right, little Nazi.
Hey, fine by me. You know what? I'll support them. I have no problem. Let them push the Jews out of Europe. Let them push the Jews out of Europe and out of America and out of everywhere that the Jews live. They will no longer live there.
Yeah, the problem is this. The problem is that the demographic situation of Israel, and if you could just let me talk for, I don't know, maybe 20 seconds if you can, if you're able to, the problem is the demographic situation of Israel is not very good. If you look at the Muslim percentage in Israel, it's much higher than it is in any Western countries, including France. And actually, if you're still thinking about taking the Gaza Strip and still thinking about what are you going to do with the West Bank? You know, if you're not giving that stuff back, I mean, demographically, the Muslims are gonna be a majority, man. I mean, this is and not even in like 100 or 200 years, what is projected, maybe for some of the most bleak scenarios in Europe, but maybe in 30 to 40 years. You know, so I mean, I think Israel's not so. I think Israelis should not be
30 seconds. Will you shut the fuck up now? I'll respond.
You're so impatient, man. You're so impatient.
I am so impatient now, you snide prick, you fucking Dutch cunt. You annoying cunt. Listen good, you fucker. You're over, all right? Your seed, your line has been killed, all right? You've been genocided. You've been sterilized. The Jews will all return to Israel. The Muslims living here, very few of them will remain, and they will be servants of the Jews. They will build them the buildings and the homes. For once, the Jews will ingather to all of Israel. All right, and this is happening now. This is not 30 to 40 years. This is now. You hear me, good Dutch boy? This is what you have to look forward to.
This is your rabbi saying this.
Right? No. The Jews are coming. The Jews will come back against their will.
Yeah.
And this is something I'm promoting. This is something I'm
pushing. Can you give me any evidence?
But the will of the one God that you don't believe in will not be bothered with. Will not be stopped. You will not stop what is about to happen.
Burning bush is telling us the ark.
Your mother's burning bush. That she got the fucking herpes from the black guy that raped her last night.
Sam.
Wow. Well, there you go. You're so frustrated, Sam.
I am too old to be a productive slave. What about the old ones?
No. These are just a few Muslims in the thousands will remain here, and they will be the builders and the servants. Okay, they'll get a fair wage. But the rest will be leaving. They'll be going off to Europe, going off to the Muslims countries, and Israel will be primarily Jewish. All the Jews will gather. There will be not a single Jew living amongst the Gentiles in Gentile lands anymore.
So, interesting
okay,
question.
so I'm not going to be the slave, right? Because I'm too old for all that.
No, we don't need you. You're over there in America. Stay in America.
Okay.
We got Muslims here that will... We got Muslims here that will stay here. The ones that are not, completely against the Jews living in the Jewish state, they're actually in support of the Jews living here. Okay, there are Muslims that are actually submissive to the point of saying, well, the Jews should return to their land here, and they'll stay here as servants, and they'll build the buildings and the homes for the Jews that will arrive here in the masses, in the millions. And it's about to happen soon. You'll have the global financial collapse. The Jews will be pursued. They will be persecuted. They will be accused of...
All right, Sam, can we do a bet?
They will be accused of implementing the vaccines, of genociding the Gentiles. This is all spreading now online.
Give me a year. Give me a year,
Listen,
man.
Now.
No, okay,
now.
Okay, now give me a year. When is it happening? When is it going to happen?
It's happening right in front of your eyes.
When are all the Jews in Israel, and are they having Muslim slaves?
Listen, all the homos will either die or leave Israel. They won't survive.
Okay, so when is that going to happen?
That's happening now. That's going to happen now. It's about to happen now.
Give me just I'll be generous. I'll give you 4 years.
Not 4 years. This year now.
All right. So
tell me. It's within months.
All right.
It's within months.
Sam, if you're right. You can sort of ask anything you want from me. You know, like I don't know, like I can give you everything. I'll give you what.
You want me to spell it out for you?
20,000 euros.
All right, you want me to spell it out for you? Listen, I'll spell it out for you.
20,000 euros. What do I get if you're wrong?
Your euros will be worthless soon.
You know what I want? If you're
you know what I want? I want you to shut up. Listen, shut up. Your euros will be worthless soon, and so will your dollars.
So I'll give you 4 years, and if it doesn't happen, I want you to go on Claire's.
Don't give me 4 years. Give me 4 or 5 months.
You need
no. I'll make it. No. I'll
say that you're an insane little bitch.
I'll sweeten the deal. I'll sweeten the deal for you. Give me 4 to 5 months. This is already in process. You want me to spell out the whole entire? You want me to spell out?
I think.
You want me to spell it out for you? The whole scenario.
I do want you on your knees in like 4
What's
years.
the reason we want the patriarchy again? I'm kind of.
Listen, good. There is not going to be no freaking patriarchy or matriarchy. It's going to be the rule of the hand of God directly through the Jewish Messiah.
Everybody's going to be happy.
All right, the Jewish Messiah is taking over.
Everywhere.
It's not Jesus. It's the Jewish Messiah.
Okay,
so listen.
What if the Muslim Messiah shows
the
up?
Muslim Messiah is as fake as the Christian Messiah. The Muslim Messiah is Jesus. The Mahdi and the Shmadi and the Jesus is a big part of the Muslim belief in the end times and the arrival of Messiah and the redemption. All right,
Vincent, do you have something good in mind for Sam to do in 4 years as a sort of a humiliating ritual when I'm right? I give him 20,000 euros. I promise that. If everything happens that he tells me or tells us to happen, I give him 20,000 euros.
Well, I don't think it's going to happen as quickly as he's predicting, and I don't think it will.
But he gave a timeline, right? I mean,
I know, but I also don't think it's going to be like every single Jew leaves everywhere and goes back to Israel either. I don't think it's going to be anything.
He said also all the homos will leave. All the homos will leave.
Yeah, I mean,
they'll either die or they'll convert back to being heterosexuals.
Yeah, this is mysticism. This is just that's what this is. It's mysticism. I mean, there's no.
That's what it is.
I know it's mysticism.
Yeah, it's completely no, Vince. It's just complete insanity. That's what it is.
No, okay, but I do think that there's some. Look, I think that Jews, Christians, and Muslims have set up the world so that their prophecies kind of come true. I think that there is something to the Jewish Messiah and the Jewish state and the Noahide laws and the coming of the new age. I think there's something to it. I think that there's something to the Christian end of times when they face the Jews and stuff like that. I don't think it's going to be the way they want it to be, and I'm trying to foil their plans, but there's something there.
Daniel, I know you support Sam as a fellow Jew. You must support him.
No, Daniel's not Jewish. He's Polish. Daniel's not Jewish. He's Polish.
No. He's also part Jewish. You did not.
No. I spoke to him. He's not Jewish at all.
Yeah.
He has some Jewish family members from a long time ago.
Exactly.
He's not Jewish. He's Polish.
Well, according to his sort of racialist definition, he is part Jewish, right?
Whatever. He doesn't.
And you are also a racialist because you talk.
He doesn't identify. Daniel does not identify as being Jewish.
You're talking about all these.
I was doing that to be annoying and provocative, and
you're on record being
piss off. I don't care. Fine. Let it be on record. I'll tell you honestly. All the neo-Nazis I'm listening to, all the racists and the anti-Jew types on BitChute or wherever, on YouTube or wherever I hear them, I'm saying, good, keep it going.
Keep it
going.
Not very different.
Adam Green, hey, Vincent, tell Adam Green I want more episodes. I want more vitriol. I want more anti-Semitism, anti-Judaism, and I want him to spout his disgust for the Jews as much as possible.
You want to gas a new Anne Frank? That's what you want.
No, I want to gas your motherfucker. That's what I want to guess.
You're a motherfucker. That's not a sentence.
You motherfucker, I'll guess you.
You motherfucker. That is a sentence, yes. So
we are guessing you.
You're actually trying
you snide, sneering Dutch
to annoy people so much about you and you as a representative of Judaism, which you.
I'm not a representative of Judaism.
Well, you are. Well, you
are. You're determining things for me. You set the standards and you set the terms.
Don't you have?
No. You set the standards. You set all the
Come on, Sammy.
You set the rules there. Come on, whatever your fucking stinky Dutch name is.
It's Conops, man.
Conops? No, it's like crap ops.
Wow, well, that's very, very creative of you.
Oh, yeah, you're very, very snide. You're very, very snide.
Maybe has something a bit more, I don't know, a bit more
biting. Do you have something a bit more? Do you have something a bit more imaginative to say? And so, do you have something more intelligent to say? Conops, you want to sound so smart with your argumentation. I'll tell you, at this point, like I told those fucking douchebags arguing for Christianity, or if arguing for the sort of arrangement that Israel has with the rest, with America and Europe. I'll tell you something. I'm not a representative of the Jews or of Israel, but I'll tell you something. I'll tell you now. Listen, can you shut the fuck up? Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up.
All them.
Shut the fuck up, you fucking cunt. You fucking Dutch snide cunt. Why don't you shove a big, huge ball of Buddha right up your ass, faggot? Listen good, you fucking homo.
You could have just got Claire thrown off for saying that FAGGOT word.
Did you get another strike? Sam has no filter, man. He's like,
This show is not going to be on YouTube. She's going to totally delete it.
No, Sam, that was not right for you to put something up that now she has to delete her stream.
Well, I think the African beast thing is also not.
Well, he didn't
Very good.
African beast.
Listen,
it's just so racist, Sam.
I don't care if I'm a racist. I don't care if I'm a homophobe. I don't care if I'm an anti-Semite. I don't care. I'm throwing caution to the wind because I really don't care.
That's fine.
I really don't care.
About the Jews in the same way
I really don't care. It's over. Listen, it's over. There is no arguing for the old way. There is no arguing for the old status quo. It's dead.
All right.
It's
so
dead in the water.
There's no argument for this Messiah that has promised you that everything will happen.
Well, yeah, you can make fun of that as much as you like. Make fun of that as much as you like. Make fun of it as much as you like. But in the meantime, Kunta Kinte is raping your daughter. In the meantime, Kunta Kinte is raping your daughter.
Oh my God! And the most insane person ever to believe this kind of bullshit.
Claire,
and it's going to be embarrassing for you.
Kunta Kinte is broken his chains and he's raping all your children now, and you don't care.
Claire.
What were you saying? What raping? What is your sort of
Kunta Kinte
obsession with rape? I don't know. You have
it's what's the Amistad, the slave ship.
Kind of
Everybody's getting their revenge on the white man. It's the black man. It's the Jews. It's the homosexuals. We're all putting it to death. We're ending your lives. We're genociding you. We've genocided you with the vaccines. We've genocided you with the fucking COVID-19. We've sterilized you forever. You're done. You're over.
So you think the corona is a Jewish plot, and then the vaccine as well?
Yeah.
Exactly.
It's Yuval Noah Harari, that homosexual, along with the World Economic Forum and Davos and the Rothschilds and Klaus Schwab and the Vatican. It's a depopulation agenda, and they succeeded. They killed you off. You're done within a generation or two. That's it. You won't be able to procreate. You won't have children.
So no, but you said it was going to be 4 years. Remember?
No. That's the long term.
You're saying in 4 years. In 4 years, all the gays are
don't take this back to 4 years. I'm telling you, in the long term, you won't be able to.
You're on record, Sam. You're on record, Sam.
I am on record, my friend. But I'm telling you, within the coming months, you'll have such a devastating financial collapse. Your euro won't be worth anything.
No, you literally said all the gays will be outside of would be inside.
Yeah, when the Messiah arrives in Israel, the gays will die, or they'll either convert or die.
In a couple of months, you said.
When we have you know what the cue is for the arrival of the Messiah, the world the financial collapse.
I thought your Messiah was your rabbi that he already.
He is. But the collapse of the collapse of the financial systems is what brings in the arrival of the Messiah. Okay, that's the cue. That's
some guy. Okay, so does he think he's the Messiah himself as well, or not?
Well, I'm not the one to speak for him, but many do think he is, and many people here do think he is.
That's not the question I asked.
No, he never announces it. He never says that he is. Never.
You never said, but yet you're projecting on him.
I'm not projecting.
It's like the
no. I'm not projecting. No, we know. No. We know that there are enough cues, there are enough signs, and there are enough hints that he gives that it is him. So he's talking about himself.
Maybe I should ask.
But he's not allowed to be overt and actually claim to be the Messiah. He cannot openly state it that it is him.
Okay, so what if he says he is not the Messiah?
No, he doesn't say that he's not the Messiah. He never said that.
All right.
He never provided a disclaimer.
Can I contact your rabbi I want to contact your rabbi.
Yeah, go find him. Talk to him.
Okay. Well, what's his name?
Rabbi Nir Ben Arzi.
Okay, maybe you should post that. Post it in the chat. You know, I can.
Well, I dare you to go challenge my rabbi and talk to him and talk shit
I don't
about
want to challenge your rabbi. I just want to.
Talk to him. Yeah, talk to the secretaries. Talk to him.
About the fact that he's been declared the Messiah.
Yeah, write it down correctly. The first name is Nir, Nir, Nir.
Yeah.
Second name Ben, Ben.
Yeah.
And the last third part of his name is Arzi, Artzi. All right, and you can find him online on the site that's called. Write this down. The name of the site is.
I mean, Google will be enough.
No. You find the site. You'll find his telephone. You can talk to him directly.
Does he speak any English, or do I have?
No, he has a secretary that translates for him. The site is called Tair Neri, TAIR. It's one word.
If I'm sure.
No, write this down, Dutch boy. Come on, write it down and find the telephone number. Tair Neri, TAIR.
All right. You know, I want to say that's fine. I can listen to it back. I mean, it's.
All right. Well, listen to it again and reference it and find it. Find his number. Find his email. Approach him. Talk to him, and do your best. Do your best and do your worst.
I get my own.
No, write to him in English. Do your best and do your worst. I dare you.
Well, I'll give him a call. I just want to see what.
Do it.
You know,
make my day. Make my day.
I also want to have like some kind of video of him, and that he says like, okay, it's gonna be like over in a couple of months. You know.
No, he doesn't say. He doesn't provide. He says it's. You know what he says. Like you want to hear what he's saying.
Israel in 4 months, and then
you want to hear what he's saying about what's happening. We're not supposed to. I'm actually kind of committing an affront here because I'm not supposed to provide dates and timelines. I just am seeing what is developing. I'm seeing what is developing, and I took the liberty. Shut up! Shut the fuck up! Shut the fuck up! Let me continue my train of thought. Will you shut the fuck up? I said that I personally see. I'm taking credit for what I said, and I said it in my name. I'm saying it in my name. I'm not saying it. I'm saying it in my name. I'm not saying it in the name of my rabbi. Will you shut the fucking asshole up, please? Will you shut the fuck up?
Interesting things.
Claire, what an asshole. Why do you bring this guy on? Well, I said it in my name, not in my rabbi's name.
Hide behind Claire's skirt again.
Oh, Sam! Oh, Vince! Oh, Snide Dutch boy! What's up, pal? Listen, shut the fuck up. The thing about it is, I said it in my name. I'm not allowed. We're not supposed to give dates and timelines.
You did. You just
said it in my name. I didn't say it in my rabbi's name. But what I'm telling you, let me finish my train. Let me finish my train of thought. My rabbi has been recently saying it's going to happen. What I just mentioned, as far as the Jews being forced to leave violently out, leave the exile, leave the diaspora. They will be pursued violently. They will be shot at. They will be hunted down. They will be killed. This is what my rabbi said is going to happen now. It's coming now. He didn't give a timeline. He didn't give specific dates. He's saying it's happening now. I'm just pushing it along. I'm giving it a little bump. I'm giving it a little kick. I'm enjoying it.
And that is your sort of annoying persona. So you want to be so annoyed that everybody hates you.
I'm totally in support of Adam Green and that Albert Bishkek. Vince, are you good friends with Adam Green?
Because you're completely
Vince, are you good friends with Adam Green? Do you contact him? Do you speak to him? Vince? Are you there? Listen, I want you to talk to Adam Green and tell him to do his best and do his worst. I want him, and if you talk to Brother Nathaniel, tell him I want a video every day. I want him to produce a video every day with as much vitriol and as much hatred as he can deliver. And I want all the anti-Semites to come out of the woodwork. And I want them to show their faces, and I want them to feel no shame and no fear. Go ahead. The Jews of the diaspora are done. The Jews of the exile are done. It's end game. Time has come for it to end.
Let's deal with that, Sam.
How is Sam so sure that the vaccine is sterilized, or what evidence does he have? Well, I'll tell you what. There's a lot of doctors that did research on it. Dr. Mercola and Dr. this and Dr. that. A lot of learned professors and doctors and all sorts of scientists have seen that it genetically affects the organs, the sex organs of both men and women, and it causes sterility. And it also actually skips a generation. It actually allows for progeny or for reproduction, but then those children that are brought into the world can't reproduce. They're born sterile. That's actually from Owen Schroyer's show, Banned Video. He did a show on the genetic effects of the vaccines as being sterilizers. I can find it, and the doctor is an accredited scientist and researcher, and he did the genetic. It was an Asian doctor. It's not about Whitey or the black man or whatever. It's a population reduction.
We have a question from the chat. So maybe you can just
that's what I'm responding to, you douchebag.
And let the chat speak. So the question is the following:
what about Muslims? Will they also be forced to leave?
Oh my God.
No, the Muslims are going to take over the Western world.
My God, Sam.
The Muslims are taking over. The third world is taking over.
You were not listening anymore. So.
Listen, I don't care what you have to say. You're such an annoying fuck.
Have you ever been diagnosed with some?
I can't even hear you. I can't even hear you. I'm trying to put my thoughts into words, and you're just talking like a douchebag.
I was barely talking at all. But, I mean,
you're talking about me not having any friends. What the fuck is your problem? What the fuck is your problem? I'm trying to respond to the question. Joseph Schmidt, listen, Sam, what about Muslims? The Muslims are taking over. The Jews will leave. The Muslims are taking over the West. All right? And they will enforce Sharia on all of you because you're degenerates. You're sick, deviant degenerates. And they'll bring down the hammer on you. And the Jews will all leave. They will bring down the hammer on the Jews as well that are liberals, that are cunt bags, that are Satanists, that are atheists, that are ass kissers, that want to lick the butts of the Edomites, the Christians. It's over. You're done.
Right, so Sam, chill out. So let me give a response to that. So, for example, in the Holocaust, I don't know if you did some research about this, but actually, Orthodox Jews died in much bigger proportions than secular Jews. Did you know that?
I don't care.
Well, but it shows you say, oh yeah, all these liberal Jews are gonna get the brunt of this attack.
Well, they're stubborn for sake.
Whoa! Jesus Christ!
Go ahead, finish. Jesus sucks dick. Yeah, okay, Jesus Christ.
I wasn't done yet. I mean,
okay, finish your fucking Jesus Christ statement.
You have ADHD, yeah? Don't you? Are you diagnosed with it?
ADHD? No, I don't have. I have a cock in your face ADHD.
I think you have been diagnosed. I mean, there must be some kind of mental problem.
Maybe.
Okay, so can you swear?
Can you finish your statement, you asshole?
Can you swear on your rabbi that you haven't been diagnosed?
You just talk. Finish your comment.
Can you swear on your rabbi that you haven't been ever diagnosed with a mental disease?
Yes.
Really?
I've never been diagnosed with a mental illness. No.
No, so
no.
I mean, do you think that people in general act like you or talk like you so much?
The only thing I have is an impatience for smartasses like you. Well,
you generally have a very big impatience. So
no, the only diagnosis I've received
also went out of hand, did it? Did it not? Or
what the hell are you talking about? Listen,
why?
I know where you were taking that argument about religious Orthodox.
Why would that conversation also turn sour?
Say again. What's the question?
You should listen.
Shut the fuck up and stop being condescending and patronizing. Ask the question again. You were talking like a shitbag, and I couldn't understand what the hell you were saying. Say what you want. What is your question? What is your stupid fucking question, Dutch boy?
All right. Why did the conversation with you and the Christians earlier on the stream. Why did that turn sour? Why did it turn into a shouting
Because
match?
they are propagating a falsehood about
Okay, so
the historicity of Jesus, and I had enough of that.
if you have a
And fuck
disagreement,
that.
if you
What?
have a disagreement, you just spurg out. You don't listen anymore. And
No,
that's how you are.
I actually ejaculated on their faces, spurting out, and just the same as I am on you
And
now.
then also you turn into a very sort of vulgar little.
And then I turn into a very vulgar, you fucking faggot. You fucking effeminate.
Why do you have a picture? Why do you have a picture?
Relentlessly
Sammy, why do you have a
until you
picture of
fucking
you
croak.
when you were like 14
You
years
fucking
old?
Dutch cunt.
Why don't you have a picture of how fat you are?
Oh, you're so smart.
Why don't you
You're so
picture
smart. You're
of
so
your
wise.
fat self
Hey!
right now?
The neo-Nazis in Holland. The neo-Nazis in Holland. The neo-Nazis in Holland should rape you up the butt. They would love it. You would love it. You would enjoy it, you fag. You fucking love it, you cunt rag. Yeah. May the Nazis eat you alive, you liberal
Why are you
schmuck.
hiding your fat face?
Yeah, fat face, my fat face.
Yeah, you're fat. You know that, right?
Yeah,
So
my fat layers, you love to suck on them because you enjoy the fat, you faggot. You love it. You're fat. What is it?
Oh,
you're kind of full of fat boys. Yeah, you like it when fat boys sit on your face, you Dutch fag. You like it when they shit in your mouth too, don't you? Don't you, you Dutch homo?
You're being denigrated, Vincent. What is so mean? Why do you have to be so
Vince doesn't care about the gay bashing. He's a very open homosexual.
Yeah,
he's not even listening. He's not even listening. Nobody's listening. Not Claire.
I think nobody's listening because you're just
you're a douchebag. You're a Dutch douchebag. There's a new name for you. Dutch bag. Douchebag. Dutch bag.
It's pretty impressive. I mean, that you can argue with.
I am very impressive. Thank you for the compliment, you fucking homo.
Yeah. So why don't you tell me how many friends you are? You have.
Why don't you tell me?
Well, I think I have more than around 50 friends. And then
I don't care.
About 15 good friends.
I don't care. I have 5,000 friends.
How many you got, Sam?
5,000 friends, and I'm being contacted by everybody in the world.
How many friends you got?
How many friends do you got?
I just told you.
I don't believe you.
Well, at least I gave an answer. You can't even answer it. That means
look, do you think Claire's a friend of mine? Do you think Claire's a friend?
So swear on your Rabbi that you have more
just
than
listen.
Do
you think Claire's a friend? Do you think that John in New York is a friend of mine? Do you think that James is a friend of mine in Pennsylvania? Do you think that Dan is a friend of mine? Do you think that Yvonne is a friend of mine?
Yeah, I doubt it because I mean, like, you can't have a normal conversation with people.
I can't have a normal conversation. You know, this is why you are being overrun.
About you when you're young.
This is why you are being overrun. You are such fucking, windbags. You're kind of like a limp-wristed windbag. Limp-wristed windbag. This is what you've become.
What?
Limp-wristed windbag. You're
I mean, that's very creative, but just.
Who was the blonde guy? Who was that politician, the Dutch politician that was anti-Muslim? What was his name?
Well, if you're so erudite and smart, why can't you think of the name?
I don't recall his name.
I can name Israeli.
Wilders. Yeah, Wilders. Now that's an impressive Dutch man. What? Where the hell are you in regards in relation to him?
Where am I?
I mean, you have committed your entire country to being overrun. Your country is not only overrun. Your agriculture, your food production is now
I think everything is
being totally sabotaged.
It's not working like that, Sammy. The world.
It's not working like that. Tell me why all those farmers are protesting.
10 years, the world will be
Why
there.
are all those farmers protesting?
20 years, the Netherlands will be there. And, well, maybe in 40 years, Israel would have a big problem demographically.
Hey, wishful thinking, Dutch boy. Wishful thinking. That's why you're a Gentile. That's why you're a low-life, lowly, soulless Gentile. You know nothing.
So you really think that God has chosen you or your people. I mean, that's a
Yeah.
really serious idea.
I know it to be the
It's very,
truth.
very serious. So you believe in the Ark of Noah? I mean, all the animals and I mean, all the dinosaurs in the
And
Ark.
mocking and
Yeah,
making
come on.
jokes.
Come on. What are dinos? What about
Yeah,
T-Rex?
that's all you have. That's all you have left. Your mockery.
Hey,
Yeah.
fat boy.
Hey, fuck boy, hey, fag boy, hey, Dutch boy, hey, cocksucker, hey, may the niggas rape your mother, you fucking
Tell us
whore.
about the T-Rex in the Ark of Noah.
Why don't you tell me about the nigger that raped your mother up the ass yesterday?
Wow, there we go with the really terrible racist slander.
I'm such a racist.
Yeah, well, you are, right? You are not.
I am. Well, you're such a homo. You're such an effeminate, worthless piece of shit. Yeah, you have no self-respect.
You get so triggered.
Your whole entire country is
with these sort of these projected sexual fantasies that you have.
No, the shows and films that you watch, that you actually produce with your boyfriend, are not fantasies. Those are actually fantasies fulfilled. You sick European fucks like to shit in each other's mouths. That's how wonderful you fucking sick European Eurotrash pieces of shit are like. You shit in each other's mouths, you shiza boy, shiza eating fag, you fucking Dutch degenerate. You fucking deviant.
It's always sort of on your mind all the time.
It's always on my mind all the time. No, actually, the Gouda is on my mind.
Maybe you haven't tried sufficiently. Maybe you should go for it, Sam.
Maybe you should shut the fuck up and let some Arab beast rape you in the ass.
There you go with the sort of weird sexual fantasies that you have that you're projecting.
No, the Dutch are experts in sex. They're experts at sodomy. Next to the Greeks who invented sodomy or projected sodomy, you Dutch actually took it to the next level. You actually shit in each other's faces. Like the Germans.
So why you have all these like dirty little thoughts?
Dirty little thoughts in my head. I love that little accent you have. You have such a cute little Dutch accent.
You have a really crazy, like high-pitched voice.
I know I have a high-pitched voice.
Yeah,
that's what I sound like.
Yeah, so this high-pitched,
I don't care. And I'm fat, and I take big, huge fat dumps on your Dutch face.
Like a little subboy that
I talk like a little this and that.
African guy, that's fine by me. You know, if you want to be dominated by
African guy, what you're such an ineffective, powerless piece of shit. Your whole entire continent is going down in the tubes. You're going to hell in a handbasket, man. Your energy is being cut off. Your food is being cut off. Your monetary system is about to die, and you are about to live in a living hell in Europe. Okay, Europe is going down the shitter.
Because of your rabbi said so. Well, I don't.
No, because the Jews did it to you. We genocided you. It's revenge for the Holocaust.
I don't believe you.
We've gotten our revenge for the Holocaust on you.
The Ark of Noah.
We've gotten our revenge on you. We've killed off your progeny. Within a generation or two, you will not be able to reproduce, thanks to the Jews. Are you listening good, neo-Nazis? Are you listening good, Islamo-fascists? You know, the Jews did this. The Jews did this to you. And we crucified your fucking fake God also.
I feel still like you sound like some kind of Nazi infiltrated that's pretending to be a Jew. Like,
we crucified that fucking piece of shit 2,000 years ago.
Like some kind of weird,
you know, what's her name? What's her name? Sarah Silverman, bless her soul, it was very correct to say, and we'll do it again.
So I think like most Jewish people actually are, how would you say, more liberal about sort of racial issues than...
I'd say they're more liberal about this weekend.
Right? Are they not?
Yeah. Are they not?
Are they not? Oh, are you gonna...
Are they more liberal? Are they like this? Are they like that? Hey, Vincent, give Adam my regards. Vincent, tell Adam that I want to be the subject of his next show. I want you to record all this, give it to Adam Green, and let him do a synopsis, his personal take on my sick Jew fucking madness. The sick mad Jew.
Your fantasies about black
men. The crazy Jew. The crazy Jew.
Yeah, you want to be humiliated by black men.
No, I want to be humiliated by Adam Green. I want him to do a show about me, along with Albert Bishkek.
I don't know. I think Vincent just checked out. I think he can't take it.
Who is this Albert person?
His buddy, he's Egyptian. He's Alexandria. He's from Alexandria. He's a Christian Coptic.
That Christian. Okay.
Yeah, the guy with the bald head. He's no longer a Christian, but he's a snide piece of shit. No, not much different from this Dutch piece of shit here. But he's got his own, New York, New Jersey kind of vibe going on. And let them do their best. This is the time. No more.
Sam, why don't you tell us how it went with your the girl that you liked and how you were?
Oh, the girl that I liked.
Why don't you tell?
Why don't you tell us how he wants to make this personal about the girl and all this?
Well, I'm very interested. I mean, why did she?
Why you're interested about my love life? You're interested about my romance, my romantic interest, my romantic pursuit. Oh, well, you've got a Claire. You've got a loyal listener. You've got a loyal listener in this Dutch piece of shit here. What a loyal listener this Dutch piece of crap is here.
I know it is. I know. I know
it is. I've got a younger girl than her now.
Black guy. And that's why
black guy. I've got a redhead, better looking than her,
that's why you're
younger than her.
Shouting profanities about black beasts now because
it
was this guy. The black guy was probably much younger and better looking than you, and then you lost it, and then
lost it. The sad attempt is just the sad attempt that this guy's making is just a reflection on how Europe has already died. Christianity has died. Europe has died. The European ethos is dead. Your liberal perspective on the world and your attempt to influence the world is dead. You're being taken over. You're done. You're finished. Just by your stupid example.
You can say all you want, but still Israel's.
Claire is far more eloquent in putting you people in your place. Whitey. Whitey is dying. Whitey is finished. You're being taken over.
Taken over by who? We have 6% Muslims. Maybe 4% people from Africa.
6%, 4%.
They're integrating many people.
You're not having children.
Integrating in our culture. They're being absorbed, just like.
What incubating? What absorbed?
Yeah, many people have been absorbed by Dutch society.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Many. And I talk to them every day. I talk to them every day. Unlike you, I'm not a terrible little.
You say recently there have been riots in The Hague and Amsterdam and all sorts of places
by farmers, you fucking
not just the farmers. No, not just the farmers. There have been other protests in the streets about COVID and COVID restrictions, and they were violent.
What does this have to do with?
And I'm saying that the Dutch are not civilized. The Dutch are no longer as civilized as they claim to be. They're far from being civilized.
You're not even capable of listening. It's just very pathetic. You're
capable of listening. You just want you fucking piece of shit. You love listening to yourself, don't you? You fucktard.
Why are you projecting? I can listen to.
I'm projecting. No, you're the one projecting.
Quiet for hours.
You douche. Listen.
You haven't done nothing but monologues here.
I haven't done anything but a monologue. No.
If you can.
Fake name. So a guy that refuses to use his real name because he's a coward. What is this fake name you use? Why are you such a coward? Why are you such a fake piece of shit? Why do you use a fake name? Why don't you use your real name? Why don't you put your picture on the screen? Because you're a coward. You're a piece of shit. You're a coward in your real world. You're a little Dutch twerp. That's all you want. You're a little Dutch cunt. You're a twerp.
You're the
loser. You're the twerp. Your country is being destroyed from the inside out. Soon enough,
there we go with the repetitive stuff. Okay.
What are you going to say when you don't have any food left? What are you going to say? What are you going to say when you have no food left?
Look at
Your
the
energy is.
numbers.
Hey, can you respond to this? This is a serious challenge.
Well, I'm not going to actually respond to you anymore
Well,
when
this
you're
as a
not
serious.
prepared to
Take this as a serious. Take this as. Listen,
You've
take
never
this as a
answered
serious.
one single
Listen
question.
to the. Take this as a.
Every
Shut
time
up!
a question
Shut up!
you haven't answered.
Shut up!
Not one. Not.
Why don't you respond to this? Why don't you respond to this? Your energy has been cut off today. The Russians have cut you off completely. All right? What are you going to do? You people will not have enough energy, not even for the summer. Forget about the winter. What are you going to do?
We can get it from everywhere. We can get it from Venezuela. We can get it from everywhere. It's going to be more expensive, and of course it has negative repercussions. But it's not going to be the end of the world. You know, the end. I mean, even if the gas prices are much more expensive, we're still going to keep on living. I mean, this is crazy. It's like this sort of eschatology that you have that the world is going to end.
Eschatology. What about inflation in Europe? What about that?
So the world is not going to end because of inflation.
It's not about ending the world. It's about ending the order that you're used to. The order, the status quo that you're used to is ending.
Well, I think there's going to be probably a populist revolt.
Yes, of course there is.
Yes, but it's not going to be as sort of like crazy people that you think are going to be in power that's going to kick all the Jews out and stuff like this. That's not going to happen.
No, it's out of necessity. Once you have anarchy, once you have people losing their minds because they can't buy food, because the prices are so inflated, you already have people that have been antagonized by these theories about the Jews doing all this to them. And I'm just playing devil's advocate. I'm actually throwing fuel on the fire, gas on the fire, because I don't care. I want it.
I know you're such a great guy. You want Anne Frank to be gassed again. Well, I mean,
why do you insist on obsessing over Anne Frank? I'm not this kind of Jew that's obsessed over the Holocaust. The Holocaust is not my religion. You people in Holland, you've been so programmed. And I'll take the side of Daniel and other neo-Nazis here. It's like a Holocaust.
I'm not surprised that you're taking the side of Nazis.
What is this Holocaust obsession you have?
All night long.
Well, you live off of this Holocaust, sort of like a capital. It's like your currency. The liberals' currency is the Holocaust. It's not just the Jews. It's actually Gentiles that actually feed off of the Holocaust trip and Holocaust guilting and Holocaust guilt trip, where it was actually the Dutch people that were mostly complicit with murdering Jews. You had very fundamentalist, fanatic Nazis that were Dutch. A majority of them were pro-Nazi.
What's your point with that? I said you want to.
Well, no, you like to use the arguments. You like to capitalize on Anne Frank.
I don't know.
Why do you capitalize on Anne Frank?
That's not what I was addressing. How would you say? I think it's an interesting subject, the Holocaust, but I don't think we're historical or should be historical prisoners of the Holocaust. No.
But you keep bringing it up. You bring it up all the time.
No, well, I was bringing it up because you said you want the Jews to experience a similar kind of hatred as in 1933.
Well, that's what's happening. I'm not looking forward to it, but it's actually happening, and I don't care. It has to happen. It has to happen.
Well, okay, so you're willing to sacrifice little girls and put them in the gas
chamber. I'm not willing to sacrifice little girls. There's not going to be another Holocaust. It's not going to be that way. It's going to be chaos. It's not going to be organized. There's not going to be state-sponsored genocide. There's just going to be such anarchy.
Okay, I'll give you another one. Okay, so you want pogroms where little Jewish boys and girls will be killed, shot, maimed, raped. That's what you want?
Pogroms? No, well, it's going to get bad.
It is what you're advocating.
No, I'm not advocating murdering and killing in the form that you are suggesting. I'm saying repeating a message that my rabbis repeated, that they will be shot at by RPGs, by mortars, by rocket grenades, bazooka.
So that also means maimed, raped, and everything.
Not raped. I don't know. Hopefully, it's not going to get to the level of rape, but it might. It actually might. It actually might.
It's interesting that you're promoting that
I'm not promoting it. I'm fed up with trying to warn
if
them.
you're
It's
trying
about to
to
happen.
imitate my accent, you have to do better. I mean, it's
I
not
don't
really my
mean to
accent.
do better. I just mock you because you're worthy of being mocked.
You're quetching like some kind of like.
There is no
stupid
way
Jewish
Sam
person
Samuel is actually
with no
real. Oh,
culture,
not
with no
real?
culture.
Okay.
You know.
Which Joe is this? I wonder which Joe is this. My favorite Joe. I don't think that Joe Atwell is listening right now. Which Joe are you? Are you Joe Atwell?
Joe in the chat.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm actually also wondering it. This Sam guy could be an actor. It would be a great actor.
You're a star, Sam.
Can
You're a
somebody
star.
I'm a superstar.
Be that disturbed? And I mean,
I am
wow.
very disturbed. I am, but I'm telling you, it's unavoidable. You know what? Let's make a wager. What my rabbi states and claims is a rock solid. What I told you is, I'm not advocating for it. He said he's even he's not he doesn't want to even say it. He doesn't even want to utter these words coming out of his mouth. But God has lost his patience with the Jews living in the exile and the diaspora, and now it's coming down to judgment and violence and force. And that's what the declaration he's made. That's the warning he's given. That's the statement he's made. He said it's going to happen in the now or very soon, and I can see how and why it's going to happen. When you have less resources, when you have people being frustrated and being left with nothing, and they have nothing left to lose, and they see and they heard all these conspiracies, and a lot of them are simple, a lot of them are very affected, just as the Germans and Europeans were prior to the Holocaust, by all the propaganda of the Nazis and the anti-Semites. It all went to their heads, and they gave into their worst impulses. This is what's going to happen again. All right.
All right. So can I finally respond to something you said? So you're saying your rabbi is saying this, and you think this is sort of kind of regrettable, but you're actually saying something else, and you said this all time when we talk.
Yeah, but I'm being an asshole.
Whoa, wait!
I'm playing devil's advocate here.
Wait, Jesus Christ, Sam! What the
Hey,
fuck?
do me a favor, Claire. This guy is super annoying.
Oh my God, this guy is
He's so super annoying.
You're not even letting somebody speak.
I'm not letting you in. You're just so fucking annoying.
Claire, can you just try?
Claire, can you shut him up? Do me a favor. Can you shut him up for a while?
Hide behind the skirt of
Okay.
Jesus Christ, come on.
But
I mean, shut
look,
this guy.
you're not actually saying anything. You're just making a noise like a mosquito. You don't have an argument, do you? Connor?
I am trying to make one, but the moment I'm trying to make one, I'm being interrupted.
Okay, but what is your argument? What is your argument?
Well, I said that Sam actually said that he wants to help this persecution of the Jews. So his rabbi actually says, his rabbi says this is a regrettable thing, but he said, all these Nazi conspiracy theories, they're going to promote this violence against the Jews. Well, these are the conspiracy theories you are promoting, Sam. So actually, you're responsible. If it ever happens, you'll be responsible for the Jewish victims that will fall.
Whatever.
The Jewish children as well.
Amihud was on the same thing. He was doing the same thing. Yes, he was. Now he's backtracking on it.
All right. Well, I'm not backtracking on anything. I'm just explaining myself.
You are backtracking.
I'm not backtracking. It's not that I'm. No. The fact is that
6 months. You said 6 months.
I said in the next several months it will all go down.
Okay.
I mean, it can happen tomorrow. It can happen tomorrow.
Specific claims. You made very specific claims. You said in 6 months.
I didn't say 6. I said 4.
You said
4.
all the gays are going to be outside of Tel Aviv, and you also said all the Jews are going to be in Israel. So I'm going to hold you to that one.
All right, good. Do it.
All right, and then in 4 years, or maybe like in a year, because I mean you're very certain about this, so you can do a video if I'm right, and then you'll just have to apologize on stream and just said you're an insane person and.
All right, whatever.
Beg for forgiveness, right? If you're so sure about this, you could do that, right?
Yes.
Make a video. All right, all right. Well, this is the deal. We'll do it in a year. I'll check up with you, and then
you won't be alive in a year. If you'll be alive,
in a year, I will be alive.
I doubt it. I think the cannibals will eat your intestines by then. The cannibals in Europe will eat you alive.
Cannibals in Europe?
Yeah, they won't have any food. They'll eat whatever is walking and talking. Hamsters haven't gotten any arguments, but they're much more pleasant to listen to than Sam.
I'm just gonna see who's right in a year. I mean, this is pretty pointless. You're incapable of listening, incapable of actually having a normal conversation, unless you're having a monologue.
Can you just quit it with your annoyances? Like, you just have to repeat yourself as though you're like arguing. You're not arguing. You're just annoying. Listen, I'll tell you something. Let me make my argument here. I'll make
I'm actually pretty done with this.
Go ahead. So leave. Just fucking leave.
I am gonna leave because I
Good.
just think it's
Fuck
pointless
off.
I think it's just pointless to talk to somebody who has emotional IQ of fucking.
Now you can fuck off and have a good night. Fuck off.
All right, little spur.
Take it easy. Fuck off.
All right. Okay. See you in a year,
Bye.
and then you do your humiliating stream. Bye bye.
All right. Go fuck yourself. Fuck off. All right.
It's been so much fun.
I wanted to make to kind of like paint a picture, set the stage, lay out the details of the said scenario that I'm arguing for. What we are seeing now, this is on a serious trip. This is more on a serious note. The evidence for the collapse that has been long anticipated is now overwhelming. You've got a major in America, auto loan default bubble bursting, in the banking system over there. People can't pay their phone bills in America on a massive scale, and they're trying to play this down or minimize this. When you reach the point that no credit, no credit cards, no extension of credit works anymore, you're at your tipping point. You're on the sort of like on the razor's edge, and all the analysts have said it before, and now they're being more loud and boisterous about it. What's happening in Europe with the not just the inflation, with the energy being cut off, and with the policies that are being enforced in countries like Holland, whereby the government is enacting World Economic Forum policies of 2030 and Build Back Better, and in the name of the climate, in the name of the environment. They're telling the dairy farmers to cull 75% of their cattle, of their cows, and other things as well, as far as creating artificial scarcity by not allowing for agriculture to function normally. And Canada has done this as well. Trudeau is forcing the farmers to cut back on fertilizers, whereby the same process was put into motion and put into policy in Sri Lanka. And that's what we know how Sri Lanka ended up. And this is not a speculation. This is actually being implemented. This is not about, where's your proof? Look it up. It's everywhere. It's in the mainstream media. It's in the mainstream news.
So what's this about Sri Lanka and Canada? Could you repeat that?
Sri Lanka was under the thumb of the World Economic Forum. Their leaders were already bought and paid for by the World Economic Forum. They implemented policies of organic farming, where they restricted actual use of fertilizers that could increase the output of their agriculture. Yeah, and that's what they're doing in Canada now. Trudeau is doing the same thing. He's forcing the farmers and in Canada not to use certain fertilizers and to implement organic farming, as though that sounds appealing, but it reduces their output and their productivity, and it reduces their food
Raise the price of food, which will become scarcer.
It creates artificial scarcity. So this is not being questioned. It is being questioned. It's the same policies that were implemented in Sri Lanka, and everybody knows that Trudeau is a puppet of Klaus Schwab. All right, so it's not even funny that all these policies are now being implemented, and it's going to cause food scarcity. It's deliberate. It's sabotage. And Dutch boy is behaving as though everything's hoity-toity. It's not, what is the word? I'm not hoity-toity. What is it? It's like everything is all like good and fine. Everything's like there's a fancy kind of like expression.
I know. It slipped my mind.
It's shit's
I
whatever.
can't think of it. I can't think. It'll come to me.
Yeah, everything's wonderful. Everything's nothing's
dandy, I can't think of the word. Fine and dandy.
Yeah, everything's good. Thank you very much. Everything's fine and dandy. Everything's fine and dandy. Like you can argue, no, we'll cover it this way. We'll take care of it that way. But it cannot be minimized. All of Europe is on the edge now. Italy's on the edge because they're having their crisis because Draghi was forced to resign, and their whole entire government is about to get also overturned because again their debts, their sovereign debts, and they've also got high inflation, and the Italians are they're about to blow their top. They're about to lose their minds and protest in the streets, and it's going to happen all over Europe. So you can minimize it as much as you want, but China is already another one. Hunky dory. Thank you. That's the word. Fine and dandy. Hunky dory. Everything's hunky dory. It's called denial. What's happening in China now? It's not even a slow burn. It's like a visible train wreck. It's like a real sort of like demolition, and we're reaching ahead. We're going into a real sort of like moment where war will be used as a smokescreen, as a distraction. It's the Americans have sent a whole carrier group towards Taiwan. They're go ahead with Nancy Pelosi's visit to Taiwan to provoke the Chinese, and the Chinese are now using North Korea and Kim Jong Un. Is it Kim Jong Un? Yeah, to ratchet up the tensions and create more of another flashpoint.
Mm-hmm.
And so, what will the Chinese do? The Chinese already have begun to sell all of their treasuries, the U.S. Foreign exchange, the holdings that they have in their banks and abroad in other banks. They're bringing back all of their investments as far as their equipment and material. They're not leaving anything behind for the powers, the Western powers, to confiscate, as they did with
Russia. Is the iPhone still being made in China?
Yeah, but still, that's an oddity that all the industry is still primarily based over there. I mean, it's going to grind to a halt if there's war with China. All that all the exporting,
all that wonderful Western technology will be stuck in China.
Yeah, and it'll be paralyzed,
crazy, isn't it? It doesn't even make sense for them. I mean, let alone us. I mean, we know we don't care. We know they don't care about us, but it doesn't make sense for them what they're doing.
They've managed to soil their own nest with their madness. Okay, they've become
poop their own pants, basically, and they can't. You know what I think they're trying to do? I think that they're just trying to destroy the world because they've just messed everything up, but they don't want to apologize. So they'll just blow the world up, so they don't have to apologize.
Right.
They don't have to admit that they're wrong, and that's all it is.
Right, but everything's hunky dory. We're not facing a nuclear holocaust. We're not facing atomic nuclear exchange happening here. That's not happening, Claire. Just close your eyes and imagine that we're living in the good old days.
Heaven, or social democrat heaven in Holland.
Yeah. So pathetic. It's pathetic. But let it be. Now I'm using a Beatles reference, and I can't believe I'm using a Beatles reference. Yeah, but at this point, it's going to the momentum is unstoppable. All right, the systems will be reset, taken down. They'll also have to cause a lot of people to suffer tremendous suffering. Bank freezes, bank accounts confiscated. You just see it. It's already happening in China. I mean, they're covering it up. Everybody's saying that they're covering it up over there. They're keeping a lid on it, but it's all it's racing to the finish point. I think they're think tanks in China, and their strategists and their long-term strategy and thinkers, calculated and sort of what's the word they like to use in economics and investing? They sort of like when you calculate it in, or
calculated risk.
No, there's a word for it. There's an expression for it. No. It's like just like this 75-point interest rate hike factored in. There's a word they use to describe it. It's like 1 minute. A Fed hike interest rates by 75 point of a second time to inflate inflation. Fed factored in, or whatever. It's just basically they understood that they have their computer projections where it's all factored in, where it's all like they see how things will eventually develop or devolve. They have their means of determining all the different scenarios and different results, and that it's not completely spontaneous what's happening now. They have contingencies. Their contingencies, that they have long-term plans. All these governments, using their resources. So they implement their long-term plans and different, plan A, plan B, different contingencies. So we see where this is going. This is not developing just, by way of circumstance or spontaneously. This has all been meticulously sort of calculated or taken into consideration. That's how these
phased in. Phased in.
Phased, yeah. They have they have to function as pathetic and amateurish as the American government is right now. They're still using the same strategists and think tanks and the bureaucracies, whatever. They have to function on this level where they have long-term plans and they know how to basically put into effect this contingency and that contingency. This has all been planned out. This plan of sending Nancy Pelosi there. Do you think this is all just like something that they spontaneously decided on doing? They had this in their their toolbox, in their box of tools. She was supposedly supposed to go there in April and cause a provocation, but she came down with COVID, and now very conveniently she's going to be going there in early August. Again, when things are falling apart, when it can no longer be covered up, when the Biden administration is redefining the definition of a recession, and all the experts and all the analysts and all the pundits on Fox, even on CNN, on all the channels are looking at it and listening to, and it's incredulous what they're attempting to do. All right, to redefine what a recession is. Even Janet Yellen, who was Fed chairwoman, and now she's the secretary of the Treasury, she's making an absolute mockery of herself. Nobody looks at her as seriously. She's lost, just the same as the Federal Reserve itself. They've lost respectability. They've lost credibility. They've lost trust. They've lost this by saying these things. This administration, with this Federal Reserve, with Jerome Powell being associated with this administration, and they're making an absolute mockery of themselves by trying to redefine the terms of what a recession is, and nobody looks at them seriously anymore. They look like absolute clowns. It's not just Biden, it's the whole administration. They look amateurish, they look retarded, ridiculous. Why are you provoking China? Why are you sending the fucking aircraft carrier group there ahead of Pelosi's trip? What are all these provocations? And then China's responding, well, we will respond militarily. We will respond in kind, and it's not. They're not backing off. They keep on pushing. You got to ask yourself, why are they doing this? And on top of all this, you have your banking crisis happening in China right now. And all of their real estate investments have, and all those firms, they've completely defaulted and gone bankrupt, and all of it is being under the rug. It's being swept under the rug. They're keeping it quiet, just the same way as they kept the COVID thing quiet, and they allowed it to spread. People have noticed that the Chinese are not being transparent. It's not just Evergreen; it's all of them, from the most respected ones, even that were more reliable or seemed more like established or credible companies in China. They've also gone under. I've been following this, and it's not being reported on. The supposedly more stable companies, they've also gone under, the same as Evergreen. Do the research. And all of it is being swept under the rug. It's all being kept quiet. And it's already contaminated the banking system. There's contagion in the banking system. You read the stories. Even the suppliers for all the material, all the not just the mortgage holders, they're refusing to pay their mortgage payments by the millions all over, like in 20 plus cities or more in China. But it's also the people that are related to the whole the builders, the investors, the suppliers. They're also boycotting or protesting having to pay their debts to the banks, and also in large amounts. So this is definitely has already triggered a major banking crisis that is being swept under the rug in China, and it is the Lehman moment for China. It's not that it was the subprime mortgages or whatever. It's worse than that. These are not just about subprime mortgages. These are the actual firms, the corporations, the investment firms, the real estate developers. They've gone bankrupt. They've defaulted already. I mean, they're not being bailed out. They're playing all these games, and I think the Chinese, again, the CCP and Xi and all these people, thought ahead of this. They've been in advance of this. They've made their contingency plans. No government, no matter how retarded their leader is, like somebody like Biden, a puppet president, just like something straight out of medieval times, or something from a really bad B movie about the banana republics, or that's what America has become. It's a laughingstock. It's pathetic, but it's the nuclear power still, and it's still throwing its weight around. But it looks retarded. It looks pathetic. It looks hopeless. It looks desperate. And it's dangerous. It's extremely dangerous. And so, what are you going to do? China is in dire straits with its domestically, with its own people, with its banks, with protesters not paying their mortgage payments, and suppliers and corporations they're building. A lot. It's all intertwined. And on top of it all, you have the depositors also, begging to get their money, and they're not getting their money. They're being stiffed. These banks are giving them, bank wealth funds, whatever, the bank bonds, whatever, that are worthless, and they can't cash them. They can't do anything with them. And then the government is sending in tanks to protect the banks.
So did you say Evergrande or Evergreen?
No, Evergrande.
Mm-hmm.
Not just them, but you have all the other ones. The ones that on a higher that were supposedly more reliable, more stable, more credible. You look into it, they've also gone under, and this has gone underreported. It's not just Evergrande; it's the bigger corporations than Evergrande have already faced contagion, and they're just as much in trouble as the rest of as the one that became popularized in the world media, which is Evergrande. But it's just like COVID. Okay, it will eventually boomerang. It'll bite everyone in the butt. Everything is now so tender. Everything's on a razor's edge. Everything's on like on the cliff's edge. I don't know how better to describe it. And it just takes a little bit more, just to push a little bit more of a catalyst, an ignition, whatever you want to call it, a spark, or a little bit more momentum. And then we're here, we're there. That's why I told the Dutch boy that it's not going to, in my as personal estimation, it's not going to take that much longer. We're right here. We're right on the edge. It's within months. And that's a fair call. That's a fair estimation, not years. Yeah, it's not only the debt deadline. It's like they've already missed domestic payments, foreign payments. They've defaulted on all of it, and it's not just Evergrande. It's bigger companies than Evergrande. You can do your research. China is already reeling, all right. And my question is, why is it so coincidental that America is also now, poking China and provoking China? The deglobalization phase is necessary to combat the growing inflation. Yeah, well, so you say, Dutch boy. It's not that simple. I think there's the World Economic Forum Agenda 2030, and they're implementing that. The Great Reset, Build Back Better. It's not about fighting inflation. There's no real benevolence here. There's no real effort to do something good in the name of fighting or combating inflation. Again, this is all premeditated, in my opinion. It doesn't necessarily it's not necessarily that all the pieces fall into place exactly as predicted or as planned, but they have their contingencies and they keep moving forward. At the end of the day, like you said, Claire, I think they're mad, and they think that they're going to remain in power on the other side of this, on the other end of this, of after implementing their plans and going along with all these crazy plans they've had on the shelf, or that they've been plotting and preparing and engineering. They're mad. They are. If anyone's mad, it's the ones implementing all of these sick, plans. These sick, transhumanist plans of theirs. That it is what it is. It's not. It's no longer a theory. It is conspiracy. It's not hard to figure out. But with the minute that Trudeau goes ahead and tells the farmers over there that they should be farming organically, when you have droughts, when you have a less food production, and he's making it worse. Excuse me. Don't you think that's rather conspicuous?
Well, America is a global empire, and I believe it runs its global empire through the British monarchy, because Britain has actually a lot of territory that is still technically British, which is Australia, New Zealand, and Canada. And these white people in these countries don't realize that that they are a US vassal state. They don't have any independence of action. There's British values. This codification of it. Saying it means tolerance, democracy, and
right.
It's rolled out. So New Zealand, Australia, and Canada have exactly the same values, and basically these people have no independent foreign policy. They have no government, no independent government. So they still have this colonial position of governor general, and the governor general has the right to dismiss any elected prime minister and appoint whoever is in charge of the armed forces. And they still have it. They still have that role in Australia, Canada, New Zealand, and they don't realize it. These people, these white people who are now wondering about their identity, it's like, yeah, can you think about your identity? Do you still want to be told by the Queen that really you have no right, that you can't even have a prime minister that you elect that will stay in place, that isn't dismissible on the instructions of the Governor General, who gets his orders from the Queen. And of course the Queen, who has never gone to school or passed a single exam in her life, will sign papers without any questions asked. And Charles, I have a soft spot for him, but I think because he takes an interest in these things, and he's not going to just sign papers without asking any questions, and that's why they knew that a long time ago, and that's why they've always given him a bad press, and even now they're trying to trash him, and under some this thing about charity and defrauding it or whatever. But I think that's what they're worried about, that Charles will ask questions and refuse to sign papers in order to keep the American empire going, because the marine empire of America is nothing if it can't dock its ships in Australasia and whatever. So Australasia is incorporated into NATO, even though it's on a different hemisphere and nowhere near the North Atlantic.
All right, but the whole edifice, the way it looks now, the way it comes off, it's like it's lost its luster, it's lost its impact, it's lost its deterrence. All this military hardware, all this force, but they look weak with their president, with their politicians, with who's in charge now. They look like a clown show. Nobody looks at them seriously. Nobody's taking them seriously. And they keep on doing.
Wondering why okay, my mother is always. I don't know. Years ago, the joke was, why hasn't Western civilization ended? Have they gone mad? What do they think they're doing? Those were the questions my parents asked of me.
Well, yeah, it's true. It's what's that expression? It's the inmates running the asylum. It's the madman running the asylum.
The politics have taken over the asylum. Yes.
Yeah. They've lost all. They just don't look. They have nothing. They've lost all respectability. How can you take Biden seriously with Hunter Biden? Has the world fallen on its head, cracked its head open? Nobody can take this president seriously, so-called president. All right, and nobody can look at America and take it seriously now. They're just looking at them as a pathetic clown show in decline, throwing its weight around now in desperation, and trying to go through this transition that they have to go through. And still try to maintain power on the other end of it by any means necessary, CBDC or so, whatever they have, whatever they're trying, and that they're also forecasting it and making it known that that's what. It's not difficult to see where they're taking this, but how they're going about it, implementing it, it's terrifying. At this point, where there is so much potential for a nuclear conflict in Russia, in Ukraine, in South Korea, North Korea, Taiwan, Chinese Straits, whatever, Taiwan Straits, in China. All these, in Iran also. I mean, we've got our defense secretary making very clear statements that we're about to bomb Iran and to try to attempt to stop their nuclear program. That's a flashpoint. The Straits of Hormuz. If Europe is already having energy, their energy is being cut off, and they're having high energy costs. Imagine what happens once the Straits of Hormuz get blocked, and then the markets react, and then oil prices shoot to the moon in the hundreds of dollars. That's an instant market collapse. That cannot be contained, and once you have that, it's contagion. And then it's one thing affects the other, and you're going to have your banking crisis. You're going to have it all come down.
It will be global.
Yeah.
Global. So it is in a way easy to sell to people. It's like you're suffering. It's because you're being punished by the man upstairs. That kind of thing. I think they will be more prepared to believe it when they really start to suffer, because a lot of people are turning towards religion. Because at this point, I agree. That's the sort of like a the argument to take when you don't have a dog in the fight, as far as taking a religious position on this or a prophetic position on this, looking at it outside of the realm of faith and religion and prophecy. You can look at it on it in a skeptical way, in the way if you just describe, and that's all good and fine. But I'm not like that, Claire. I'm a believer. I'm invested in this, and I believe in the Jewish end times eschatology. Mr. Dutch Boy can mock it as much as he likes. I see it all falling into place. I see the pieces of the puzzle having fallen into place, and it's now just a matter of time. It's written in our books that Iran would be responsible for destroying the world, but not physically. We understand now exactly what that is in reference to. It's the economics, it's the finances, it's the stability of the world will be utterly destabilized and destroyed. And that's a part of the whole entire, production, God's production, the hand of God behind all of it. It's not easy to make sense of it or accept it, but that's what it is. In my personal opinion, according to my faith, that's how I see it. I don't see this as some sort of scheme to manipulate people and say, well, the Iranians themselves, in their beliefs, their Shia Iranian beliefs, they know, and maybe it's because of Jewish influence, they know they play a critical role in the end times in bringing about the Messiah. They know this. From a Muslim Shia perspective, they talk about this incessantly. They know they play a pivotal role, whether it's because they understand it from Judaism or whether they've adapted it. They accept that they play a pivotal role in messianic revelation, according to their Islamic faith. Hello. Hello, David.
Is he alive?
Sir.
Oh.
Shalom, Sammy.
Hey, how are you? First time talking to you. How you doing?
Hey, Baruch Hashem. You haven't been on one of these channels. I haven't been on Claire's stream for a long time.
Where are you broadcasting from? You're in the States? You're in New York?
The Metro Detroit. So you took over as my as your resident Jewish explainer.
Yeah. Well, I'm kind of losing my patience, and I'm becoming a little wacky. You have to forgive me. But at this point, I just the only response I can offer to what I'm seeing is, well, it cannot be stopped. I'm going according to my rabbi's lectures and pointers and perspective.
I just tuned in. I don't know what you mean by it. I see you guys have been going.
Meaning the pressures that are being put on the Jews living abroad, in the diaspora, in the exile. It's undeniable at this point. I mean, we're all under pressure. I mean, even here, but I can't imagine with the way things are how Jews in America and Europe and abroad are not paying attention to the fact that things are becoming more difficult, and they are. You are definitely being put under pressure, and it's undeniable at this stage. You know, the cities in America are rotting. People are leaving and exiting the cities. You know, the people there are degenerating. The things I'm seeing and hearing about what's happening in the cities. And I used to be a lifelong in New York, or from Brooklyn, and I lived in Manhattan also on and off. What's happening over there, it's surreal. It looks like the mutants of the apocalypse have arrived, you know, according to the Christian eschatology.
Yeah, I'm not that apocalyptic. I mean, if you're saying that something unique towards Jews or the factors, I've been talking to Claire for years ago, and like just saying that if society collapses, likely the Jews are going to face the brunt of negative things like economic decline.
Right.
Whether we're to blame or not, we will be blamed. Or if there's, there's a whole plethora of reasons why increased violence and instability might affect Jews worse than other people. Like we live in urban areas.
It's history repeating. I agree.
I don't know if there's in that realm. I don't know if there's anything specific. It's just God forbid the decline of society, increase in violence, crime, and economic instability. And it's not specific to Jews; it's specific to Western society in general.
Yeah,
and Jews are just facing the natural, like in London. If you live
backlash,
in urban areas that are likely to be behind crime, if crime increases, like New York City, if you're in New York City, and crime increases, you're going to face a lot worse brunt of it than if you're in a red state or you're not a multicultural area.
All of our friends have left New York.
Economically, Jews are more ready for the economic decline because obviously money, economic prosperity, especially in the diaspora, is one of our main things. Plus, having community charities, that the economic decline, Jews are uniquely prepared and ready for it more than non-Jews.
But you don't seem to understand the intensity of what is about to happen. It's not any like.
I've been studying the Holocaust and talking to anti-Semites. I mean, like God forbid, like if people start killing each other on the street, wouldn't surprise me. And saying even if it's apocalyptical, if you're talking like Jews arming up and buying guns or preparing or moving to Israel, and I would actually say that I think Israel's situation is more at risk. For different reasons.
That's the way it's
American Jews. I don't know about in London, but in New York City, God forbid, like Crown Heights, like Jews have been suffering in high crime areas and lived through waves of high crime and violence. But I would say Israel's actually probably in a more precarious situation than.
I know we're being put under pressure. There's it's a wide spectrum, sort of
like New York Jews, you're like, okay, you're going to get beat up by blacks, and the government's not going to protect you. And there's millions of blacks and Arabs right next to you, so there's going to be a lot of violence, a lot of random Orthodox Jews that get beat up for no reason and muggings. But like Jews have lived through that. It doesn't have to be cataclysmic.
Yeah, well, it's
that's not going to happen in Israel.
No, that's the routine that they've grown accustomed to. No, David, that's a routine that you've grown accustomed to. I grew up in Brooklyn, and I in neighborhoods where Orthodox live in Crown Heights and Borough Park and all these places. I know that
1 out of 3 Orthodox Jewish males I know has shared a story with me of being beat up or mugged by mostly blacks.
I got mugged by blacks in just outside of my high school. When I was in high school myself.
It's almost like 1 out of 3 like adult Orthodox Jewish males. It's happened to them at least once in their lifetime. In London, it's it's probably
not. But I'm not going to minimize it. I'm not going to downplay it. I'm saying that what's about to happen is far more apocalyptic. It's far more intense than your normal everyday harassment of the Jews, attacks of the Jews, persecution of the Jews.
You're saying like knockout game, Crown Heights riots, or you're saying like Holocaust?
No, God forbid. I was talking to.
You're saying like knockout games, violence, like Crown Heights riots that could happen again, and it could be worse.
Yes, to the point and to the level where it will be forced to flee, and to basically abandon your homes, your possessions, your vehicles, and seek refuge. And your only refuge will be in Israel. This is the process of the full gathering.
The Holocaust history, Jews won't flee. Said like, God forbid, like we'll have to be round up and killed. We're not going to flee. So I mean,
that's
even during violence, even like the pogroms, even God forbid, if 1 out of 10 of us were killed, I doubt we would flee. And
no, you won't be forced to flee.
Pick up to Israel, and you're saying that if there was
no, you will be forced to flee.
In the Holocaust, where
No. Look, there, I remember music.
Pogroms, like if they killed a lot of us, we didn't flee.
Yeah, well, that's the problem. The majority of the Jews of Europe were murdered because they didn't flee.
Yeah, but what makes you think we're going to, just because there's people are going to flee?
You prefer to die? Wait. Ask you
the reality is the opposite. More Jews come from Israel to America than from America to Israel.
Yeah, well, you don't understand the scenario that's about to play itself out.
Yeah, but I can give you scenarios in Israel like Syrian regional war and say like, no, I mean, it's much more likely that Jews from Israel are going to try to flee to America than the Jews from America are going to try to
No, the total exact opposite.
The numbers belie your
facts. The world is about to be totally destabilized. Listen, David, listen.
Israelis are still coming to America.
No, you're not dealing with logic here, David. You're not dealing with logic.
This is not about exactly. Well, Vincent is on my frequency as far as knowing my mind.
After the Nazis rose
this
to power,
this is not
more Jews trying to get from Poland to Germany than Jews trying to leave Germany.
Yeah, no, stop, David. Stop trying to make a rational explanation.
I'm just saying, like the point of fact that even up to like 1939,
can I ask
Jews trying to get from Poland to Germany
because they were mad. The Jews of Europe were mad. They were insane. They lost their minds.
It's a higher standard of living.
No, they were mad. They were mad. They lost their minds, the same as they've lost their minds today. Because imperialism drove them mad. They prefer
living in Israel. The average black Detroit has a higher
if that's the way you're describing what had happened, then it's basically an indictment of the Jews of Europe.
I mean, you can give an emotional appeal but just factually, it's very unlikely what you're saying.
All right, well, no, not factually unlikely. The facts you stated about what happened in Europe, as far as their behavior, it speaks of madness. It speaks of insanity. It speaks of a total disconnect from God. It speaks of a total disconnect from the Creator.
Towards fundamental human nature. In the fundamental
the human nature of Jews to basically throw themselves into the flames of the ovens and ask for more? Is that
Jews want to be at the center of power and empire?
You want to say they stay in Europe in order to continue being persecuted by the Gentiles?
Like Jews want to be at the. I mean, in general, at the center of empire and power, and will take.
All right, David, can I
would rather been in Germany with high anti-Semitism and the Nazis, even up to the point of like 1939, than in Poland.
I remember.
Israel would rather be part of the center of empire.
I remember. All right, well, you know what?
Israel.
All right, you're providing us with a great service by being so revealing and by actually speaking in this way. And not holding
you
back.
disagree with my tenet that you think you're
I watched a Holocaust.
At the center of empire.
I watched a Holocaust documentary when I was younger in New York, and there was a translation of a Yiddish a song that was being sung in Europe, in Eastern Europe, and in places where the Nazis were threatening to take those lands and take over. And it was basically a Hasidic man singing in that tone of a rabbinical, cantor. You will not move me from my place. You will not move me from my home. And this is prior to the Holocaust. And this was being sung in Yiddish. And that person probably died in the Holocaust. All right? Now, is that insanity? That's the definition of insanity. And that's not a Jew. That's a madman that preferred death over life and over a survival Over what? Over his pride?
No, God forbid. That's quintessential definition of a Jew. That's saying like the big three, that you're saying you're a Jew, you are required to not fear death. So you could have some sort of Zionist fantasy, like a new
you're a madman.
practical Jew, but from a religious standpoint, that's our fundamental big three pillars.
No, that's madness.
That as a Jew, you have to agree that you're willing to give up your life and commit the big three.
For what? For what?
Generally, murder,
idolatry, for what? For the BMW? For the Audi?
Generally, for sanctifying God's name. That's why the Holocaust were martyrs.
No, that's madness.
I just want to
That's
say
Judaism. You could call it
No, it's
madness.
not.
That's essential Judaism.
No, it's not. No, life is above all. It's not about. We're not shaheeds. We're not Islamic, martyrs willing to get ourselves murdered over pride. All right,
exactly martyrs. All 6 million. That's what when Biden was there, martyrs.
What?
They're saying that we hold that the people who died World War II, they were martyrs, every single one of them.
Well, a lot of them were misled by rabbis who told them to stay there.
It doesn't matter whether they were misled. You're saying they're all religiously considered martyrs.
So be it. But if they had the ability to pick up and leave when they knew that they were living under the threat of death as Jews, that's exactly what they were commanded to do. And they didn't do it.
Religious schools, and we venerated the people that never questioned God, even in torture and death. I mean, that's the essential. I mean, God forbid if you want to be like Adam Green, our religion's sick, and you're saying the Zionists.
For living in exile amongst the Gentiles?
The essential nature of what, so you became this newborn Zionist with a newborn identity, but that's the essential identity of what it means to be a Jew. I mean, that's what my rabbi said. The essential, quintessential Pinta Gid is that a Jew will choose death.
What? That's what the rabbis told the communities. No, that's pure madness. This is not about. No. That's pure madness. It's not Zionism versus Judaism. This is sanity versus insanity.
One of the most respected rabbis in Brooklyn. That's what my rabbis taught me.
Well, he's bad. He's a madman.
I'm saying Geshala went through conversion. That's what he had to say. That's what it says in the Talmud. Under conversion, that he had to agree that if society turns against the Jews, he will take his lot of death with the Jews rather than flee. Like, no, I'm a goy. He's like, no, I'm a Jew, and if you have to kill me for being a Jew, I want to be killed with the Jews. I'm not going to flee and go back to being a goy.
Oh, well, you're a convert, right? You're a convert, David. On both sides.
I'm talking to Yochanan. I'm a half Jew.
I mean, that's technically true.
That's in the Talmud. It's straight up at conversion. What you're required to accept, that if the tide turns against the Jews, you're not going to backtrack and be like, "Oh, I'm a goy." You'll accept death together with the Jews.
What madness? Listen, the fact being,
is that what you were taught, Yochanan?
That is true. Yeah.
You think that's madness, or you say like, no, you're not going to go back to being a goy just because, God forbid, they start killing you.
You're not supposed to give up. You're not allowed to give up your Yiddishkeit. You got to say that. You got to die saying the Shema. Yeah.
No, you're not. It's our most venerated.
You're not supposed to recount your Jewish.
I mean, haven't you studied Talmud? Rabbi Akiva, he waited his whole life. Shema Yisrael, v'chol me'odecha. That's what it means. Shema Yisrael, v'chol me'odecha.
That's fanaticism. Listen.
That's what it says in the Talmud, Rabbi Akiva. That's
Rabbi Akiva had to
act like Goyim. We venerate Rabbi Akiva.
Rabbi Akiva, with his being tortured in the ways he was being tortured, that was a correction of a resurrection, not resurrection, of what do you call that? The Gilgulei Neshama, the transmigration of souls. He actually had to do make a correction for previous, for the soul that he had received, that is basically on a mystical level, on a Kabbalistic level, the same with all of his students. It was a sort of a correction. All the suffering and the torture that they went through, it was a correction for previous generations, the souls of previous generations, and the names are there given in the Zohar, in the Kabbalah, who Rabbi Akiva had to do, what he did for, as far as having received the soul of a certain person, that he had to.
From mainstream Zionist position, maybe even.
No, this is according to religious
Jews, but that's not what religion says That's not what the rabbis taught me. That's not what our holy book says.
The mystical perspective. This is from my I remember the studies that I went through. Is that the students of Rabbi Akiva were the tribe of Simon that died in the plague in the desert with the Midianite women. That's a sort of like a transmigration of those souls, and it's a correction of those souls when they went through their plague, that they died through another plague during the time of Rabbi Akiva, and Rabbi Akiva being flayed alive and skinned alive and tortured in the worst and most unimaginable ways. It was a correction of the soul that he had received, an older soul. It was something of a tikkun, a correction of a soul that he had received. That's according to mystical Jewish Orthodox belief.
That's the meaning of with all your life. In Shema Yisrael, you should love the God with all your heart.
But it does not mean that we should emulate Rabbi Akiva.
That's straight up the definition that we say of the Shema, that you have to be willing to self-sacrifice.
Yeah, but the fanaticism of dying for the
fanaticism, that's straight up halacha. That's straight up.
It's not halacha. Not when you are visibly faced with all of the signs of Mashiach and the end times. The fact that the world is on fire as far as what's happening with the temperatures of the sun, according to a lot of rabbis and rebbitzins here in Israel recently, I made a show, an update with John. There is messianic fervor in Israel. They're saying that this is a very auspicious time, and it's man mesugal. It's a time that is capable of for messianic revelation. Why? Because of the wars. Why? Because of the extreme weather. Why? Because of all the political strife. Why? Because of the plagues. Why? Because of all the things in combination that are compelling. All right.
It's not messianic fervor. It's got nothing to do with straight up mainstream Judaism, the acceptance of martyrdom. If you want, like the Lubavitch previous Rebbe and his story with the gun to his head, and this toy has made a lot of people talk. That's for people who have one rule and two gods, but I have one God and two worlds. To say, I'm a Jew, I do not fear death. I believe in God. If I have to be martyred, I accept it. I don't want to be martyred, but part of my religion.
When the time has arrived,
like it's a high stakes, so you don't want to be Jewish, so you invent.
No, I faced more death than any of you over there in America. In Israel, I was under fire for 2 months. Missiles and rockets rained down on my neighborhood, and I did not flee. And I made my stand in Israel, where I should.
You were a good soldier, but you didn't do it for Hashem. You did it for fake God of Zionism.
No, I was wearing my head, and I was.
You didn't do it for the Torah. You did it for
shelter, and I was there with everybody, my neighbors, reading.
God bless you. You're a good soldier.
No, it's not about that. It's not about the Zionism and the Israel.
It doesn't make you a good Jew. You were a good Jewish soldier for the state of Israel. That's not Judaism.
Make a point. I was actually the same bomb shelter that my mother was in while she was pregnant with me during the Yom Kippur War. She was in that same bunker. All right,
you were a good soldior. Your mother was a good soldier. That's not Judaism. That's Zionism in the Jewish state.
No, but it's not about your adamant, criticism of Israel as a secular.
I'm not criticizing Israel; it's a Jewish state. I'm just saying that that's not Judaism. They're saying our religion very clearly. If you're trying to revise what Judaism teaches, and so here we have our Orthodox convert, and that made sure that he understood what Judaism taught, and I'm sure he's going to verify that that's what they taught him.
Listen good.
You could revise your Zionist understanding of Judaism, but
no. A lot of religious Ashkenazic people that survived the Holocaust, whether they accepted or not, a lot of them did accept that God's will was actually what had occurred there. They came out of the camp saying the Baruch Dayan Emet. All right. So, but the thing is, a lot of them came out of there very bitter and resentful towards the rabbis that told them not to flee.
Of course. Miriam Adelson was Alexandra Klusid, who disobeyed her rabbi. Her mother disobeyed the rabbi and fled and joined the IDF. So that's Miriam Adelson. It's a lot of people. Jews make up the ranks of atheists. Atheism is the highest among Jews for that reason, because it's a high level to Judaism. The martyr complex. You say, like Yochanan had to, accept this to become a Jew. And so you're a Jew. You said, like, this is sick, but this is your religion. This is your tradition. It's the high bar.
No. It's not my tradition. No. I'll tell you something about my family in Iraq and Baghdad. They didn't want to leave. They didn't want to come to Israel for the same reasons. We had another famous rabbinical sage here that came and kind of scoped out and felt the territory. He came here on horseback. It's the Ben Ish Chai. He came here in the 19th century to see the Zionist, first settlements and to see what was developing. The Jews of Iraq are known of Baghdad were known as amongst one of the best and well-known scholars of the time of the Talmud. Okay. And they did not want to budge. And even after they were being persecuted in a pogrom that the Arabs after the Second World War were persecuting the Jews there, it's the Farhud. Even then, a lot of the Jews of Iraq were being sort of like indecisive, were being sort of like wishy-washy about coming to Israel, until the Palmach actually went to the temples and the synagogues of Baghdad, and they threw grenades into the congregations while they were praying, killing 10s and 20, and plenty of Jews got killed by the Palmachnikim in Iraq.
I know the story. I mean, if it's like just story time with Sammy, I mean, the essential theological point, if you're trying to make, like, how much will be enough where Jews will realize that our religion's not true and stop following, and you say, well, obviously nothing. Thousands of years, the Holocaust, the Roman expulsion, martyrs, every generation, horrible things. Nothing will stop us from continuing to fulfill our religion. Even if they kill every single last one of us, torture us to death, we will continue to do this.
But stiff-necked, stubborn insistence on staying in a land.
Saying, like, no, it's going to be so bad that the religious Jews are finally going to dump their religion.
No, they don't have to dump their religion. They just have. They don't. They have to follow their survival instincts and choose life over death.
No, I mean, but at some point, Judaism necessitates choosing death.
That's absolutely fanatic.
If it's the essential elements of Judaism, we should choose death.
No, that's sick and fanatic. That's like the Muslims. That's like
Shaheed. You're a Jewish anti-Semite like most Zionists.
No, absolutely not. I choose life over death. If I'm going to make my stand anywhere, it's here, where I feel it's my legitimate right. It's my legitimate.
God forbid you're just fighting a bunch of homeless Palestinians.
No, this is Israel is the rightful place of the Jewish people in the end times, and
so you're making your stand against a bunch of homeless Palestinians.
We are in the end times. It's undeniable. We are
maybe not. I mean,
we are upon messianic revelation. The only place for the Jewish people to be is in Israel, and you will all
because you got in a fight with a bunch of homeless Palestinians. You think you're in the end times?
Homeless. Now, this is a Gentile speaking. That's your Gentile side speaking. That's not your Jewish side speaking. If you're a Jew,
it's just factual. You got in a fight with a bunch of homeless Palestinians, and now you think it's the end times.
Well, you're not a Jew then. You have no.
I'm not a Jew because I believe in your messianic. They're like, no, like I went to Mir Yeshiva in Jerusalem. I went to Hasidic yeshivas. This is what they taught me.
You're worthless. You're worthless. All the signs in the world.
I'm worthless. I went to the best yeshiva in Jerusalem, and I'm worthless.
Yeah, you're totally blind. You're totally.
I'm telling you what they taught me in yeshiva, and I'm worthless. Because you're spinning some Zionist nonsense.
No, because I'm in Israel with religious Jews that believe we are upon messianic revelation, and you're there sitting on your hands, pretending to be a Jew, and being totally oblivious to all the signs that Hashem is providing you.
Yeah, because the best school in Jerusalem refused to fly the Israeli flag. We didn't celebrate Yom Yerushalayim.
It's the same stupid argument.
Israel Independence Day.
No, it's the same stupid argument that the Dutch boy was making. It's the same stupid argument that the Dutch boy was making about academia and how the Caesar's Messiah thesis is illegitimate because academia it doesn't.
You're a Zionist revisionist. I accept the dichotomy, and just saying like I went to standard Orthodox yeshivas, and you're a Zionist, Zionist revisionist. So
let me ask you, I'm not a Zionist revisionist.
You're the real Jew, and Israel, we're in the end times. Like, I'm just a standard Orthodox Jew. Say like, no, we're not.
No, you're not even
Israel, the creation of Israel.
No, you're not a real Jew. Is your mother Jewish?
Well, yeah, I just told you I studied in the best yeshiva in Israel.
Is your mother Jewish?
Well, yeah.
So what? So do you believe the Jesus of the Gospels was a real person? After hearing the Caesar's Messiah thesis.
I mean, generally, I'm not sure. I'm skeptical whether Jesus actually existed. But I'll take the opinion that Maimonides says Jesus existed and he was properly crucified. Yechiel Paris says that it's not. There were a whole bunch of Jesuses. Other scholars say that Jesus maybe didn't even exist and is an allegory. But say I'm a Talmudist. This rabbi says this rabbi says that. Maimonides says Jesus existed and he was properly crucified.
All right. Well, what they were Maimonides lived 1,000 years after Jesus was supposedly born.
And that's what he said. Maimonides says that Jesus did exist and he was properly put to death. The majority of Ashkenazi rabbis are skeptical that Jesus even existed. Yechiel Paris, God forbid, Charles Moskowitz like to say the beginning of Jewish humor is every Louis in France, King Louis is every Jesus in the Talmud Jesus, and that
according
to Nicholas Donan.
According to what you've heard from Atwill in many of his interviews, and his
quoting you Yechiel Paris. Why are you quoting me some Goyer scholar? I'm quoting Yechiel Paris and Maimonides.
Because the arguments that he made about the Talmudic response to the Gospels is very intriguing. It's basically
you care more about Atwood than Maimonides and Yechiel Paris.
Well, Maimonides said, make room for the Torah when you have to make, I wouldn't say, the fence around Torah is supposed to be constant.
Of course, Maimonides says Jesus existed. I'm not going to say he didn't exist.
I read the book, the Guide to the Perplexed, and he basically recommended for any Jew questioning and wanting to know what Jesus is about, he recommended studying the pagan religions of the Greeks and the Romans and the Egyptians of the time. He was basically suggesting that all of the truth about Jesus can be found in the pagan religions of that time.
What's being Jesus? I'm not a Christian. I went to yeshiva. I just told you I learned in Mir Yeshiva in Jerusalem.
All right, the Mir Yeshiva where Rabbi Singer went, also in New York, it was one of the few yeshivas that saw the Holocaust coming, and they fled to where? No other than Shanghai, where Claire's family is around from there. So,
God forbid they fled. Almost after it was too late, and that's when the Chinese diplomat had to give them false.
The Mir Yeshiva. Well, the heads
after it was too late, and this thing was miraculous.
The heads of
Oilam gave them false papers to flee.
The heads of the Mir Yeshiva actually chose life over death, and
they didn't flee while they still had the chance. They fled after it was too late, and that's why the I forget the Japanese righteous Gentile who gave them the false papers. They didn't flee before the war. They fled. In fact, they had to reload.
Well, I guess they were just as stupid, but they were lucky.
The town of Mir was destroyed in Russia. They didn't flee before. Well, they.
What do you think, in your estimation, was God's purpose for the Holocaust?
It was, God forbid, it was an atonement for humanity's sin with our blood.
Oh, so the Jews were like a composite Jesus, right?
Like I learned in Or Samek, Rabbi Gottlieb, it was fulfillment of the curses in Moses. That if you don't,
so the Jewish people are like a one big huge pile of Jesus, right? Dying for the world's sins.
No, I mean Jesus is a legend and allegory based on Jewish philosophy. But I mean, God forbid, like my rabbi said, the compared to the warnings that the Torah gives for disobeying God, the Holocaust was light and merciful. God forbid, if you see the warnings that it says in the Torah, what happened in World War II was light. We got off easy.
All right. Well, this is masochistic.
That's straight.
This is why you don't get taken so seriously anymore. It's masochistic to talk this way. I'll tell you.
That's straight up what our religion teaches. So you say that Zionism said that revised our religion.
You know what I'm in agreement with? You know what I'm in agreement with?
Just like a Reformed Jew in America or Britain.
No.
Our religion, there were problems with it.
One of the main columns of our religion.
You're trying both ways.
No, I'm not trying. Listen.
You're like a Reformed Jew, but you call it a religion.
Our religion is about not intermarrying and not assimilating and not losing ourselves amongst the Gentiles. That's what happened in Europe. That's what happened in Europe, and that's what led to the Holocaust. It's not about dying for the world's sins. It's because there was internal strife. There was sinat chinam, intermarriage, assimilation.
Jews by death.
Jews
if you want to say that, God forbid,
Jews converting to Christianity, and that's what led to the Holocaust.
Intermarriage isn't punishable by death.
It's not punishable by death, but it's turning away from
violation of Sabbath is punishable.
But no, turning away.
Victor Miller didn't blame.
Look, all of them. A lot of
violation of Sabbath is punishable by death.
Jews became secular, and
the majority of the Jews who got killed were Orthodox.
But
the majority of the Jews
also assimilated and intermarried to the point where they began losing their identity and their, direct.
Genetic. You're just historically inaccurate. Those were the Jews.
No. It's not about.
Those were the Jews who are most likely.
It all.
The assimilated Jews and intermarried Jews are the ones who are most likely to survive. God forbid the Orthodox Jews took the hardest hit in the war.
Right. Why? Because they refused to pick up and leave. God was sending them enough cues to pick up and leave, and they didn't leave.
Well, I mean, you could put it like that, but it's saying that that's what they were being punished for. God forbid.
No, that's not what they were being punished for. That was also, in my opinion, Gilgulei Neshama. This is also about.
It's the high price of being a Jew. God forbid. There's a high price of being a Jew.
All right.
There's a high price of being a Jew. It could cost you your life.
If it was
being Jewish is something not to be taken lightly.
If it was
destined, it could cost you your life. It could cost you
if it was destined to be, it's written about in the book of Deuteronomy. References to the Holocaust are there, and even my Rebbitzin, whose her entire family died.
The Holocaust was, God forbid, to teach us the high price of being a Jew. It's
no,
not something to be taken lightly.
It's the high price of teaching us of being too stubborn to leave when you're being prompted by God to leave and you didn't leave.
That's why I say you want to leave from your Judaism. There's a high price to being a Jew. And
there's a high price for being stupid and not listening to what God intends of you.
You and the Zionists who are running away from your own destiny.
The Jews that come here will eventually come here against their will. They're not going to be here under a Zionist secular government anymore. I mean,
it's saying if Israel was.
We are upon Messiah. We are upon Messiah.
To be a religious Jew.
David, when you listen to me,
Israel.
Listen, all your arguments are worthless at this point. When the Jews return here,
you're defeating my arguments.
I'm not defeating your
things. Like I know the way you fit. Claire has been having enough of these conversations.
I'm not defeating your arguments are worthless.
He knows that Zionists and Israelis.
In my estimation, you're far from
Orthodox Jews in London.
To be living there amongst those animals in Detroit. Those sick, degenerates in Detroit.
God forbid.
Yeah, well, all of them. They're going to
turn
on you in the worst ways imaginable. Once they can't, once they don't have no food, and once they can't get their drugs, turn on you. They are going to make your lives a living hell over there. And when the Jews come here, when we have Messianic revelation, we're no longer living under a Zionist government, which you have such issues with. The secular Zionists, the atheists, this is your biggest gripes. These are what you always, this is your retreat to